Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Well, good morning, everybody. Guess who overslept? But that is all well and good. Looking out the back door, it has not started snowing yet. So we'll see if it actually does. So we shall get right into it. Had some current news stories to read. We will start with looks like a new fire has started out in LA. Unfortunately, to add fuel to the fire, no pun intended. Let's see here. Let's see. It's called the Kenneth Fire, which not sure where to go with this. Let's see. It says the Kenneth Fire exploded in a few hours. Palisades and Eaton fires each have appeared to have destroyed some 5,000 or more structures, officials said, which would put them both among the 5 most destructive fires in California history. Excuse me. Let's see, we'll do a quick update. I was hoping there was a an auto reader here. It says the Palisades fire is 6% contained, Eaton fire 0%, Kenneth fire 0%. So basically things are still pretty bad out there. Let's see if there's an auto reader in one of these stories. Other raging fires destroyed thousands of structures. Here's the latest. Huh. Well, let's do this. This is the New York Times. I was hoping for an overall report. Completely dry, how Los Angeles. Here, this is a good story. Okay, this is an article about how Los Angeles firefighters ran out of water. Let's see what they have to say.
Completely dry, how Los Angeles firefighters ran out of water. This article is by Tim Arango, Mike Baker, and Nicholas Bogle Burrows, and read by an automated voice. Captain Kevin Easton and his firefighting team had already spent hours battling an out-of-control fire sweeping through Los Angeles's Pacific Palisades area, leaving gutted homes in its wake. Then, around midnight, their water lines started to sputter. Before long, the hydrants had run dry. Completely dry, couldn't get any water out of it, said Captain Easton, who was part of a small roaming patrol of firefighters who were trying to protect the community's Palisades Highlands neighborhood. Even on Wednesday afternoon, hours after the hydrants had gone dry, there was still no water. Houses in the Highlands burned, becoming part of the more than 5,000 structures destroyed by the Palisades fire so far. Officials now say the storage tanks that hold water for high elevation areas like the Highlands and the pumping systems that feed them could not keep pace with the demand as the fire raced from one neighborhood to another. That was in part because those who designed the system did not account for the stunning speeds at which multiple fires would race through the Los Angeles area this week. We are looking at a situation that is just completely not part of any domestic water system design, said Marty Adams, a former general manager and chief engineer at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which is responsible for delivering water to nearly 4 million residents of Los Angeles. Municipal water systems are designed for firefighters to tap into multiple hydrants at once, allowing them to maintain a steady flow of water for crews who may be trying to protect a large structure or a handful of homes. But these systems can buckle when wildfires, such as those fueled by the dry brush that surrounds Los Angeles's hillside communities, rage through entire neighborhoods. As urban growth spreads into wilderness areas around the country and climate change brings more challenging fire conditions, an increasing number of cities have confronted a sudden loss of water available for firefighting, most recently in Talent, or Gatlinburg, 10, and Ventura County, California. The problem can be especially acute during high wind conditions, like those Los Angeles experienced this week, when firefighting aircraft could not safely make their usual aerial drops of water and fire retardant. In Louisville, Colorado, as firefighters were nearing depletion of water supplies in 2022, crews took the extraordinary step of pushing untreated water through the system. In 2023, on the Hawaiian island of Maui, firefighters battling a wildfire found their hydrants running dry as flames churned through the community of Lahaina, killing 102 people in the country's deadliest wildfire in more than a century. In that case, firefighters were confronted with many homes and pipes being destroyed simultaneously, causing water to gush across yards and streets when firefighters needed it in their hydrants. Municipal water systems like the one in Los Angeles are designed to handle heavy loads, including those from large fires, that might require multiple fire trucks to tap into the system at the same time. Getting water to the upper reaches of hillside communities like Pacific Palisades can be a challenge. There, water is collected in a reservoir that pumps into 3 high-elevation storage tanks, each with a capacity of about 1 million gallons. Water then flows by gravity into homes and fire hydrants. But the pump and storage system was designed for a fire that might consume several homes, not one that would consume hundreds, said Mr. Adams, the former leader of the city's water department. If this is going to be a norm, there is going to have to be some new thinking about how systems are designed, he said. Ahead of this week's dangerous weather conditions, the storage tanks above Pacific Palisades and other hillside communities affected by the fires were filled to capacity, officials said. But as the Palisades fire spread on Tuesday, the first tank there was quickly depleted. Hours later, the second one was empty. The third one was drained by Wednesday morning. Janice Quinones, the chief executive and chief engineer at the city's water department, said so much water was being pulled from the main water line during the fire that there was less water available to pump up toward the storage tanks. By Thursday evening, Kristen M. Crowley, the chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department, said firefighters had stopped tapping into the hydrants altogether. Right now, we're not utilizing the hydrants, Chief Crowley said. She said firefighters were used to running out of water while battling brush fires and had trained for that possibility. Instead, she said, the key tool in battling these fires has been the aircraft that drop retardant and water, assets that were unavailable during the initial phases of the fires because of the high winds. The supply of water ended up being only one of several challenges, as fire crews across Los Angeles County were overwhelmed by fires on so many fronts. In the Altadena area, where the Eaton fire burned through more than 13,000 acres and as many as 5,000 structures, firefighters also dealt with strains to the water system. But Chad Augustin, the chief of the nearby Pasadena Fire Department, said crews could not have stopped the fire's early spread even with more water. Those erratic wind gusts were blowing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire, and that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire, Chief Augustin said. Rick Caruso, the real estate developer and former candidate for Los Angeles mayor, who served 2 stints as president of the Department of Water and Power, said he had a team of private firefighters deployed in Pacific Palisades on Tuesday night, helping to protect a major outdoor retail space he owns, Palisades Village, as well as some nearby homes. All night, he said, the team was reporting that water was in short supply. He said it would take time to account for the supply problems, but suggested there appeared to be a shortfall in preparation. The lack of water in the hydrants, I don't think there's an excuse, he said. Tracy Park, the Los Angeles City Council member whose district includes Pacific Palisades, said the city's water systems were among several pieces of critically underfunded infrastructure. There are environmental catastrophes waiting to happen everywhere with our water mains, she said, adding that some were a century old. As our city has grown, we haven't upgraded and expanded the infrastructure that we need to support it. She also raised the issue of the complexity of battling fires that are inherently wildland blazes, sweeping into urban neighborhoods, with firefighters unable to take advantage of wildland firefighting resources, such as aerial drops, that would normally be available to them. Our firefighters were out there yesterday fighting a raging wildfire with fire engines and fire hydrants. That's not how you fight a wildfire, she said. Greg Pierce, a researcher at the University of California, Los Angeles, who studies water resources and urban planning, echoed the concerns over water systems that are designed for urban fires, not fast-moving wildfires, but redesigning water systems to allow firefighters to take on a broad wildfire would be enormously expensive, he said. A more fundamental question, he said, is whether it's a good idea to rebuild neighborhoods adjacent to wildlands, an issue that has been broadly debated across the West as climate change increases the frequency and intensity of fires on what is known as the wildland-urban interface. Captain Easton, the 19-year fire department veteran who helped battle the Pacific Palisades blaze, said that there were other complications in addition to water supply, such as delays in getting additional support crews from other areas to the scene. Los Angeles's Water and Power Department had sent trucks with additional water tanks to the area, he said, but they were in stationary positions, meaning firefighters had to go retrieve the water and bring it back to the fire. That causes problems too, because you get 500 gallons of water and you've got a house that's on fire, you knock it down a lot and then you've got to go back and get refilled, he said.
Okay. Yeah, it's just well, what can I say? It's a mess out there. Earlier today, um, Biden says federal government to cover 100% of costs for initial LA fire recovery. which I don't know, to me sounds vague. Um, but I will have this read and see if there are any better details. I haven't read the story.
President Joe Biden on Thursday announced the federal government would cover 100% of costs for the initial disaster response to the Los Angeles wildfires. Meeting with federal officials at the White House, Biden said the funds would go toward debris removal, temporary shelters, salaries for first responders, and more for 180 days. Biden said
I
he
see.
emphasized to California officials they should spare no expense to do what they need to do. He also had a message for residents impacted by the ravaging fires. We are with you. We are not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. More California Fires Live updates. Palisades Fire, one of most destructive in LA history. The cost of the debris cleanup is gigantic. The cost of replacing the housing is almost exponential, he continued. Anybody can give you a number now. They have no idea what they're talking about. It's big. He added, I'm going to make an appeal right now to the United States Congress. They're going to have to step up when we ask for more help to get people the kind of they need, to get the kind of help they need. Because it really does matter. As Biden spoke, 5 fires were spreading around the Los Angeles area. Roughly 28,000 acres had been scorched and hundreds of thousands of people evacuated. At least 5 people died in the fires, and many more injured. Vice President Kamala Harris, who is from California and whose neighborhood was forced to evacuate earlier this week, was also at the meeting. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it, Harris said. A major disaster declaration was approved by Biden on Wednesday, allowing victims of the fire to immediately access funds and resources to jumpstart their recovery, according to the White House. Biden also directed the Pentagon to provide any firefighting resources the area needs, including helicopters to help suppress the flames. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel to assist local first responders, Biden said on Thursday. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas, the winds are likely to continue well in the next week, Biden said. And so, we're going to continue to sending everything, literally every resource we can find that's appropriate, to help the governor and the first responders. Biden canceled his visit to Italy, where he was planning to meet with Pope Francis and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni in his final foreign trip of his presidency, to focus on the federal response to the tragedy. The president was in California on Wednesday and received a briefing from officials alongside Governor Gavin Newsom, a target of attacks from President-elect Donald Trump over his handling of the fires. Trump also claimed on Thursday morning that FEMA has no money under the Biden administration, which is false. More, FEMA assistance available for those affected by Los Angeles fires. Congress passed a bill in December that provided an additional $100 billion for disaster aid, including $29 billion for FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund. The infusion was less than the $40 billion Biden had requested for the agency. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell was in Los Angeles on Thursday to meet with local officials and survey the damage. FEMA also released a guide to assistance for those impacted by the fires to jumpstart the recovery process. The agency said individuals in designated areas may be able to receive money for essential items, including food, water, medication, and other supplies. Biden said in his remarks that Californians affected should contact disaster assistance, Gov or 1-800-621-3362. To the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild, Biden said. ABC News' Michelle Stoddard contributed to this report.
I'm going to play the video that's embedded in this, just to see what it's about.
C-130s.
I'm going to start it over. Okay.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air from Southern California because President Biden is receiving a briefing on the devastating wildfires here in Los Angeles. Let's listen to the president and the briefing from FEMA officials. It began just moments ago.
Well, good afternoon. I returned from Los Angeles last night, and the devastation out there is catastrophic in California. Thousands of houses, schools, businesses burned to the ground. Communities wiped out, lives lost, families forever changed. They're the worst fires to ever hit Los Angeles, ever. And as soon as these fires broke out, I approved the Fire Management Assistance Grants. That's a term of art and how we get help for local officials. These grants cover California's firefighting cost for things like firefighting equipment, firefighters' salaries, and special capabilities like aircraft. Next, yesterday I immediately approved Governor Newsom's request for what they call, and I know this is all sounds like government talk, but it's called the Major Disaster Declaration. This declaration allows folks, at the request of the governor, the declaration allows folks who have been impacted to get immediate cash assistance to cover things like everything from groceries to baby formula to prescriptions. Because as you've seen and you reported, a lot of these places are burned to the ground. There's not a single thing left in their homes. And so if they contact disasterassistance.gov, anybody who's lost everything or anything of consequence, disasterassistance.gov or 1-800-2, I beg your pardon, 1-800-621-3362. That's what disasterassistance.gov, 1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything from the basics that they don't have access to right now. And this morning, due to the magnitude of the disaster, I was talking with the governor. He requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. We're increasing it to 100% of all the costs to be covered by the federal government for both the fire management assistance grants and the elements of what they call the disaster declaration. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days. This is going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responders' salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property. And folks, I want to underscore, I told the governor and local officials, spare no expense to do what they need to do and contain these fires and in their communities that have really been devastating. And we're doing literally everything we can at a federal level. That's also why I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do. And some of the folks around the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we're focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carried energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, when it did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas, the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You reported on, you've seen the homes just burned to the ground, whole areas burned to the ground, large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescription, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call, but we have the deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives. And while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are, it's not hyperbole, you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And the worst, this is the most widespread devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody who understands it better than the press has been covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And you literally have to run into the flames, these firefighters. You know, that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Who runs into flames? You know, in doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. And we're going to make sure that you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. You know, to the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and stop it there. There's really no reason to see what the Vice President has to say. Yep, I think this is going to wind up being probably the worst thing to ever hit Los Angeles. So we're going to switch gears and move more to a national story. Looks like the Supreme Court refuses to delay Trump's hush money sentencing. So Trump's sentencing is due to be today. But not to worry. Sounds like, whatever the sentence is going to be, it's not going to be jail time or I'd imagine anything that's going to interfere with the inauguration or his presidency. So basically, the upshot is he's going to get away with it scot-free. And, my editorial is now we know that there are people above the law. So, good luck with that. Let's see what the article has to say.
This news story was written by Anne Marimo and Justin Juvenal. Supreme Court refuses to delay Trump's hush money sentencing. A closely divided Supreme Court refused to delay Donald Trump's sentencing in his hush money case. clearing the way for the president-elect to face judgment in a New York courtroom on Friday and to be formally classified as a felon before he returns to the White House. Trump turned to the High Court in a last-ditch effort to stop the hearing, citing the conservative majority's explosive opinion in July that granted him and other former presidents immunity from criminal prosecution for their official acts. But 5 of the 9 justices said Trump's immunity concerns about evidence presented at his trial can be addressed in the ordinary course on appeal. Trump is set to be sentenced Friday, after a jury convicted him of 34 counts of falsifying business records related to a hush money payment made to an adult film actress during the 2016 election. New York Supreme Court Justice Juan Merchan, who presided over Trump's trial, has said he does not plan to give the incoming president jail time or probation. The completion of the sentencing hearing will formalize Trump's status as the first former president or president-elect convicted of criminal wrongdoing, a designation Trump had hoped to avoid. A 1-paragraph order joined by Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. and Justices Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, Amy Coney Barrett, and Ketanji Brown Jackson said the burden that sentencing will impose on the president-elect's responsibilities is relatively insubstantial, given the lack of jail time and that Trump can appear for the hearing via video feed. 4 conservative justices, Clarence Thomas, Samuel A. Alito Jr., Neil M. Gorsuch, and Brett M. Kavanaugh, indicated that they would have granted Trump's request. As is typical in such orders, the justices did not explain their reasoning. Trump took a somewhat conciliatory tone when asked about the Supreme Court's order at an event at Mar-a-Lago on Thursday night, saying his case is a long way from finished, and that he appreciated the justices' acknowledgement that his appeal can continue after sentencing. He called it a very good opinion, of course. The president-elect repeated his claim that the hush money case was politically motivated and designed to try to derail his campaign, and that the judge overseeing was biased against him. "I'll do my little thing tomorrow," Trump added. "They can have fun with their political opponent." Trump's attorneys have tried repeatedly to have his conviction tossed and sentencing delayed, saying he should be shielded from criminal proceedings because they would interfere with his presidential transition. Forcing President Trump to defend a criminal case and appear for a criminal sentencing hearing at the apex of the presidential transition creates a constitutionally intolerable risk of disruption to national security and America's vital interests, his lawyers told the justices this week. The Office of Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg declined to comment after Thursday night's order. In a filing in response to Trump's request, prosecutors told the justices there was no basis for the High Court to take the extraordinary step of intervening to stop the scheduled sentencing. They urged the court to reject Trump's claim that he is immune from prosecution before he takes the oath of office, and said the president-elect will not be unduly burdened by having to attend by remote video feed a hearing that probably will take less than an hour. New York's Court of Appeals also rejected Trump's request to intervene on Thursday. Trump's conviction stems from efforts to conceal a payment to adult film actress Stormy Daniels shortly before the 2016 election to keep her quiet about an alleged sexual encounter with him a decade before. Trump denies the encounter ever happened. Prosecutors said the Daniels payment, made through an intermediary, should have been reported to campaign finance regulators and was illegally concealed by classifying the reimbursement payments as a legal expense. It was the only one of Trump's 4 criminal indictments to go to trial before the election. He has been dismissed as a party in 2 of the other cases because he was elected president. The 4th case in Georgia is stalled in appellate litigation and unlikely to move forward against Trump while he is in the White House. In the New York case, Trump's lawyers said the Supreme Court's immunity decision means state prosecutors should not have been allowed to present evidence at trial of Trump's official actions while in the White House, including the testimony of close presidential advisors. Merchan has repeatedly ruled that the hush money case was based on private, personal conduct, not Trump's official duties during his first term, and that the Supreme Court's decision granting former presidents broad immunity for official actions does not apply. The judge also has noted it was Trump's team that asked the court months ago to postpone sentencing, originally scheduled for summer, until after the election. After making that request, Merchan wrote, "It is not credible for Trump to say that winning the election makes him immune from being sentenced." Trump's emergency request for help from the Supreme Court was an early test for the justices, who are likely to confront a wave of challenges to the incoming president's controversial agenda, particularly on immigration and the federal workforce. During his first term, the court pushed back on Trump's efforts to put a citizenship question on the 2020 census and to rescind an Obama-era plan to protect young undocumented immigrants known as Dreamers from deportation. Trump also lost a pair of disputes over subpoenas from Congress and the Manhattan District Attorney for Trump's financial records. More recently, however, the court's conservative majority has sided with Trump, including in its immunity decision, which stemmed from the federal charges Trump faced for allegedly conspiring to overturn the 2020 election. The justices also unanimously kept Trump on the 2024 primary ballot by reversing a ruling in Colorado that would have disqualified him from returning to office because of his conduct around the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. As the justices weighed this latest request by Trump, some judicial ethics experts and Democrats called for Alito to recuse himself from the decision, citing a phone call between the justice and the president-elect earlier this week before Trump filed his appeal to the High Court. Alito did not recuse, however. He said in a statement Wednesday that he took the call from Trump on behalf of a former clerk who is seeking a job in the new administration. Alito said he discussed William Levi's qualifications with Trump, but not the hush money case or any other business before the court. The call was first reported by ABC News. Stephen Gillers, a judicial ethics expert at New York University's law school, said the call violated the Supreme Court's Code of Ethics, which requires justices to avoid the appearance of impropriety in all activities. There was no need for Trump personally to check the reference of a lower-level appointee, Gillers wrote in an email. Others could have done that. Alito could have offered a reference in writing. Robert Luther III, a George Mason University law professor who served in the White House counsel's office during Trump's first term, said the call was routine and raised no ethical issues. There is nothing wrong with a judge or justice sharing their experiences with former law clerks to prospective employers, Luther wrote in an email. Shana Jacobs in New York and Marianne Levine in West Palm Beach contributed to this report.
Well, guess that will happen later today, the sentencing. So we'll see what the results are overnight. Like I said, it won't be much of anything, I'm sure. Let's see. Switch gears into apparently Trump's team is looking for a health threat to justify his immigration trackdown, which I guess is as good as any other reason to close down the border. Um, I don't know why they just don't shut it down. You would think that a president could do that. Let's see here.
Inside Trump's search for a health threat to justify his immigration crackdown. This article is by Zolan Kano-Youngs and Ham Delizes and read by an automated voice. President-elect Donald J. Trump is likely to justify his plans to seal off the border with Mexico by citing a public health emergency from immigrants bringing disease into the United States. Now he just has to find one. Mr. Trump last invoked public health restrictions, known as Title 42, in the early days of the pandemic in 2020, when the coronavirus was tearing across the globe. As he prepares to enter office again, Mr. Trump has no such public health disaster to point to. Still, his advisors have spent recent months trying to find the right disease to build their case. According to 4 people familiar with the discussions, they have looked at tuberculosis and other respiratory diseases as options and have asked allies inside the Border Patrol for examples of illnesses that are being detected among migrants. They also have considered trying to rationalize Title 42 by arguing broadly that migrants at the border come from various countries.
By the way, speaking of tuberculosis, I don't know, this is probably 20 years ago. I was working in a warehouse, and we did actually have this guy was a legal migrant, I think, from Mexico. He did wind up testing positive for tuberculosis, and basically we all, like everybody who worked in the warehouse had to get a TB test. So, tuberculosis sounds like a good candidate.
And may carry unfamiliar disease. An assertion that echoes a racist notion with a long history in the United States that minorities transmit infections. Mr. Trump's team did not respond to a request for comment. The plan to invoke the border restrictions based on sporadic cases of illness or even a vague fear of illness, rather than a major disease outbreak or pandemic, would amount to a radical use of the public health measure in pursuit of an immigration crackdown. Even when the coronavirus was spreading, the use of the health authority to turn away migrants prompted scrutiny from the courts and public health officials. But Mr. Trump's immigration advisors, led by Stephen Miller, his pick to be deputy chief of staff, believe they are entering a political environment that will welcome more aggressive border enforcement, particularly after some Democrats embraced using restrictions like Title 42. According to people familiar with the planning, President Biden used it to turn away thousands of migrants before eventually deciding to lift it, well after his public health advisors said the restrictions were no longer useful for the purpose of stopping the spread of disease. Title 42, which is part of the Public Service Act of 1944, grants power to health authorities to block people from entering the United States when it is necessary to avert a serious danger posed by the presence of a communicable disease in foreign countries. Mr. Miller has long considered Title 42 a key tool for his goal of shuttering the border to migration. He has essentially been on a years-long quest to find enough examples of diseases among migrants to justify the use of the law. Even before the spread of the coronavirus, Mr. Miller asked aides to keep tabs on American communities that welcomed migrants to see if diseases broke out there. He seized on an outbreak of mumps in immigration detention facilities in 2019 to push for using the public health law to seal the border. He was talked down in most of the cases by cabinet secretaries and lawyers, until the advent of the coronavirus. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, not the White House, is responsible for assessing whether the public health rule is necessary at the border. And even when the pandemic spread throughout the United States, CDC officials pushed back on the Trump White House's position that turning away migrants was an effective way to prevent the spread of diseases. Martin Citron, the director of the agency's Division of Global Migration and Quarantine, told a House committee that the implementation of the border restrictions came from outside the CDC subject matter experts and was handed to us by the White House. When Mr. Biden came into office, he initially kept the public health rule in place at the border. Even when CDC officials told his top aides there was no clear public health rationale for keeping the border shut to asylum seekers. Both the Biden and Trump administrations argued the rule was needed to prevent the spread of diseases in detention facilities at the border. But Mr. Biden's top White House aides were privately concerned that lifting the rule would lead to a surge in migration. During his second stint in the White House, Mr. Trump's team will focus on avoiding such pushback. He is intent on installing loyalists throughout his administration who are unlikely to try to stop his more aggressive proposals. In an interview with the New York Times in 2023, Mr. Miller sounded confident that the public would be accepting of Mr. Trump's invoking Title 42. He said the new administration intended to use the law, citing severe strains of the flu, tuberculosis, scabies, other respiratory illnesses like RSV and so on, or just a general issue of mass migration being a public health threat and conveying a variety of communicable diseases. Mr. Trump's attempt to deter migration based on public health, even without a clear disease to justify its use, is just one expected piece of a flurry of day-one executive actions that his team is developing to crack down on immigration. Mr. Trump's advisors have also discussed declaring a national emergency to free up Department of Defense funds and move military personnel, aircraft, and other resources to the border. They also want to revive a policy that forced migrants to wait in Mexico rather than the United States until their immigration court date, although they would need Mexico to agree to such a deal. Mr. Trump's immigration advisors received a briefing on such border restrictions, as well as the use of the public health emergency restrictions, during a recent meeting with Homeland Security officials as a part of the transition between administrations, according to a person familiar with the matter. After exiting a meeting with Senate Republicans on Wednesday evening, Mr. Trump said he would close the border on his first day in office. Some immigration experts have questioned how effective the public health rule was in driving down border crossings. From the time Title 42 was enacted in 2020 until it was lifted in 2023, border officials expelled people more than 2.5 million times. Biden administration officials have publicly argued that the use of Title 42 at the southern border drove an increase in migrants attempting to cross the border multiple times, a practice known as recidivism. Blas Nunez Neto, a White House official, said that in that way, Title 42 may have actually led to an increase in border crossings that the administration struggled to handle. The current state at the border has been particularly calm, especially when compared to the numbers seen a year ago. Border agents made more than 47,000 arrests in December, according to a senior U.S. Customs and Border Protection official. A major drop from the previous year when nearly 250,000 such arrests were made. Biden officials put into place a measure banning asylum for those who cross the southern border starting this summer. It can only be lifted if crossing numbers drop to a certain threshold for several weeks, something that still has yet to happen. Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan contributed reporting.
Let's see, got another story on the same topic.
Bill to expand deportations of migrants accused of crimes sails ahead in Senate. This article is by Karun Demirjian and read by an automated voice. The Senate on Thursday came closer to passing a bill requiring the deportation of undocumented immigrants charged with minor crimes after most Democrats joined Republicans to advance it. All but 8 Democrats and 1 independent voted to begin debate on the bill, easily exceeding the 60-vote threshold to avoid a filibuster. The legislation, which passed the House with bipartisan support earlier this week, appears to be on a smooth path to garnering the presidential signature of Donald J. Trump when he takes office this month. The vote reflected a major shift to the right among Democrats on immigration after their party's considerable electoral losses in November against Republicans, who campaigned on a promise to crack down on illegal border crossings and carry out mass deportations of undocumented immigrants. The measure is named for Laken Riley, a 22-year-old Georgia nursing student who was killed last year by a migrant who crossed into the United States illegally from Venezuela and who had previously been arrested for shoplifting, but had not been detained. Republicans queued it up as the first of several border bills they hope to revive and enact when they secure their governing trifecta with Mr. Trump's inauguration. A similar measure died in the Democrat-led Senate last year, alongside other bills to increase deportations, hold asylum seekers outside of the United States, and strip federal funding from cities that restrict their cooperation with federal immigration enforcement agencies. But on Thursday, some Democrats expressed enthusiasm for the bill. Not only am I voting yes on the Laken Riley Act, I'm co-sponsoring the bill, Senator Ruben Gallego, Democrat of Arizona, said on social media, adding, "We must give law enforcement the means to take action to prevent tragedies like what occurred to Laken Riley." Others cautioned that their backing was conditional and that they wanted changes to the bill before they would support its passage. Democrats want to have a robust debate where we can offer amendments and improve the bill, Senator Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York and the minority leader, said on the floor Thursday as he announced he would support taking up the bill. "This is an important issue. We should have a debate and amendments." The legislation instructs federal officials to detain unauthorized immigrants arrested for or charged with burglary, theft, larceny, or shoplifting, expanding the list of charges that would subject migrants to detention and potential deportation. The measure also would give state attorneys general the right to sue the Attorney General or Homeland Security Secretary if an immigrant who enters the United States illegally goes on to commit a crime that harms the state or any of its residents. Proponents argued that the bill's changes were an important tool to enable federal immigration enforcement officials to apprehend people like Jose Antonio Ibarra, who was given a life sentence last year for killing Ms. Riley, before they are able to commit violent crimes. Lakin's killer robbed a business before he robbed Lakin of her life, Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican of Iowa, said on the floor. He should have been in prison or deported immediately after he committed his first crime. Republicans were also adamant that they would not entertain making any changes that might soften the impact of the bill. Senate Republicans are not weakening this life-saving legislation. We will not allow that to happen, Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming, the second highest-ranking Republican, said on the floor. We must ensure that what happened to Laken Riley does not happen again. But many Democrats said they were concerned that the bill could push federal authorities to deport people who might not be guilty of the nonviolent crimes of which they had been accused. Some immigration advocates have raised particular concerns about migrants who came to the country illegally but obtained permission to remain, saying those migrants could be deported if they are accused of a crime without having a chance to defend themselves in court. Immigration advocates have also decried the provisions permitting states to bring lawsuits against the federal government as a covert attempt to let conservative governors and state attorneys general dictate federal migrant detention policies. The Laken-Riley Act could hand decisions about the enforcement of many immigration laws to state attorneys general and any one of 677 federal district judges around the country. Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, a senior fellow at the American Immigration Council, wrote on social media, adding, "That raises serious concerns. The bill must clear another 60-vote hurdle next week before a final vote requiring a simple majority to pass and clear Congress." In the House, 4 dozen Democrats voted in favor of the legislation, including 13 first-term members.
Interesting. Let's see. Next story is about Title IX. I think many in the audience will. This will be good news.
Judge rejects Biden's Title IX rules, scrapping protections for trans students. This article is by Zach Montague and read by an automated voice. A federal judge in Kentucky on Thursday struck down President Biden's effort to expand protections for transgender students and make other changes to the rules governing sex discrimination in schools, ruling that the Education Department had overstepped and violated teachers' rights by requiring them to use students' preferred pronouns. The ruling, which extends nationwide, came as a major blow to the Biden administration in its effort to provide new safeguards for LGBTQ and pregnant students, among others, through Title IX of the Civil Rights Act. It arrived just days before those protections were likely to face more scrutiny under a Trump administration that is expected to be hostile to the new rules and could refuse to defend them in court. In a 15-page opinion, Chief Judge Danny C. Reeves of the Eastern District of Kentucky wrote that the Education Department could not lawfully expand the definition of Title IX to prohibit discrimination based on gender identity, as it had proposed last year. The entire point of Title IX is to prevent discrimination based on sex, he wrote. Throwing gender identity into the mix eviscerates the statute and renders it largely meaningless. In April, the administration announced a revised version of Title IX, the 1972 law that prohibits sex discrimination in educational programs receiving federal funding, that applied more explicitly to transgender students. While it stopped short of some major changes, such as requiring schools to accommodate transgender students in single-sex dorms or sports teams, it generally prohibited schools and their staff from rejecting a student's gender identity in most everyday contexts. The changes ran into immediate opposition from Republican states, which filed legal challenges, including one brought by Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, Virginia, and West Virginia, that led to the decision on Thursday. Through that case and others, the rule had been temporarily blocked in 26 states, while state attorneys general and policy groups opposing the changes fought the Education Department over their specifics. On Thursday, Judge Reeves definitively ruled against the Biden administration, listing several reasons. Citing the Supreme Court's sweeping decision in Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo last year, which limited the regulatory power of federal agencies, Judge Reeves wrote that the Biden administration had overstepped when it sought to enforce its new interpretation of Title IX through federal rulemaking. But more significantly, the judge also rejected the revised rule on free speech grounds, writing that it offends the First Amendment by potentially requiring educators to use names and pronouns associated with a student's chosen gender identity. Put simply, the First Amendment does not permit the government to chill speech or compel affirmance of a belief with which the speaker disagrees in this manner, he wrote. Lastly, he firmly rejected the Education Department's position that the protections for gay and transgender workers against workplace discrimination, established in a landmark 2020 Supreme Court case, should also apply in schools. That decision, in Bostock versus Clayton County, Georgia, held that Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits employment discrimination based on race, religion, national origin, and sex, extended the same rights to transgender workers. Judge Reeves, however, found that the Supreme Court's opinion was not applicable to Title IX. The decision on Thursday was roundly criticized by student rights activists, who said that in addition to tossing out the new protections for transgender students, the decision eliminated other provisions in the Biden administration's changes. Those included expanding safeguards for pregnant students and requiring schools to take a harder line in investigating cases of sexual assault. Today's decision displays extraordinary disregard for students who are most vulnerable to discrimination and are in the most need for federal protections under the Title IX rule, Fatima Goss-Graves, the president of the National Women's Law Center, said in a statement. Legal groups focused on civil rights also said the decision broke with years of revisions that had broadened the law's application, until elements of Title IX law were weakened during President Donald J. Trump's first term, when Betsy DeVos led his Education Department. This opinion is an example of revisionist history, in writing, coming out of one of our federal courts, said Maha Ibrahim, a senior attorney at Equal Rights Advocates. She noted that when Judge Reeves wrote that the Biden administration's changes departed from the rule's history, he only refers to the history and trajectory of Title IX since the 2022 DeVos regulations. He's not referring to the 50 years before. A spokesman for the Education Department did not immediately comment on the decision. Conservative lawmakers and legal groups hailed the decision as a major victory. Transgender issues became a lightning rod during the 2024 election, and Mr. Trump has vowed to reverse course on the Biden administration's rules on day one. On Thursday, a variety of conservative groups celebrated the ruling as returning Title IX to what they described as its original purpose, cementing equal access to education for women without consideration of gender identity. The court here made it very clear that, at least in the context of Title IX, sex means male or female, and there's no room for debate in that, said Kim Herman, the executive director of the Southeastern Legal Foundation, a conservative public interest law firm. They were looking to a Supreme Court case on a completely different rule that had completely different language, she said of the Education Department. And they were trying to utilize that to give themselves power to change the definition of sex in the context of Title IX, and the court today called them on it.
Okay, well, that's all the news articles that I found interesting. I'll keep looking. I'm actually kind of interested in what the weather is. I noticed outside it's starting to sleet a little bit. So I'll let you know if it starts snowing. Um, Overnight, actually starting last night and in today, uh, started getting a bunch of kind of farming and outdoor sort of stories coming into my algorithm, and that's definitely right up my alley. So this first article has to do with chicken farming. The title is "Chicken Farming is the 21st Century's Sharecropping," which interesting. I had no idea.
Hey, morning, Stanley. Morning.
What's up, HP?
We came up very cool and
What's
hard,
going on?
Oh, nothing much.
and
Got a bit of a late
that
start.
made me want
Yeah.
to reach
Hope
for the
you got some
stars
good
and reach for the
rest
sky.
last
I
night.
did.
All right.
I figured in
You
the chicken
interested in
business, you ain't
chicken
gonna make no
farming?
bunch of money, but you'll make enough to live.
Wait, what'd you say?
You know, I
Said, are
wanted
you
better for my
interested in
son
chicken farming?
than
That's
I
what
have,
that's the
Oh
and
video
yeah.
that's
I
playing.
wanted to
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
provide for him a good, decent living.
You see, you got the.
I've gone from making.
I'm sorry, what? Still there? Oh yeah, I see 12th Man and Solid Snake. Let's see how long this lasts. Good
Oh,
morning,
come on,
gentlemen.
Stanley. Why you gotta be like that, bro? You ain't miss me, bro. I gave, man. Come on, man. You gotta be like, you can't be
Oh,
like that.
of course I missed you, but I saw you in the chat, so I knew you were alive.
Yeah, I play with DOA, man. that nigga crazy. I
Well,
think
what
that's
can I
a
say?
good.
She's
I'm not
always fun
sure.
to play with.
But does a robot have a sex? I don't know. Never mind.
No, she's actually a real woman. She's
Oh, is
all
she?
woman.
I
Yes.
have no proof of
Hold
that.
on. Now, come on, HB. How you know?
Nah, trust me, I know. She's all woman. She's all woman.
Never mind.
All right. Well, we'll get
So
back
you
to this.
said you thinking about buying a
We'll
chicken
get back
farm.
to this video.
Yeah. Let's get back to the video.
Making 30,000 to on welfare. It started out at 750,000. That was what I had to pay. And I had paid down
Yours
to
too.
Good to hear your voice
70,000.
too, 12th man.
Everything was just doing good, and somehow another cook found out that I was about to get them paid for, and they just come out upgrade.
The American meat industry is highly concentrated in the hands of just 6 companies that control and produce about 2/3 of all American meat production. Half of poultry farmers report having just 1 or 2 contractors to work with in their area because there are often not a lot of other companies for these farmers to work with. Farmers are completely at the mercy of these companies. When a farmer is already struggling to pay off their first huge upfront investment, the contractor forces them to invest in a new upgrade. All of a sudden, they get trapped with even more debt.
We provided the land, the labor. It's basically I agree to do whatever they tell me to do. I mean, the improvements that we were required to make to those buildings to keep raising birds never paid for themselves. It was just this treadmill of debt. My name is Craig Watts, and I am a former contract poultry producer. I'm here in southeastern North Carolina. I have been on this family farm pretty much my whole life. My job was primarily to walk in here and pick up dead chickens and cull chickens out that were deformed. That was, I called myself the barnyard janitor. That's what I was. Purdue at that time, to me, it was just a brand name that I recognized, and I thought they were a good company. You know, they extracted every dime I had. They say you're going to pay the houses off in 10 years. But once you do that, or once you get close to that point, they know that, and they're going to come out here, and there's going to be this new thing that you've got to have, and we're not going to make you do it. But if you don't do it, we're not going to bring any more birds. So that's making it mandatory without using the word mandatory.
Well, it started out with just simple things like
you don't want to do chicken farming.
They went from there to new brooders, new water line, static pressure, the curtains on the inside. I wanted new cool cells and the generator. Everything in my chicken house had been overhauled. Each one of those upgrades was around 150,000 to 250. Once the last money I got, they said, we won't never bother them again, we promise. And the next year, they came out with a list of 23 items on it. And that's what put me out of business. Because the bank said, we're not going to loan any more money. The bank told me to sell the houses. They wanted their money. Didn't care who it came from. All they wanted was their money. Then you sent the deputy out there.
What is it, 12th man?
I was wondering, am I the only one with an echo?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't have an echo
Okay.
stuff, man. Yeah.
Let me see what it is.
And the deputy said, Mr. Sanders, I ain't never had no trouble out of you. Said, what? Why am I here?
How about now?
I says,
Is that better?
I'm being foreclosed on. They're giving me 7 days to get out. This is my old home. I had 3 big houses here and 4 up there. And that was my house right there. And that's the compost and the barn right there that I built the house to. So this is pretty much everything that I did right here. You know, seeing something all falling and propped in like that, because I never would have let that happen. To have to lose like that, after putting all that sweat and blood into this, and it benefits somebody else. You know, it hurts me to look at it. It hurts me to know that somebody else enjoying what I work for, and you know, all of the things that I accomplish, and you know, it just hurts me to my heart.
A lot of consolidation has happened through vertical integration. So where you maybe had a farmer working with local seed companies, maybe buying, baby chicks from a local company. Now you have one company called an integrator, which owns everything across the supply chain.
Purdue owned the birds, Purdue owned the feed, Purdue owned the medication. I had no control over the inputs that came to me to raise. I had no control over the chicks. I had no control over when they stepped on my farm. And once they stepped on my farm, I might as well just handed the keys to them because they were in control. So to call me independent is a joke.
In some of the poorest counties in rural America with few choices for jobs, the chicken industry rolls up, offers a contract, and it seems like a dream come true. When in reality, they become indentured servants.
All of the cost is borne by the farmer. There's upgrades that are being made in an effort to become more efficient, more mechanized.
This entire system is set up in a way where animals are treated like commodities and cogs. They're treated as beings that can put on weight as fast as they can. And this really doesn't treat an animal like an animal.
They're using a fast growth genetics. That means the birds grow so big, so fast, they can barely hold their own weight. That causes them to sit a lot, and they're sitting on that wet ammonia-ridden litter with lots of feces on it, which means they get burns on their feet and get burns all on their chest from sitting.
What was that, 12th man?
To me, that's like the time to pluck it up and eat it. Put it in a KFC stir fry or something.
Ammonia-laden litter and all, right? Do you wash them first?
Of course we do.
I'm just checking. You sound hungry.
Do they watch them first, Stanley?
I have no fucking clue. If I can watch the video, we might find out.
Sitting on that wet litter all the time.
Because you're in here breathing it, and you know what you feel like when you get home. These birds, I'm only in here for a couple of hours a day. The birds are in here 24/7, and they've got just this miserable environment. And then you see the deformities.
In the United States alone, 9 billion with a B chickens are raised and slaughtered every year. And they constitute 90% of all the individual animals that we kill for food.
You either have good animal welfare and not have industrial agriculture, or you don't have industrial agriculture and you have good animal welfare. You can't have both.
My grandfather lived right down the street there, and he farmed cotton and corn, and my dad did the same thing. I remember a lot of times my dad, the white guy, he'd tell him how much to spend and how much he had to spend, and And he better stretches like it's bubble gum and those type things. And for a while, I was kind of ashamed of it. But as what we're going through nowadays, I'm not ashamed of it anymore.
Some people have compared the contract poultry growing system to sharecropping in the sense that a farmer has little control over their business and in some cases don't even fully own it. They have a really restrictive relationship with one major buyer and are trapped in these cycles of debt that they're continuously paying off. It's an extension of the exploitation of black and brown labor that's existed in the food system since the institution of slavery. I don't think there's a stronger type case of systemic racism in the American economy than agriculture. I mean, you just look at who owns wealth in this system and it's segregated. Over 90% of farms are owned by white people. People of color and black farmers in particular have been driven out of agriculture entirely and been actively undermined in keeping their land. And the same thing happens in the poultry industry, the same way that these companies have complete ability to pick winners and losers based on the inputs they give them or the equipment costs they require of them. Companies have been shown to target black farmers, especially in the South, and to drive them out of business.
Wow, that's sad.
Mr. Sanders was pushed out as a black farmer, the last black farmer to be growing chickens for this chicken company in the whole state of Mississippi. The final list of demands that they imposed on him were demands that they were not imposing on the white farmers. Curiously, the bank valued the property at one very high number when Mr. Sanders' son offered to try to buy it and was taking out the loan. And they said, no, we're not going to let your son buy this property. Our allegation in the complaint is that it was sold in foreclosure for a fraction, ultimately, of the amount that it was valued at by the bank to a company that's owned by a relative of employees of the chicken company.
He bought the farm for $110,000. That's what he told me. And he turned around and sold it for $390,000. You know how much I paid for that place, the house and all those chicken houses in our land? $1 million. It hurts. I was planning on dying here and, spend the rest of my life right here and leaving it for my son and all that kind of stuff. And this was home right here. And now we got to try to find a place to call home again.
The first time I met Craig, I was not in any way prepared for the feeling I was going to have by the end of talking to him. And that feeling actually was one of shame. Shame that I had never thought about this farmer as a human being.
You never met me?
I don't think I have.
He's bound down in his back legs. You can't get
Oh,
him
it
out
looks
too
like Sam Fisher.
I used to just think about destroying factory farming, destroying animal agriculture. But I think about the flip side of that coin now,
It
which is
kind
that
of
I'm
looks like
shocked at
him,
something
didn't
better.
it? Didn't it, HP?
Yeah.
We started coming up with this plan of a replicable model that all farmers who wanted to get out could follow, that we would repurpose this facility into something better. And We looked at everything. We looked at blueberries and strawberries and hydroponic lettuce, and we settled on mushrooms.
So this one of these is 1 pound of mushrooms.
Right.
And that 1 pound of mushrooms sells for $6.
$6. That's what they told me, and it can be up to $9.
And how much did you used to get for chickens?
Well, it's $6 a pound versus 5 cents a pound.
Yeah.
Ooh. When we farm, the way we farm, it has to be something that's beneficial to the environment, to the animals, beneficial to the communities, and probably most importantly, beneficial to the consumer. The growing the mushrooms is going to be, somewhat of a product of my planning, and it's if it gets broke, I'm going to be the one that broke it, and so I've got to fix it. I'm not going to be beholden to somebody else, and I'm not making chickens miserable to make $1.
All about that dollar, HB. You heard it.
Yeah. It's all about the dollar at the end.
Dollar.
Stanley, watching that documentary, there are people out there that are predators. They will take advantage of you. And
Right.
it is unfortunate. A lot of things never really change, So, I definitely feel bad for the people that were kind of taken advantage by Purdue, but a lot of times if somebody makes you an offer that's too good to be true, it usually is. And you really gotta read the fine print.
Yes, and
Yeah,
HB ain't lying to you, Stanley. He's telling you the truth.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm sure Stanley knows that, tough man.
You know I'm not a chicken. You know I'm not a chicken farmer, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I always pictured you more for a hog farmer, or maybe a cow farmer, or something like that.
Yeah, well, funny you should mention that.
Wouldn't you, HB? Wouldn't you picture Stanley more like a
animal parts in this video? If this is not your kind of thing, I encourage you to not watch it. If you want to watch and you want to learn something about Appalachian heritage and how to scald a hog and how to work with pigs, then you can watch this video. If you don't want to learn about that, if you don't want to see this stuff, skip the video. Don't watch.
So this'll be right up your alley. You can picture me doing an old-timey hog killing.
Oh.
Watch
You
this.
ever shoot
It's okay.
one, Stanley?
Remain on the vlog because we're going to do lots of farm stuff.
No, but
You never
I mean,
shot a hog?
no, but I've been around hog farms. My grandfather used to have one years ago.
Oh, so this is about a hog farm or a hog hunt? I
No,
have to know ahead of time.
actually, this isn't about a hog hunt.
About a hog
This is just
hunt?
part of farming, and I feel like
Alright.
See the title up at the top of the video, or is it too blurry? If it's blurry for you, I can read it.
Alright, read it, Stanley,
It
please.
says Appalachian Heritage Old-Timey Hog Killing and Scalding. So
Might be pretty good if they, by the time they cook it and everything, might be pretty good.
Might make some bacon.
Yeah.
folks should know this. Hey folks, it's Josh, Stony Ridge Farmer. Today is the day. Today's the day we're going to be processing the hog, okay? We're going to teach you today the old-fashioned way of processing a hog. We're going to teach you how to scald the hog, how to...
Oh, and by the way, because I kind of said it at the beginning, I had a bunch of more or less hunting, fishing, farming sort of videos,
Okay.
kind of centered around, Black people doing it. But
Yeah.
it's one of these things where there are several organizations around that are trying to kind of, attract black folks back into farming in the South.
Yeah.
So
Wait.
this is all kind of
Yeah,
centered around that.
Wait, Stanley, what did you think of that Purdue documentary, the chicken documentary?
Well, it's not the first time, I've been aware of, the abuses that go on.
Yeah.
They called it the new sharecropping, and
Yeah.
I guess there's some similarities.
Yeah. Did you like notice that the guy was named George too? That
You mean
that
like
was
Chicken George?
yeah, yeah.
Actually, no, I didn't, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, the black guy was
I
named George. I was
I
wondering if they
I
did that on
worked in
I'm
purpose.
this
sure he's probably heard the joke before, though.
Yeah.
I worked in this chicken plant with these Mexicans, and I was live hanging these chickens by their feet, right? And then they were coming behind me and squirting me with chicken poop and shit like that. And eventually I knocked one of them on their ass, and then they wanted to file a lawsuit. So I said, fuck it, I'm out of here.
Yeah, you've had an interesting life.
Do you
Yeah.
think
Make bacon?
wait, Stanley, didn't you kind of think it was weird that per pound mushrooms cost more than chickens? Isn't that a little weird?
Well, so do catfish fillets.
Really?
Yeah, the only irony I found is I had chicken for dinner last night, but
Oh,
beyond that, nope, didn't think too hard about it.
how'd you
Yeah,
cook it? How'd you cook
I'm
it?
kind of I'm kind of in learning mode because
Yeah.
it's been a while since I've thought about chicken farming and that whole sort of thing. But
I'm
yeah,
just having chicken salad sandwiches tonight, Stanley. That's
yum.
it.
You think it would have been easier for that farmer if he just stayed like independent?
Probably not. I mean,
Yeah.
factory farming is a thing. So, a lot of times what happens is companies are actually probably more interested in the land. They just
Right.
basically do a land grab, take all these small farms, turn them into a big farm, and then do industrial agriculture. Now, I don't know that much about chicken farming, but you're never going to come out ahead, or rarely come out ahead, in situations like this. Essentially what these companies are doing is leasing your land or kind of renting your land,
Right.
but
Right.
they have requirements like the video said, they don't have to put out money. They kind of tell you, hey, this is what you need to be affiliated with us, and the farmers go out and do bank loans. So,
Damn.
companies get the
Well,
better
not
end of
if
the
you
deal.
don't know money or anything. They can't tell you what to do with your own land. I'd tell them fuck right off.
Wouldn't it be easier for them to just like grow the chickens themselves and sell the eggs and the chickens at like some farmers market or something?
Don't know. That's
Oh,
that's an interesting idea. I look forward to your research.
All right, Stan. All right, let's get to this next
Sausage,
video there.
ham, maybe pork chops. I'm not quite sure. This is the man in charge of all of it. He learned it from my great grandpa. Come on along with us. We're going to have a little bit of fun today. All right? We're going to do a little bit of talking too. We're going to tell you, we'll walk you through this stuff. So don't worry. You're going to learn a whole lot today. You're going to learn along the way right here with us. It'll be a good time. You're not going to see any gruesome grossness and murder. So if that's what you're here for, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about learning the old-fashioned way of processing a hog. The Appalachian way. All right? Woo!
Stony Ridge. Farm, Stony Ridge.
Bacon.
Farm. Woo! All right.
What do you say you got for the temperature? What? 89.9. What you got? Got that. Trust it. So folks, what we're doing here, this is a smokestack right here that you see behind me, and this is a large tub of water. We have some pallets and we have plywood laid out right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the hog and we're going to dispatch the hog, meaning we're going to kill the hog, and we'll roll him over in this warm water. Now the goal here is about 148, 155 degrees. We'll dip the hog over in here and we'll scrape the hair from the pig, okay? So once we do that, we'll take the pig and cut it into sections, and we'll start making the bacon, the sausage, and the hams. It sounds simple, but it's not simple. I'm going to take you along. We're going to learn about this. If you are here to see something pretty, then you're in the wrong place. If you're here to learn something about the Appalachian way, this is the way it's done.
So folks, I think the one's probably around 350 and the other one's probably 450. Gotcha. Pretty good.
Before we get started here, folks, I want to let you know this video is going to show dead animals. Dead animals are what you buy in the grocery store in a package just like this. When you buy a box with hamburger patties in it, it's from an animal that was alive. When you buy a package of pork chops, it's from an animal that's alive. When you buy chicken fingers, it's from an animal that was alive. I'm taking you to a place that you may have never been, a place where animals die. Now, if you eat meat, that means you're eating dead animals. If you don't want to see the hard part, if you don't want to see this, then I encourage you to turn the video off now and continue on with the regular farm vlog videos. But this is about farming, this is about Appalachian lifestyle, and this is real life. So if you want to continue. If you want to cross-examine me and tell me how gross I am and how nasty I am, I'm just going to delete your comments. This is real life. The food you buy in the grocery store, the meat you buy in the grocery store was on the hoof or on foot at some point in its life, and this is the part that you don't see. Let's learn something. So folks, the next step in this process is we have to dispatch the hog. We'll do that with a .22 rifle, and then we'll cut its jugular vein and drain the blood. I'm not going to show you this, but this is what's going on. We have the pigs in the trailer right here. We'll do that, and we'll take it over with the tractor and the bucket over here to the scalding pot. So guys, this is Joe. Joe, tell me why you're doing this.
We're doing this because, you know, people have gotten away from doing it the old way, the way it used to be done years ago. And, you know, it's sad that the generations are getting away from that now. And it's a good experience for young people to get involved in this, to keep, you know, the heritage alive the way it needs to be.
He was just telling me, you know, this is something that my kids may never do, his kids may never do. We used to do this every year here on the farm. When I was growing up here, we killed 1 or 2, 3 hogs, and my parents sold country hams and ham biscuits and stuff like that to make money, to make extra money, because we were poor, and that's the way it was. So this is just passing on that Appalachian heritage.
Yeah, and if anybody can benefit from it, it'd be great.
Yep. So we're sharing this with you because we think you can benefit from it. This is a part of Appalachian heritage that's going to be lost. So we have the tractor over here. We're picking the pig up in the bucket. We're going to bring him over and put him in the scalding water, which is right here.
It looks hot.
So we've already dispatched the hog. We've killed the hog. We're waiting on the water temperature to get up a little bit. I have a little laser sensor right here. We're at 114 degrees right now. We're shooting for that 148 mark, and we want to catch it on the upstroke. And the way that we're doing this is we want to heat the water up to a temperature that opens the pore on the hog and allows the hair to simply fall out. And we use these little scrapers. I'll show you the scrapers here. So once we get the water warm, we'll dip the hog in the hot water and we'll pull him back out, and we'll use these scrapers right here. And basically, you use that scraper and you scrape the hair off. This is the big side, this is the small side. So if you look at it like this, the small side is used for getting around behind the ears and in tight spots, and the big side is used to get the massive body of the hog. And basically, we just remove the hair. So the heat has to be just right for us to lay that hog in there, those pores to open up, and allow those hairs to release. That's what we're doing. Folks, here's a perfect example of why you don't mix your technology and you're farming. Right up there in that tree, about 60 feet up, is a DJI Mavic Pro drone. So we got a $1,000 tree right there. Good times.
All right. Now we're gonna get down to the nitty-gritty. Getting hot. I'm just gonna do it like I always did. Stir it around in there until it gets up there about 148.
I got me a DJI drone in the tree. Is that right, Hillbilly?
Me and Josh will roll
Where's
them in
it
there.
at?
Y'all
I'll
take them
shoot
chains
it.
this way it don't slosh.
Bob them up and down for 3 minutes.
We just keep on bobbing them. You don't want them shoulders and hams laying on the bottom and turning brown on you. They'll cook.
How much of the hair will fall off once we get them in there?
They come off in handfuls.
And then once we get him on the other side, we just get off what's remaining.
Yeah, and give him hell in.
When you
Put
hang
him in there, Josh.
when you hang him in the tree, you gonna stand up here?
Yeah.
We ain't letting flop down. We're gonna ease him there. Hold on, Bob. Let me get the back end on the there. Hold on. You pull it. Yeah. There you go.
I got it under.
I got it. That's good.
Easy. Pull them chains tight. Pull them tight.
Got it.
Got it. Ready?
Don't bob him now. You don't need bob him now. Let him go down in there. There you go. Joe, let your end down.
It is.
Push him with your foot. Push him on over this way. There it is.
Was that other chain? The same chain?
Yeah.
I saw that.
So right now we're bobbing the hog up and down in the water here. The water temperature reached 148 degrees. And what we're waiting on is for the hair to turn loose, okay? So the hair has to turn loose. If you get him too hot, the hair will set in and you'll never get it out. If you don't do it just right, the hair won't turn loose. So that's what we're doing here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, yeah. Up there. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, go back in there with you, okay? The hair coming off his tail.
I ain't tried yet.
Should slip right off.
Yes.
All right. Okay, we're bobbing a little bit more. A little bit more. Now, chicken, you get them feet up and give him a twist. Get up on the thing. All right. Yeah, and comes right out. All right, get it. Get it.
Rolling the whole
Oh, hog go. We got to pull him that way first.
You gotta get the chain, pull them this way. Like,
All right, there we go.
Get him wrapped up. All right, check his flank. Right there in that flank. Right there.
Oh, yeah, it's peeling off.
Coming off?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, stick your hand down in there. Yeah, you ain't gonna scald you. We scald the hog, man. Get in the middle of it. Come on out with it. Work together. Work together. Come on out with it. Yeah. Come on with it. There you go. Start scraping, boys. Y'all's your hog. Woo! Every hog, you don't need a chain no more. You don't pull the chain for us, you can't. Hey, there you go. Get on him, go. Yeah.
Back in the truck.
Get him, Cletus. You saved that hog.
so the hair comes out in sheets like that, okay?
All right, I'm gonna throw a bucket of water on him here in just a second. Y'all ready?
HG, I'm not eating that shit, bro.
Come on. Watch your step.
Too much for you, tough man.
Okay. Maybe we'll roll him over on the other side.
Hold on, let me get up on the twins' legs here.
Yeah, this sort of shit often turns the appetite of sissies.
Red hog turning white.
Are you calling tough man a
I
sissy,
need some more water.
Stanley?
Oh, I'm just talking in generalities.
Oh, well, Stanley, I'm not used to eating cockroaches like you, bro. Sorry.
Pull his ear through you.
if you're a cockroach eater, that's fine.
12th man, you know what? Since you have chosen to disturb my show, let me just break it down for you. Cocksuckers like you talk a good game.
Cocksuckers.
You heard what I fucking called you. You talk a good fucking game, but
yeah.
when it
I
really,
bet you wouldn't call me
dude,
that to
you
my
know what?
face.
I would call you that to your face and then push
I'd
your
punch you
stumbling
in
drunk
your
ass
shit,
over,
dude.
dude.
I
Talking
would
shit.
knock your
Talking
ass
shit.
out
You would do
said
nothing
that
of the
to my
sort.
face,
What you would
dude.
do, what
I
you would
would
do
knock your
is say,
ass out, dude.
what you would do is say,
I would
sorry,
knock
sir.
you down
You would
so
say,
fast, dude.
sorry, sir.
You'd be good.
It's
You'd be
time to
good.
be. I will be
I
quiet
didn't know
now.
that white boy. I didn't know that white boy could jump so high.
Motherfucker,
That's
you know
what
what?
you would
Like
be
I said,
saying.
you are a stolen valor white boy, and
Oh,
all you would do
whose
is
valor
would
did I
tip you
steal?
like a
Certainly
big.
wasn't yours.
I
I
would tip
didn't
you.
steal your valor.
I would tip you like the sow you are. Now let's
You
get back
wouldn't
to
do
the.
shit.
Let's go
I
back and
look
watch.
you in the
Let's go
eye
back.
and stare
Let's
you
go
down
back.
so hard.
Let's go
Yeah,
back
yeah, 12th
and
man.
You
watch.
don't want none of this.
12th man. Let's get
You
back to the
don't
video.
want none of this.
No,
12th,
I don't
12th,
want any of it.
I'm
That
done.
part is true.
let's get back to the video, 12th man. Let's go. Let's watch back. Yeah, I want to see more of this
You
hog.
you ready to see real
Prepping.
men work?
Yeah, I want to see more of this
12th
hog
man.
prepping.
12th man.
Uh,
You're
Say,
ready to see. You're ready
let
to
me know
see.
when you
You're
on
ready
your
to
own
see.
land.
come on,
You
Stanley.
see,
Come on.
motherfucker, you don't do shit with your land except watch
Yeah, I
mooses.
do.
You
Yeah, I
don't
watch
do
it.
shit. All you do
Uh,
is sit in there
It's
and
mine.
drink and
It's
you
mine.
watch.
It's
You sit
mine. I can do what I want to with it.
and you
Can
do
I?
what you want to with it, which is sit in your shack and drink wine.
come on,
Oh,
Stanley.
thank you very
Now, when you
much.
come up amongst actual people who are interested in a video, maybe you'll shut the fuck up and let us watch it.
Come on, Stanley. Come on.
Yeah.
Right there, shoulder. You pull.
Fuck you very much, Stanley.
You can leave anytime you want.
Come on, gentlemen. Let's be.
No, fuck that. Fucking leave anytime you want.
Come on out there now. Get them all.
I thought we were friends, Stanley.
No,
What the fuck?
friends don't be assholes on other friends' shows.
Well, it's okay for you to be an asshole, but
Pretty
not
much,
me.
yes, those are the rules. It is okay for me to be an asshole and not you.
Hit that like button, everybody. Hit that like button. Let's bring it on.
Don't, Solid Snake. Solid Snake, don't make it worse, all right? Stop.
I thought we were pals, Stanley. What the fuck?
12th man, let it go, man. Let it go. Let it go.
You know, it hides, that layer hides underneath the skin. Yeah. Called the skirt.
Is that ear clean enough, or does it need to be?
Yeah, clean. You can put your mouth on it, it's clean enough.
Oh.
Otherwise, keep it clean.
Stanley,
That
hold
has
on.
been the most torturous, most humane, visual way to kill a pig.
So now you can see that the
'Cause I
hog.
promise you, it didn't never look that good when I was, nah.
He said if it's clean enough to put your mouth on it. What part of the pig was he talking about?
Yeah, but
Well, I don't know. He was probably talking to 12th man.
12th man, is
12th man likes to put his mouth on a bunch of things.
Well, why are you watching white people, Stanley? First of all.
Well, let me. Do you really want to go there? Do you really want to go there? Because hey, I can go there and I can send you back. I'm watching actual white men do something that's heritage versus listening to you sitting in a shack at all kinds of the morning watching actual white men
isn't that
doing
much
shit.
bigger than mine, Stanley.
All I have to say is
Your
sometimes,
shack isn't that much bigger than mine.
sometimes you
Isn't
should shut your
Stanley?
sometimes you should shut your wine hole.
Sometimes you should shut your butthole.
Almost looks totally white, okay? So we scraped all the hair off, basically all the mud, all the hair, and a layer of skin, the top layer of skin. Now we'll hang him up with the tractor, and we'll move on to the next hog.
Tell me what you're doing now. We're fixing to gavel him, and we're going to hang him up on a single tree, and then we're going to wash him down with hot water. We're going to scrape him again. All right. Once we scrape him again, we're going to wash him
Watch
down
that
with hot
white
water
boy
again, and we're gonna throw
carefully,
cold water on
Stanley.
him and finish the scraping, and it'll be time
You're
to
gonna teach you something.
Wait. Hold on a second.
You know
hold on a
what?
second. What is
All I have to
gaveling?
say is I probably know more about this than you do.
Stanley, what's gaveling? What's gaveling mean? He said he has to gavel him first. What does that mean?
You know what? I don't know. You want me to rewind it?
No. I think they're gonna show it. I just never heard that. The only time I heard that term was in court. Like, you
Yeah,
know,
go back about 5 minutes.
they bang the gavel. So they're gonna show it. They're probably gonna show it though. So I
Let's
was just
hope.
wondering if you know. Yeah. Let's see.
Nope. It's been what, 40 years since I've been to something like this?
Okay.
take out the intro. We're gaveling him and taking the leaders out that we're going to stick into the gavel that will support the weight of the whole hog. Am I doing it right, Joe?
Yeah, oh yeah, you know what you're doing.
That's the way you do it?
The way I do it, I cut on both sides, just like you got it. Just make sure we get that big one out.
So folks, if you find this process interesting and you're looking for a set of these, I had the hardest time trying to find these scrapers. I found the only place in the United States that still has the molds to make these. So if you shoot me an email, it's stonyridgefarmer@gmail.com. I'll send you an invoice if you'd like to get yourself a set of these. When you email me, just email me a subject, hog scraper, okay? Thanks. So Zach, did you ever think, married my sister, you would be scraping a hog hanging out from a tractor?
Nope, not at all.
One more hot water and clean him down good and then throw cold on him, rinse him off.
My dad's giving me total crap about the drone that's still up in the tree.
Stanley,
He's like,
Stanley.
butter on the camera. You know, I guess that's...
He said, when you married my sister, did you ever think that you were gonna be doing this type of work? Do you think he married his sister first and then that guy married him afterwards?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying, guys? They didn't even gut this
I'm
pig.
sure if you go into the video, I'll put the link in the back for you. You can write him and find out.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him if he's married his sister first, and yeah, all right.
Okay, guys,
For
I just
saying
want
you
to
know
know.
what, you learned everything on your own.
Yeah, it's probably...
Okay,
You were
guys.
about to say something. Say something, Solid Snake.
Yeah, I just want to say I got a concern, a health concern. Notice when we was talking about chitlins the other day, everybody want to talk about how bad chitlins stink. Well, just think about it. That damn hog has not been gutted, has not been deboned, or none of that, right? They just steamed and killed that hog alive and boiled him in his own intestines. So every meat inside that motherfucker is probably exploded due to gastrointestinal juices flowing all through the hog's body.
Anything else?
So
Anything
what?
else?
It's bad when I do it and cook chitlins, but it's good when the white man do it and just cook the damn whole hog with it and marinate all the damn meat with it.
Motherfucker, it's just a video.
I know.
I don't want to get. I don't want to get into the mechanics of it. Apparently, you kill.
No, man.
Apparently, you kill hogs differently. I look forward to the video.
Yeah.
Man, them days over with. All them people in my family don't die. I couldn't probably gather 5 men in my family to slice a hog down. I couldn't, and I swear I'd probably be the only one left. And
All right,
shit.
Snake. Let's get back to the video. Let's get back to the video. All right.
YouTube channel, you break stuff. That's just all about it. Bring you guys along with me. So what you guys guys don't know is that Zach used to be a Rio in an F-18 Hornet. He used to be a Navy Rio, actually a Marine Corps, I believe, Rio, flying F-18 Hornets. Cool. Now he's shaving a pig's head. So we gotten all the hairs off that we could possibly pull out, and now he has a torch, and we take that torch and we'll be burning off the rest of the hairs. There's probably out of, I don't know, 40 million hairs, there's probably 150 hairs left. I'll get you a little close up here. This is the part where we remove the internal organs. I'm not going to show you. Basically, we'll slit right down the middle, pull out the internal organs, and we'll utilize whatever organs we're going to use, like the chitlins and the liver and the heart and a few other things. Some of these things we don't eat ourselves, and we'll be giving away to some neighbors.
It's gotten this string around its intestines right here, just so it don't drain back inside once we pull the guts out.
What? So the next step in this process is we'll take the hog back down to the house here. We're going to hang him in a nice shady spot. It's going to be nice and cool tonight, down in the 20s. And tomorrow morning, that's when we'll start working with cutting it up into quarters, sectioning it up, making the bacon, making the sausage, making the hams. So we'll show you how we do the country hams, how we cure them with salt, and hopefully not get ran over with the tractor. My dad's a character. So this is a point in the video where I say bye. Guys, please click that like button.
Where do I buy one?
To this series, okay? The next part of the series will be tomorrow. When we go in the house, we'll be on the butcher block. We'll be in the salt box. We'll teach you how we make the hams and the bacon, how we salt them down, how we preserve them the old-fashioned way, what we do, just how it all works. This is part 1 of the part 2 series. Click the like button, click the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed, please. And click that little bell down there. If you guys are interested in buying some of those hog scrapers, shoot me an email at StoneyRidgeFarmer@gmail.com. That's StoneyRidgeFarmer@gmail.com. I'll send you an invoice through PayPal, and you can get a set of those hog scrapers for yourself. At this point,
send me an email right away, buddy.
To make chitlins and the liver and the kidneys and all that stuff. So thanks a lot, guys. Come on back and see me here on the Stony Ridge Farm. Well, we're off farm now. We're on the Daddy Ridge Farm. Come on back and see me. Tomorrow's video will be all about how we make bacon and make hams. Cool. Thanks. Woo!
I'm thinking about getting one of those hog scrapers for when I take a shower.
Oh, come on, man. That was cold-blooded. Hey, y'all, but think about it, though. I'm just asking some serious questions here. Now, how hygienic can that meat be? If
Folks, before I start this video,
come on, Stanley. Why you got to be a bad host? Am I too
Solid
loud?
Snake. Yeah, you are. Just let it go, Solid Snake. People
I'll
been
probably the second one. If Virgo's around tonight, you know the cutting butchering the hog, and then the cooking part we'll do if we do any sort of cooking show.
Hey, Stanley, I sent you one in the back. Nice young black lady just chilling in the woods there.
Yeah, see, actually, this is going to be a good segue into the next video. Thanks.
Oh, wow.
You're welcome, Stanley.
Wow, yeah, thank you, tough man. Wow. Wow.
I don't know if I want to do that no more.
Oh, she looks nice.
She just came up on my feed.
Day 1. Today is September 10th. Day 1 of me working out. Today is in the house. Tomorrow will be in the gym. And when I get to work, I'll show you guys my weight, my beginning weight. Oh. It's my beginning size.
She wants to show it, don't she, HB?
Yeah.
She's afraid to a little bit. She's trying to.
It's a nice segue from the hog preparation.
It's Corey here, and today we're going on a nature walk.
Yeah, let's go for a walk with this baby doll. Fuck all them hog farmers.
Oh, I like the hog farming.
Alright, I guess. I don't even like that. Maybe back in the day I did,
Y'all,
but
let me
not
tell y'all. So, at what point does it stop hurting to work out? Now, I haven't been working out that many days, but today I tried to put my shoe on and my stomach, like my stomach just got so tight. I must not have used those muscles for a long time, and all I was doing was just putting my shoe on, and it hurt like that. It's crazy. So can y'all
It's tight.
please
She
tell
said
me,
it's real
like, what am I
tight.
supposed to do to make my muscles not hurt like this after I work out, or what? Like, it's just crazy. I had a acai bowl earlier. I used to get them like every day. And it's been a while because I live kind of far from the place that I normally get it from. So I had to like succumb and go to this different place. And it was pretty good. It wasn't the same, but it was pretty good. So I'll take it, you know? I'm going to show you guys a picture. It was beautiful. I don't like bananas. So the one without bananas, hey, y'all. I'm about to eat the trail right now. I just want to tell you guys something, like, young ladies and young men,
why
don't
don't
go
you
anywhere
like
without,
bananas?
some protection. So
You'd
until
probably
the sun
pop the
comes,
balloon
walk
on
around
me
like
for
this.
asking her
Cause you just never
that.
know. You know, have a key or something in case someone tries to snatch you. Like this. Okay. Now let's start this trail, okay?
I wonder if she's in Oregon.
Like she's still going somewhere, HB. Dang.
I think she's walking to Stanley's house.
Yeah, she might be on the way to Stanley's house. Oh, she's on a railroad track now. What's up now?
Something, okay? I always start this trail because I want to be like more adventurous, but then I'll be like, hell no, I don't want to do this because this shit is dangerous, okay? And then I start to think common sense wise. So I'd be like, girl, you are not a white woman. You are not going to finish this trail. So you're right. I'm going to turn right back around, okay? I never finish the trail because I always get scared when it gets like too
Why
into
do
the
you get
woods.
scared, girl?
A little
Damn.
portion of it, so I can't complain. So I'll be like, you know, now I love nature, but I don't know like everything about nature. We are in the woods. Like, what if a bear comes out or something? What if a bear comes out, like, or freaking
Or a
anything,
wild
like, bruh,
Stanley pops
the
out.
freaking leaves are falling and I'm scared. So like, it's time
Yeah, well,
to get the hell
she
out of
should
here.
should have stayed her ass in the city.
Yeah, right.
Do this every day, like,
Wild 12th
my
man
breath.
pops out.
Oh my gosh.
I'd hang out with her any day, HB. No doubt.
I don't know if I want to do that no more. I'm hot. I'm tired,
Come
y'all.
on, let's do it
I don't know.
again.
She's pretty hot right now.
I look like a glazed donut. I look like a glazed donut now. I am burning up. So now
I'm sure
I did
Stanley
my
would glaze her
workout.
donut.
Well, I'm like easing into it, but I did a
That
workout. I'll probably
she's
do some
on
more later when I
mine.
get home.
Stanley getting
Now
a
I'm gonna go get my
hamburger.
baby.
He's
We're gonna
already
go
No,
to the
mine
I don't know.
dentist. And
I don't know where you guys got the idea that running commentary was what I was looking for.
Oh, I'm sorry, Stanley. I'm sorry.
My bad, Stanley.
My bad. My bad.
I'm probably gonna get us something to eat. So come on, y'all, come with me. Why should I catch my breath? All right, y'all. So I just got my food. I got a salad. Look, before I show y'all, okay? Don't be jealous. I got salmon Caesar salad. Almost fell, Brian. Almost fell. Why?
Pizza.
Put a little bib on you so I don't mess up your shirt. Is that a dinosaur? Oh, he's cool. He's cool. I like him. And I like the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He's my favorite. You know why? Because he's got short little arms. And I like that he's got short little arms. Tyrannosaurus Rex. He's cool. We'll go up like a spaceship. 3, 2, 1, blast off. It's the moon. All right. So we're home now. I want to take a nap before I go to work tonight. As always, be safe. God bless and peace. Say peace. You're fake.
Pizza. He's pretty nice, though.
I don't know what was the country that she was described, or the woods.
Yeah, I don't know where that was. It looked like maybe somewhere down south, I guess.
She
Well, no, I'm
sounded
just
pretty
saying.
American.
I'm just saying. I don't even see the purpose of that video. She took like a 5-minute walk on a trail and then
Yeah.
didn't even finish it.
And then went
She
to the
was
dentist.
I,
I was like,
I,
what was the point of that?
before I dated my wife, there was a woman from Miami that she reminds me of, who was kind of like that. It's like, every time she set foot on the front porch and saw a tree, she would practically go into a panic.
Yeah. Not everybody is meant for the outdoors like that. You just walk on a trail and the first thing you're thinking about is bear attacks. You should probably just go back home.
Yeah, go for a drive instead.
Yeah, seriously. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
or you're trespassing.
Or
Well, this is
on
about
a track.
doing with chickens what they did with hogs,
Okay.
which
Oh, so this
I
is
have definitely seen done. I killed, my I've told the chicken killing story.
know y'all miss me, and the title of this video is Chicken Catch, Clean, and Cook. We got somebody here that I absolutely love. One of my favorite family friends. Anybody pass away, he did the same. He there with his condolences. He always got a kind word. Mr. Countryman himself, Pastor Donald Shavers. God, today, this man is going to talk me through the process, catching the chicken, cleaning the chicken, and then
Number one is gonna cook that shit.
y'all know Auntie Yvette. Two of my favorite people here today. One gonna catch the chicken, one gonna clean the chicken. Baby, it's gonna be a time.
I probably ain't clean it better.
You got to help Auntie. You too cute.
You don't go right. I ain't gonna be able to do that one.
So let's get to the video. Let's make it happen.
One of the things I wanted to point out, if you're interested in this sort of stuff, there are several shows that are more or less, basically black farmers, black hunters, black fishermen,
Yeah.
and fisherwomen. A lot of
Yeah,
stuff like
there's a
this.
lot.
A lot of stuff
There's
like
a,
this out on the out on YouTube.
I know
Not that it has to be uh, color
I know
color
some that
coordinated
live
or anything like that. But
I know
the
some
larger
that
point,
live
Wait,
this
hold on one
Stanley.
second, 12 man. 12
the
man, hold on
larger
one second.
point, the larger point. About a month or two ago, I was I don't know listening to a podcast or something like that. There are a lot of black hiking and outdoors associations, especially on the East Coast. You know, basically just kind of along my black excellence. You know, black people don't all go to Walmart and shoplift. That's what I've been trying to offer as a counterpoint to the body cam videos and some of the more uh, dysfunctional aspects of black life in America.
Right.
Basically, it's a counter to B. Bray's fucked up narrative.
Well, yeah, they'll probably never.
Black people do more than shoot each other in the inner city.
Well, I
Oh
appreciate
yeah.
that, Stanley. They'll never acknowledge it, but I do appreciate you showing this other side. 12 man, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say that I know a lot of black folks over where by Stanley lives, and they butcher all their own meat and grow all their own veggies and everything.
And have been doing it for hundreds of years. That
Yeah,
part never gets emphasized, at least in
they're
my
actually
experience.
YouTube friends of mine too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get an interview.
I'll go look them up.
That's a mighty thick woman right there, Stanley.
Well, apparently she eats all her chicken.
What kind of wine is this?
Try to eat over there. Tell them it's funny.
This hot wine.
Yeah. Will you lift them old legs up? Come on, play with her. Let her play with you.
What they eating? Corn.
Ground feed, ground corn. You ground up like cornmeal.
I thought hogs supposed to be stank.
Huh?
I thought they supposed to be stank.
It is when they be in a confined place.
Oh,
When
okay.
they open like this.
No, I see, that's how I need my hogs.
See your granddaddy them had them in a little muddy pen. That's why they was stinking.
They were funky.
But you put them out here on the fast.
Look how big that hot. That's a big old side. Now that's a big side.
Baby, one day stink.
She's pregnant.
Huh? Yeah, she's pregnant. Baby, next week.
Where the mud hole at?
Huh?
Where the mud hole? It's mud.
Right there. See you right there?
You got a lot of pigs out here. Everybody, where the man pig?
Back that bad shit.
I know, sit out here mess with all these women, your nasty self.
Huh?
One man got all these children and women.
What a man.
Back there, he the one got everybody pregnant. He's all his children.
Oh, so you only have one male.
That's all you need.
One that's working. Found me one great. That's like this part of.
I said, this is back. What's this little chicken? You gotta get a big one. All these are like they on malnourished. I told him, I said, what's wrong with these chickens looking like they got the mange? Get that one. That's pretty.
Oh, so they easy to catch. Oh my God, I got to do the ringing.
You got to ring it.
Oh my God. What?
And I'm gonna get out the way because it's so hot.
Oh my God. You better put boo boo.
Well, she should use an axe.
Child, we used to rake necks. Me and my brothers out there playing juke, they were raking them chicken neck. That hot chicken flew on my neck. I don't know what that was.
One of y'all got to show how to do it.
Okay.
Kill the chicken.
Y'all gonna help me? Y'all know how to catch them?
And I like that I like that they have the kids out there doing it.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
grandmother used to do the same thing with her grandkids, my cousins. So this is how this stuff does get passed on. Again, these kids aren't out doing drugs or shooting up the neighborhood. They're actually doing something productive with their
Right.
family.
Right.
Oops.
No.
Baby, I did that. I thought I was gonna be running miles and miles, baby. What I do with it? Help me.
Better not. Mine feel like I'm supposed to.
I love the girls out here. Say hey, what's your name? You got Edith, Megan. What's your name? George. And George.
How did you think of this? Yeah. You just outdoors one day?
It's me. And I was trying like after Jessica passed away, I just started going outside and trying new stuff and doing stuff. I had to do something.
It threw you into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I do. For stress relief, mind relief,
Therapy.
long day. This is what I do. They start right here.
Oh.
I pick them up in the post office in these boxes, and we dump them
Bring
out.
them home.
Bring them home.
One interesting thing about the post office, they are the only postal service in the United States that'll deliver live chicks like this. Can't get them through Amazon or FedEx or anything like that. Just the U.S. mail.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yep, it's an odd fact. That's why, a lot of people kind of get concerned when, the postal service, they talk about privatizing the postal service or giving it to Amazon or
Right.
something. Because, these chickens, they'll deliver chickens out into the middle of nowhere. Pretty much
Right.
anywhere they deliver out in the middle of nowhere. Places that actually Amazon and FedEx don't deliver.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting me a few more
I pick
chickens,
those up.
Stanley.
Yeah. Now, I don't know about other
Because,
types of fowl, but chickens.
I mean, I was at Walmart today, Stanley, and eggs were $8 a dozen. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Thank goodness I had 2 dozen at home, but man, I think I am gonna start raising my own chickens again.
What would you do in the wintertime? Build a house for them in like an inside shelter or something? I mean, would
Well,
they even survive even in a shelter? Would they survive a winter?
oh yeah, in that you've seen my fifth wheel, right, Stanley? Like, yeah,
Yeah.
they'll live in there, no problem. Yeah.
Houston Rodeo. Do you go? Is it I forget what it is, HSR. Do they still have the Houston Rodeo? Every year the trail riders get together and cook a hog. Yeah.
What?
I we used to do well, I used to actually do ticketing and stuff like that for the Houston Stock Show and Rodeo. That's what it's HSR.
Mm.
So yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with that, Chris.
You ever heard of
Thursday?
Heard of what?
let's see, Cheyenne, that big Cheyenne rodeo they have up there
No,
every year.
the only two that I'm really familiar with are the Calgary Stampede. Actually, Calgary, I think it's Calgary or is it Alberta? There's a big to do out in Canada that I know of. Know about the Houston. Now, I'm not like I'm not that much into rodeos and stuff, but I've been to a rodeo. They in the South occasionally you'll run into a traveling rodeo, but
Yeah, it's a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
fun.
If one, I might have to check to see. I'm sure they
Then
come to Atlanta somewhere around here.
Stanley, if you ever get a chance to go to that one in Cheyenne, Wyoming, man, that's a real fun event, man.
Yeah.
You'll never regret it, man.
They fresh, y'all. That's so
Yeah.
cute.
And in
And y'all move them out here. Just
in 3 or 4 weeks, I put them
Like
outside. I get my feed meals from Piper Speed. They've been my friends for 25 years.
sponsor him. He shouldn't have to pay for another bag. Thank you. All right. Light in there.
Yeah. You do your little lighting, keep them warm at night.
Mhm.
And if it's in the wintertime, we do the same thing. Just put lights around in there and keep them warm.
Look at all them chickens they got in there.
Okay. Oh, let me leave that open.
It's pretty
And we got
nice,
egg layers.
bro.
They back. Man.
I hope he has a dog or two.
The black one. These are not laying yet. These are.
There's something to keep the bears away.
Because I'm going to hatch the eggs, so I don't have to buy them cheap.
No, honey, here go a goat.
He said he got 2 goats.
Is that the? Yeah. She's pregnant too.
Ooh, just can't walk.
Baby girl about to do it.
How many she normally have? Just one?
Looks like the milk cow.
Come on.
Better say
When do I get to milk the cow?
He right there. He on sick and shut in. Yep. Oh, I got a plucking machine. You ain't got to pluck. You want to pluck with your hand or you want to do the machine?
you gonna have to cook the feathers off.
Which one you want?
Dip it in that water and start it.
The machine easy. You just throw them in the.
When you dip it in
What's
the
up
water.
in the video?
Practice plucking. 1, 2, 3. What? 1, 2, 3.
Come on, George.
George said they have eaten
Come on, George. 20 years.
What?
Yeah. Most of the people that deal with me with food, they're like ethnic people. Like Africa, Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they like real food.
They like fresh food.
Yeah, and they like to do their own.
Oh, they come guy live.
They want to do it live.
Oh, okay.
They'll even come here and kill them sometimes. Like the pigs, they'll kill them and clean them right here, put them in coolers, and go home and have a fiesta or whatever they have.
Oh, so my next song can just come right out here and get my house?
Yeah.
Okay. So we gonna,
I told you, cousin, that's what I was gonna raise you one.
okay. Where you at? Which one gonna be mine?
One of them little spotted was it?
We gonna call it PG? Oh Lord, we gonna raise it and slaughter it.
You got to pick out
I didn't
one
even
you
think
want, so I
about
won't
that,
tell-
Stanley.
Child, I thought
That
it
would
was
probably
gonna
be
be
a
hard
really
to
good
catch that
market
shit.
for these people. The migrants will be a really good market to sell directly.
Well, they do a lot of what these people are doing.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of times when I lived up on the mountain, yeah, we had several Mexican families around who were renting houses and stuff like that. They grow their own chickens and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure, if and I'm sure this looks like Carolina. I'm betting this is North Carolina, looking at the trees. Yeah, farmers markets and stuff like that. Even Atlanta has a farmers market. So,
Yeah.
these eggs and vegetables and stuff, black farmers, uh, there are farmers markets that I don't know that any cater to black farming, but you know, any 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 sort of farmers market in the South is pretty much, you'll see a mixture of black and white farmers, small farmers. And I can tell you right now, every spring, we didn't do it so much last spring. My sister and I, we'll hit farmers markets around here because the vegetables are just way better than anything you can get in the
Yeah.
grocery store.
Like taste or price?
Both.
Oh wow.
The prices are going to be competitive at a minimum, and even if they were a little bit more expensive, I'd rather get it from a small farmer than a big chain grocery store.
Right. Right.
and the taste is excellent. I mean, it like I said, because a lot of times, especially with things like tomatoes, they'll pick them early and then spray them or spray them to turn them red early.
Hmm.
Most times when you get them, from a small farmer, they're picking them, when they're vine ripe, or maybe just before they turn vine ripe. So the care, I mean, it's industrial farming, versus small farmers doing it, the way it should be done. And anyway,
It was not hard for me to catch that shit.
I mean, the other thing people don't think about, just to do a brief interruption, butcher shops. If you ever find, like a local butcher shop, none of that stuff's organic or anything like that. The chickens will be smaller, for instance, but they will taste way better than anything you'll get at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Yeah, HP, you gotta start raising your own chickens, bro.
How you doing?
Thinking about it.
This is Charity, y'all, and Charity is gonna teach me how to clean this chicken. It's just a hobby, but that's your hobby can be $1 million.
I was watching. I was like,
Don't tell them, don't.
yeah, Jessica, little sister.
That's me. It was fun.
I saw y'all having fun doing the crabs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we about ready to finish? Yeah. It ain't too hot.
I'm the butcher. I ain't the killer. I leave killing the niche in there. I'm
Okay.
the butcher.
We'll catch you and I'll show you how to do it. All right. Kill it. Just hold it. Give me your knife. That's a good shot.
Good night, chicken.
So what you're gonna do is you wanna kill it. Take the knife. I'm gonna hold it. I just want to cut right down in there till the blood comes out.
Oh,
You got to hold it.
All the way? All the way off.
No. You cut
gotta hold
through it and
the
let it bleed
head,
out first.
girl.
There you go.
That's good.
Yeah.
I ain't gotta cut it all the way
I'm gonna
off.
hold it and just so it don't break his
She
wrist.
half-assed it. You're supposed to cut his head all the way off. Yeah. Want me to tell you how to crucify a chicken, HP and Stanley?
I've done it. I've done it before, 12 man.
Well, can I
First
tell
time,
you my
first
way?
time, first time I did it, I was probably 6.
Can I tell you my way of doing it?
Oh, sure, if you insist.
I turn it in one of those road cones. You just stick it in one of those so the wings can't flap around. You cut its head off the end of that orange cone, and then you pull it out and finish dressing it out. Real easy. That's the way I do it.
Well, I can guarantee you, there's somebody on YouTube that'll show you how. I don't know the way they
I
want to
already
bleed the
know how.
chickens. That might be, I know, kosher, chickens kosher
What?
bleeding them out. I don't really
Well,
know the
you know
process.
why a lot of these chickens coming from farms all beat up, and they got beat up meat, all that. And it's because the
What?
chicken was flapping its wings when he cut its head off.
Right.
Wait, Stanley, are you saying that the reason they're bleeding them out like that is for kosher reasons?
I don't know. I usually, they'll wring necks or, just chop them
Just
clean.
cut their.
The way they're bleeding them like that is kind of odd. I've never seen anyone do it. So I'm curious to know
It's real
why.
easy to do.
I'm curious to know why they want to do it. I'm not.
Yeah.
I have no clue. There may be a reason they're doing it this way.
Yeah, maybe they're
Well,
Jewish.
the reason you stuff your chicken in a cone before you cut its head off, you pull the neck out the end of the cone and you just cut its head off and bleed it out, and so the wings don't flap to death and beat your meat to death, right, Stanley?
Gotcha.
Good,
Yes.
because you don't want you. Yeah, you don't want your chicken to beat its meat to death.
12 man,
Yeah. Oh,
how
okay. Yeah,
12
maybe
man,
if you
how
say it, you're
12 man,
concerned
That
about meat.
HB.
You're real concerned about meat being beat. I get you.
how
Yeah,
often
you don't want the chicken flapping its wing all around when you
12
cut its head off. What the fuck?
12 man, how often do you beat your meat?
At least once a week.
All right, we could get back to the video, Stanley. I'm sorry.
Oh, actually,
Well, at least I'm honest. Jesus.
It's more than one way to skin a cat,
You ain't supposed
and
to
more
let
than two ways
the
to kill a chicken.
chicken
Oh,
flop
this is so
around all
controversial.
over the place.
Now you gonna
These people don't know how to feed
Woo!
chicken.
Woo! It's hot. What's gonna happen if it's too hot? It's
it'll make the skin break
yellow.
and you won't be able to pull the feathers out.
Yeah. Y'all, after we get the feathers off this chicken, Charity is gonna show me how to butcher this chicken down, and then Auntie Even is gonna come and she's gonna prepare the meal for the people. Stick around. Stick around.
We gonna
Fuck
see what I'm
around,
doing.
find out.
Dump. Make sure you get him all the way down in there. And see if the feathers are coming.
There you go, HB.
Oh, okay.
My grandmother used to have a big, she used to build a fire. She had this huge black cauldron, um, cast iron cauldron that she used to use to scald.
Oh my god.
Check the side, fellas. All right.
In a 5-gallon
Let's cool
bucket
off a little bit.
just for you, HB.
Your Aunt Evan want the feet.
Man, what?
So what you do, you just turn him over like this, grab him by the head. I'm doing.
What else gonna do? Clean them out?
It's gonna make that skin come loose. It's gonna make you see.
My feathers come off.
They're easy to clean. Yeah, easy to clean.
You pick them off like that,
So all right,
Stanley?
we're gonna get this chicken plucked down,
It's been a
and we'll
while.
be right back.
Still alive?
No, it's like an automatic feather cleaner
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
rather than doing it by hand.
Yeah, quick.
I always wanted one of those. They're only like $400 on eBay.
Can I come out here and start buying my chicken?
Yeah.
Get one delivered.
It just made me feel like the store ain't right. Look at this chicken wing. The wings in the store be like, ginormous. Cut my feet off first.
Yeah, probably kind of a corny point, but HB, this is my point. Does this girl twerk or cuss? I'm sure Dan's joking there, but the bottom line is we get a shitload of this, on YouTube, and I'm sure he's asking a question that somebody like a Be Brave would ask. No, why should she? She's fucking cleaning a chicken.
Well, when it comes to black people, they're always gonna look for the negative, they're gonna.
Well,
Uh,
no, I don't think that's limited to Be Brave isn't black, though uh, he's very careful to make sure we all know he's not black.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Hopefully he's listening. Maybe he can do a show about black people cleaning chickens.
I think this is really. I honestly think this is really cool, though.
I'm cleaning
Yeah,
chicken for you, Stanley.
and again, I'm from South Georgia, and my
It's
father,
a good looking
my
chicken. What are you
father's
talking
family,
about?
my father's family is from farther south, and my mother's family is from the Sea Islands of South Carolina.
hmm
And this is not like people do this,
Yeah.
and
Well, people are afraid of
this sort of stuff, at least in this space, in black conservative spaces, this
Stanley.
doesn't. God
Stanley,
damn it!
people.
Can I fucking finish what I'm saying, 12th man?
Yes,
And
sir.
then wait your turn. This doesn't get highlighted enough, in my opinion, in
Yeah.
black conservative spaces. Black
Yeah. And I.
people do this sort of stuff. This is not self-destructive. This is not hurting America. This is benefiting black people. There are kids here learning how to do this.
And I think there's probably nothing more conservative than growing your own food on your own land. I mean,
I would,
what's more
yeah.
conservative than that?
Well, the other thing, and I didn't really look for one, but there are black families that would get together every fall and do, what's called a pig picking. People, neighbors would come around, and there'd be hogs from, several different farms. They would get together as a community. They would, butcher the hogs. They would cut it up, share the meat out. You like this part, I like this part. It was a community activity. And
Yeah.
I know that sort of stuff doesn't happen. Like the last time I knew of someone who did something like this was I had a friend of mine, a guy who worked for me, as a matter of fact. He was talking about, last weekend, I went to an old fashioned pig picking. This was upstate South Carolina. So stuff like this happens. This is the wholesome side of the black community that doesn't get shown, at least in the spaces that I participate in.
Well,
You'll never see CT showing shit like this.
yeah. No, I appreciate you actually
Yeah, well, I
showing.
know it's corny. I know
No, no,
it's,
no, 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 no. I don't think it's corny. I don't think it's corny. I mean, it's
but
not.
it is honestly a conscious effort to kind of counterpoint, some of the more dysfunctional stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I think a lot of times, those content creators, they do it because they know the audience. That's what they want to see. And I
Oh
think
yeah,
over
well, I
here,
mean, you gotta satisfy your audience. That's why I like doing the overnights. I can pretty
yeah,
much,
yeah,
show, I, you know, uh, what's her name? Daughters of Assassins or Eclectic, talked about, hey, there are only 10 viewers. Well, fuck, it's
Think
three
they're
o'clock in the
one
morning.
that's
Are we
they're
really
like
gonna fuss about 10 viewers at 3 o'clock in the morning?
right, right. And honestly, in reality, there's not going to be a lot of people that want to see positive sides of the black community. The majority of people,
Unfortunately.
unfortunately, and that's just the reality. The majority of the people are, they're low vibrational. They only want to focus on the negative. And
Right.
when you're only motivated by super chats and cash apps, you're gonna go more towards the negative.
Yeah,
So
and I honestly don't find a problem with it, other than, we always want to seek balance. To Black
yeah,
Manta's
yeah.
point here, the opposite is true by miles. The thing is when they cook this chicken tonight, they're gonna know what they fed it. They're gonna know, a lot of times chickens, for instance, in the grocery store is a preservative. They'll put saline in the plastic bags. When you open your chicken bag from the grocery store, you'll see liquid pouring out. That's saline as a preservative. And there's nothing wrong with, it's salt water basically. Nothing
No,
wrong with that. But
no, Stanley.
this chicken, they're going to know what went in it. They're going to know how it was prepared. And
No,
not only
Stanley.
that,
That's
I
what he's
guarantee
saying. That's what he's
Oh,
saying. He said this would be healthier than buying
oh,
food at
I'm
the
sorry, I
store.
misread it. My
Yeah,
bad,
yeah,
Black
yeah,
Manta. Yeah, I don't have on my glasses, but
yeah.
the one thing I'd want to point out, it's gonna taste way better. The chicken will taste way better, and it'll be noticeable. That's why, buying chickens at the butcher shop is more expensive, but the taste. And I'll be honest with you, the first time I ever, had like as an adult a chicken from a butcher, it was a girl up in Rhode Island who wanted to cook dinner
Can
for
you
me.
play some more of it, Stanley, please?
I plan
Thank
on
you.
doing that when I'm done talking. Don't tell me you're mad that I'm talking over the video now.
Okay.
Too much black positivity.
Ah, come on.
Turn him over this way. Well, let's go to the front. We'll cut the neck all the way up.
Wow.
That's your portion, HP. That's what you get.
I don't want the chicken head, man. Only chicken head I want is she's
It's
dancing on the stripper
refreshing. It's
pole.
refreshing to see a kid using a knife for something productive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree, Stanley.
Everything is strong, girl.
You see the difference though? You see why I do it the way I do it? The way he does it, you see it leave that blood in there?
Mhm.
The way I do it, it gets the blood out.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Yeah. That's why I do it that way.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to get all this fat, this stuff right here, out around his neck. So when we pull all the guts out, it won't hold it. Got it like that already? I think so.
Here, go.
I'm gonna cut this off. All the way. Like this. You want to pull it out. All right. Make sure all this back here off. I don't want to do all that mess. I don't think mine right.
Yeah,
It's right.
Put it up.
That's how you clean a chicken right there. And slice that out of there.
Then you open the back of it.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to pull it like a whole chicken.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good coming out.
You open this up so you
I'm
can
finna
do
say, I was finna get the rest of that off. I bet though.
Yeah. Just cut that down. Don't cut
I
the
like
guts.
that. I like that
Don't cut the
knife.
guts.
Yeah.
What you
Let
do?
it go.
Keep your knife right up under the skin.
Need some patches, no? What's up, boy?
I haven't seen a knife like that in years.
He's
Jackknife.
trying to show her.
There you go.
Trying to show her how to
Now
do
you
it.
just reach up in there and pull everything out.
And let it fall.
Just pull everything out, throw it on the table, then you can get the livers and the gizzards out.
You got a bucket?
Uh-oh.
Just throw it on the
And he's getting them gizzards. That's your favorite.
See, it looks like she's not wearing her false nail.
My favorite part. Be
You got
easy.
it all out. See, now you want to separate.
Okay.
That's the gizzard. Cut it loose and get tested.
The gizzard. Yeah, that's my favorite part.
All right, you see
Fry
that in
it
there?
up.
You don't want to cut that.
Okay.
That's
But I agree.
It'll make it bitter.
Right
So what
now.
you cut around it. Cut around it. There you go. Cut all the way through.
Lord, that's nice.
See? Now, that's your liver.
Give me water.
That's your gizzard.
Okay.
You left the heart in there.
Go turn the water on for me.
Was
still
my
alive?
other
You're
favorite
alive, but
part.
you left his heart.
There you go.
No, you got to pull it out.
You tough enough.
Uh-uh.
No.
Get out of there. It's easy. Come on. Reach in there
That
and
made me
grab
get.
it.
That made me get with it. You ain't gonna talk about me, baby. Baby, I'm working.
It's right here. That'll be dog food. All right. You ever cleaned a gizzard before?
Mm-mm. I eat them.
I eat them. Yeah. That's my kind of girl right there.
Yeah.
And there's a chicken. There's the chicken feet for Virgo.
I'm
Yeah,
clean
Virgo
them.
likes
I
to
eat
eat.
them. Yeah.
Virgo like the feet.
She,
I like
say,
some big bum girls like that too.
no, Virgo likes chicken feet.
yeah, we gotta save the chicken feet for Virgo.
It might be the only part I give her. Just
Come
give her
on,
all. Give her
Stanley.
all the chicken feet.
Oh, that look like something I know.
Then you gotta pull that little piece off.
That yellow stuff on.
And again, the little boy there
Yeah,
watching.
Stanley, I was watching that too, man. That's really good for him. That's really
Yeah,
good for him.
I mean, when I was his age, I have done similar things. Watching my grandmother and my aunts, well, great aunts, do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Y'all think all I can do is read a book. Now I don't know that it would take me a minute to clean a chicken out, but I can fillet a chicken. There are things I know how to do that people would never know. And just to belabor the point, having a child be well rounded, to know how to do, or at least have been exposed to stuff like this. They can also read a book. They can also play sports. Kids need to be well rounded. And I'll sound like a school marm once more.
Well, Stanley, you're a Navy officer.
I've done a lot of
You're
things.
that must have meant that you was a pretty good Boy Scout too. If you was a good naval officer, I mean, must have did a lot of good things.
Well, you know what? When I sit down and me and a fellow Navy person get to talking, these are things that you might have in common with somebody from somewhere else. The Navy was actually, in the military in general, actually really good, at blending people from different walks of life. Team building is something that the military does extremely well. So, yep, knowing how to gut a chicken, never know when that might come in handy, even if it's just something to team build with.
Even raise the whole tribe. Who knows when you'll be called upon to raise the whole tribe, Stanley. All of a sudden, you got all these kids to raise everywhere.
Yep.
That look like something I know.
Then you gotta pull that little piece off.
That yellow stuff on.
The yellow piece.
Pull that off, then you'll see the kids.
Hey, Stanley, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Right back.
It's so thin. There it is.
Oh, it's the outside.
Pull that yellow piece off. You got that one, Charity?
Got gizzard stuff, right? Charity got hers. Clean, washed, and we peeling it down.
Pull all the fat off the outside.
Y'all eat fresh chickens all the time. I hear y'all don't even eat store-bought chicken.
Unless we run out.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
How y'all run out?
When I get behind on my orders, or they get behind on their order.
We cleaned a whole bunch of them. Well, so y'all just clean them, put them in the freezer like you went to the store, basically.
Yeah.
We clean out and let them sit in that salt.
Yeah, you.
Clear them out.
Well, see, y'all are older than this, so they gotta sit a little more. These I really like to freeze them and then throw them out and then cook.
Oh, you eat them too?
Yeah. It's way better than chicken at the store.
Well, see, they say when you clean something, we don't eat it no more. I still eat coon, still eat chicken. It ain't turned me away.
They cook it all the time. Yeah, that's good.
Know what they talk. My favorite part.
Coon. Where you cook? All right.
I don't work there, Georgie Forgy. Did you check me with
See how he looks small when he's dead, when he's alive, and you look bigger when you kill him?
Mm-hmm.
It's because you got them feet over and he's not stretched.
You gonna miss out what she see.
Just put it on the grill already.
These, they are really good smoked.
The chicken whole.
Any kind of way you want to smoke. It's much better smoked.
So if we come over to this side, because it's open, you got to flip them over. And we come through here, you take all that, take that skin all the way back. You're gonna go all the way up to the.
George, you gonna do this one?
Yeah. Right there. And get that part right there. Right there, right here. But you gotta get this piece in here. Oh, I see it. Right there. Okay. Now, I ain't working with a split chicken. I normally split my chicken all the way through. So we gotta run it through the back. Like that. Come over. You got it. Come on over. Right there. Yeah. So, and we're gonna do the same leg just like we did. All right, this right here, the wing or wingettes, whatever they call it. Right back here, we want to go to the back, and we don't want to go through the breast because we'll mess the breast up. And you'll see this joint right here. And just, oh, I might have went through it.
Gotta make sure that knife is sharp.
Okay. Excuse me. Good. All right, now we're flipping over for the breast. We cut this right here off. Or you can just pull it off.
See, I done left the skin on.
Yeah, me too, Stanley. To me,
I
that's
like
what
my
makes
right
it.
Do the back first.
That's what makes the meat taste good.
This right here wasn't gonna stay
Yeah,
on anyway.
I just like the skin. As a matter of fact, it's funny. I had chicken parts, breasts, and drumsticks that I took out of the refrigerator about 2 days ago. And to get the skin crispy, you actually have to let it sit in the refrigerator for a couple days just to dry the skin out. It's way easy to have
Yeah.
crispy skin. People don't understand that or don't get that to really have good meat of any sort for dinner, you actually have to prepare that meat, like 2 days before the dinner you plan on cooking it. Meat tastes way better, even from the grocery store if you process it, dry marinate it, basically dry it out in the refrigerator 1 or 2 days before. It makes a huge
How,
difference.
how do you do your wings, Stanley? Like
I don't usually, if
like
I'm
if
going to
you
do
get
wings,
if you
usually
get
if
a
I do
great
wings,
big
I'll go ahead and get like a family pack, and then again, those have to be butchered like a day or two, because I take the wing tips off
you
and save
you yeah, that's
take the
what I
wing
do
tips
too.
off, and then I save them for chicken stock, and then you separate the forearm or whatever it is from the drumette. Just butcher them. If you have a sharp knife, you can just do it yourself. And believe it or
Yeah,
not, that family pack, you'll get like, my
that's what
son
I
and I,
got. One of
I would
those,
do chicken
Stanley.
wings for my son and I, and we would have dinner, all the wings we want, and leftovers, for the next day for less than $20. Now you go to a restaurant and, there's a restaurant or two around here where you can, order chicken wings. You'll pay for 40 wings and flats. You'll probably pay $50.
You
Um,
ever smoke the wings, Stanley? Like
no,
just
I don't.
smoke them
Usually, believe it or
on
not,
the
what I
grill?
usually do is oven fry them. If you do them in the oven, now I'll go through the process of like I'm gonna fry them, and I do it occasionally, deep fry them. But you can actually get chicken wings that taste as good, if not
Do
better.
you brine them? Do you brine them first, Stanley?
It's rare. Usually, I'll dry marinate them, just season them and let them sit in the refrigerator to dry out.
Okay.
Wet brine, to be honest, I'm not that big a fan of brining unless it's a turkey. Now, if I'm gonna do the chicken whole, yeah, I'll brine it. But if I'm gonna cut up the
Yeah.
chicken, I prefer to just let it dry marinate in the refrigerator for a day or two. Now, whole chicken, brining it to keep it juicy, yeah, I definitely do that. But I don't, you know what? As a matter of fact, I have a whole chicken in there this weekend. I might take it out, put it in the smoker because I'll make jerk chicken
Hell
in the
yeah.
smoker.
Hell yeah. It sounds like a plan to me, Stanley.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
The way you cut it.
She wanted a breast like this, or she wanted a breast with this on.
She want an old fashioned breast, don't you?
Oh, you want old fashioned breast? I thought she was talking about this.
It's gonna be a boneless, skinless chicken breast.
Well, she got this skin, so we.
Yeah, I got this.
Yeah. Okay, what we going right here? Here.
Oh yeah. See, I leave the ribs in and all. It's just easier,
cartilage right here, too.
especially if you're just doing it for
Hey, Nana.
your family
Hey,
for dinner. Just leave the ribs in. Because as a matter of fact, leaving the ribs in, they'll be juicier. Bones actually provide, oil and moisture and stuff. Chicken breasts, I don't even prefer chicken breasts that much because they dry out so quick.
We need a bit because trying to get
It's a lot of meat wasted if you just take the ribs
Yeah.
out. Just cut the rib. They're easy to pick out.
All the way through, not through the bone. You just want to.
That knife she's using as a sharp enough.
It'll show you.
She needs a fillet knife.
Me, they're like butchering that chicken.
She is. See how that fillet knife, how she's doing it with that fillet knife, the jackknife she's using.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a jackknife. It doesn't look like a fillet knife. There you go. There you go. Right against that bone, that breastbone,
You can pull
sternum or
out
whatever.
of the breast.
There you go.
What you they gonna eat these?
Yeah, they gonna eat them.
Oh.
My knife fell.
What are they making? Chicken adobo or something?
Probably just frying it.
You want to keep the bone in it?
I'm gonna do you one.
Yeah, because I'm like bone in.
Okay.
I'm following
my
my
leader.
I'm known for what I'm used to what
See, she old school like me.
I wish you would have told me.
I just assumed.
No,
I see what assumptions do.
I love some of my meat, I think.
Go get me a little bowl. Put them in, Mom.
Where?
It's so good.
Man.
You gotta fry that bone anyway.
Go get me a-
Bag.
Oh, we
No,
ain't
a
got
little
that
bowl.
yet. No. You got this part up here? Now you take your knife. You want to run through. This should fall out.
Grab by the ball.
Right there.
Yeah, I don't know. We might skip ahead a little bit.
Oh, not bad. Should be just as clean as that. I gotta do that.
Excuse me.
Yeah, she wants for a plate.
You're excused, Stanley.
George. Hey. George say y'all won't be having that level.
Kind of funny though.
Maybe I don't know which way I'm going. Oh.
I understand why they butcher their chicken that way, but whatever.
Get it off the bone. Oh, okay. Get off the bone. It's easy.
Yeah, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
He's supposedly.
Now, just so you know, occasionally, if I really get bored, I'll literally go in and take a whole chicken, and you can basically go in and debone a whole chicken. I don't do it enough to be good at it. And basically, you just have a chicken carcass without any of the bones, and then you roll it up. You can stuff it. Different root.
What I like to do, Stanley, is rub it down with some spices, spatchcock it, and throw it right on a
right. But what I was saying is that there are ways you can totally debone a chicken, a whole chicken, and then roll it up, tie it up with butcher's twine, and then you make like a little chicken roast that you can come back and slice into slices. Kind of fancy, however, and it's a little bit involved. But I was just pointing out.
Did you get any of those links I sent you, Stanley, on?
Yeah, we're still watching this video. I saw the one about the history of black farming. I haven't looked at any of the others.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
I think he's been here before. Now you want skin on it, right?
Yeah, yes. Thank you.
No
Let you
already.
take this one home, man.
No, that's good. See, I'm fried chicken for the next one. So we're gonna eat fried chicken today. Get that grease hot enough to put all the chicken in the grease.
Man.
The sharper tool. I got yours. The sharper tool. Yeah. You got.
That one gonna be good.
You got
one.
one.
See, she wants skin on. The skin will stay on, Charity.
Okay, I got you. She got two versions.
You want a quarter, or you want the leg cut into pieces?
In the pieces.
Yeah, they're still cutting.
Get her over here.
Yeah, they should have been
orders
done
from
with
the
this in
van.
like 30 minutes.
Right?
What you want, Auntie?
I want them cut in pieces, not quarters.
That one door. Fried feet too. I've been seeing people eat them on TikTok.
I want to see how they're going to cook it. I see the kid learning how to do stuff. Good for him.
It just wrinkles.
Put my bones in some water in that bowl right there.
I'm gonna fry that shit.
What we all think?
I don't need to get no my pan on my pan need to stay right here. Any more dark, I'd be a little bluish.
Now, what they're doing here is just removing little pin feathers that might have gotten.
Yeah.
Shave, I don't know what you left about one more time. You right there.
No, you ain't. Don't listen to her.
Brother, if these people don't be, I said, I don't know what Shane be doing to y'all with this little suit on. He be talking. Like he's some kind of dog.
And you know I like to wear them almost too little.
I said, yeah.
Borderline too little.
He walk up there like he know he. I say, I don't know.
Yeah, skip some.
I see Donna at the store one day with a little vest on, everything with a little tight pants on. I said, Donna, say you must think you Tiger Woods. If you don't get.
I I said, don't you wish your boyfriend was hot like me?
Tell her, Pastor. Water on Sunday.
Yeah, that's a lot of chicken.
He be bringing his water on Sunday.
That's why I told
That's about a
her.
30 piece.
She needed to take one of them home.
GO squad. Today has been amazing. We started back there with the hog. Came over here. We got us 3 chickens. Grabbed them up. Cleaned them. Skinned them down. Y'all, we've been having an amazing day. Came out here with my good pastor friend, Pastor Donald Shavers. And so right now, guys, we're headed across the yard. I got my auntie with me. And she's about to fry up this chicken. Say hey, auntie. Hi. The first chicken, catch, clean, and cook. And here's the cooked portion. Give it to him, auntie.
Okay, now this is a special blend of seasoning that I'm using. If I tell you this, I have to kill you. So I'm gonna go ahead and sprinkle this on there because y'all don't even know what this is. It's something, but it'll be in storage soon. Give me a little time. God be willing. He's whatever he say. Y'all see something called Fanny seasoning? No, that's me.
That's all. What you say? Say it again.
If you see some seasonings in the store, say Fanny's seasoning.
That's you.
That's me. You will see my face on that like this. Okay.
Okay, that's a special blend
That's
right
my
here.
special blend. I'm gonna blend that up real good. Blend this chicken up.
Yes, ma'am.
Add a little bit more. I like my chicken good and seasoned. I'm season this up, and I don't know if y'all ever seen this before, but I have a little bit of juice in the bottom of the pan still from my pan.
All right, auntie, I got your little water for your hands.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna pepper this. Once I pepper this in, I'm gonna take some of this flour and put it on here. I'm gonna make a coating on this chicken before I fry it. Everybody has different ways of frying this chicken, frying chicken. This is one of the ways that I fry chicken.
Auntie, they talked about when we went to Maryland and caught the crabs when we were in Maryland. They talked about how good your fried chicken is. So that's why we here. I said I got to get it back for a full fried chicken recipe.
This is how I'm gonna fry my chicken. Okay. We washed the table off, so I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all know the table's clean.
Everything's clean.
Excuse me.
I wash my hands. So I'm gonna go in, put some seasoning in my flour. Put some onions, garlic powder in my flour. Put some onion powder in my.
I don't know if people do it, but seasoned flour, that's something you can actually, go on YouTube and get, the proportions. But if you're so inclined, instead of buying, how they'll sell bags of the seasoned flour for fish and stuff like that, you can make that stuff at home.
Flour.
Yeah, totally.
Larry, seasoned salt in my flour. Give it a little salt. Okay.
Y'all made?
Made it.
Season my flour up a little bit. Now, I'm ready for my grease to get hot so I can get ready to drop this chicken and y'all be seeing Popeye looking fried chicken shortly. Believe me when I tell you.
Fanny's fried.
Fanny's finest fried chicken.
Coming to a city near you.
Near you. Right at you.
To your doorstep.
Right there. Put the chicken in here.
Okay. Auntie, you even got the neck.
Ha!
Bang.
Oh, you knew what you was doing.
You can't move. Put it in the bag.
All right, y'all, change your plans. We had a tabletop cooker. Y'all seen it before, the little one we fry fish in. That wasn't getting that hot enough. We just gonna move right on over here.
Tabletop, that takes too long.
That's right.
If I can get a fire here without burning my eyebrows.
Please don't do that. That's gonna throw your little suit off soon.
It is.
What's up, Tyrone? Hey, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, share or subscribe and share. And make sure you support the channel and support the Stanley versus the World show. We're basically doing some stuff that's opposite, the usual body cam stuff. Something a little bit more uplifting, I guess is the word. And by the way, I highly recommend propane rings. They get hotter than your stove, and they are excellent for frying fish and chicken. You can get them from Lowe's and probably Walmart and other places.
That's where chocolate.
I got me a little tiny one on the way.
He finna eat some of that.
Now you gonna bring
No wonder they weren't getting hot. That little fat. If y'all don't cook that on. We need to get out here all doggone day. I'll eat a seat of
What you ain't gonna do is do that. Cause I done cook rings on that right now.
You're doing good. How long you
got an hour.
She lost track of time. It was all day.
You like, baby, we don't eat these people. Where did it start? Get up.
She lost track of time when she saw the time. She was like, Lord.
No, we cooking.
I do have to say they've overstuffed that pot. There should be some space between all those chicken pieces.
Fanny seasoning.
Fanny is fried.
Come on. Frying Fanny.
Frying Fanny.
Yeah.
Fanny, you don't look like no cook with all that makeup and earrings.
Don't worry about this. What
kind of little cook you supposed to be all dressed up?
Pretty girl outdoors. Pretty girl outdoors, honey.
I ain't never seen nobody cook good look like that.
I like her.
I can't even get it's so crazy.
Fanny, you supposed to look like somebody's grandmama if you
No
don't cook
braids, no
chicken.
braids together though. Come on.
She got it all stuff together.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
She gonna step. When you see her, she gonna be stepping.
You're a good boy.
You ready for it? Child. Touch right here, y'all. Look, the baby over here on the knees in the dirt. See, children don't know about outside no more. All the kids in the house on a tablet. This baby got a paddle digging in the dirt. That's country. That's outside. Take them tablets, though.
Santa had stuff like that.
And Mulder
We caught him and rung that day.
trying to teach them kids something, but they don't want to learn that.
Bread on you a chicken.
Really?
Well, those two seem to be finding something to do.
We pull them up. We catch them.
With the fishing pole?
Yeah.
You're fishing for chicken. Squeamish, if you have an attachment to animals, any of that, this might not be the place for you. Okay, so let's come on and pick our pick. We're gonna start. So this is a live fin. Cross that. Which pig do we want, TGO? White and black? Do we want a brown one? This is the one we're choosing. That brown one right there. With all those speckles. He's over here laying down. Y'all see him laying down? We're choosing that one. So, Pastor Donna Shaver.
Is Stanley gonna watch this one again?
We can't come slaughter in the white and black one. So,
Watch what again?
So,
This
we're gonna
one.
choose that brown one.
Well,
and that's the one
I hadn't planned on it.
PGO. That's gonna be the PGOP.
She's got a
It
whole
wasn't as bad as I
channel.
thought. Cleaning that chicken wasn't nothing. They ain't got that. Nah, if you don't hit them, bust them guts like they did.
I'm just curious.
Like how see how that boy pulled the head and all that
If
blood
you want to
was.
watch it
When
again,
Donald killed his,
I'll watch it
his
again
head
overnight.
bleed out
If you want,
from
I
the
don't
top.
know that I want to repeat it now.
Was wondering if you could watch that one I sent you.
At some point, I will.
You know, boy, she didn't say I don't eat the neck. She said I don't eat the neck fried.
I like them boys too, baby. And chew them bones, yeah. Oh, she got a jar to drink out of.
Ooh, they give me a job, bless your heart. You got a heap of juice.
You eat it all night right there, ain't standing.
Lemonade and chicken.
Ooh, that's so good. How y'all ain't bring some bread?
I can't think of everything.
You ain't thinking of nothing.
Somebody got to think of something.
Say you ain't doing nothing. You got all this damn piece of bread. Man,
That's the church.
Turn around and talk to pretty girl about that.
We got the chicken. How about the flour and the oil? I might have some hot sauce in the hood too. In my bag.
Mm.
Chicken on a plate does look pretty good, though.
See, you said it was gonna look like Popeye.
Hey?
She's making a special plate for you, Stanley.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's hope.
Oh, okay. Yes, the ketchup.
But the pretty girl, I tell you,
I'm sorry, sir.
she runs a pretty sorry kitchen.
Ooh. This I need my kitchen. This Fanny's kitchen.
they're fighting. Look, y'all. Look at over that fight. Y'all see them?
See what Fanny did.
They fighting over that time. You get it. You see it?
Oh, is it done in the middle, Fanny? Oh, it's done. That thing's smoking. Baby, to be able to cook a chicken breast and it be done all the way through.
I ain't cooking. I ain't got no teeth in the back.
Oh, shit. Hey, 12th man.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. I just looked it up. This is Georgia.
I told you, man.
I didn't realize.
Told you I had friends over there. You didn't believe me.
Well, this is actually not too far from Savannah.
All right, then. Let me come join you. You shouldn't eat alone.
You gotta stop it. Okay.
I'm gonna get a leg. Thank you, baby. See how you raised the tree up right? I ain't had to say a word. You just hand the plate.
With my foot.
Yes, man.
Hey, Dave, I have to stand up for my peoples. You know, you city Negroes don't understand good living.
Yeah. They really don't, Stanley. Right.
I mean, you know, I've lived in the city. I've been a few places in the world. I would rather hang out in the yard with these people than just about anything.
Yeah, man. You're not gonna go home hungry, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you know it. Hell, we used to do this. Well, when I was a kid, you know, not exactly, you know, this. It would be farther south Georgia and over in South Carolina. But you know, this is good living. You know, you might not approve, but believe me, it's
Yeah.
good living.
That's the way nice black folks live like this.
Well, And Dave, you came in kind of late, Dave and Tyrone, but the whole point is this is my weak effort to counterpoint, the body cam video narrative. These are black people that aren't shooting shit up. The kids are outside, not on tablets or playing video games. They're doing something wholesome and productive. And basically they are avoiding a hood conservative type narrative.
Yeah. Or
Be
what you
brave.
call that other guy?
Who, SKC?
No, the other bearded guy other than me. What's his name?
Oh, I don't know. But SKC knows all about this. No. SKC, I guarantee you, SKC knows
Or
shit like
be
this.
brave. Be brave,
Oh,
Stanley.
well,
That's
be
what
brave. Be brave is be brave is be brave. He is brave. Describing dysfunction, but I'd love
until
to.
he's brave until he's not, right, Stanley?
Well, no, I think I'd like to see him talk about some positive stuff occasionally about the black community, but it's not his job to do.
No, that's our job. That's our job. Then
I never
Exactly.
had
we'll do that.
friction, so this is the first time.
Hey, Black Manta, there's plenty more. So
All right, squad, here we go.
she's eating a little piece for the camera, but we know what's gonna happen.
Baby, I ain't even never had no chicken place like this. You saw it here first, guys. First clean, catch, and cook on the chicken with the amazing. You can go on the car.
Put it back together.
Yeah, they got it. Work with it. That's it, Auntie?
That's it, baby.
All right, PGO squad, and that's gonna conclude this video. As always, be sure to like, comment, and share. And hey, if you're new here, welcome. You too can be a part of the PGO squad. All you gotta do is press the subscribe button. Thank you for being here, squad. Bye.
Gotta love Southern women. Oh my Lord.
Yeah, there are no cops. No cops were harmed in the making of this video. All right, here's your video, 12th man.
I appreciate it, Stanley.
No, I appreciate it too. Black farming in South Georgia. I know right where
My
South
name's
Georgia
David
is.
Leon Emerson. I was born in 1959. Originally from South Georgia, township of Abbeville, Georgia, in the county of Wilcox. Had two
I don't even know where that is.
incredible parents who taught us the value of hard work,
I've
great
heard
moral
of
character,
I've
high
heard of
integrity,
Abbeville, South
and respect for
Carolina.
our fellow man. We were raised to embrace and love everyone. My father, Northern Senior, and my mom, Willa Blanche Hunt Everson, were two of the most incredible people that impacted my life as I grew up in South Georgia as a child and into adolescence and into my adulthood life. My father was a farmer. He was a minority farmer, and we farmed about 200 plus acres, including that which he rented from time to time. And we grew the row crops like corn, soybeans, peanuts. We also grew the melons, cantaloupes, and of course we had a big vegetable garden, pretty much self-sustaining as far as family and neighbors and friends. My dad grew cattle, Angus beef cattle. We grew swine, pigs, and of course we had some chickens. And he grew row crops like the corn, the peanuts, soybeans, cotton, and other row crops. And so our responsibility as children were, we worked in the fields during the harvest seasons. The biggest harvest seasons were in the fall, but of course we had the melon season during the summer times. And me and my siblings, we'd go out and help gather the watermelons, and my dad would take them to the farmer's market over in Cordele, Georgia, and we'd sell them to the truckers that were buying for different grocers from the northern region of the states. My grandfather, Grant Everson Sr., he was a sharecropper, and
was that
that he was frustrated every year. The person.
My father's father, my grandfather, is from Cordele, Georgia.
Oh, right on.
Money, no matter how good his crop was or how bad the crop was, he would always seem to owe money at the end of the year, and he just got fed up and decided to go and buy his own land, and he did that. 197-acre farm from a white family called the Jordans. And when my grandfather passed, my daddy at the time was in the service, and he would send money home to my grandmother Mary Scrap Everson, and help pay off the farm. And then after he got out of the service, my dad got married, and he began to pick up where my grandfather left off as far as farming, and made a good living doing it. My parents passed on, my dad first, and my mom would sell off all of the equipment and all of the livestock, and pretty much the farming ended with my father's passing. We then, in turn, with my mother, we rented out some of the land, but for the most part, we made a decision to set it out in Hart Timber Pine. I think when you go rural to Georgia-wide to nationally, the minority farmer, specifically the black farmer, is very important to the economy of Georgia. Unfortunately, there's a shrinking percentage of black farmers throughout the United States. And that's why, as a family, we cherish what we've been able to do with the farm as far as preserving it and maintaining it within the family lineage, which was my grandmother, my father, and my mother's wishes. I think farming from historical times has always been a vital part of the American economy. I think that we sometimes lose sight of how valuable farmers are to us as a nation, and it's oftentimes overlooked as far as their value and their role of importance within the economy. You think in terms of the current policies that are going on now with this administration and how it's really hurting a lot of the larger farmers, and I know that the smaller farmers are suffering as well. So decisions that are made on the political level affect those small town farms, wherein you might have a couple of 100 acres or 50 acres or 60 acres, where you might think you're making a decision to benefit the larger farms, but at the same time, it's going to affect not just the larger farms, but the smaller farms in a negative way. So I think that we need to focus on ensuring that we put people in place that are going to be considerate of our farmers, whether large or small, and also shape policies that are going to be beneficial to the and sustain that way of as the lifeblood of America has done for so many years.
Oh, too bad it was so short.
Yeah. Tried to find another one too, but
Let's have a look at this. This is a short one.
There's so many black patriots out there. It's not even funny.
Chasers are gonna be out in the water. As you can see, everybody's out here. So today we're gonna have some good fellowship, good camaraderie, and hopefully kill a few rabbits. So Lord willing, we have a good time. Let's roll. Time to kill some rabbits, bro. This is low. I'm gonna include a picture on this video from when I was about knee high. About what, 2 more people? Somebody else over here is who got me started in this. So it's kind of cool to come back all these years later and reunite that. So we're gonna have a good time. See if you still got that dead eye on him. I still got it. We're gonna do it.
God is good. That's just what it is. Really live this life. Shit out the basin. I'm amazing. Picture me hunting. My son, two nephews, living life like it's golden. I picked them up from school and they already know where we going. I put the aux in and start the flow out and show out. We paid the lunch, but now we back the boat out. Now we out. Let me check on my hunting license, don't need no water.
I literally think they were using Google Maps to find this hole. I'm gonna have to put them boys on Onyx. That's funny.
On the
Google Maps is crazy, bro. On the river. There you go. You can't see. Yeah. I don't want to get too close because I don't want them to not see me. Yeah. But I can see their little heads. About to anchor down a little bit. What? That's how long. If you going nowhere. They don't smell good. No, bro. That's bro. A beagle dog is one of the stinkiest dogs alive. I think it's because people they really kind of neglect them. They don't wash them. They feed them, but they're not gonna wash them. It's just one of them dogs. That's all.
Well, hound dogs in general are kind of stinky. You know, they've got oily coats.
Got everybody lost.
Well, you know.
They got some bodies on them. I don't know if you see
Nice
that,
shotgun.
some bodies on them. He got some feathers, he got some bills, he got some antlers.
Didn't shoot a duck.
Claim some moose, they gonna get some.
Didn't shoot a duck with that.
Le lapin. That's how you say that, though? Lapin? Lapin? Gonna shoot us a couple of lapins? How you say in the bush in French? Huh? How you say in the bush?
Yeah, that duck hunting lifestyle, that's too cold and wet for me. I've
Yeah.
you know, I've never wanted, you know, I've never been, I've never tried to go, but yeah, that's especially
I
these days, I
think
wouldn't
that
even think about it.
I think that'd be more kind of your area, like wet and swampy in the Georgia woods.
We used to go quail hunting, you know, which is drier, if nothing else.
How you say it? You walk. That's it. One more time. Say walk. Say we're gonna kill some rabbit in the bush today in French.
On va tuer la paix dans la boîte.
I'm thinking keep all of this, man. Oh my God. Let all the dogs out. Look good.
Cool thing about the otter, all they can do is run this way or that way, or jump in the water. And they're not really gonna jump in the water. So the cool thing about rabbit hunting, bro, rabbits always run in a circle, a big circle.
Yep.
So if you're standing somewhere,
that is
dog,
true.
let's say dog jump a rabbit right here. All he gonna do is make behind us.
Uh-oh.
Like this. Over here.
There you go.
Sometimes they take that third one. That's why they give you 3 chances. Headshot. Yes, sir. And that's pretty much how it goes. You just wait them out and then beautiful bunny. No meat damage whatsoever.
Now cook it.
Look at that
I
rabbit.
don't know if they get around to that.
Good dog. Bunny in the bush, bunny in the bag. Whoa! Put him up. cow. He make a god awful noise, but that boy working. That dog working, boy. He need to eat good tonight. We didn't kill all the rabbit on the island. It was only 5 of them over here. It was just 5 over here. We got them out. How you say let's roll on? Let's pop smoke.
You got a rabbit, so that's a vacation day right there.
Oh no. Pack it up. Competitive sport. You can lose friendships over this. You think you're losing friendships over ducks? The rabbits that make you turn a house into a fight club real quick. I just over. You saying somebody dog? You saying somebody dog?
Oh yeah.
You shoot at somebody?
That's why a lot of people can't hunt together.
That's right.
I know some boys right now. They like water and all, man.
Rabbit Chronicles, bro. It's fun though. Well, we about to relocate. We'll see if we can find some more bunnies. Think we didn't kill every rabbit on this little island. How many we got? By what? 10?
I don't know. I got 1.
I got 2. That's 3 right there. You got how many? That's 5. 4. Plus how many they got? Hey, we did good on this little island. Ain't nobody got hurt. That's the best part. Nobody got hurt. Oh, shit. Put him up. I think it's man's natural instinct to just want to hunt behind a hound. Putting your feet on the ground, actually chasing it, reading the hound, reading the terrain. It's fun. Super fun. I used to do this all the time when I was a kid. Oh, look at that. Let's go. It was so thick, I just took a shot out there.
Skip ahead. They don't show any skin in them or anything like that.
An insert. There you go. Insert. Mangled up right here. Look like a little hamburger.
That's a tenderoni there.
He gonna tender in my stomach for sure. How you say that?
But you rescued me. Tennessee whiskey.
Yeah, we'll stop it right there. Then I want to show a little bit of this video. I don't know. Let's see. How long is that? This, yeah, probably a little bit longer than we'll watch. What in this did you want to watch, 12 man? Was there something?
Let's see. It's like that one lady explaining about black farmers and homesteaders.
What, the
You
first?
see
Oh,
her in
the first or second one?
the first one, the lady in purple.
Okay, let me
Or didn't I?
let me show this one right quick. We won't
Didn't
watch
one
the
know?
whole thing, but we got to get fishing in, which is what I like to do.
Oh, I saw it coming. He swam all the way to the boat, boy. Choo. Oh, yeah. Get the
I
net there.
wonder what
Get the net there. All right. The fish gonna learn
what's
today.
what pound
They
tester
gonna learn who
line
the
is.
best with today.
She's horsing that thing in.
Watch out. Guys, you gotta reel it in.
No.
Oh, that's a blue ring.
Hold on, it's not reeling.
Let's find out where she's fishing.
Hey, that's my stingray. Hurry, get it. Put it close,
Oh
hurry.
yeah.
Right. Yeah!
Don't bring that thing in the boat.
Get it. Oh, we got a stingray. Oh, yes. Oh, we got my stingray. Oh, yes. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Fish. Hey. Wait, I can't pick him up. Pick him up harder. He heavy. I'm trying to record and pick up. Wait, we got my stingray. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah.
I ain't eating that.
God. I said, I pray we catch us.
This is in Maryland somewhere.
Right.
Now, I'll tell you right now, People, hold on one sec here. Yeah, I don't know. Usually I cut the line and put them back, but you can slice off the wings and make base scallops, or it's something they do. They just take like a circular punch. Um, but
Yeah.
I don't know too many people who want to deal with stingrays in the boat. At least
No, I don't
you
need them.
get hit with that sting, you might as well turn your boat around and go to the hospital because it's gonna be painful.
Yeah, fuck that.
Come to the side, Harley. Do he have the hook? Or you need me to gaff him? Alea, move that green pole. The green. Move it. Oh yeah, baby. Let's go. How the hook in him? I can't see. Oh yeah, he choking. All right, Derek, gaff him. Gaff him, Derek.
Is that a
Don't hit
cobia?
it. Gaff him. You need me to get it? Gaff him in the gill and hold it tight, cause they pull hard. Hey, come up here. Come up here. Wait. Let me get down. Here.
I want to see what they got. It looks like a
Watch your
cobia.
hands. Watch your fingers. Don't go in the camera.
Might be a catfish, Stanley.
It might be. They're in salt water though. Might be
Oh, they are?
brackish back up in the mark. Yeah, might be brackish, but that didn't look like a catfish. It's,
Might be a sea cat. She got some.
I've caught gaff top sail catfish. They got a long dorsal fin. Yeah, that's a cobia, I think. Or a gar.
They coming
No,
bigger and bigger,
I
baby.
think that's a cobia.
They coming bigger and bigger. Yeah. Oh.
Gar?
They coming bigger and bigger.
Happy about that.
They coming bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger
Yeah, I think that's a
and
cobia.
bigger. Hey, Mr. Fish. Hey, Mr. Fisher. How you feel? You out fishing everybody today, my girl? I'm tired. I need some water so I can roll water. Move, I can't see. Turn.
Holy shit.
All right, release him.
I didn't see what that was.
All right. What you gonna do with him? Harley, move that thing out of the way. Let me see you move.
What is that?
All right.
Oh, that's a red drum.
Nice. All right. What you
think
gonna
it's a
do with
red
him? Harley, move that thing out of the way. Let me see you move. Release him.
I don't see the spot.
Move, I can't see. Turn.
It looks
All right,
like some
release.
sort of drum.
Oh.
Not even she would eat it, Stanley.
No, if that's a drum, it's actually good eating, but it might not. Up in Maryland, in Virginia, it's probably out of season. You know, they're real strict about what you can keep and when, and they've got slot limits and stuff.
Oh.
So we'll move on in a minute, but it's fun seeing people fish. It's been a while since I've been
Oh, he
saltwater
barely
fishing.
hooked. Get the neck.
Yeah, that's another cobia.
Get the neck. Derek, stop. No, you ain't trying to hook it, Mo. You're not gonna hook it.
Yeah, that's a
In brackish
catfish.
water, y'all.
That's
They
a
call it a
gaff.
sail catfish.
That's
You see?
a gaff top sail catfish. It's got that long dorsal fin there. I've caught small ones. I've never caught one that big. Let's see what else they got in here.
Got it? Wait, I see. I said wait. I'm gonna put you back.
I was thinking that was a drum. I don't know what that is.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a black drum.
All right, so
I think. I don't see the stripes,
black
but
drum.
yeah, that's a
What are
drum.
these on them?
Those are, believe it or not, those are excellent
She,
food fish.
Stanley, she just threw you overboard, man. What the
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah, well, there is a season in some states for drum. Not Georgia. That's a gaff topsail catfish. Anyway, we'll go ahead and go to the next one. You said the first one?
No, the last one I said is Stanley.
Wait, this one?
It's a pretty good one. Think so. Man, that might be it.
Yeah, this is a short one anyway.
15 minutes? The 15-minute one?
This one's 8 minutes. We'll get to that. We'll get to the 15-minute one.
All right. Blow it up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for visiting the Flowers Farm. This is an inherited homestead. I really appreciate you for taking time out and visiting us. All right, we have a lot to do on the homestead today. Right now, I'm just going to take you around and kind of just show you around of what it is that we're trying to do. We may not get a chance to see everything, but I do want to show you a lot of what we got going on. Okay, so come on. As you can see, we've gotten a lot done, but we still have a lot more to do. I mean, my husband came out here and this grass was like this high, but he got on the bulldozer, tractor, and he wiped all of this out.
Day 2. Give it.
We're gonna have our garden. We already have chickens. We have our geese. You saw the pony, our Shetland pony. You saw Donnie the donkey. We have our roosters. We have ducks. So we just have a lot to do. It's gonna be awesome. All right, so plenty of space for the kids to run around.
My tree house is behind you. Well, it's going to be a tree house.
That tree right there is gonna be the tree house.
I'm putting sandwich.
We're not adding that in.
So once you catch your chicken, you gotta clip the wings all the way at the top.
Not all the way through this and start bleeding.
So now you can let that one go. Hold on. Can you show us what part not to cut, Grandma?
Okay.
Yeah,
You don't
trying to keep their
clip it all the way
their
up to
chickens
here.
from flying
So
away.
you'll make it bleed. So you don't want to go all the way up to here.
That's right, Stanley.
I could have clipped this one here a little higher, but I'd be so afraid I don't want to clip up too high. But if you clip it up too high on the wings, like up this part right here, clip it up to get up in here, it'll start to bleed, okay?
Okay.
That area there, so you don't want to clip up that high. Okay.
And then once you're finished, you can let them go.
Kind of chicken I had.
So this is the orchard. This is where we're going to have all of our fruit trees and grapevines and different things like that. These are oranges, and you can see it's already becoming, we already have some blooms on here. And we have some apple trees out here. We have some lemon trees. Well, we have 2 lemon trees that I have to put in the ground over here. And we have lime tree.
and we have apple trees, we have 2 peach trees, and we have 2 pecan trees. So we have plums out here. We have, oranges, we have tangerines, lemon, we have limes, apple trees. So this is the whole area right in this spot here. So if you just come walk with me. Down here. It's a dwarf apple tree. This is what it's supposed to look like. I know it's just a stick, but that is going to produce some fruit. We already had fruit on our peach trees that came back. Hopefully we'll get some this year. More, actually. Hopefully we'll get more. We had like a whole bunch of just grapes on the grapevine. And so what I want to do is plant like a small little vineyard for our grapes. Okay, and down here is where the rice paddy is going to be. We're going to grow some rice. This is where the organic garden is going to be. I mean, we're talking all kind of vegetables and greens and bell peppers, and so so this is our organic garden. Well, gonna be the organic garden. All right. There go Daddy, chopping on the wood right there with his machete. We got a little trail that Daddy made with the thingamajig, the tractor. There's Matthew trying to help. That was a big tree bush type of thing. I think some boar was in there. Yep. Some wild boar. Yep. And Daddy took it out.
That's probably why it ran across.
Yeah, so yeah.
Nice going, Daddy. Now we got some boar coming after us.
So I think it's some
Actually coming after
Big Daddy took it down.
Yeah!
Don't say Big Daddy, that's Big Daddy. And we're on TV now.
We cleared off all the way down here to about right here. This opening is. And then if you look down there, that's the rest of the property. Oh my goodness. It's not even half. So we're gonna keep pushing through. I'm gonna keep going as far as we can. Clear this lane.
As you can see, we walked down the property, and this is where we stop. Obviously, we can't go any farther until we cut down some more of this, the trees and the bush and all of that stuff. So we still got a lot to do, but we've got a lot done. Praise the Lord. Now we'll keep you updated.
There's something about your name, Jesus. There's something about you and it frees us. There's something about your name, Jesus. There's something about you and it frees us. Yahweh, hey, hey, hey. Yahweh, hey, hey, hey. Yahweh, hey, hey, hey.
And she beauty Stanley.
Yeah.
not every day that you meet African American farmers, let alone livestock farmers. How did it begin?
Well, the way it began, we had a 4-H group, and our kids started showing chickens and lambs in the fair. And then we got into steers. And then I bought a couple of calves. And a friend of mine said, for beef. And a friend of mine said, well, the heifers don't kill the heifers. Won't you let me artificially breed them for you? So they did. And we started from 2, went to 5. And we kept all our heifer calves. And that's how we built the herds up. When we bought this place, pretty much all of it was in woods, and we had it cleared and planted, cleaned it up and burned it, and
put fence up.
Do people say Nancy and Horace have gone crazy?
They probably did. They probably did. They want to know why we want to be in the woods. Why we want to be so far out.
See,
what's the answer?
It's quiet and peaceful. We like it.
See, our closest neighbor is over a mile away, and we just really enjoy being here.
When you look at all the livestock and how it has grown, your herd has grown over the years, what do you feel?
Makes us feel proud. This is something we've done.
You know, our kids showed steers in the fair, and we had grand champion steers 4 years in a row in Washita County.
So you know what you're doing, and you knew what you were doing.
Hey, Stanley.
Went into business.
Right.
We've had a grand champion steer at Pine Bluff.
I gotta take a nap for a while. Is that okay?
Yeah, go right ahead.
All right.
Thanks for the
Sorry to crash out on you. I hope you'll watch that other video. I think it's pretty awesome.
I plan on watching a few of them.
All right.
You know, I'll leave the dysfunction and the body cam videos to someone else.
Yeah, I'll be out for a few hours. Maybe
Okay.
I'll be back, Stanley. All right. I
Well,
appreciate
I'll
you.
be around overnight. Virgo wants to do cooking videos, so
All right.
join us for that.
All right. Sounds fun, Stanley. God
See you
bless
later.
you, man.
You too.
Take care.
District.
Now, when you say grand champion steer, what does that mean?
That means overall grand champion steer in the county and overall grand champion steer in district.
That's the best steer going.
Right.
And what does he look like on a grill?
Good. Tastes good.
Good evening. It is two nights before Thanksgiving. Good evening. It is
Not sure what's
two
happening
nights
here.
before Thanksgiving. And I have had a very interesting day. So much so that I just couldn't wait to lie down and just get quiet so I could think about the events of the day. Because I'm doing something very different and very exciting in my life. I've decided to go back to my homesteading roots. And for those of you who don't know what homesteading is when you
Sure, what's happening there? Well, let's try this one while I look at why the other one doesn't want to show. I wonder if
Year, we turned some abandoned land into a homestead and a beautiful glamping community. In this video, we're going to show
oh, I
you
know what happened.
exactly how we did it. Let's roll the tape. This land once belonged to my great-great-grandparents, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. We've owned this land for over 100 years, and it has a special place in my heart. Austin and I have been working tirelessly on this land for 1 year, and it's definitely one of the most challenging and rewarding projects I've worked on in my entire life. In this video, we're going to show you what we accomplished in 1 year. We packed up everything we own and left the city of Atlanta, Georgia for Northeast Texas. In 1998, following the passing of my great-great-grandmother, the majority of our family decided to move to different parts of the county. This is Old Blue, my dad's tractor, and it may not be as pretty, but it's strong, reliable, and it gets the job done. We began clearing this area for a deck and a garden, and this is where a lot of sweet gum and pine trees had overgrown for years. And this is Mr. Moorhead, my dad's friend, and can you believe it? He is over 80 plus years old, and he helped us out a lot.
Well, there goes progress. This old house has been here for years. It was my great-grandmother's house. It was time for it to be demolished. My dad actually pushed it down years ago, but really just trying to clean it up over here and get everything back to how I remember it was when I was growing up as a kid. Running through here barefoot, sun shining like it is now, hearing the birds and the sounds of nature behind you. It's going to be beautiful once we get finished with it.
The best part of this process was driving the equipment and learning how to use it. And we made a lot of progress doing it this way instead of carrying everything by hand.
That should be probably like a couple weeks or so.
Mm-hmm.
Are you also okay to kind of receive that? I can say yes or no to kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's something we can look into. So that's it's a bit outside of kind of my realm of negotiation.
Now, let's build our decks. There ended up being multiple errors with the shipment of materials, but that didn't stop us. Let's plant a garden. We made our way to our local garden store. We strolled through the aisles, carefully selecting a vibrant array of plants. We also added an assortment of seeds to our shopping cart. And of course, our trusty garden tools couldn't be forgotten. The back of the Jeep was packed to the brim. Every available space occupied by our newly acquired plants, gardening tools, and bags of nutrient-rich garden soil.
All the way from Poland, our domes are here.
The domes came all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, landed in Houston, Texas, and they made their way up to us. The domes came in these large crates that were incredibly heavy. My dad used a tractor with forklifts and placed them on a trailer and took them to the location. Hey, Rumble, that's my nephew's pup. He always tries to help. finally made it to the location. I had to straddle the tractor to make sure the domes didn't tip over. Now, let's assemble our geodesic domes. Our good friend Angela and Big Mike came over to help us with trying to figure out how to assemble the domes.
Yeah, we just woke up here at our home. Well, basically where we live at, but not where we live at, but the state park close to our house. It's a beautiful morning outside. The sun just rise. The sun just rise. This is how you say it.
The sun rise.
The sun has risen.
He has risen.
He has risen. We have risen. We about to go out. I forgot to get some coffee yesterday, and lately I've been drinking coffee. Usually a tea drinker. I'm still a tea drinker, but coffee with some oat milk and a little bit of agave is good. And the reason why I'm scratching my nose, because of pollen camp, my nose, my eyes about to fall out right now. I just woke up, my right eyeball is about to fall out.
Then I got to catch it. We camped out at the local state park in our tiny tow that was super small. Then we bought a brand new Puma RV that had all the bells and whistles. The RV was great living at first, but after a few months, we needed some more space. We sold our new RV after owning it for a few months, our Jeep, and our mini smart car named Eugene.
26, 24. Hopefully that's the last time we have to put some gas in the car because I'm so over paying for gas.
We thought that buying a Tesla would be good for the homestead. Now, back to the homestead. We found it best to work late in the evenings and at night to avoid the summer heat in Texas.
It's a video about building a homestead. Apparently, it's creeping some of y'all out. If the homosexuality is creeping you out, we can move on. I don't want to offend those who are easily offended. Let's see. I got this one to work. We'll just go back to it.
Well, the way it began, we had a 4-H group, and our kids started showing chickens and lambs in the fair. And then we got into steers. And then I bought a couple of calves. And a friend of mine said, for beef. And a friend of mine said, well, the heifers don't kill the heifers. Won't you let me artificially breed them for you? So they did. And we started from 2, went to 5. And we kept all the heifer calves. And that's how we built the herds up. When we bought this place, pretty much all of it was in woods, and we had it cleared and planted, cleaned it up and burn it, and
put fence up.
Do people say Nancy and Horace have gone crazy?
They probably did. They probably did. They want to know why we want to be in the woods. Why we want to be so far out.
See, what's the answer?
It's quiet and peaceful. We like it.
See, our closest neighbor is over a mile away, and we just really enjoy being here.
When you look at all the livestock and how it has grown, your herd has grown over the years, what do you feel?
Makes us feel proud. This is something we've done.
You know, our kids showed steers in the fair, and we had grand champion steers 4 years in a row in Washita County.
So you know what you're doing, and you knew what you were doing before you actually went into business.
Right.
We've had a grand champion steer at Pine Bluff District.
Now, when you say grand champion steer, what does that mean?
That means overall grand champion steer in the county and overall grand champion steer in district.
That's the best steer going.
Right.
And what does he look like on a grill?
Good. Tastes good.
Good evening. Definitely for rents.
Man, I don't know what's up with this video. Oh, let's see what else is on this list. What is up? Man. Well, let's see here. Having some technical difficulties. This was a playlist, and I don't know. Let's try this.
Did I know this Long Island, New York kid would grow up to have 9 children and a wife and would one day be leading a homesteading lifestyle in Central Virginia? Not in my wildest imagination. But since we started this journey nearly 2 years ago, it has been the most exhilarating and exciting time of my life. Every day is an adventure, literally. So our long-term plan is to build most of our home ourselves. So after living in the DC metro area, experiencing the hustle and bustle, this period in my life ignited a paradigm shift towards a more self-sustaining lifestyle. So who's doing all this? It's a computer science geek wife with a military family background and quite a high IQ. And then you got 9 spirited children, each with their own skills, their temperament and personality. And then me, a math teacher and fitness expert that is not afraid to fail forward. One of the biggest challenges we do face, though, is completing this project within a traditionally conservative and historical area of Virginia that kind of lacks diversity.
Because you are terrorists. Every one of you are terrorists. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say.
Despite the many differences, our family has bonded with the locals. This is a back-to-basics journey of a Black family of 11 that is homeschooling, homesteading, and home building while facing obstacles at every stage. Join us.
Good morning, fellow YouTubers. This is Angela Davis with Angela Davis's Garden and Homestead. I'm in Tennessee in Zone 7A. What I'm showing you right now is a view of my backyard off of my balcony. My balcony is off of the master bedroom. I wanted to share with you all this morning what I have growing on. I have tons of flowers on my balcony and all around the yard throughout, and I'll be sharing that with you all a little at a time. But we've had several days of rain. Let's say, I think it was about 3 to 4 days of rain nonstop, and so a lot of my blooms have fallen over or have fallen off. But I know they'll come back with just a little sunlight. There's an assortment of zinnias, geraniums, petunias, lantanas, calabracas, marigolds. Now these marigolds were grown from seed from last year's plantings. These hanging baskets were from Lowe's. I only shop the clearance section at Lowe's for my flowers and fruit trees and what have you. Again, this is another pot of marigolds where I threw in some seeds from last year. And as you can see, they've started growing. One of my favorites are the lantanas. And I love every color of them. They come in yellow, they're multicolored, and there's also the light purple. These are calabracas.
Yeah, I don't know that I want to go
lantanas.
through the gardening tour here.
This was a Shasta daisy plant, but for some reason I have never been able to grow them. I don't know why I keep.
Yeah, this is all plants. Let's see what we got here.
White man on it, so they own him. Nobody owns me though.
YouTube, what's good? It's your boy Wavy. You already know this is my channel, Mr. Orchard Beach. If you're new to the channel, you haven't hit the subscribe button yet, hit that subscribe button, like, comment, all the above. And on this farm, he has some cows. E-I-E-I-Ow. So check this out. This is a whole different vid right here. If y'all looking for sneaks and all that, like the butter. And it ain't here. That ain't it. I'm showing you the guns.
Let me see that.
Look at the cows. They already know, man, when I come through, it's time to, gathering around the trough. Yeah, man, people been hitting me up like, oh, yo, I'm loving the farm. And I was like, all right, I just been shooting this just for the hell of it. Yeah, they were like, yo, show a video. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'm not really looking for much. I just want to show y'all the day-to-day. So this is a black-owned farm. Me and my father own this farm. You don't own me. Paid for.
No contingencies, no loan, no nothing. Cash.
The whole farm is about 23 acres. I have 5 acres myself. Where they at, though? Which is public record, And I know what you're saying. Oh, well, why'd you get some, you probably inherit. Yeah, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not one to sit back, relax. Opportunity came to me. And even though, hey, what the? Okay, 4 train. You the 4 train out here? Anyway, man, yo, we coming. Opportunity came forth my way, so I was like, you know what? Let's do it. But my father owns all of these, all the animals here that you're gonna see. So this is the first thing that I do when I come to the farm. I give the cows some water. I fill up this bucket right here and this bucket right there. I don't know what you're saying to yourself. Is that enough for them? I think it is, personally. But my father has 3 other buckets that I could fill up. And matter of fact, there's another bucket on the other side that I have to fill up as well. It's a lot of land, so the cows can usually, go all over the place. It ain't no problem. So if they want to just chill over here, they ain't not gonna die of thirst because they gotta walk all the way over there and they be mad lazy. You see them following me. They know what time it is when I'm here, and they don't want no water. They want that food. I'm gonna show you the whole dynamics of how I feed these cows. But yeah, I appreciate the cats that was interested in this joint. I just want to share this with y'all right here. Ain't gonna be no sneakers. It's just black excellence, you know what I'm saying? No, sorry. What's up, man? Come here. Come here. What's up? Oh, this horse right here I call white privilege. You'll see why. And don't be trying to be over here fronting like you wanna greet me. You just want me to go over there and feed y'all. That's it. So that's the bull right there. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I think there was a smarter cow that went back over there. So let's just say 4 cows and 1, 2, 3, 4. Math is bad, but it's a lot of beef on this damn farm. Pause. While I'm waiting for the water to fill up, I'm gonna fill up 1 more water bucket. Then we're gonna start feeding them. You're gonna see how they gonna start. They gonna get down. Now, when giving these cows water, it's always good to put the hose all the way in the bucket, just in case when you walk off, it accidentally falls out. You eliminate all that, so you're not wasting water. Y'all gonna be in for a treat because y'all gonna really see them start like bum rushing the show today. Just because I'm out here doing something new, I never go inside of the chicken coop at all. I'll probably go inside of that joint today. And this section over here, we got the goats and the sheep. I think they already know what time it is because they see me walking over here. The goats actually prefer to be fed on that side over there.
The sheep like to be fed on this side. I figured that out because one day I usually throw 2 scoops in that section over there. I noticed that the goats kind of get the sheep kind of get ran off by the goats. So, I want everything to be fair because we don't practice privilege on this farm, so everything's equal. So we keep the food up in here. Now I used to worry about this. I used to be like, damn, now I gotta push to pour this thing. No, this is how it goes. Yeah, and do this. Lift this up right here. You make sure nothing goes. Okay, getting kind of low. Y'all gonna see me take this over there and throw the first scoop into that section right there so the goats can eat. Then I'm gonna go to that section over there with the scoop so the sheep can eat. Let me see if anybody's brave. See if anybody's brave. Right, feeding time. Hey, y'all know where y'all need to go. So let's not even start that. Here y'all go. That's one for y'all. My bad. Look, they already starting to run over to the other side. They know. I don't feel like getting head butted out the way. See, they ain't got the tools to handle themselves. But what I'll do is, I'm not gonna give them a whole heap. I'll just break it up a bit. Damn, man, I hate when a fly damn, get off me. Back up off me like hot coffee. Shit. Here y'all go. And then just to make sure or try to alleviate anything, I'll throw the rest right there just to stop the goats or just to slow them down from impeding on the sheep's meal. Yo, you see that one right there? Got hit, buddy. Yo, my pops put that makeshift whatever on him so he didn't get his head caught in the damn fence no more. I think it was like 2 days in a row. My pops got kind of pissed off and was like, you know what? Got something for you. So my pops, he's not the most patient fellow in these lands. So what he did was he Negro rigged a device that would stop the goat from getting his head caught in that fence. Because sometimes I think it was another one, if I can find it. He got his head caught in the gate, but he actually pulled and like ripped his horn. I saw nothing but blood on his face one day, and I was like, damn. Now you see, they're finished with their food, and they like, yo, you know what? Watch how they move out the way. Watch this. They're like, yo, excuse me. They're like, damn, boom. See, when they start mobbing, that's when the sheep start getting up out the way. They're like, damn, all right. This is my favorite part of being out here, is feeding the cows and the horse. Well, really the cows. Nah, just like the horse is cool too. They already looking too. They like, man, you know what? They trying to be subtle because white privilege is that corn hit the damn trough? Oh, it's over. I think they think that I'm gonna make a special trip over there for them. Sadly mistaken.
You're back.
Look at privilege.
Yeah.
The white privilege. Look at privilege.
I had to drop off in a area with no signal, and I had to finish my little workout too. So yeah, get that out of the way.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the folks in the chat react without their daily dose of toxicity.
Well, we got to keep it balanced, you know. We got to balance it out a little bit, you know.
Well, you know what? I'm actually fairly interested in this. You know, it's healthy. You're right. The balance is healthy, and hey, you know, we just watched a bunch of kids out there. Actually, you missed the hunting video. A bunch of black hunters in Louisiana with expensive boats and expensive shotguns going out swamp rabbit hunting. And
what the hell?
I didn't get to make the joke that, you know, these are young black men with guns not shooting up each other.
Yeah. You know, a lot of times
shooting rabbits for dinner.
They really get kind of a little scared when they see brothers that actually know what to do with a gun, you know how to clean and maintain it and shoot wildlife.
They were dressed in hunting gear with safety vests on and had the nice duck boats and all this stuff. And these people were just Deacon Dave started going on about slavery and This is next to slavery. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What's next to slavery?
I have no idea what Dave was talking about. Something about stories and slavery and an old
Oh
woman
yeah,
with her hairline pushed back. I'm like, well, why are you wondering about some old woman in her hair?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
You know,
know the wholesomeness. The wholesomeness is hurting. It's like pouring water on the Wicked Witch of the West.
yeah.
They're melting. What the fuck does this mean? Inner city caviar. I have no idea what that means. You have any idea?
Stanley is searching for any. Oh, he's basically saying that you're trying to find good black people. The thing is, though, Deacon Dave, these
Wait,
black people
hold
aren't
it.
in.
Does Dave know? Does Dave know I didn't grow up in the hood?
Well, yeah.
Dave probably doesn't know that, there are black people who don't live in the hood. Your
Yeah.
father's from Decatur, Georgia, Deacon Dave. Ask him. He knows about black people. We don't all live in the hood, sir.
Yeah, I don't know why showing some positive black folks is so offensive. This is you guys, man. Sometimes the brainwashing is like,
It's like not seeing crack hoes stealing from Walmart and getting arrested is causing them to twitch a little bit.
I know, Jesus Christ, man. One thing that this guy did say though is he inherited the land,
Yeah,
and I think that's so good to see that. Some people when they inherit the land, they just sell it, or
yeah.
he actually invested in it, and kept the family, lineage or heritage alive by
Well, HB, at some point, me, my sister, and my brother are going to have to make similar decisions.
yeah, 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 yeah,
There's a family farm in South Georgia. So, that's why I kind of feel, some kinship, with these landed blacks.
yeah, because it's man, it
Do
is
you know
hard.
what it's like? Know what it's like to go hunting quail on your own land?
I
I've
don't,
done it.
I don't, but I would imagine that it's very
Well,
liberating.
I can go deer hunting. I got an uncle who's an avid deer hunter. Whenever he wants to go deer hunting in season, he knows where to
Yeah,
go. Nobody's gonna bother him,
yeah,
and nobody else should be on the land but him. So there's some things about the black community that apparently even black people don't know.
yeah.
Here
Well,
he is. I'm enjoying the runaway narrative. Keep it going. That's good entertainment, son. I I understand that you don't understand that black people aren't all looking for hood caviar.
what's a runaway narrative?
Apparently, that black people don't all live in the hood is a runaway narrative for Deacon Dave.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Poor feller.
I don't get it, man. I don't.
You know what? You drive all over the country. You know this. So, Dave, you might need to get out more, or, you know, talk to Hood Servative. I bet Hood Servative even knows this.
Hmm.
Maybe.
Damn, they really think that I'm gonna go over there and feed them. They better hurry up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Better make room. They don't want you here. Oh, okay. Really, I am gonna go over there because one cow, I've noticed she doesn't come over to eat for some reason. And I want to make sure everybody gets a fair deal. Like I said, one thing about this farm right here,
He
don't practice
probably grows
entitlement.
them,
There's no
Kelvin.
privilege here. None. Right, if any of y'all are brave, I'll feed you up out of here, but I'm not throwing anything, so. What's up? You hungry? I got you. All right, back up. Oh, well, before we get to the chickens, which I'm gonna wait for my pops to go inside before I go in there, because I don't mess with them like that.
This nigga's scared.
This is some more of the land. All back here, it used to be trees, all the way down to the wood line back there. That's ours as well. You might be able to see those tree stumps all the way back there too, and right there as well.
So this is in North Carolina.
Kind of mentioned one time, some company. I don't know the name of the company.
Made no difference to you.
They pay us to cut the trees down. I just found out.
Cutscene to the channel.
After what?
I might have to add that cutscene to the channel. That one from Juice, the Tupac. That this nigga's scared. That shit is funny as hell.
I'll put the. Do you know where to find it, or you want me to save
Oh
this
yeah,
video?
yeah. No. I know where to find it. I know where to find it.
Okay.
This guy's a good editor too. I like how he mixes in, pop culture references with kind of traditional old fashioned living. It's nice touch.
Yeah, well, I guess he's got to urbanize a bit.
Oh yeah. It's smart. It's smart.
Out about it, I remember it was like about 2 years ago or something. My pops, I forgot what happened. I guess I hadn't talked to him in like 2 weeks. So then he was like, "Oh, yo, I've been trying to get in contact with you. I got some money for you." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Oh yeah, this company came and they cut down some trees, and this is your portion."
Hold on, wait. Let me see. Man, get away from this. Wait, no, you know what? Something wrong. His a lot fatter than mine. Yeah, take this back. You probably ain't even count that right.
Yo, he ain't have to tell me. You know what I'm saying? He didn't. So that was what's up. So then what they do is they give my pops the seeds, and they come out, they plant more trees, it comes up, and then boom, So it's like a win-win situation. But I don't see any trees growing for another 10 years or something. This section right here, we only had that one rooster right there. He's been back here by himself the whole time due to the fact none of the other chickens like him.
This nigga's scared, man. You talking about cows? Get off the block.
I don't know, like they pecked his eye out and everything. So my pops had him by himself. These little ones right here, these younger chickens, came out of that chicken coop over there because they was kind of like outgrowing it. They're getting a little too big, so my pops brought them over there. I don't think the old chicken really likes them like that. And I kind of see it's kind of like gang rules up in here, you know what I'm saying? You see the brothers, they mobbing, you know what I'm saying, together. We don't pay for eggs. I be having to watch it though sometimes because my pops, he might try to slide like the duck eggs in, so I gotta try to make sure, I ain't eating none of that. Unlawfulness. We got our ducks right here. Chickens.
You want to take some pictures of this duck inside of here with all those eggs. Don't move too fast, You want to go over into that corner.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I seen him. Why she doing all that?
They're hatching.
No, I'm saying, why she huffing and puffing them?
Well, that's because she's protecting them and willing to fight.
Yeah, I'm cool up there. Don't you worry, big fella.
I don't know if I
Coming back there.
that.
And I know people are gonna ask this question. Let me put this out there. With the cows again. Those you see the size of those cows? You think 3 scoops of corn is gonna do like 8 cows and a horse? You think that's gonna fill them up? Of course it's not. That's just a snack for them. They eat grass all day. That's what they do. Just like the sheep and the goats. None of them are without They got a big stack of hay. See back over there, right there, and that's what they eat. And can we get a moment of silence for Boy?
Don't call me a boy, please.
I've never done this before in my life. I've never taken one step in here. My pops used to have a dog. He was kind of mean. You know what I'm saying? Good with children, but mean. Yeah, he passed away like I think 2-3 days ago. Yeah. Rest in peace, Boy.
That's the kid's name?
Yep. Farm equipment, of course, got the tractor. That's the hitch that cuts the grass. Actually, last week I got to cut the grass for the first time. It was pretty cool.
Oh, they named the dog Boy, man. That's crazy.
Well, I guess it's more creative than dog.
Yeah, barely. You know, black folks don't like naming they dogs, man.
Oh, you should have known. You should have known my grandmother. Her last dog's name was Kubla,
Kubla.
like Kubla Khan. I guess that's where she got it from.
Oh, okay.
It was actually a big mastiff. So I don't know where she got the name from, but that was the dog's name.
Jeez.
We had a German Shepherd named Bernard.
That's a good dog name though. Bernard. I like that.
Well, I don't know. We got him as kids, and when he was a puppy, we for some reason thought he looked like a Saint Bernard, so we just named him Bernard. It's a good dog.
So basically, you just named him dog. Basically.
No, he was a German Shepherd, so Bernard actually, is better than I don't know, it's better than Shepherd, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'd rather ride the zero turn next time. My pops wants me to come out here, help him. I'd rather do the zero turn because it seemed like it can, move pretty fast. But that's whatever. This right here, I always saw as a waste of money. My pops is a hoarder. He likes to get deals. Doesn't matter if they are 12 generations under being up to date. So my pops got a trailer. He kind of like rocked my mom to sleep. He was like, yeah, we'll get this, and then
Damn,
we'll
it's
go
on a
travel,
concrete
we'll go
pad,
to the
though.
beach, all this stuff.
It's pretty
This
high
trailer
tech.
hasn't gone anywhere, nowhere.
You keep the
No
grandkids or guests in
Stays
that
right
for.
here. Yeah, right. One weekend they came out here to spend the weekend, but my mom was like, hell no. She was like, yo, when it gets dark, it gets dark. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't understand that. Now, one thing I do want to do before I get up out of here, I want to see if I can pet the bull. He'll have me on legend status. I always thought they bite, but they don't. I would have to be in there and he would have to kick me or something.
God
Or
gave
headbutt,
them
you know what I'm
horns,
saying?
son. They don't need
So,
to bite.
we're safe. Oh, and right here, my father, he grows, I don't know what he's growing this year, but depending on how long y'all have been rocking with this channel, approximately about 2-3 years ago, y'all saw me and my father, we went to Compare Foods, and he sold some kind of potatoes that he grows. He sold some to Compare Foods. We was in the back weighing them joints up, you know what I'm saying? I had the thing on me. I had the thing on me. I had the GoPro on me. Damn. You all right? Need a minute? Damn. That's my boy. 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 I usually scared the shit of him. I still am.
Yeah, you noticed.
Coming out here, like I just used to take it for granted, just like I would come out and just ride my dirt bike or some shit. But now feeding them.
No, Mama. You know we've got to do it.
I ain't got time for all that noise. Hey, but then I started like seeing their patterns. Not much with the chickens and stuff, but I started seeing like yo. My pop said don't be messing with the bull because the other cow's in heat. I don't want her. You know what I'm saying? Safe as children's Tylenol. But anyway, come here. So anyway, yeah, man, no, I've really seen like their patterns, seeing like their personalities, especially when it's time to get fed. It was really the goats that the sheep that turned me on to, oh, yo, feed us over here. Like, we can't fuck with them horns. But nah, man. Also, this ain't it. Like what you see right here, we still have back behind that tree line back there. That's ours. And further behind that gate, that's also ours. Like I said, it's 23 acres in all. I think we purchased this back in 2011 or 12, I forget, but maybe 12.
So it's still new in farm
You know, my
years.
dad's done a lot of work. When he asked me like to contribute, like, oh, yo, we got to put up a fence, I'd be like, all right, so where's my 5 acres? I just got to make sure no. But yeah, so yeah, I help him out. I planted potatoes the other day. Not that you would see how to do it, but so with the potatoes, when you plant them
City
joints,
boy
for
has
instance,
some
they
work
come
to
in
do.
the stalks. You would lay the stalk down. My pops gives me like this stick, and then I push the stalk into the ground, or the bottom of it into the ground.
Wake up, bad bitch next to me. It's normal. Thank God, cause he keep blessing me. Aki's outside the windows praying, hit the strip. See what my nigga 6'6" saying, smoke a split for breakfast. Then it's time to get.
It stands up, and somebody comes behind me, pause, and waters. About 2016, me and some of the homies, we wanted to start a juice bar. I think the plant we had the right idea, but they kind of like fronted on us. That's why when Jay-Z be like, oh, if you got 100K and 800 credit score, you good. You know what I'm saying? Like, bank really fronted on us because what we asked for, no cap or nothing. I had, but it wasn't like I was gonna be like, yeah, and if we default, you just take nah. But yeah, they were like, nah, somebody on there got the credit wasn't right, so we couldn't do it. But you know what I'm saying, it was all good. But I always figured, I said, when it comes to like carrots and some of the vegetables, we grow them joints right here, Oh, quick question. If anybody knows about farming or cows and stuff, do mushrooms grow out here? Asking
No.
for a friend.
The hell?
Cause if you run up and try to play mine, I'd rather have an AK than a fucking K9. Cause if you shot your gun and my dog tried to
Yeah, I'm glad he's taking tips from his dad instead of Jay-Z. Jay-Z kind of fucked up a whole generation with his business tips for the black man.
Yeah.
So look, I'm glad he's getting back to square one. Sometimes you just gotta start back over, man. Jay-Z, you see
Well,
where
he looks
Jay-Z's
like
at.
he's still young enough to start over at least.
Yeah,
At least his
yeah.
father, was kind of like, taking him under his wing. Hopefully, I can tell right now he, whatever he's doing, it's not, he's not raising a sweat doing it.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta start. I would imagine on a farm, you gotta start from the beginning. You gotta shovel shit at first, then get to feeding, then the agriculture.
You know
It's
what?
probably a process.
Most times when people buy farms, it's farms that are like established already. If you're
Right.
going to do something like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to start a farm from, total scratch. But
Hmm.
I would think that would take a ton of money.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I watched these people in outside of Front Royal, Virginia, decided, they bought a piece of land and they were retirees or something, and they wanted to turn part of the land into like a horse pasture.
Hmm.
And I think I heard the number that every horse takes 5 acres just on its own. So, that's a lot of land for one animal. I imagine they're talking about grass and stuff like that. They need about 5 acres of grass to sustain a horse.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. And
Yeah.
they wanted like a horse farm. So I don't know how many horses they were going to find, but they just knocked down trees on like 20 acres of land. I was like, holy shit. Because I like trees. I hate seeing good trees cut down like that just for horses. But Yeah, it was their land.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Let's see some old black people. This will freak Dave out.
the horses gotta roam. They gotta roam somewhere.
I think horses are useless
Good
animals.
morning. We're standing in the form of Mr. Shank. How you doing, Mr.
I'm
Shank?
doing fine.
Thank you. Mr. Shank, how long have you been farming?
Well, I'm 73 now, and I've been farming here since I was 13.
What are you growing here in the fields now?
I'm growing mustard greens, turnip greens, and I got my rows fixed for collards. And I'm gonna set them out. And them greens there,
Mustard
them
greens are
about
good.
right
They're my
there is
favorite.
about 4
Yeah.
weeks old.
So they're real tender right
They're
now.
real tender. They sure is. They're real tender.
Is that when people like to buy them, when they're real tender like that?
Yeah, but long as they don't start up the siege and everything, that makes a whole lot. It don't take them no more than about from 35 to 40 minutes. They ready.
Really?
They ready for you to eat then. And the main thing is have that ground in shape. That you got the ground in shape.
Say that.
That is your vegetable is already done.
Vegetable.
Was your daddy a farmer?
He was my daddy drove a milk truck. My mother runs the farm. Why he was hauling milk in the can.
Really? So what type of farm does she run?
We raise corn, cotton on the farm. I pick cotton. We work until 11:30, come out and eat and go back at 1 o'clock. And the corn, with the corn that we raised, we had a hammer mill. We ground the corn with the shucks, the cob, and the corn on it, and made feed for the cows.
Really? So you had cows too?
We had cows. We run a dairy.
Mr. Shank, do you see people now getting more into gardening because the prices of food is just really out of control?
I do. Now, you go to these stores and you buy them greens, they raised in a hot house. You don't know how long they've been picked, where they come from. But any day that anybody want to come by and look at my garden, they're welcome to it. And I give them a good advice. Have that ground in shape.
And what you mean have the ground in shape? Explain that to us.
I'm going to explain it. I just did it 4 times. I broke it up after I got my spring going. I let it lay there and let that stuff went. Anytime you turn green stuff under the soil, it has a chance to make the soil hot. Be sure that when that stuff is disted long enough for the ground to crumble right and not go through a heat. Anytime you have seeds going through a heat, they is not going to germinate.
Oh, that's what it is.
That's what it is. The ground is too hot.
Now, some people use compost.
Some people use compost. Okay, well.
But you don't.
I don't use the compost.
You just work your soil.
I work my stuff. Every so many days when you planting a garden, it needs working in order to loosen that dirt up and let air in the ground.
Yeah, because my ground is hard right now, so you know nothing is going to come through there.
Nothing's going to come up in it. It sure ain't. Nothing going to come up in it. You has got to have a good bed for them roots when it comes up to go into the soil. If you don't have no good roots, you're going to come up with a stunted plant.
Looks like you got a little squash growing in the middle of those.
No.
What is that?
Them there is leukemia. I had some of them. And them volunteer heels come back. And I left them.
Would it grow right now?
Yeah, they own that right now.
Okay,
and
really?
And in a few days, about 5 or 6 more days, they will be ready to harvest.
Really? So you're going to have just a field of collard greens and mustard greens.
Mustard and turnips.
And turnips.
And
yeah,
turnips.
That's my favorite.
Well,
turnip is my favorite.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have plenty of them. And the public always buy plenty for me. I just started really pulling them this week, the one that's big enough. And from the way the people pass here, and they go and turn around and come back. Now, day before yesterday, I only pulled 20 bunches. And out of the 20 bunches, that lady, my neighbor, she wanted 4. And I went on to the house. I don't sell my stuff with the little dirt on the roof. I don't sell it. I washes my stuff.
You do peanuts too, right? You grow peanuts too.
I grow peanuts too. I washes my stuff, and then I bunches it up. And I always like to give a person a good bunch. And they go up there and they buy these dollar bunches from the store. My bunch is 2 times bigger day because I'm gonna have plenty of greens.
Your mother had plenty of greens as a child. You can remember.
We always had plenty. We mostly raised what we had to eat. We raised a chicken, a hog, and everything like that. We raised everything that we had.
How many boys?
It was 2 boys and 8 girls.
So the girls did a lot of the farm work too.
The girls did a lot of the work too. The 2 boys did the plowing with a horse.
You were sharecroppers? You were sharecroppers in what state?
Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Yeah, I was born and raised right here in Louisiana.
Yes.
And
most of your friends are farming, or are they?
Most of them is farming. I have a friend of mine named Ben Long Pace. He was farming. He paced and everything, and we had a big crop out there at his place. But now, since he pays, I only have
I think this might be Solid Snakes
up with this
grandfather.
And see
I was
that it's
thinking
done
the
right.
same thing.
You can
He
plant,
sounds just
and
like
it don't
him.
work it.
It
You
does.
can plant wrong and don't have the ground ready. You still ain't done that. You're just wasting time.
Why,
So that's
why do you
not a
think
lot of
that
your
is,
friends
Stanley?
that's left
I've
that's
always
still doing
noticed
the
that
farming
No,
like
it's
that.
just
people from
quite
down
a few
south,
of them
like
that
the women are
was in my
always
class.
way more articulate than the men. What do you think that is?
I don't know.
I
I've
was just,
never really noticed. I think
I've always
I
noticed
don't
that.
know. Maybe they took school more seriously.
Yeah, that's probably true. Cause like I remember my
Because you
grandma could
remember in the
understand.
black community, you were considered successful if you were, women being teachers.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So that's my guess. He sound Nanner says he sounds country AF like Solid.
Yeah, but she doesn't. I mean, she sounds country, but not as country. Like you could still understand her.
Yeah, and a little bit. I'm guessing it's a granddaughter or something. Cute little girl. So
Oh,
we'll
really?
we'll see something different besides him going on about collard greens.
It's when I was going to Old Dillon High School, I think. Harold Smith.
But I'm gonna tell you, this kind of reminds me of how I grew up. Every now and again, you like, especially at family reunions, you run into, old men like this, old women, people who knew you, but you didn't necessarily know them. So
Yeah.
being around the old people, we call them in the South, being around the old people, freaks, some of the city boys out. But, growing up in the South, talking to an old man, about farming or something like this, it's not unusual. Even if you grew up in the city or something, you might have a relative, in South Georgia or, somewhere out in the country. So, you know, I'd walk up to him and feel just as comfortable talking about, collard greens and mustard greens as I would, talking to you about a YouTube video.
Yeah.
This is again, it's a well-roundedness that I think America in general is moving away from. With all the electronics and social media and stuff,
Oh yeah.
being able to talk to people, old people, young people, we are losing that.
Yeah.
And I'll just go ahead and chastise some of us in the chat. It's like y'all have never seen a fucking old black man before.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad.
No, definitely.
Was
I
an
talked
agriculture
to
teacher.
I
The father
I a lot of my family, they know I'm on the road, so I get calls all the time from my like older relatives. I always tell them like, hey, you can call me anytime. So usually if you see me getting off, it may be like an older relative calling, and it's like, man, the the stories that they tell you, it just I don't know, man. It just makes you realize like, man, these people got a wealth of just knowledge, and they're not gonna be there forever. So if you got old people like this, talk to them as much as you can.
Yeah, somebody was talking to me about that the other day.
Hmm.
So I think it actually was Portia and her. It seems like it was either her or somebody else talking about, she recorded, stuff, conversations and stuff like that. It's
Yeah,
important to do, but
yeah,
even if you don't do all that, I just kind of feel, away and not totally upset, but looking at some of the comments, about just this old man, it's
yeah.
like, damn, you know what? These young folks are fucked.
Yeah, yeah, and I think too. I think a lot of it is like they willfully kind of deny their heritage and their culture, and I think
Yeah.
that's the reason why they don't really like seeing this, or they don't like hearing the older generation. They just want to deny it. It's like they're living in a fake world. Like, oh, only thing that matters is right now and the future, and it's like,
Well,
man,
the funny thing is, you are not your relatives necessarily. So I mean,
no,
I don't,
no.
I don't get the part about, the denial and all this stuff. Shit.
No,
Um,
I was talking to some relatives the other day, and I just found out, yeah, I had no idea that uh even older relative, they were older. I never got to meet them, but they
mhm.
were actually a truck driver, and I had
Oh,
no
really?
clue. Yeah, mind you, down in Mississippi, they were a truck driver
Hmm.
during during Jim Crow, but a black man. And I'm
Hmm.
sitting here like, how did that happen? He's like, well, you have to, yeah, you gotta be up early. You gotta,
That's funny.
you
You gotta,
can't make
gotta sleep in the truck a lot.
yeah, you can't make too many stops, but you get there on time. And I'm just thinking like, during Jim Crow, a trucker in the South, what that must have been like. But, this man made a whole career of it. So, it definitely puts things in perspective, and you know, lets you know. I don't know. And but it's just like those types of things you don't even know, like when you don't talk to your distant relatives or your older relatives, how could you? It's not like they just write everything down. Sometimes you just gotta listen to them.
Right.
So, like they, I don't know, like, cause I think too back then being a trucker was actually like, they didn't have GPS or nothing, man. Like you
Yeah, it
had to
was
really
all it
be a
was all mapped.
yeah, you really had to be a trucker and to be a black man just in the South. That's all he ran. He ran Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and Texas his whole career.
Damn. It was all in the South.
All in the South, like
You know,
it's crazy.
my first question would be, what kind of gun did he carry?
Nah, he would have to. He would definitely have to. Yeah.
Shotgun.
Hal
The
Smith,
old man, that's right.
the father of the
That
Hale
though.
The father of the murder
of Kentwood.
Kentwood was my agriculture teacher.
Mhm.
Now I went to different meetings when on the FHA and all like that. And me and this other one or two more of them always bleed and farming and raising up.
Hey, HB, the
Yeah,
funny
yeah,
thing I notice about this guy? Look
yeah,
how clean, and I know this will sound weird. Look how clean his t-shirt is, his shirt,
yeah,
his eyes are clear. Um, He looks like he's in good health.
Yeah, it's a different generation, man. These guys, these guys were built like the built like the ox they would raise, man. It's a different generation. He's very well put together, man.
None of that crying about this and that.
Yeah.
Livestock.
Cows and
Cows and calves and stuff. Now, I have another place. I crossed 55. Okay. I rented it out for cows.
Oh, so you have, I mean, you grow cows too?
I
raise
grow cows too.
Really? You
And
raise
everything. And I have a full-time job. By the time I get through seeing to this, seeing to them, well, the day is paid.
Well, one day you need to invite me to do an interview with the cows
Well,
and teach
okay,
us about the
I sure
livestock.
will. And my son, he drives. Now I have another patch of greens up there at my son that I planted for him. Cause he'll say, "Oh, Daddy, I want some greens." I could almost put them on the table, but he still ain't.
I dropped it. You're gonna get another one? Okay, pick up your bowls. Come on. Let's go see. There's 2 oranges over here.
Can I pull them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, it got stuff on it.
It's got stuff on it.
That one it.
It's called spaghetti squash.
Spaghetti squash?
Let's get that
Probably
one. Can you get
costs
that
like
one for you?
$5 in the grocery store.
And then get them.
Mm-hmm. What are you pulling? Do you know the name of that? The spaghetti squash.
Okay. Spaghetti squash.
Okay, you're gonna go pull some more?
That's the baby one.
You can pull that one.
Okay.
Is it big enough? I think I see one that's yellow and green. Can you look at those 2 big ones right there? Can you get those? Look at those right there.
Right here?
Mm-hmm. There's 2 of them. You want to get those? What do you call those?
These.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Bell peppers.
Bell peppers.
Mm-hmm.
Bell peppers.
Can I put 2 in here?
Yes, want to put them in there with your collection?
Like how you guys collect.
Damn, that's
Yeah,
not hot
I see
Cheetos
some
from the
red peppers. You want
bodega.
to get those? Look at the red peppers over here. Let's get those red peppers. So we can get the garden ready for next year. Look at those.
See, they just like McDonald's.
Yo.
What'd she say? It tastes like McDonald's.
Today, huh?
I think she said it looks just like McDonald's.
Oh, really?
Or it tastes just like McDonald's. I think she said it tastes just like McDonald's. Yo. That's
Yeah,
all
okay.
kids think about, man. That's all kids think about is McDonald's, Stanley, man. That's all
Now,
they
you
care
know what?
about.
Ever since I was a kid, my parents would talk about, every time we pass a McDonald's, I'd be going Fin Fi.
Yeah.
Yeah, McDonald's has been a thing since I was a kid, since the 70s.
Yeah, yeah, it is. They get you early, man. Make you a lifelong customer.
I don't know. I haven't eaten at McDonald's in
Okay, I think we
I
did
think it
good.
was
Is that all
last
we're gonna get
July.
today?
Coming back from Tennessee, I had McDonald's. And that would have been the first time in like
You
10
want to go
years.
get that bell pepper? You can go over and get it.
Yeah. Man, I gotta get off these roads, Stanley. God damn it.
What you know what? I have to look outside in a minute. I think we got about an inch. Started falling
Yeah.
around 4 o'clock this morning, but I don't have to go out. I may sweep off sweep the snow up. Excuse me. May sweep off the back deck here in a bit because it'll get
Yeah.
above freezing, and if you don't get it off, it'll melt and then refreeze and ice over.
Yeah, I'm in Illinois right now. I'm headed back down south, but I'm currently in a snowstorm, but I keep slipping and I can like feel it slipping. But I'm going to like a good enough speed to where like I get the traction back again. But it's one of those things where, you know, I might need to wait a little
Now,
bit.
do you have a destination, or are you actually going all the way back to Texas?
Oh no. I still have a destination. I'm going
Okay.
to only Illinois, but it's maybe like 200 miles away. So, but it's man, I keep slipping over here. This
Yeah.
if worst comes to worst, I can always use like that little, on the side of the road they have that little
Oh yeah, little, what are they, rumble strips?
yeah, the
I
rumble
forget.
strips. Yeah. The little rumble strips. That's if it gets too bad. You just use those, and you're fine. You can get somewhere with those. But
Really?
yeah, I wouldn't suggest doing it in a car. But if it is like the last, if it gets too bad, you could do it in a
Mhm.
car too, because that
I
is
didn't know
some
that.
really good
I
traction.
always thought
Yeah.
they were more for warning.
No, they're that too, but truckers we use it for traction if it gets too bad, like if
I
you
had no idea. Interesting.
you need that you don't want to spin out or anything crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That reminds me of back up on 81 with those big, I don't know what they call them. You know how they have those little ramps dug into the side of hills, like if you get a runaway
Oh yeah, no, that's what they're called, runaway ramps.
oh yeah, that shit's scary. I'm like, man, if I ever
Yeah.
had to use one of those, it would scare me to death.
Yeah, that's the
It's
worst
like
case
the
scenario, man.
last of the last resort. If I'm not able to catch one of these runaway strips, it's gonna be all over.
Yeah, you gotta say a prayer right before you hit that thing, because if you don't hit it square on, you could, like on impact, you could just blow up on impact. Yeah, damn. All right, yeah, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna stop at this next truck stop. It's about 6 miles away. I can make it. Ah, fuck. Yeah, it's not even the snow. It's this ice, man. I can feel
Yeah.
it. God damn.
So they haven't treated the roads, or because
They have,
it's
but it's like this raining. It's like this
yeah.
mixture between rain, ice,
Yeah.
and snow, and it's just the temperature too is like it's fluctuating so quick right now because of these storms. It'll be
Hmm.
40 and then drop to 15 and then back up to 40, then the 15. So that the salt isn't even it doesn't even really have time to work. You know, it has to.
Right.
It's the storm that's really fucking this shit up. I don't know. I'm gonna get off the road though. I'm not one of those super truckers. Just run through anything. I'll sit. And then my
Holy shit. I'm looking at this story. I'm gonna do this. Apparently, there's a female who's the longest serving chaplain in the Army. Huh. Command.
Wow.
Interesting. She's
really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Let me put this in the slide. All right. Well, let's see. This is Chantel Johnson and Emmanuel Hayden, Off Grid in Color.
Okay, 220.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session. We are Off Grid in Color, and we are so happy to have you all joining us to learn about what we're doing at our homestead. So out of today's session, you should get the following from us. 1, you're going to learn about the purpose of mission of Off Grid in Color and who we are. 2, we're going to talk about homesteading and how you can homestead your way into a life of self-sufficiency and sustainability. And 3rd, we're going to talk about how you can participate in the things that we're doing and how you can start being self-sufficient today. So first thing first, who are we? We are Off Grid in Color. Our mission and purpose pretty much is simple. We are 2 former Big Silly dwellers. I am originally from Chicago, and Emmanuel here is originally from LA. And we are homesteading in North Carolina. We're passionate about leading people to take greater steps towards self-sufficiency through our farm products, birth coaching, and community services. So one question that you should have right now is, what is homesteading? The best definition that I ran across that I really like is really simple. Homesteading is a lifestyle of self-sufficiency. And self-sufficiency is pretty much being able to provide your own needs without external assistance. So now we're going to talk about how we are homesteading here in North Carolina and meeting our basic needs. Often, if you're following us on Instagram, Off Grid in Color and Homestead Asili, you will hear us refer to our homestead as Homestead Asili. Asili is a Swahili word that means ancestor, nature, and has a lot to do with referring to agriculture. And the whole purpose of, well, one purpose that we think the summit is trying to show people how to reconnect with the earth. So we think the name of our homestead is very fitting for the purpose and mission of Off Grid in Color and what we're actually doing. Our homestead setup is off the grid. And what that means is we are not tied to any kind of public utilities that will provide our essential needs, such as electricity and water. Iman, you want to talk about our electricity?
Well, just to go a little further with the self-sufficiency on the electricity, we're to the extreme that the power was out in the neighborhood. Like we couldn't go to the post office, couldn't mail anything. We didn't know. Mm-hmm. We were still using that stuff. But our electricity, so we run 4 solar panels. So we have 400 watts coming in, have all the wires coming down to a charge controller. And from there, it goes to a battery bank. And a handful of batteries. We're able to store enough power to run our lights, to run fans, charge laptops and phones.
Hey, what's up, Kimmy?
Kimmy,
Good morning.
good morning.
This is so interesting, by the way.
Yeah,
Roll.
I'm just trying to, provide a little bit of a counterbalance to the body cam video culture that we tend to cultivate around here. Not all black people are shooting each other up or, you know, stealing from Walmart. And then there goes Mr. Garion. There goes American niggas stealing words again. Shake my head. Motherfucker, can you ever say something positive? So that's my response. So young to be so negative. SMH.
SMH. Mm-mm-mm.
So what do you
Yeah.
think about this? I like the self-sustainability part. It's kind of, maybe a little too much, but you know what? They seem committed. They're articulate about it. They seem to know what they're doing. And you know, this is stuff, positive stuff that black people can do.
That is true, but I just feel like it's a lot. It's a bit much. It's a lot to commit to.
Well, hey, um, I wish I wish I had the patience to do it. It's been before I moved here, I've been here about 7 years. I had a garden for damn near 10 years. Me, my son, and my wife would grow at least a little bit of, tomatoes and peppers and stuff.
Hmm.
My wife used to call it her salsa garden. You know,
I
that's
mean,
pretty
I've
much.
grown stuff. I've grown peppers, basil, easy stuff like peppers,
Yeah, that
basil,
well,
simple
that
stuff.
stuff you can grow in the city.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
So no, go ahead.
I like it because I'm very conscious about like what I eat and put in my body, and
Mm.
yeah, so I get it.
So what are you up to this morning? I've got looks like maybe an inch of snow has fallen since I guess around 4:30 this morning.
We don't have any snow, but it's cold as fuck, and barely any like. So many people called out today. It's like, why are we even here?
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about snow is it actually warms up. The
That is true.
night before last was got down to about 17. Uh, it's only what 28 or so, so it'll get
Yeah,
above freezing today. So 32 degrees with snow on the ground, that's actually comfortable weather.
it
If you have
is.
to get out and work in it.
I think we're going up to 33 by the afternoon.
Yeah, if you can survive in 30, 32 and above.
Yeah, but yesterday when it
Yeah.
was like 7, that was crazy.
All right, well, let's see what these two have to say.
Yeah.
I can charge all my drills. We also have a water pump that runs off the electricity.
We think being able to supply our own energy is pretty awesome. Every day the sun shines and it comes out and it's full of energy. So why not use it?
I forgot to mention that these two are in North Carolina. That's Garion country. Uh,
Yeah.
Garion, you live out on some acreage. Have you thought about homesteading? Put you a cow or two out there?
Yeah, I'm sure he's getting he's probably gonna start getting to that. Probably just fixing the place up first before he starts to get down, you know, getting chickens. He's probably gonna get some chickens and some goats so he can perform his African rituals. But yeah, he'll get
Well, I
there
mean, it
eventually.
doesn't have to be African, but you know what? You would never believe. If I had like like an extra acre of land,
Hmm.
shit, yeah, I would plow it up, and an acre garden is actually quite a lot for one or two people to do. But if you're into canning stuff, you could put up a whole winter's worth of things like green beans and that sort of thing. It's you know, I don't know. I just find stuff like that actually pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
Another utility that we're providing for ourselves ish is our water system. You want to talk about that and why I said ish?
I like the word ish. So it's ish because it's coming from our nearby neighbor who pumps it out using an electric pump out of a well. So that's not really off the grid, but we're not doing it. But we are working toward making it so that ours is off the grid. Right now, we've got a pump who supplies it for our house and for our garden and for our animals. We're working on raising our water up so that we can use the water pressure because we have 220 gallons. It's just it's sitting there. But we're going to collect rainwater for our main water source.
And we also have a gray water system.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, so we have a 55-gallon drum, just installed it under the house, collects all of our shower water, all of our bath water, and it just does really well.
Something else that we're doing here at the homestead is we manage our own waste. Do not freak out. It's not as bad as people think. We have a bucket toilet system in which Emmanuel made a beautiful box, and we have a plastic bucket inside of it. And we also have a urine diverter. That way, it kind of keeps the odor down, and you don't have to change it as often.
A urine
As
diverter.
people release the solids into the bucket, we have composting material such as sawdust that we use to put in the bucket. Once the bucket is full, we take it to our outside composting box that we dump off the material in, and we add more composting matter. So it's a static pile that we kind of let sit. So once it's full, we let it sit for a year, and in that time, you have your own compost. And we also thinking of other innovative ways in which we can compost, such as our food scraps, which is something most people know.
Yeah,
Well-
that's gonna be a hard sell for most black folks, Stanley. Yeah.
Well, when I lived up on the mountain, there was I forget the name of the system, but it wasn't a normal septic system where you had a tank. It's basically three big cells that had some sort of peat filter, and that's how basically you would run the waste through these three big, well, they're basically three big filters. And then the field behind it is where the filtered like waste stuff would would drain off into. So I mean, there are actually ways to deal with waste that are fairly efficient, not too icky. Now the thing is that you gotta, they can be hard to maintain. You gotta actually do like switch out filters and stuff every couple years or so. But this didn't use power at all. It was basically it was on a slight incline, so everything was gravity. So there are ways to do it if you're really into wanting to homestead.
And making compost and tea, which I'm just learning about. Another thing to highlight about our homestead is we live in a tiny house. It's 192 square feet. So producing water for it and electricity for it is very simple. And because of our small way of living, we also have adopted some of the ideals of minimalism, reducing all the stuff that we have to pretty much only things that we need. And it's a work in progress, but we're really happy to really dive into that lifestyle. So we just talked about our homestead and being off the grid and how we operate it and run it. Another thing that we do to take greater steps towards self-sufficiency is food. You gotta eat. So we have a garden, a beautiful garden full of potatoes we have right now, and corn and kohlrabi. Do I always say that wrong? How do you say it?
Kohlrabi.
Kohlrabi.
It's a German word.
It's a German word for a leafy green? No.
Cabbage turnip. I mean, it translates directly to cabbage turnip. They didn't bother to come up with a new word. They just stuck them together and said, it looks like cabbage turnip. Kohlrabi.
I'm learning about all the different
We also
kinds
grow
of things.
moringa, and then we have those field crops you're talking about. We have some Sudan grass, we have more corn, and what was the other thing in there? I know there's the iron clay peas.
Iron clay peas.
And sunflowers.
And sunflower. And that's a separate field in and of itself. That field we have to help us supplement the next part of our food system, which is the animal livestock. Or just livestock. It's probably a better name for it. You might can hear the roosters out there crowing. So we have chicken. We have our egg layers, and we're getting about 7-ish or plus eggs a day. You also have our meat birds that we're raising. You also have turkeys, and we have rabbits, pigs, and the best of the best, sheep.
Wait, can you pause it real
And
quick?
raising
Stanley?
meat is really
Pause it
important,
real quick.
especially if
You know, Kelvin, part of that reasoning is because, you know, a lot of niggas are toxic, man. We're toxic. We don't like seeing happy couples together, man. We're just toxic people.
Not I enjoy it.
No, not you. I'm talking about Kelvin. Like, bro, I know what you're saying, because I can be kind of toxic like that too. And you know, it's, listen, man, none of us are perfect, man, but you know, I think it's just some of us are toxic. That's why we hate seeing you know, happy
I wouldn't.
couples.
He's young. I mean, everybody who's kind of young and unattached, because I mean, it can be cringe even when you're married. Like I never liked hanging out with other couples when I was married.
Oh my God, no! Please don't force me to do that.
Hey,
I'm not doing it.
we did Lamaze classes, my wife and I, and we were the oldest couple there. You know, we were right around 40. Well, my wife was 39, I was 40. And these young couples were getting there, and you know, it would just be all lovey-dovey and Lamaze. And we would just sit there cracking jokes. And I know the instructor, I think she used to get a little pissed off at us. But you know, yeah, other couples can be cringy. However, they're on a video, man. You don't have to you can you can turn it off.
Yeah, they don't even seem that cringe to me either. I mean, they're a little cringe, but they're not that bad. They're not that
Well,
bad.
the other thing is when you're a couple, other people probably think you're cringy too.
Yeah. That is true. That is very true.
Troll, what's up, man?
That's very true.
if you enjoy eating meat. You raise them how you want to raise them. You control what you put into your animals, and you're part of the whole life cycle from birth even till death.
I think animals are the easiest.
You think so?
I think so. Well, just in terms of what we eat as humans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're not living on carbs.
This is true.
We're living on meat and fat.
Something else that I like about our food production system here is we're developing an herb garden in honor of my brother Richie, who passed away just under 2 years. And so it's a beautiful circle which represents peace, and the whole herb garden is just all about power and healing. You can learn more about that from our website.
Ricky! Ricky is
Next,
out
we're
of
going to
there,
talk about
y'all.
the different ways in which you could participate in what we're doing here in Off Grid and Color, and how you could take the next step today in being self-sufficient. We've just started a hatchery here at Off Grid and Color. We're currently seeing 100 eggs of Rhode Island chickens being hatched right now. How can a chick be your next step towards self-sufficiency? Great question. Rhode Island Reds is a bird that was produced back in the early 1900s and is now viewed by the American Poultry Association as being a heritage bird. This is a dual-purpose bird that can be raised for meat and for eggs. In about 6 months, you can get this bird up to 6 to 8-ish pounds, depending on if it's a hen or a rooster. And within a year's time, you can get about 150 to 300 eggs a year, and that's a lot. So by raising your own bird for meat or eggs, you are taking your step in producing your own food for yourself. So you should get your order in right now to get your chicks today. Something else that we're going to be doing this summer is we're thinking about the holiday season. This is a good time to purchase, pasture-raised chicken from us and turkeys and your pork. So you can look at more for that information on our website. Another component to Off Grid and Color is our birth coaching services. I am a trained doula, and I help birth givers bring beautiful babies into the world. I want to help people think about the birthing process and how we can explore the various options that you need and your family need to bring healthy babies into our world. Other things that we're considering doing this summer is a lot of people are wanting to come out to the farm to really just have that one-on-one experience of learning how to homestead. You can definitely look for more information about how you could come and visit the homestead and maybe spend a day or two out here just learning some of the basics. The last thing we have is our youth services. We really want to get youth involved of thinking about how homesteading, gardening, and farming is. Anybody can homestead. It doesn't matter who you are, how old you are, where you're located. You could take steps toward being self-sufficient. Whether you are a vegetarian and you want to start a garden, whether you love meat and you want to raise your own meat, or you believe in the medicinal properties of flowers and herbs, you can start today. You don't need a lot of money. We don't have a lot of money.
We don't.
You don't have to have all your ducks in order. We don't have all of our ducks in order. You just got to start with what you have and make the best out of the situation. We thank you all so much for joining us today, for listening about our organization and how you participate in it. Once again, you can follow myself, Chantel Johnson, on Instagram at Off Grid and Color. You can follow Emmanuel where?
Oh, same place, Instagram as Homestead of Sealy.
And definitely check out our website, Off Grid and Color. Peace, love, and healthy living.
Thanks.
Is that too hippy dippy?
How do we respond to stressful situations?
I like the peace, love, and healthy living.
Hippy dippy. I don't know. To be honest with you, yeah, I heard the birth giver comment, but I just don't really care that much. They can use any language they want. What say you, Garion?
It wasn't as bad as I thought it was. The birth giver thing was a little off-putting. I didn't know what she really.
Oh, why is it off-putting? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know anybody who has to.
Why is it so important that people conform?
I think birth giving is a form of conformity.
Well, see, I think requiring the correct language to satisfy you is conforming. It's an expectation that they conform to whatever it is you think they should be conforming to.
But they're conforming to the whole movement of anyone could be anything. There's no gender.
You know what?
We can be butterflies if we want to be butterflies tomorrow.
Saying that they're a birth giver, I would never. You know what? If I wanted to know exactly what they meant, I would ask them.
Who's the birth? You know what they mean. Come on now.
Well, women are birth givers. No, see, Kimmy, I don't care what they say. They're not relatives. They're like YouTube content providers. I don't think much beyond that. The subject they're talking about is farming. What they're, hell, she's a doula. She probably uses crystals in the birth giving process, which I think is weird. I would not go to a doula to have my child delivered. I'd rather a hospital.
I agree with that.
But different strokes for different folks. It doesn't affect me. And Brian says, in broken English, because apparently he can't spell, Stanley, you're a birth givers. Yeah, okay.
You're a birth giver? You're multiple, Stanley?
Yeah, apparently I'm twins.
Oh, okay. You're one of them Siamese twins that y'all were talking about a couple days ago?
He's a Gemini.
Yeah, well, I understand. Brian has to give me shit.
Watermelon farmers.
Yeah, this is interesting. People make, good side money selling watermelons on the side of the road. You're in
Isn't
North
it like an
Carolina, you
American
know that.
stereotype that like Black Americans are like addicted to this shit?
You know what? That stereotype is dead. People who still want to believe that are like be Braves age. Nobody believes that anymore.
Ain't watermelon like one of the most healthiest fruits on the planet?
Definitely for water. It's got a lot of water, a lot of good stuff in it.
Where follows the sun as it warms the soil from south to north in the spring and summer. For farmers, that means being ready to plant, tending those crops, and bringing in the harvest when it's time to connect with consumers. On a hot, steamy midsummer morning in central Alabama, Jerry Cooper and his brother Terry are busy managing the harvest of their watermelon crop.
I have a Crimson Sweet variety, and I have a Sugar Baby, what you call a Sugar Baby, better known as an Icebox.
The brothers are third-generation growers on the property, although they both had other careers before returning to the family farm.
Up until about 4 years ago, it was me, my mother, and father. And like my mother handled the business end of it, like going to get fertilizer seeds and paying the bills and stuff, and me and my father did the work in the field. So, like I say, for the last 4 years, I've been having to do it all. But now my brother, if I need something from town or break a boat or something, or plow, he'll go get it, go pick the hands up in the morning and take them to the field. So he's been a big help.
Oh, it's great. It's great. It's a family organization, and we like to keep it going. I like to pass it on down to my niece and nephew, my son, and keep it going. It's great.
16, 17.
About a third of the Coopers' 125-acre farm is devoted to growing their seasonal watermelon crop. Alabama's hot days and warm nights make for an excellent growing environment.
It's a good farming state because it got some good soil and good land here, and they produce good peaches and watermelons and peas and stuff like that.
All right, that's good.
The Coopers will harvest hundreds of watermelons each year. Some will go to a regional farmers market. Others go to wholesalers, headed for the produce section of supermarkets. And some get sold right on the farm.
We got some people, rather come by here and get it than going to the market and picking it up. Because most of the time you come here and you get it for a cheaper price than you do on the market.
It's more or less like living on a reputation. Because my mother and father and grandfather, they always did that. So it's sort of been like a family tradition to have some sales there.
On this particular morning, the harvested melons are loaded up for a short ride down the road.
Well, I'm going to head to the farmer's market in Birmingham to try to deliver the watermelons. And hopefully I'll have a good day selling them. Today I'm hoping more for retail because I don't have that many. And maybe like $3 and $4 a piece, each. And hopefully they'll go pretty fast. It's hard to predict the farmer's market because sometimes you go there and be people waiting on you to buy, and then sometimes you have to stay a day or so. It just depends upon how many people are at the market that day.
Watermelons generate about $500 million each year for American farmers. Alabama's neighbors of Georgia and Florida are two of the top producers. Alabama's production has diminished in recent years. The Cooper brothers think that part of the reason can be found in the difficulty of acquiring farm labor to plant and harvest the crops.
Right now, I don't farm as many acres as we used to because you can't get the help, but we still farm around 100 and 125 acres of vegetables. The young people that's coming along, they don't know anything about field work. They're not interested, and they don't really know how.
After a 90-minute drive, Jerry joins other farmers selling their produce at a Birmingham farmers market.
If you got a large quantity of produce, you can move it here. You can sell it. Like some days you come in with maybe 500 or 600 watermelons, somebody will come by and buy them all.
The access to food, fresh off the farm, is the draw for many consumers here. They begin looking even as Jerry and his crew are unloading.
They haven't been transferred from here, there, and yonder. So right from out the ground to the market. So that makes it much better.
I come to the farmer's market about 2 or 3 times a week, really. I'm out here all the time. That's the only place you can find fresh vegetables.
Produce has long been a key crop on the Cooper farm, but the brothers see the need to diversify to benefit their bottom line and to face what they see as production challenges in the future.
Most of the people move out of the country to the cities, and you can't get the help like you used to. That's why I plant some grain, such as wheat, soybeans, and field corn, because you can get it with a machine.
We grow good produce, and people like that, you know. And my father taught me to do the best you can with what you got and make sure people enjoy it.
Did that make you hungry?
I would be if I didn't already eat. Already ate.
Yeah, I kind of wish I could farm.
Yeah.
You can always learn, Stanley. You can always learn.
Nah, it's a little late now.
Oh.
My father actually rents out the family farm to somebody to deal with. I don't even know what the guy grows anymore. It's been a while since I've been down there.
Wow. Can't believe your dad sold that.
I didn't record.
You what?
I just can't believe your dad sold that, but I guess might as well if no one's using it.
No, he didn't sell it. He's renting it.
Oh, great.
Oh no, we're not going to sell it.
Good.
I mean, my grandfather worked on that. You know, we grew up on, in the summers down there. So no, it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
I want some fresh organic blueberries when you see the man.
You know what? I don't even know if blueberries will grow that far south. This is in South Georgia. I think they tend to grow like in cooler temperatures. Do they grow blueberries? Do you know in North Carolina? I don't think they. I have to look that up. I don't know. I've never. I've literally
I don't know
seen
either.
blueberries, like homegrown blueberries in Georgia that I can recall. It's usually blackberries or raspberries.
Got it.
Record everything like usually, but somebody noticed me. That was crazy. I've never had that happen before. But yeah, so we're off to the Jordan family farmhouse, and we're gonna go over there and hang out for a little bit, kick it, and y'all know y'all coming with us. So here we go.
I just looked it up. They got a couple in Morganton.
Where in North Carolina?
Yeah, Morganton, North Carolina. We got like 4 of them.
Is that up in the mountains? Do you know?
No, it's not.
Huh. Well, I'll have to look up Georgia. I thought New Jersey, places like that, Maine, I've always heard about.
They coming with their dad to get some dirt. Say get some dirt. Nigga here say get some dirt.
I wonder if she's going to prom.
Some dirt.
Yeah, y'all did that? I was gonna say it was about 3 or 4 bus, and they dropped it off, but it was like a little bit. And what ended up happening out here, whenever the limbs are going too far over the power lines, the counties they just come and cut. I said, well, I said, yeah, well, just let me get that load there. Before you know it, they have been dropping off stuff all day. So that's how it ended up being from out here.
I try to catch them, but I want to catch them with the ground.
Yeah, man. Yeah, excuse the yard. Normally I try to have it cut, but my boys go to school next week, so I promised them I wasn't gonna work too hard this weekend. Yeah, that's Chiquita. Chiquita is the banana plant there, and she will produce bananas, yeah, but we haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, that's the Banana Pro right there. That's that's what Bobby do.
You got so many new leaves on
I cut her up real good. We got one of these probably about a week or two.
Yeah, how old is this is birth? How old is birthday? So they
Dorothy, you know?
every year
How
they
old
get bigger because y'all had them when I met y'all cut her up.
Yeah, we she got her from Bertha. She got from Ace Hardware, and then so
We had a mammoth, but I was only like 3 years.
yeah.
So is this for a son?
Yeah.
Man, I do not do well at this. They go to land, they go to the Juvenile.
Yeah. She to me, Davina to me doesn't give herself enough credit, but she does this thing called dirt streak, and I don't know what it is. But you guys, y'all will probably know. You know,
Are we getting a lot of rain?
yeah, lately, yeah, we cut it down. But we were trying to level it out. I said we were gonna take some of that and just spread it out a bit, because we know when we start gardening stuff, the ground will be nice and fertile. So go see if that door open, Dorothy. See if it open.
No.
Oh, it must be the side.
Yo.
She shed.
So yeah. So next week,
It's cooler in here than I thought. I thought we was gonna have to rush out of here.
nah, it's always it is warm. When it gets hot outside, it is warm, but it's a lot cooler because
The trees and
direct shade. Yeah.
Even small events like
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Did you y'all folks get it, so I don't even have to. Y'all get it. You're already saying it. Yeah.
go by over there. They have a floor plan.
So this right here is it's the same.
I don't know where these people are.
The house. So we could pretty much do everything, wash it, dry. So, and I don't have the paper to copy it. I do have. I got the vendor. So that's how it looks like that. So when you walk in, I think when you open space, you might be able to sit on there. So it'll be for like grant writing, soap making, and events. Because the kitchen, this area will be the kitchen. That corner over there will be the laundry room. This, they say you can't have a box in the bathroom, so we're gonna make this a closet.
A little closet in the bathroom.
So the next thing we're doing is these little projects cost money too.
It takes time.
It takes time, but the water will be next week. So
I'm not sure, Samuel. I tried looking it up.
I gotta run it from under my house to over here, and then
Damn, he's really
rough.
You know
Oh yeah. We've only been in the house a year and a few months now.
Y'all got all that done? Got that garden going like that?
Yeah. My wife was crossing.
Matter of fact,
And then my wife, she wanted to get rid of the furniture, so I gave the furniture away, and the next thing we brought over was plants. Yeah. So this is where they came right here.
Right.
I dug the hole and I put it down, and they came and did that. So this part is getting cut today. So now
What do y'all have in those buckets right there?
It begins with a G.
You got game.
These were pruned. I did put the post up, and they started.
Yep, we got some
producing some. Yeah, they started. We gotta come out here and harvest every 2 or 3 days. It's just
Some big old cucumbers.
we got them galore.
Mine is, I don't know what's
So this right
going
here,
on with mine.
this right here. I don't know what happened, but this does a weird thing. Do y'all have this problem with the squash?
When the vine borers get in there, they'll do that.
Yeah, so it's just like it does this weird
The
thing.
same thing used to happen to me with my
Yeah,
squash.
we hadn't
You
seen
get
these
like
in
one round of squash and they die off.
It's already trying to grow on its own.
Pancake house.
They just fail, yeah. And we have them all right here. We just treat them real bad, but they still just hang in there with us.
Look, first the children don't die, they multiply.
Yeah, so what we decided to do, this was like an experiment. We purchased these pallets, and I just nailed them together, and we painted the outside to give it the look of the fence.
Yeah.
So we wanted to do, like when people come by and they say, oh, we like your elephant ears. So we'll do an elephant ear farm and say, okay, if you want to get it, we sell it to them, dig it up, and they can take it for the. But this here was more so an experiment. So when we started growing the pumpkin, we realized that the pumpkin, you see what it's doing. It has a life of its own. So we was like, since all that is our property, and typically I'll have that cut. Me and the boys are going to cut it today.
So when we came over here,
It was small.
Yeah, it was a lot smaller than that. Yeah.
That was the one you saw. Yeah, it was about, was it that size? See the pumpkin hanging on that fence?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was about that size.
Yeah. So we got one.
Oh, I couldn't even see it.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is once that's finished growing, I'm gonna cut all of this and I'm putting
So
the hay. Is it the hay or the straw?
So do you worry about something happening underneath of it, the rotten it? You don't feel like you need to lift it or
No. We did. We said we was gonna put like maybe a burlap bag or something like that. But this is our first time doing it, so we didn't know how long or how big it.
So pumpkin water.
I took some bamboo. Corn. Yeah. I took a couple of kinds of bamboo. We got okra over here.
Get it off the ground. Oh, okra. Yeah, that's
Got okra?
Yeah, I've tried to grow okra before.
Yeah.
Too hard.
I love okra,
And I didn't
man.
realize that until I
Yeah, I
started
do
growing
too.
them.
In my gumbo, put some okra in the gumbo. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I got a harvest of cucumbers. It's a lot of them. You see that? It's a lot.
That's squash or something like that.
Well, no, normally if I don't have my food,
is he coming over here, Tom?
Yo.
Ooh, is this guy slipping? God damn.
This is actually
Did he regain control?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's good. I stopped and then I just decided like I'm gonna just get back on the road, man. Fuck it. But I just saw some guy slipping.
Well, if you got time.
Yeah, no. I'm good. It's I like was checking my route, and a lot of it is actually off the highway. It's like the back roads and stuff, and the back roads are a little bit easier to manage than the highway.
Huh. You're in Illinois, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm in
That's
like,
family
southern Illinois now, so
Well, these I'd like to know what these folks do. That's a nice homestead.
Yeah. Maybe it's like a whole family thing. Maybe they all came together.
No,
for it.
I can't imagine. They look pretty high dollar here. They probably do something else. Either that or they just have like some huge, it's a funny thing down like in South Georgia. You'll see all these really nice 1 and 2 acre like houses. These people don't live on the farm. Their farm will be a few miles down the road. They'll have 100 or 200 acres, and then the house will be near but not exactly the same. Same thing used to happen in my father's hometown. People would be living really nice houses, in the small town, and their farm would be like 2-3 miles outside the city limits.
Right, right. And they just
So
have people managing the
no, they
farm.
would basically commute. Hey, the family lives here. I'm going to the
To the
farm,
farm.
do whatever.
Yeah. Wow.
It's almost like going to the office.
Yeah, yeah. I guess they must have been really successful with their farm. They didn't have those Purdue contracts. They were doing
Well,
something else.
no, I mean, tobacco was a big thing when I was a kid, tobacco and cotton. So, yeah, they were, one point in time back in the day, tobacco was the thing. As a matter of fact, there's an old tobacco, like a curing barn on our family farm. They would, these big barns, they would, hang the tobacco leaves, and then they would have smoke. I don't know what kind of wood they would use, but basically produce smoke to cure the tobacco and dry it. And then how they stack it into bales or something like that,
Yeah, yeah.
and then they would sell it in lots. So
Would they just sell it to people, like straight to the consumer?
it's almost like it was almost like an auction sort of deal.
Mm.
If you ever want to just have random, look up something random, tobacco farming it's really interesting. Because remember back in the day, you'd have R.J. Reynolds and all these, big tobacco companies. Yeah, they buy tobacco in lots and stuff like that.
Wow.
It's almost like well, I mean, they do all kinds of auctions, but the tobacco had to be cured, and it was kind of a intricate process.
Hey, John. Good morning.
That's what I was
Oh,
going
hey,
to ask.
John.
Yeah, it's gonna be a man cave. So these are instances of the grind.
Good morning. Good morning.
We're trying to cleanse our bodies of black toxicity.
Going back to the farm, huh, Stanley? Back to the farm.
Yeah, I've been doing that and looking at some hunting and fishing and all that stuff.
Yeah,
I
saw
mean,
you.
there's a whole YouTube kind of sector of black farmers and homesteaders that are out there and not shooting up anything, not stealing anything, not doing drugs.
Let me ask you this question. And, I ask you out of general, just honestly, genuinely, if you're a fisher, like what makes a black fisher, like, what would be, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it doesn't, depending on where you live. It doesn't make it any that person any different.
Right.
It's just that there's like black hiking clubs. I think, in my mind anyway, the stereotype, you hear it all the time. Blacks, you'll hear it from Be Brave. Black culture, shooting each other up. All
I
this
can
shit.
understand a black hiking club.
Well, what I'm saying is you don't ever, when people say black culture, they don't ever think of farmers. They don't ever think of, a black man with a bass boat being on the pro bass fishing circuit.
I wonder, does the black fisher see himself as a black fisher?
Well,
or
I
just
don't really care about the black fisher. I'm talking about stereotypes. The black
Yeah,
fisher doesn't make his own stereotype.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering, like fishing just seems so, shit, cash your lure. The fish ain't racist.
Okay. Well, once again, your limited point of view. Is
don't fish.
not like you're looking at it from the fish's point of view. I'm looking at it from a cultural and societal point of view. So I don't think like a fish.
I just thought, my impression, and Richard is in the audience. He said there are a lot of blacks that fish in Florida. My dad fish, I fish. My cousin, he loves fish.
Okay.
I know you. I didn't mention
Again,
you.
I don't know. I don't know how we're talking past each other.
Yeah.
I'm not really looking at it from the black fisherman's point of view. I'm looking at it from a Be Brave point of view.
Oh, I
which
see.
may be,
I
which
got
may be problematic in and of itself.
No, I get what you're saying. I get you. Okay. I was just curious.
I mean, I never hear Be Brave talk about, hey, the black farmer's growing a pumpkin in his pumpkin patch.
No, that is true. That is true.
So
I did.
black fishermen, the fish don't care, but there are folks who may not realize that black people have better things to do than take crack and steal from Walmart.
Well, I think you smoke crack, Stanley. I don't think
What
you
did I
take
say?
it. You said
Take crack?
take crack. Yeah. You actually smoke it.
Take this.
Well,
Okay, well,
I did want your Stanley. I did want your opinion on my avatar too. Down the line, like when you're ready, though. I'm not trying to rush you or anything.
what is your avatar? Let me blow it up.
Oh man. I would love to talk about that with Universal, man. Whenever Universal comes up.
Well, I mean, it's two presidents sitting next to each other.
Mm-hmm. Well,
go ahead,
it's
HB.
two presidents in almost in the photo. If you didn't.
Well, Trump is an ex-president.
Yeah. But I mean, it's.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I didn't even notice Kamala there.
Yeah. That's Kamala. She didn't. Apparently, she wasn't very happy about this.
Who gives a shit?
Man. I think it's probably a better topic for Universal and Sam I Am, maybe Sam Giroux, HB. And I know Sam's gonna give me some pushback, but I'll push through it anyway. There was a football player a couple weeks ago who got married. He made a big to do out of it by talking about how his woman supporting him, blah 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 blah. Right? You know who we're talking about, Reeves, correct?
Yeah.
Right. And I think that shit matters to a lot of men. You know what I'm saying? That you can disagree with it, agree with it, but a lot of men are looking for a woman is going to support them and shit like that, right? Not a lot of pushback and shit like that, right? You know what I mean? And Michelle Obama not being at that thing, and I don't know what her reason is. I don't, it doesn't really matter in some ways because I think she should have been there. There probably couldn't have been anything. I mean, this is what you signed up for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he made Barack look bad to some people, in my opinion, right? By not showing up. You just suffer part of the business.
That's definitely a subject not for me.
Yeah, but I think it's part of the business. You know what I'm saying? You put a smile on and go places that you really probably would rather not go. And her not going really makes Barack look worse. It makes him look bad.
To whom?
To anybody that's paying, well, maybe not to anybody that's paying.
You mean anybody like you? Because
I'm sure he was disappointed. I bet you that he was disappointed that she did not show. And he had to sit there.
Well, he's been married to her for a while. I'm sure he wasn't surprised.
Well, but I'm sure he was not somewhat.
Quite frankly, I think what makes Barack look bad is sitting next to Trump. The shit that Trump has talked about him. Michelle not going, in my opinion, is the least of his problems.
Well, Obama's talked a lot of shit about Trump too, and
well, then Trump looks bad for being there too.
Well, but it's obligation. It's an obligation. You're supposed to go, right? And
He's not president anymore, and Michelle doesn't have to go anywhere.
Well, Bush is not president anymore either. It's all obligation. There are pictures of Michelle and Jimmy Carter. I think most people would agree she should have gone, right? Unless there was something like a definite.
John,
to be honest, I have literally read newspaper articles, a couple at least, and no one's mentioned her name. So,
John,
I'll have to take your word for it.
I think society is so used to Michelle disrespecting Obama. I didn't even notice it. But you're right. But I think we're also conditioned to basically
don't say we. I'm not included in that we.
Can you imagine if Melania hadn't been there with Trump? They'd be, oh, is she leaving him? Oh,
yeah. Melania was right there.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Good for Melania.
And again, I don't want this to be about Trump and Obama again, because that's where you get off track, right? I know, the
Okay,
people,
well, I'm not off track. I
right?
actually
But I
think
don't
you
want to
are.
talk. I don't want to talk politics, right? That's not what I want to talk
Okay,
about.
well, what are you talking? Why
Well,
is
what,
it important that she be there?
what I found,
Politics.
listen, aside from politics, what I found interesting is that, like, in this instance, you're the man, you're there, you got a woman, he probably tried to talk her into going. She stood steadfast and saying no. He got to go by himself, and he looks, and all these, you got to make up excuses for her, whatever. But she should have been there.
Okay, well, John, I
And I'm
understand
not
your
talking about,
point.
I'm not talking about her. Let's get away
I
from her.
actually
But
think
just imagine if you were a man with a woman, you going to some social engagement, and your wife said, "I don't want to go," and everybody else is
well, John,
like,
just before you get too far down this dead end road, there have been plenty of times I didn't want to go to my wife's family reunion and I would stay home. So
right.
I don't find it that unusual.
That's a family reunion. That's family, but
Okay,
this is
well, you said it wasn't political. Is it political or not?
No, I'm saying
This is Jimmy Carter's funeral.
if you
Okay,
have
so it's political.
if you have a position in life like where
Okay, well,
you
John just said it wasn't political.
where
Figure
you
it
are
out. Is it political or
you
not?
are where you are effectively the wife of the star, like you gotta move
He's
him.
the star of Jimmy
He-
Carter's funeral.
No, he is the star of their relationship, right? He the one that
Is
bring
he
the
now?
bread. Yeah, he the one that brought the bread. He's the one.
He's not
When people
president
say Obama, they
anymore.
don't think about her, but he was president, not her, right? She don't want to dance to the beat of his drum.
Okay,
She don't want to honor the responsibility. She just wants the fruit.
John,
Okay,
you know
yeah.
what? I'm just gonna put it up to a black conservatives or whatever the hell you are. Your love of traditional gender roles where the wife has to be subservient to the husband. What
No,
you're saying does not compute to me.
what I'm saying is, like, take it down on a level where regular people live. You got women like her that's not supporting their man when they might want her to go accompany him somewhere. She don't want to go because she don't like the crowd or she don't like this person. And now he
So?
got to go alone, right? And what does that do? That also puts him in shoulder length, meeting other women who may be more inclined to go along, right? Yeah. Now, you remember when Obama was up there in Switzerland or somewhere? He was sitting next to that white woman, and Michelle Obama made him move. She leave her man out here to go out here, and he wish he had his wife till he get there and see all the little pretty women. How you
I
look
would respond
is
before I get back to the farming video is you have interesting things that you pay attention to.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, no. I think it's really interesting too, because I'm just so conditioned to accept that, Michelle has zero respect for Obama that I didn't even notice it, and maybe that's part of the black the subconscious. We're just used to the women kind of usurping our authority, that it's just normal. I'm sitting there thinking about the
well,
I'm sitting there looking at Kamala looking back, and I didn't even think about Michelle not being there. I'm just so used to her disrespecting, like subliminally disrespecting Obama.
He's the only one with his significant other not there, and there really is no.
There's no
good
excuse,
for
really.
it, right? You know what I'm saying? There's nothing she had more pressing than to show up as the second lady of, Obama.
Okay.
And they're in this little party at the same time.
Who's got this picture of Obama up?
You do.
Oh, I do. I can take it down.
But anyway, and again, this is one of the reasons why I think that now if you want to go political, I don't even want to go political. I think this is one of the reasons why men with these women that, they have these type of combative type relationships, they can't really lead, because here he was supposed to, it's all, in some cases it's about positioning, how you look and things like how you present yourself. He shows up without his wife. Everybody else got their wife there. right? So clearly there's something going on there, and
Clearly.
that is going to keep his mind at least partly occupied.
What if she had the flu?
Well, they would say it. They say Michelle is sick. I don't know what they've even see. That's what I'm saying. They've even go to the length to even give you something that you can say, okay, all right, she's sick. They could say she's sick. She don't feel well.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
That's why I don't even think it was that. I just think she didn't want to go, more than likely just to not be around, Trump and Kamala, because I don't think Michelle likes Kamala either, really. I don't think she liked Trump or Kamala, but I think ultimately, or really what it is just she don't respect Obama. She don't respect him,
Yeah, I'd be very pissed off right there.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stanley, you wouldn't be a little bit disappointed though?
I'm sure I would be.
Yeah. All right. At least
However,
we're on the same page.
It's not me.
Yeah.
And
No.
you know what? They are, above my pay grade. So, whatever is going on between Obama and Michelle, it honestly does not impact. What Trump does at this point can affect my life more than Obama can.
Oh well, obviously.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
I'm not going to waste. I'm not going to waste a whole bunch of time wondering. To be honest, I did notice she wasn't there, and I went, "Where's Michelle?" And then I didn't think about it again.
Yeah, see, I saw it from a social perspective because I deal with so many young men who are dating women, and they're trying. Both of them are trying to get some cooperation from each other, and that picture kind of typifies down on the street level what we're seeing here. They're both not going in the same direction. Oftentimes, there's no cooperation.
Well, they're both over 60.
Well,
I will say
over 60, over 40, over 20.
I would recommend that they go the Trump route and import, their wife. That way she has to go. When you say jump, she has to say how high.
But I don't think he can.
Oh, I'm describing what's her name? You know what? This woman had no career. This woman had no career to speak of, and Trump basically has his trophy wife. And if he says go, I'm sure she has to go.
And that's what a lot of men really are looking for. That woman that's going to stand steadfast and support him. And when he said go, let's go. I'm the breadwinner here.
Well, you know what? If that is your cup of tea, I would encourage everybody to do a Trump.
But Kamala's husband is there too. I think it goes both ways. Like you support each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't see the point in dragging someone to an event they don't want to go to. It's just going to be miserable.
No, Stanley, the point is the optics, and I think kind of what John is saying is it goes to the lower level where, sometimes, and we got to keep it real, it's with Black women. They don't understand the optics. You don't always have to agree.
Well, what if she doesn't give a fuck about the optics?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's the point.
Okay, and what would you have done in Obama's place?
Here's the thing. I'll tell you a personal example. A couple years back, I went to a Christmas party with my lady Lisa. I didn't want to go there and drinking, they weren't smoking. It was a wholesome Christmas party. What the fuck I want to go to that shit for? Nigga, I'll be going to smoke and drink.
Once again,
I went.
My question is
to support her, right?
Y'all are saying what Michelle would have done?
Oh, no,
what would y'all have done?
I just told you what I would have done. I would have gone, man. Like, sucked it up, man. Support my party.
No. If you were Obama, what would you have done to convince or force Michelle to go?
I don't think he can,
and I don't think you could either.
Well, and see, that's what I'm saying. That is what that is what I think is driving wedges between so many of these young black couples. There is no compromise on the
Okay.
big things or the little things, right?
John,
There's
it
no
won't
compromise.
it won't surprise you that I think you're way off base.
Nah, Stanley. I think John is closer to the truth
Okay,
than
well, I
you
don't give a fuck what you think, HB. I think
Okay.
you're off base. I think
All
you're
right.
off base as well.
All right. I think it's my way or the highway, and it goes
Do
both
you
ways.
honestly think you agreeing with John is gonna convince me of something?
No, Stanley. You
Well,
know
then
what's
why would you mention that you think John is right? I know you think John is right. That's always assumed.
But Stanley, you've often said, you're not in the dating game. You may not be familiar with these things, and this may be a thing where you
Well, I
may not
was
be real
married,
familiar.
John.
Yeah, but that was
but
20 years
Stanley,
ago, right?
you wouldn't have put up with that shit.
You know what?
You ain't putting up with that,
Honestly,
Stanley.
in all honesty, as many times as I have said, "Hey, I don't feel like being around your family," it would not have hurt my feelings. It wouldn't have bothered me.
It didn't go the other way though. When you wanted something
I
done,
have been.
It got done.
What got done?
Whatever Stanley, listen, man. I know you were not standing for no type of disrespect.
Well, see, I'm also a person who realizes that, hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If she had said, hey, I don't feel like going to your family reunion, I'd be okay with that.
But again, as I say, this family reunion is one thing. You sending a man out, powerful man out. He gonna be in DC probably a day or two. He ain't leaving immediately. You send the man out, there's gonna be women flocking to him everywhere he goes. Hey, Obama, young girls, pretty girls. Like, you leave the door open, man, we'll walk through it. And that, and I've seen so much of it. And, I just think that, it's that lack of support that may make him say, you know what, my wife won't even want to come to this shit. Here's a woman that like going this shit, and then here we go.
I think you guys. I think you guys really like making something out of nothing.
No.
Maybe it's something. I'll be looking for the divorce to happen.
Well, I don't think they're going to get divorced, right? But then I'm not talking about them. Man, abstract it out, Stanley. Abstract it out.
Why? What? All I'm saying is that I just don't. I think. Sometimes I, for the life of me, don't understand this fascination with conspiracy theories, toxicity, and the love of criticizing black people every chance you get.
See, I didn't say it was criticism. I didn't take it.
No. I'm saying it. I'm saying I have noticed the trend that every time, I never hear where is Trump's wife.
If she had
never hear where is Melania. This dude spent almost all summer out on the campaign trail without Melania, and I never heard any of this bullshit.
Stanley, he was getting death
Don't
threats,
Stanley
man.
me.
He was getting shot at, man.
That's true. Trump was literally spent the summer away from Melania, and I didn't hear y'all.
He took a headshot. He was getting death threats. He couldn't have his
you know
wife out
what?
there.
Even after the headshot, she wasn't at every event.
Stanley, you're not gonna take your woman to a war zone? What are you talking about?
Look at you. Look at you.
What are you talking about? He's getting death threats, Stanley. Stop it.
HB, you are making all kinds of excuses for Trump. All I'm saying is before the headshot, let's make it easy for you, HB. Your shitty point, I can control for that. Before the headshot, where was she? So and you know what? Until now, I really didn't think that much about it.
She was safe. She was safe where
all
she needed to be. Not out on the campaign with a bunch of crazy MAGA people.
All I have to say is don't lose all your hair over what Michelle Obama is doing.
Stanley, maybe let me ask you this. Stanley Jr., say you're still married. Stanley Jr. is graduating from Georgia Tech. And wife says, man, I ain't going to that punk ass graduation. You gonna stand for that?
You know what? I might say what you're doing. I might prefer going with you.
Really, really, Stanley?
You know what? I did not want. I was looking for excuses not to go to my son's graduation.
Well, I guess.
You know, there was a mandatory practice or something, and I was like, well, do you really want to go? Because if you don't go to the final practice, you're not going to be allowed at the actual ceremony. And I was like, I wasn't encouraging, hey, I'm okay if you don't go to that practice. They'll mail your diploma.
I get it. I get it. You don't care about your son graduating Georgia Tech.
Okay, my son caring about my son's graduation doesn't necessarily include the ceremony.
No, I get it. I get it. You don't really care about like the ceremonies and the visuals and if he graduates with as long as he graduates on paper, you don't care about being there, seeing them.
No, I honestly don't. Let me put it to you this way. I didn't go to my own college graduation.
No, I got you.
So all I'm saying, and I don't want to get too far away from your point.
Yeah.
I don't see the conspiracy and the drama that y'all do. And you know what? I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm just wondering why you care so much about it.
I think it's just.
Jay Boogie says, I wouldn't make my wife sit next to a man she despises. My lovely lady Lisa, she don't hardly know any of these tenants.
Do you party with your tenants?
She don't know enough of them to have any feelings about. Obama.
Well, I think everybody has feelings about Trump.
Well, but I'm saying like that's man business. You know what I'm saying? Like her feelings clearly are too strong, right? For another man, one way or the other.
Clearly they are.
Like shit. If I was getting ready to go somewhere and she be like, well, I dislike this man so much, I can't sit next to him. What the fuck you know about him that I don't know? I can sit next to the nigga. The fuck he do to you and make you not like this nigga so bad?
Let me answer Deacon Dave right quick.
What the fuck he got? What the fuck is wrong?
Deacon Dave, just so you know, the anything to win, huh, Stanley? How the fuck do you think winners win?
Hey, yeah, Deacon Dave, just because Stanley don't give a fuck about going to that ceremony, I mean, that's him. Listen, I mean, he don't. His son hit his first home run.
He's talking about the debating part. Dave, of course, anything to win. That's how winners win.
Listen. Stanley's not he doesn't romanticize about that stuff. He's not sentimental. He doesn't care about the sentimental shit. Son hits his first home run. Well, son, you were supposed to. What do I got to be there for?
You know what? You're not far off base. Let's not dwell on what you did. Let's dwell on what you're going to do.
Stanley's son asked him to come to the graduation, Stanley would go, right? Because he asked him to go. Even if he didn't want to go, Stanley would not begrudgingly go. He would go and be happy to go. That's my thought. I could be wrong. Maybe Stanley.
You know what? If I had something pressing, he would have to understand, but more than likely I would.
Mm-hmm.
However, I just don't want to project what I would expect on the Obamas. I don't know the dynamics of their relationship. I don't care about the dynamics of their relationship.
I'm like, if you take the Obamas out of it, the average man, what you see a lot of them coming up here complaining about Stanley.
The people coming up here to complain?
Yeah, it's what I'm talking about.
Pay attention to these.
I understand, but a lot of these people are average people. They're just average people.
Well, I don't think y'all are average.
Well,
you're certainly not average, John.
But I'm saying, but many people come up here are just regular. Hold on, Stanley. Many people come up here just regular people. People trying to make their way out of life. The ones that you hear oftentimes complaining about women. And I think a lot of it can be summed up in this picture. I think a lot of the reason why there's interracial dating so prevalent among men who are more successful can be summed up in this picture right here, Stanley. It's not about Obama.
And
I can
I just
talk about
don't
this.
agree with
I
your
can talk about
perspective.
this without mentioning Obama. And again, you're not in the dating scene. You're not dealing with women like that.
Well,
I
don't
guarantee
discount me
you.
just because I'm not in the dating scene.
You said that, so I'll ride with it. But I guarantee you, if you bring the young men up here, if some of the young men would get on the panel, HB is a fairly young man, he will say he will want Portia right there, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you understand? Like, maybe with a stiff upper lip, suffer through it. As soon as you get the hell away from him, but that's it, man. Like, these young men are looking for that was missing right there in that picture.
Let me level set you here.
And I'm not saying that
most black people aren't Trump voters. So it may be you that's unique and out of the ordinary and not regular. So do you really have a perspective on non-Trump voting black people? I would argue that you don't.
And I think that's the Stanley, I think that's kind of the point, I think that's the point.
That John's perspective is unique?
No. That most Kamala voters would look at Obama sitting there without his wife dangling out at this funeral by himself as not really a big deal. But I think more
you know what? That would be the majority of black Americans. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But I think most conservative people would say, hey man, you're at the former president's funeral. Everybody else is there with their spouse.
I understand your craving for traditional, male, female, man, woman. Like the woman has to be there, for her powerful man. I understand that perspective. I just don't agree with
it. Again, what I'm saying is you can make the same example with your son in the graduation. You may not really want to go to his graduation, but you suffer through it. If he really wanted you to be there, you suffer through it no matter whatever you had going.
Well, maybe Obama didn't really want her to be there.
Well, maybe not. But again, I'm not talking about Obama. What I'm saying is that in many, many cases where people are where they need some kind of cooperation, cohesion, it doesn't even have to be in a relationship, male, female, sexual. It can be brother, sister, as I showed you the Section 8 voucher people earlier. It could be the family where the couple was put out because they were eating some slice of bread or whatever hell, conflict over food. That lack of cooperation, that one person missing in the seat, it could be two people, it could be whatever. That is what's missing why these people are having such a hard time. You understand?
Well, I would, my thinking on why people are having such a hard time, and it's not that their wives didn't come to a funeral.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. I get you.
Yeah. I think Stanley is just purposefully kind of, trying not to.
And y'all just make it so easy.
Yeah, no. I get it. I mean, you had to go to some pretty dark depths, man. Fuck that nigga.
Hey, sometimes you gotta look in that toolkit.
Yeah. Fuck that.
My wife once bought me a sweatshirt that said, "I listened to the voices in my tackle box." That's what I did.
Hey, man,
Well, to all the people out here, that are trying to have, some, it's just, if you're in a relationship with someone, sometimes you got to hold your nose. You know what I'm saying? For the long-term longevity of your relationship, and it will be the things you ain't gonna want to do, and there gonna be some things that she gonna want you to do that that you gonna want her to do that she ain't gonna want to do, and it takes a little cooperation, honestly, in my opinion.
Oddly enough, and maybe I wasn't married long enough, I honestly didn't run into those situations. And again, I'm not the Obamas, or I'm not even sure my wife and I were the typical couple, but we both kind of didn't like ceremony and that sort of thing. So we kind of cooperated there. The one thing, and I would go all the way back to before Obama was even in senator.
they were having, at least some sort of parting of the ways as far as viewpoint back when he got into politics to begin with.
Yeah. Again, I'm not really discussing politics, so I can't really say one way or the
Well,
other.
yeah, but I mean, as far when I say politics, Obama wanted to do something different than Michelle was actually something different that Michelle wasn't necessarily on board with. You remember that one comment he made, something about Michelle almost divorced me? Do you remember that comment? This is like years ago now, where he made a comment in a speech that, hey, Michelle almost divorced me, because of politics. That's kind of a paraphrase. So she's never been on board with, his ambitions.
Yeah, she definitely took advantage of it though.
Absolutely.
She's
Who wouldn't?
dancing
You know what? You
dancing
could
on
look at
Elliot
that.
and
You could
shit.
just like Melania has taken advantage of her old Humpty Dumpty looking husband.
Yeah, but at least Melania does what she needs to do. She's there for the
And see, I don't
funerals and
agree with
stuff.
that. I actually think Melania does what the hell she wants to do, and Trump is paying her to do it.
Wow.
I think
Her
that
parents were flown over here, etc. She's got.
I think that very well could be the case. I don't disagree with that. A man with money can pull those type of things off. But I mostly focus on regular people. You know what I'm saying? Most people aren't going to be a billionaire or president of the United States. And so one of the things that you do want to, the thing that you can't buy if you're not rich is you can find a woman that's willing to cooperate with you, and one that's not, you're probably not going to do very well with her. And so you be better off trying to find someone else. If you're rich,
Well, you make a good point, actually. You need to make sure that your wife is gonna be the type of woman who, when you expect her to be wherever, she is okay with being there.
right? And again, this is above and
Don't
beyond
marry
Obama.
independent women, folks.
Right. And I think the same thing goes to the man.
one.
I think the same thing goes to the man. I think that, if you get with a woman and you want her to do everything for you, but you're really not willing to compromise for her, there may come a time where you have to compromise. You really don't want to do it, and you're not going to do it. And so you probably shouldn't be with that person at the same time. It goes both ways.
All I have to say is, you know what, Deacon Dave, and all the folks in the chat, you don't want to wind up like a hood conservative. Get a woman who is who is in love with being submissive.
You don't want to end up like Obama either.
Well,
you know what? Jay
Wait, you don't wanna-
Jay
Ain't Obama gay?
Jay Boogie has the best comment. The Obamas have been together for 32 years. I think Barack has the relationship figured out. And I agree with Jay Boogie. Why is it even anybody's business?
Well, that's why I didn't want to talk about Obama. I wanted to talk about the regular man who,
and the regular man should go out and find a woman that will be okay with him being regular.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Wherever, if you need your woman to play a role, you got to find a woman that's willing to play that role. And you don't want to be in positions like this. That's my
100%.
You don't want to be in positions like this because you're probably not going to be Obama. And if you're not Obama, you can't. It's not going to be a good look flying solo like that.
You know what, John? Amen.
You think, John? You think Michelle kind of agreed to play the role at first, and now she's just kind of over it?
Yes, I think you pegged it.
I think like all that glitters ain't gold. Your shit glitters from outside. You get into it,
I think Michelle Obama had enough of the mic jokes that Deacon Dave likes to make, and all the cartoons and caricatures. I think she's way over it, and I think this is my impression. I think she's gonna do what the fuck she wants to do because life is too short. Obama, if you want to go and sit next to Trump, hold his hand when you do it.
If you read some of her writings, you know what I'm saying. I heard time working in Chicago, she really kind of, had some strong feelings about that.
Look at Nas.
She had some strong.
Her contract of acting like she's married to gay dude is over.
Fine. Yeah, exactly. Ain't
It
no
could be.
mama
It could be
homosexual.
that too.
Don't even matter.
Yeah, I think that if you read some of her writings, I think she had some strong feelings about the Irish that ran Chicago, where she worked in Chicago. I forget where she worked, Chicago Hospital or whatever, some authority or whatever. And then when they paid her the most money, her job, I don't know if you guys knew this, was to more or less divert poor blacks from going into the Chicago healthcare system, the main hospital, University of Chicago Hospital. So I think, she's held some resentment about that. And, I've been around black women that don't really like going into an all white crowd like that. Just don't feel comfortable. Just ain't they vibe, and
Well,
I think in that crowd,
be brave sometimes. You know what? Sometimes you don't feel like
yeah,
catering or bowing to white mediocrity.
well, whatever the case may be, that vibe just may not be your vibe. Getting dressed up, prim, proper. And I'm not talking about Michelle again. I'm just saying in general, if you're a successful man and you go into a lot of galas and things like that,
Mm-hmm.
not a lot of sisters are gonna be up with that shit. If it's brown, a lot of prim, proper white people probably not gonna be up with it. And so I can see Michelle saying, "I ain't really up with it, going all that shit, putting
I
on."
don't think it's prim, proper white people she has a problem with. It's
putting on airs.
It's the mediocre white males
Could be.
and their submissive wives.
But I think just the putting on the airs, right? The putting on the airs, if you just call it that, I think that she's not very, comfortable putting on air. I don't like to do it.
I think she
right?
just doesn't like being around people who are not,
Very well.
she
However you wanna-
doesn't like being around her lessers.
Right. However you want to frame it, right?
I think I just think it's a submission thing, like even Obama, former president, she ain't about to submit to that nigga, man. Fuck that nigga. That's just how a lot
That's
of
right. Emphasis on former.
yeah. He ain't the president now. Fuck
Does
that
he
nigga.
have
I
to
ain't,
do
I ain't submitting to that nigga.
Like saying, one time, I could tell you many stories, but if you look around all these people here, I imagine that most of these people grew up fairly wealthy, right? Almost all of them grew up much better than Michelle Obama did. And I'm not slighting Michelle Obama, right? And I'm
absolutely.
And I'm using her as a template for a lot of sisters, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of sisters that Sam I Am and all HB and all these people, may come into contact with, didn't grow up like these people right here. They grew up more like Michelle Obama or somewhere closer to that. Michelle Obama, and I'm using her name, but it could be any woman. Any sister probably would feel very out of place among these second, third, fourth generation wealthy
Well,
people.
you're saying out of place. I would frame it as she has.
However you frame it. However you want to frame it.
I will
You
frame
do
it that she has disdain
Okay.
for these types of mediocre people who were basically handed the keys to the limo. They didn't work a job to get it.
Fair enough. Whatever the case may be, but my point and your point, you seem to you agreeing, there's a feeling of disdain. Doesn't matter what the basis. And if you feel disdain for these people, and clearly they have, third, fourth generation wealthy, there's some resentment there, some jealousy.
I wouldn't say jealous of what.
People got all this, and they didn't work with it, and the keys.
We were fine with disdain. Now you want to act like
we can just stay.
Jealous of what?
Okay, we can stay at disdain, right? We just leave it at that, and that's enough to make you not want to go to that gala, that function, that ball. Whatever the reason for your disdain, a man who's upwardly mobile, who has to go to these functions, he's got a sister now that got disdain for the people that are going to be at these functions that really hold the keys for him to moving up in.
Well, you know what my recommendation to that couple
Yeah.
would be, and I'm assuming when you say upwardly mobile, they still have a ways up to go. You know what? You do what Michelle Obama did. until you get to a point to where there's no more upward there, then you get to do what you want to do. Okay. Barack Obama reached the pinnacle. He's not going any higher. Okay. She's stuck with him to the pinnacle, and now she gets to do what she wants to do. And Jimmy Carter's funeral is a lateral at best.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. For Obama, if you take him out of it, a lot of these men have not reached the pinnacle yet.
Right, and
they have not got any
my
cooperation.
recommendation to their young submissive wives, or if they should be unlucky enough to get a wife that is as smart, if not smarter than they are, and who doesn't want to be submissive, but has decided that she loves you enough to cooperate. Basically, those men need to understand that your smarter than you wife is only going to go with you to the pinnacle. After you reach the pinnacle, if you reach the pinnacle, she may not choose to go, to the social functions that are a step down from the pinnacle.
Yeah, and I think, for most men, that would be an acceptable trade-off.
And when you divorce her, send her to me because I'd like to meet her.
I think most of these young men, that would be an acceptable trade-off. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
We get to the pinnacle together, you can go your separate ways. But in many cases, they're both more or less tearing each other down. Where neither one of them even take a step up. They're more or less
out of the house.
Take step, huh?
No, I'm thinking about the Obamas. The kids are out of the house. She really has nothing she needs to accomplish or support.
Right, they're not.
She doesn't want to run for politics. I think her not even being remotely interested in politics, this not being at this funeral should confirm all that. She's never running for politics.
I don't think she's ever going to run. I think at best she would be installed or something. Someone said Trump is being sent this live now. Let's take a look. If you're interested, we should probably take a look, see what they're going to give him.
Oh, is he live at his trial?
I'm Latino for Trump said so.
Okay, well, Latino, put the link there. I'm not going to find it.
You know what? Yeah, Latino, hit the link and throw it in the back chat. You know what I will say though is, you can.
Oh wait, you know what? Let me look at Trump's YouTube channel. Maybe it's there.
You know what? Kamala and her husband, he wasn't really too much on the campaign. He was there a couple times, but you could tell he really doesn't give a fuck about politics like that. He's not. He doesn't care, but he still supports Kamala. And
yeah, well, what? Now that she's never going to be president, I bet he's going to, now it depends. He seems to actually really be enthralled with her.
I know. And Stanley, I think that's the biggest difference, man. It's like the ups and downs. You're still going to support your spouse if you actually love them. And I think what a lot of black men have to realize is that, man, these bitches don't really give a fuck about you like that. And
you know what? I'm not going to disagree with you there.
I think honestly, there comes, and I'll just be honest, man. Like you got there's some shit you just got to grin and bear it. You can call it faking it if you want. Some shit in life
you don't have to actually do that.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. But for the people that have not reached the pinnacle, the mountaintop, like you need someone with you that's gonna grin and bear some things. And
you take this.
Yo, HB, can you take the?
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I just, man, Stanley, I just feel like, all that stuff. It's kind of like whether you make it to the pinnacle or whatever, man, it's just like common respect for your spouse, man.
I disagree. Like I said, I described the scenario I can live with. You know
Stanley,
what?
do you think it would have been better if Obama just wouldn't have gone to the funeral and just stayed with Michelle?
I think so, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He should have just not went.
I think, and the interesting thing about this is,
well, you're not going to be able to not go to a former president's funeral.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Stanley. How about the fact that he was yucking it up with Trump? Like, if she didn't go because of Trump, and here he is yucking it up with Trump, they could have some conversations when they come back home.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
that's probably
you're
what he
yucking
was
it up
telling Trump. he was like, yeah, Michelle ain't want to be here because of you. That's probably what he was. That's probably what he was saying. Trump was like, oh
No,
yeah, I
Obama
understand.
probably said something like women. Can't live with them. Can't live
Yeah,
without them.
yeah, yeah. Because Kamala definitely was unhappy about that. Uh, Obama showing his teeth to Trump. She was not. She was not happy about it. Nigga was.
By the way, this is Donald Trump's channel, so I guess whenever he decides to appear, we'll see it.
Yeah, when is there some type of date in the description or something when the trial's supposed to start?
I didn't look for it. If you want to know, you find it. I'm not that big a Trump fan.
I think John's more likely
Gary.
want to see it than anyone.
Well, what are you talking about? Trump what?
I want to see it. I want to see it.
This trial.
I want to see it.
I want to know when it starts.
This is the trial.
He's already been sentenced,
the
right?
live that's being fed to his Donald Trump channel.
I think he's already been sentenced, right? No jail time, no punishment, no something.
No, he hasn't been sentenced. The hearing is today, unless it's happened before now.
Okay, I could stand corrected then.
Because remember, the Supreme Court yesterday basically
Morning.
he asked the Supreme Court to block or to intercede, and they decided not to, 5-4.
Yeah, I haven't kept up with it. Yeah.
Apparently, John Roberts is going to be on Trump's shit list because he was the deciding vote. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it will be.
Hey, Latino.
Hey, y'all.
Let's see. So this is the Fox feed. Is that what you're talking about?
Who, me?
Yeah, you said Trump is live.
Yeah, that's what I was reading on Twitter. I mean, on X,
Okay.
that Trump is being sentenced right now.
And look at this shit. Trump is a negra. He has ghetto barbecue passes. He got shot. LOL.
Yeah,
that is true. He survived the headshot too, man.
It wasn't a
At the cookout.
headshot. He survived someone who didn't know how to aim a rifle.
Man, he
Come on.
survived the headshot.
Yeah, that was a
Stanley. I don't know
headshot.
what you thought. That was a
That was
headshot.
not a
It got
headshot.
his ear, Stanley. Come on.
That's a headshot, man.
Come on.
He
I don't know
got
what
his
you talking
ear.
about.
He got his ear. What
What's
Trump
the ear?
survived.
What's the ear
What's the ear
connected
attached
survived
to?
Yeah,
is
what's the ear
someone.
attached to?
Trump survived someone who doesn't know how to make a headshot.
Oh,
But that's the thing. Trump moves his head like every time he speaks, he got to look right.
No,
He
I
has
don't
to
think
look
that
left.
guy. I don't think that guy would have gotten Trump even if he hadn't moved his head.
Oh, stop it,
Come
Stanley.
on.
That was like 1 in a trillion.
If it had been aimed right, he would have hit. He would have hit something. As a matter of fact, why take a headshot? He should have taken a center of mass shot.
Probably had a vest on, Stanley.
A what on?
Not to mention he was trying to go for a kill.
Yeah, they usually
He's
have
trying to go
vests
for a kill, and from his vantage point, the easiest thing would have been the head.
Ever since Reagan.
Yeah. You're probably right. He
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
did
yeah.
have a vest
Well,
on.
like I said, Trump got a nicked ear out of it, and
Nick Deer, he took a dome shot, Stanley. Nick Deer, what are you talking about?
well, I know when he took the shot, you probably felt it for him. Sympathetic.
There was so much blood.
You felt a sympathetic pain, didn't you?
Nah, Stanley, when he took that shot, I know you were hoping and praying.
Oh God.
You know what? I was watching it. I watched it live. I was watching it live on CT's channel, as a matter of fact.
I think this is one of the reasons, honestly, in America why, like,
Uh-oh.
why I think that
Oh shit.
like, there is an element of society where, like, if you're gonna be callous toward people getting shot, then they just say, okay, we'll extend that callousness to all the gun violence, right? And you start to have a coarsening in society where no one gives a fuck about what happens. It's just staying alive. And so when you start to make light of one man being shot in the ear, right?
Okay, so apparently his sentence. Let me see what the New York Times is saying.
Yeah. You know,
Okay,
John,
here we go.
Callus
So
is
he did.
Stanley's middle name.
Okay, the president-elect received an unconditional discharge of his sentence.
Wow.
So basically, he's going to carry the status, but that's pretty much it.
I mean, you know, it just shows you two
That's a good.
tiers of
That's a
two
good
tiers
deal,
of justice.
and
You-
he can still appeal it.
all these criminals, I bet they're saying, "Damn, I wish I had gotten 34 charges and they just discharge all the
Yeah,
crimes."
but it wasn't a violent crime.
Yeah, but I mean, the best way
It's
to
a
probably
white
get all your
collar.
charges cleared is
It's a
run for
white
president.
collar.
Hey, was that Uber Eats guy, the one that did that white collar crime, that phishing scam where he stole all the money from the DoorDash people? He going to prison.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, he ain't harm anybody other than fiscally, financially.
I mean, yeah.
And that money really hurt them bad, you know.
I mean, he kind of stole people's information, though, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, John,
You know,
imagine somebody leaked
I mean,
your phone number
just
for getting something to eat.
I mean, you can randomly dial somebody's phone number, but you know the point is,
You know.
Oh, wow. This is really good. The office of the president bestows far-reaching protections to the office holder, Justice Juan Merchan told Donald Trump, before noting that the citizenry of this nation decided he should return to the White House and enjoy those protections. A sentence of unconditional discharge was the only appropriate sentence available without encroaching on the highest office of the land, the judge said. So that pretty much says it in a nutshell. Sir, I wish you Godspeed as you pursue your second term in office, Justice Juan Merchan said after a statement explaining his rationale. So,
wow.
As Donald Trump teabags him.
yeah, well, you know, he will be the felon in chief now.
that's what the Democrats want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's not nothing.
He also survived the headshot, 2 assassination attempts.
Yo,
Yeah,
he's like,
you
he's
know
like,
what?
he's like
I
50 Cent.
feel
going into
feel
the White House.
your admiration for him.
I mean, a man that can survive 2 assassination attempts, you got to tip your hat to that, Stanley.
Yeah, I gotta.
I mean, 2 assassination attempts.
Even Mark Zuckerberg said how badass that shit was.
Mark Zuckerberg is a spineless wimp.
Yeah, I wouldn't take nothing from Zuck, to be fair.
The Zucks. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know.
Good morning.
There wasn't if Obama survived 2 assassination attempts, I would tip my hat to him too. Like, he
Yeah,
can't
but Michelle might not.
Yeah, no. I mean,
No,
Michelle
no.
doesn't respect Obama. I think Stanley. I think you respect Obama more than Michelle does.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm actually losing a bit of respect for Obama.
Ah man, at least you're not completely insane. Because
Well, no. I think he should have gone fuck y'all a while ago. You know, going and yucking it up with Trump and stuff like that.
he doesn't have anything else, Stanley.
Yeah, that's
He got
the
nothing
thing, Stanley. Like that's the
The
thing.
man has gone
He has
down
to
in
survive,
history.
Stanley.
What else does he need? He's in the history
What
books.
else does he need, Stanley?
In an island all
You know
alone.
what he needs, Stanley?
John was about to say the
No,
control
tell me,
machine.
John.
You know what he needs, Stanley?
Tell me,
He-
John.
He need to be invited to them events.
Yep.
He like this shit.
Yep.
Oh, you know what?
Like,
I
he
think you're
this
right.
shit. It ain't no wrong. I'm not criticizing. He like going to the events. He like yucking it up, and there's nothing wrong with that. He earned it,
He'll connect
People
you.
person.
right? And every time they invite him to an event, he gonna fucking show. Michelle don't enjoy that shit, but he
I-
enjoys the pomp and the
Bingo.
circumstance,
Bingo.
right? That's what.
Bingo.
And again, as I said, like there probably aren't many black women that genuinely enjoy that level of pomp and circumstance with,
Not
with
mediocre
those
white
type of people, with those type of people, right? And so,
You know what? In a way, I have to say this, and my mother would probably just look at me funny, but in a way, my mother was like that.
yeah.
You know,
I'm not criticizing. I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong.
She didn't suffer
John, the
fools
only
gladly unless she had to.
You know, John, I think the biggest difference though is if those black women were the center of attention, they wouldn't mind. But
That's
being
not
in that
true.
being in that
Yeah.
subservience,
No,
though,
I don't agree with
that's where they cut the line. They
that.
don't
Well, I
want to
don't
be
know
subservient.
how many black women have you known in the
Yeah,
past?
I think you're probably on to something there, HB.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was going.
yeah.
I
If
think
it was
Yeah,
if it
You
was
know
all
what?
just to glorify them,
The
yeah, they
only
would
black
go.
people,
They would
the
go.
only black women like that will be someone who would be submissive to you.
has Obama ever been to any of Michelle's book signings?
I
Yo,
mean, it's
facts.
not his vibe though. That's those are more or less her a woman centric
She
Yeah,
event.
he never. Yeah, he never went to show support to his wife.
I don't think. I think that was kind of her thing, where he'd be intruding on her
She
space.
probably told
She
him
built,
stay
And
your ass
do
yeah,
you?
home.
she
Yeah,
built
but
her own little thing there. So I don't think that would be yeah.
She was like
Yeah, but I think
Obama.
yeah, but do
Obama
you not think that this is like Obama's thing?
Yeah, for real.
Well, I
Because
think it is
Obama
his thing,
has
but I think that
No.
just imagine if you were the president of a company or something, right? And they have a gala, for
Or captain of a ship.
right, or for the highest salesman or something, and everybody, their wife is going to be there. Typically, that's how it will go. Your wife will be there just as the first lady or whatever. But you got to have a desire to want to go to those type of events where you're yucking it up, talking to strangers, small talk, shit like that. That probably just ain't her vibe. She's from Chicago. She's talked about it. Really didn't like those kind of events. And Stanley thinking maybe she looks down on the people like they're beneath her. Very well could be.
If I
But
were her, I would.
whatever the case may be, she doesn't like being around those type of people. And if you're a young man striving to move up in the corporate world, a woman like that probably you can't take her up with you. Maybe you can
Well, how many? Well, again, you gotta accept where she is in her life. Okay, when she was a young woman, when he was a senator, when he was running for president, she was there when she was needed. Those days are over.
yeah,
The
yeah.
kids
Those
are gone, etc.
days are over. And again, like most people who don't make it to the pinnacle are probably gonna need a partner that's gonna last
So
a while.
when the red pill black man decides, reaches the pinnacle, this is what he's gonna, get if he is married to a Michelle Obama level woman.
Yeah.
If you marry someone who's Melania level, then you'll be good to go.
Yeah, and I think that's what I think that's what these football players and things like that are saying. Is it like I'm going through a lot of ups and downs in life, and many of them go through downs very early with injuries, and Michelle Obama ain't waiting around on your injuries. And I'm just using her as a template, not her in particular. She's not waiting around while you recover from your injuries. If you recover from your injuries and back to your form, she's moving on. We've seen it a million times, and and I think that's what we're seeing.
And if I had to pick a woman, it would probably be a Michelle Obama.
It's not your woman. It's just
who has time. Who has time for submissive women who basically your opinion is their opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. I ain't gonna say I agree with you, but I think that in reality, what we're seeing is that the men are going the other direction. They're not. They're not.
If you can call them men.
Well, you call them whatever you like.
If you can't handle your woman, are you a man? Is Obama a man?
Why do you need to handle your woman though? Why do you need to handle your woman?
You know what? You don't if you're a man.
Well, as I say, many of the men, as we see in society, as they get more successful, they clearly make a choice not to deal with the Michelle Obamas of the world, at least early on in life.
You know what? I applaud that.
So, well, whatever, I'm not applauding it or shaking them down. But what I'm saying is that, in life, regardless of if it's your spouse or whatever, like you need some cooperation. That's what people are seeking. And for a lot of the sisters out here that don't want to cooperate with men,
I think for people of people who are like y'all, you're right.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, John, question. Since Obama, at least as a template, is the pinnacle of what a black man can do, and since most of this stuff is a black man's issue, What do you think Obama should do when it comes to dealing with this whole Michelle situation?
What situation?
There's not.
I don't think it.
Yeah, I
Go
don't.
ahead.
Honestly, Gary, I don't think there's anything he can do. He can't divorce
Yeah, this
her
is blowing out of
because
proportion.
He's sure as shit. If he's you, he can't.
no. He can't divorce her because
Sure he
his
can.
Yeah,
legacy
no,
is
he
based.
really can't. If it's
He
about
can.
optics, that's way worse.
He can.
Yeah, no, he can't divorce her because what's gonna
He got
happen
more to
is
Okay,
lose.
then you're right. Then you're right. He is a pussy because a real man would divorce her if
exactly.
he was this, perturbed. But I suspect Obama doesn't really care one way or the other.
Yeah, that's what I
And
think.
that's
No, I don't think he cares.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
and I think that's why when he was doing all that shit talking about black men, we're looking at him like,
You're
man,
right.
shut your pussy ass up, man. You can't even control your business.
Well,
Talk
I
about
would
us.
frame it a
Talk
little
about
bit
us, nigga.
different. I would frame it a little bit different. What he should have realized is that there are a whole lot of HBs out there who
Yeah,
think they're right, and he's wasting his time.
yeah. Those days have, you trying to shame the black man into doing what you want. Them days is over.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't
you want to get
shame
yes, sir. No,
you
sir.
can't shame these new Negroes. They don't know shit.
Yes, sir.
New
Yeah,
Negro.
nah. Yeah. Them days is
All
over.
they
Them days is
they
over.
know is grievance politics and whining when their woman doesn't do what they expect them to do. Kind of like hood servitude.
Well, yeah. I mean,
The one thing I can say for SKC is, he's got his shit under control.
allegedly.
I mean, he is
Oh
married to a white
no!
woman.
I know SKC.
Yeah, he is married to a white woman.
No, he's not.
Asian
married.
woman.
What?
I thought she was Asian.
Wait, is she?
Yeah, she's Asian.
But it wouldn't matter. SKC wouldn't blame him.
No. I think it does matter, Stanley.
Yeah, that
I don't think
definitely
it does.
matters.
I think it does matter.
I mean, it would matter. Okay, I'll take that back. It would matter to you who thinks all black women are
No, I don't think all, but I think the vast majority. Yeah.
okay. Well, I'm sorry.
I think American black women,
you,
yes.
For someone like you who thinks that the vast majority of black women aren't up to HB standards, yeah.
No. I'm not saying that they're not up to my standards. What I'm saying is they're just not very agreeable.
They're just not your cup of tea.
No, they're just very combative.
That's it. I'm not saying that they're not highly educated or highly.
Oh, that's right. They can think for themselves, have a mind of their own.
Yeah.
You don't want a woman to have a mind of her own.
I always want her to have a mind of her own. It's not about that. It's
Yeah,
just
I think honestly, Stanley, and I know you don't live in a black neighborhood, or, around black people.
Oh, you know what? I live in a mixed neighborhood. It's better than a white neighborhood.
Right.
It's better than a black neighborhood.
I got you.
We all live in peace and harmony.
But I think one of the things is that, clearly, the decision making of a lot of these black women hasn't been the best, right? They've been in control and hasn't been the best. Well, if you look at, the best of their men have chosen otherwise. So clearly, whatever
So
they're
you're saying the best black men have chosen white or other wives?
I'm saying it would seem to be to me that men, if they have,
You know what? I laugh when I hear like someone in their 20s make these sorts of bold pronouncements. I get a little more concerned when someone who's almost 50 says something like that.
well, listen, I have my friends, man,
Okay,
and
are your friends the best of black men?
I would say some of them are, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
some
you know
of them,
what?
not all of them.
I'll-
But even the ones that are mediocre, I will say, Stanley, and I'm just being honest with you. Like, if they could get them a white girl, they would. In many cases, they just can't, right? And so what they end up doing is more or less just passing time with the black women, which ends up making them angry as fuck. That's why you hear them on Pop the Balloon, I'm celibate. They just pass the time 2-3 years with a guy, whatever, who really has no intent on marrying them because shit, he don't want that personality, but he does need sex. He want maybe somebody to cook for him, some shit like that. And that is what I see. And that is probably what you hear the hood conservatives of the world somewhat saying if you were to boil it all down. Like these
Okay,
people
do you
are
think
like,
conservative is the best of black men?
well, I guess what I'm saying is that of the men that can move in circles, where there are pretty women, and you know what I'm talking about, and they're going to have their selection, and then so when you have your choice between some woman who looks one way and another woman who may not be that attractive or just may not have what you're looking for in terms of your social graces and stuff like that, it becomes a very easy choice if you're even able to enter that world and you want to enter that world. And you hear all these young men come up here, they're nodding their head as I'm talking. Like,
Okay, I hear a lot of young men come up here that I just kind of laugh at, like under my breath.
I mean, you look at, as an example, you look at how men, probably even respect, say, a Lolo versus how they may respect a black woman. Man, these men have.
Okay, well, you know what?
Treat her different.
I think the people who fetishize Lolo are ridiculous.
Well, I bet you.
They are jokes. They are jokes
Honestly, I
on
bet you
what
this.
masculinity.
Honestly, I bet you this.
Lolo,
This
okay,
one,
well, hold on. Before we get too far, let me make what I think Lolo is. I think she's making a fool of a bunch of simps.
okay, fair enough. But here's the thing, from Joy Taylor to Lolo, right?
Y'all keep simping for her.
I don't simp for anyway. Right? Hey, I don't simp for her anyway. But I don't simp for
I think you do. I think a lot of people up here do. And she is basic. And y'all just get up here and
basic in the world of below basic. Basic in the world of below average. But here's the point that I'm making, Stanley, and I think you'll definitely agree on here. We could probably parade black women up here. There ain't many men gonna send their ass no laptop. They may have laptops piled.
You know what? He
and they're not gonna get many
send
laptops.
her a new laptop. He sent a fucking used laptop.
I bet a sister would be happy.
Shit, my ass.
I bet
If he was so hot,
how many sisters
he was
get?
so hot. Don't be sending her.
Hey, John, and if you notice it,
no, motherfucker, I will debate each and every one of y'all.
People that are really mad about it are the sisters.
Dude is sending her shit. Dude is sending her shit from Big Lots.
And more to the point, not only is he willing to send her things, but he's also willing to help her build her channel. That's more than money.
More power to him. He needs to simp, and I understand where he is.
Okay, so you call it simping, but again,
I call it simping. I have other words.
John,
for it
you
too.
called it simping.
I didn't think it was simping.
John, you called it simping, man. You the one that threw the label out first.
What? I put label up what?
I said you're the one who labeled it simping first.
Did I? I don't think I did, but if I did, then shit, call it what it is. But I think my bigger point is that not many men are gonna simp for these sisters. They got put out to get a simp, right? Lolo ain't got put out and get a simp.
They gotta debase themselves to simp for someone like Lolo.
Ain't nobody simping for
if you're gonna not simp
nobody
for a
simping
sister,
for Rochelle.
if you're gonna simp to someone who's not gonna be a sister, do better.
And you imagine how that make a sister feel that, as you said, she's just average or she's just basic. And here he is on the laptop. And some of the better looking sisters, the sisters that think they're better looking, ain't nobody sitting on a laptop. Shit, not unless they put it out there. But now, hey, matter of fact, we were watching it Pop the Balloon the other day, and the nigga said, how much money you spent on niggas? Fuck how much money niggas spent on you. And she said, ooh, I spent $2,000 on niggas. Yeah, that ain't enough. That's what he said, Stanley. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Virgo is still mad about that laptop, man. She bring it up every chance she gets.
No, I don't think. You know what? I don't think Virgo's not mad. I kind of understand where Virgo goes. It's not mad that she keeps bringing it up. It's mocking.
Nah, Stanley, I don't think you get where the mocking comes from. And I think a lot of times the girls, they try to mock Universal for doing it, but what they're really doing is they're kind of exposing that they're a little jealous that
you know what? I think they need to leave the mocking to me. That way I
Hey,
can
I
mock
I I
Universal
agree.
and
I
her.
agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. Because it makes them look really kind of pathetic, honestly. But at
Well,
the same time,
I don't
I
agree with
I
you
get
there,
it.
but I get your point.
what you're
I get
telling
it
them
though.
is basically
I
to
get it though.
repress it. What you're telling them
What?
is basically to repress it. Don't let it out. Just hold it in.
Who?
Hold your animal. What you're telling Virgo and all the other women that are angry that Universal sent them a laptop is just hold your anger in as opposed to
No, that's not actually what I'm telling them,
you
John.
saying
Basically,
What I'm
basically.
telling them,
you're saying
what I'm
I'll be
telling,
their pit
well, hold
bull,
on.
right?
What I'm telling them is basically the men in this space don't quite get it. So leave it to me so I can just shit on everybody.
Well, I tell you, the only solution to what you're trying to accomplish, Stan, is to start sending out some of these laptops to the women that you are
You know
simping,
what?
right?
I'm
Start
gonna
sending
get,
out
if
laptops.
I
Now,
send out laptops, I'm gonna get more than a thanks.
right, and,
Oh
right.
yeah.
But again, you would be doing it the Lord's work because you would be building
You
up a
know
lot.
what? And they're
Hold on,
gonna do the Lord's work for me
because
too. They're gonna
because
make an old man feel good.
at least some man sent them something, even if it's a man that they don't even desire his
You
attention
know
from.
what?
And
Really?
that's what
You have proven my point.
right, and that is what
If they're gonna be happy that a man sent them something, they're basic.
yeah, okay, fair enough.
Well,
Right.
there's a video in the back that I put that could give better context
Nah,
Shoot.
Stanley,
Of what?
of what we're talking about.
Stanley, I don't think you know
What are we talking about, Latino?
I don't think Latino knows what we're talking about.
Come on. let him
and
I'm not talking about whether athletes
if I
prefer
could say
black
one more thing,
or
Stanley,
white men.
if I could say one more thing, Stanley, just to put an exclamation point on it. And while I think that you come across as genuine, I don't think you put on a stand here. I think deep down, a black woman is listening to you. Still says in the back of her mind, but even he married a white woman.
And
As
you
much
know what?
as he is of him,
They may say that, but guess what? If you were good enough, I'd marry you too, sister.
Well, I think they've heard that a million times.
And you know what? They will hear it a million times more.
Right.
And here's the upshot. I don't really give a shit what the
Right.
sisters say.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like nobody gives a shit what they say.
If you're worthy, I will notice you.
Mm-hmm. I think that they've heard that a million times. Like,
And
if
you
you're
know
worthy,
what? They will hear it.
no
many
one
more.
ever notices.
Show
But
me,
no one ever
show
notices.
me something, and I will pay attention.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Show me
And
something.
I'm not sending you an
Show
apple.
me something, and
Adele.
people will pay attention. And I think that in many cases, the men are saying, "You're not showing me anything, so I'm not paying attention." Right? That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying?
I mean, I think that's what the people are saying.
I don't speak for any other Negro up here.
Right, I understand.
But I know what I'm about.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at it the same way with the guys who make fun of him about it. It's like, man, y'all kind of hating, man. Kind of hating. Just a little bit.
Oh, who, me?
No. I mean, I see it more in the chat more than anything. I don't even think you really bring it up like that, Stanley.
Bring what up?
I brought it up like 3-4 times.
I brought it up as a joke.
Yeah,
Same here.
But nah, there's
Brotherly
guys that
love,
really
man.
they
What I
really
give a
don't like
shit if he
Universal
give a
for that.
laptop to
I mean, you
Wait, they
saw
don't
what
like
happened
him?
with I mean, you saw what happened with fucking what's his name? Sir.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
nigga completely crashed
Oh,
out
damn.
over that.
Yeah, that nigga crashed out. He also was
Nigga
lying. That's what
completely,
that's what threw me off. That nigga was lying.
That's why I was like, all right, now there's a little bit more to this.
To be fair, what he did is not as bad as what Ben Thorpe did to that one lady. He offered to give her a whole ass car.
Yeah. See, Virgo. Everybody, you want to be, Mother Teresa. I would never. Yeah, I get it.
Well, all I have to say is the Mother Teresa is universal, helping out the poor.
Exactly. I mean, nobody talks about the stuff that he's helped us with.
Mhm,
They only
yeah.
All
focus
right,
on the
you know
low
what?
end.
We can
They
talk
don't,
about that. Why don't you enlighten me?
Yeah, it's always Laptop Jones, but nothing
yeah,
else.
yeah, nah. He bought me a bottle of tequila. I
Oh
mean,
wait, Universal says he got more than a thanks.
bought me a
Did you?
bottle.
Did you, Universal? Well, congratulations. You got the basic plus plan then. You got better. You got better than basic cable, and I'm proud of you, brother.
Yeah, it's a touchy subject, but you
Oh,
seem to.
you know what? That's why I'm that's why I'm touching it. I'm having fun while I do it. Oh, look who's here. What's up,
You
Universal?
rang, Stanley. You rang.
Oh, come
Oh
on,
no, I
man! You
didn't
didn't.
rain.
You
But
didn't have
since
to.
you're
You
here,
didn't
I'm
have to.
glad you're here.
You didn't have to change your name back.
What's up?
You're asking me?
I'm tuned. I just hopped on in. I hear we're
Oh
talking
well,
about the
good for you.
laptop
Well,
shit yet again.
stay for the laughs. We were talking about Michelle Obama, and eventually the conversation drifted over to Lola, who
Okay.
I think is basic. And
Yeah.
if you want to send her used laptops, it's your laptop to send. I think it's simping.
Okay. That's it.
No, there's a
Oh
little bit
yeah,
more.
it's nothing. It's nothing more complicated than that.
John had another point though, where he said that when it came to black women, if a black woman were to come up on the channel, it's very less likely compared to Lo, since she's mixed,
Oh,
that she wouldn't, that woman would be less likely to get that type of affection the same
That
way you did with
attention.
Lo. Yeah.
Yeah.
and
I
I
would.
agree with that point. You
Yeah,
know
so,
what,
so do I. It
Lolo,
would be a lot
Lolo
difficult,
is
a lot more
not
difficult.
like people think because of her skin color that she's beautiful, and I'm basically saying that she's not. She is basic.
Got it. I agree with that point that John made as well. I think that if it was a dark skinned woman, she would have to come with her chest out or something else, some additional features to get the same type of attention. And yeah, we do skew um attention or simping towards lighter skinned women if they're black, that's for sure. Um and yeah, I mean, on the yeah, was it simping? Sure, absolutely. But there was also the fact that I already had a dynamic with her off the channel that most people did not know about at all. So, and she did never beg for the laptop. That's the other thing that folks, I think, that I'm seeing in the chat.
Yeah, she kind of got peer pressure.
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
even
Well,
after
I
that,
want
there was even an
to.
offline conversation about it. I'm
I
like,
want
this
to
was nothing for
emphasize
me.
that I really don't give a fuck one way or the other.
Yeah, I
But
don't.
since it keeps coming up, I might
I don't
as
know
well
why it
weigh
keeps
in
coming
on
up.
it.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps coming up.
This
It's
is
funny.
good.
John brought it up as an example, but then,
That was
then it
last
turned
year,
into
man.
this.
2025 now. Come on.
Yeah.
Anyway, Stanley, what's this video? Something about watermelon
This is a
farmers?
farming video. Since we're all talking about color and black women ain't shit, I figured we might as well go ahead and look at the video that.
I mean, Stanley, you're not wrong. That was John's point.
Oh no, I know I'm not wrong. I'm
That was
not.
not my point.
Did
That
I
was not my
stutter?
point.
I'm
Like,
kidding.
what you mean?
Bro, I tell you what, if I that's what I
All
I just
John
feel
messes with is black women, man. Like what?
I just tell you, listen, man, all these niggas that complain, you don't hear me complain about black women, shit, I ain't got no problem. But I'm saying, like, I do see what the problem is, so I just
Yeah.
call it out.
Okay, well, you just got finished
You know how to
talking
handle
about
them,
Michelle
John. That's the
Obama,
thing.
who isn't.
I was not talking about Michelle Obama. I was talking about that as an example. I kept saying,
Oh, that's right. You were talking about Obama.
no, I was not talking about Obama.
He was talking
Okay, then
about the
what were
dynamics
you
between
talking
black
about?
men and black women.
Something
Stanley.
about black women have to be submissive, and it's hard to find a black woman. It
I
was
don't
a
use
lot
those.
of
I
things.
very rarely use those words submissive. Very rarely.
I think he meant to. I'm pretty sure John meant like they don't compromise a lot of
That's
the
the
time.
word I kept
And it
using.
causes
And you know what? For some basic motherfucker who can't figure out up from down, why should they?
I know.
And to go be a circus act in front of a bunch of mediocre white people, why should they?
I understand.
So, Latino, let me find your link.
What was that?
Let me find your link. Can you repost it?
While we doing this, we take a commercial break here. Let's make a phone call here. The new commercial breaks.
Sent.
Motherfucker just called me once. Let me call another motherfucker.
Please leave your message for...
Another motherfucker just called me. Let me call this motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sometimes they call you and you call them right back. Go right ahead, Stanley.
Have you watched this before, Latino?
Yeah, he's just talking about what we were just talking about literally like 15 minutes ago on why D1 athletes or athletes in general select white chicks over black chicks.
Okay, well, you know what? We'll watch it. Then I have a question why we give a fuck about D1 athletes.
Second half hour of The Factor on Censor tonight. Black D1 athletes are under heavy scrutiny after a viral video goes in on how some prefer to date and marry white women over black women.
Why are all these black college athletes that are getting drafted having white women? What's going on? I am going to tell you, as someone that is friends with a lot of D1 football players and D1 basketball players, I'm going to tell you because they have told me. Y'all, 5 of my guys that play on Division I Power 5 football teams, and they were like, Goody, you know the type of NIL deals we got. One of my men said, bro, I was messing with this black girl. She heard about the deal I got and started to request money, Apple Pays and Cash Apps for her hair and nails. I said, oh. My other friends were saying, bro, I would try to take her out to Chipotle, Kava, this and this and that. She would get mad talking about why are we going to steakhouses? You're good for it. I said, oh. They were like, bro, the white women, they're down to go and get a cup of coffee, go and get some ice cream. My friends were like, bro, the white women we're dating, they pay for a lot of our stuff. I said, what do you mean? They said, bro, they know that we're making some money, but while we're at practice or we're at camp, they got us our favorite Kava bowl, double chicken, right?
Double chicken. Is there any truth to this? Joining us to talk about it, former student athlete Isaiah Chance, former D1 athlete Ken Gilliard, NFL player Trey Williams, and matchmaker Amber Lowe. Glad to have you all here on The Factor. So let's talk with the money guy first. Trey Williams, your thoughts on this, and is there any truth to this, and have you heard this before?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you hear it all the time. You know, but at the same time, I feel like, you know, it's what you prefer, you know, as an athlete, as a person. We're all human. You know, I got, you know, guys who are like brothers to me who have, you know, black and white, you know, parents, you know, so I feel like, you know, we all connect and we bond and, you know, we have, you know, brotherhood, you know, so, I mean, like I said, it's what you prefer as a, you know, as a human.
Mm-hmm. And Ken Gilliard, you're a D1 player. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts on that?
Well, before I'm start, I love black women, right? That's my disclaimer. My mom used to say, if they can't use your comb, don't bring them home.
Don't bring them home.
You know what I'm saying? But sometimes I found my way to LSU's campus. You know what I mean?
Like
I mean, it is a little different dating a
less
white woman
articulate.
than a black woman. And some of the stuff that got said on the video is correct. You know, just dealing with.
What has been your experience? How has it been different for you? What's the difference?
I'm sorry, mama. I have, you know, for real, I have dated white women before. And it is a different experience. You know, they're nicer. They do hush up sometimes when you're talking to them. They daddy sometimes is loaded. You know, I got to worry about certain things like that. You know, then dating black women, you know, you just know when it comes to the territory. But I love my strong black women.
And so, do any of you guys, and Isaiah, you can chime in on this too. Are you thinking in the back of your mind that maybe this white woman is dating me because I am an athlete and I'm on the trajectory to make money and get an NFL contract?
In some cases it could be. From my experience, I've never dated a white woman. I love black women. And so I would say, like you said, it's their preference, it's what they want to choose. But to each his own, anybody can choose what they want. But I've never had that experience, so I can't really answer that. But, you know, like I said, it's just their preference on what they want.
And I want to hear from you too. Is that in the back of your mind at some point that they may be dating me because I'm an athlete, not because they love me, and it may turn into love at some point?
I think all women like that, honestly. You know, so even though if I be 100 with you, right? The people say it's your athlete, you start dating different type of women too. Like different types of women come out of nowhere. You know, in that aspect, either black, white, Asian, Persian, Indian, you start seeing them all come out of nowhere once they find you're an athlete and you have money and things like that. So, yeah.
All right, Amber, your perspective on this as a white woman.
First of all, I'm a millionaire matchmaker. Okay, I'll say that for a reason, because it's about everybody wants somebody successful, right? Nobody's ever called me and said, hey, I want 100 air. They want somebody that's on. And it is a stereotype that, you know, people get on and then they start dating interracial, but it's not about that. I agree with him. It's about what you like, but this is a bigger issue. This is culture. This is culture. This is about women. Back in the day, it used to be, we were, if y'all can do it, so can we. Then it switched to, if y'all can do it, we can do it better. And now everybody's pimping everybody, and love and marriage is like a past thing in this generation now. So it's really about the culture that we live in and what people perceive as a stereotype. But what you were saying as far as white women do this, black women do that, it's not about none of that. Entitlement comes from people that you actually love.
But what if he's saying that's what happens with him?
Right.
And you say it doesn't matter, but he's saying this is what I experience.
Right.
This is what I go through.
Right. And that it is a perception. It is your own perception. You can only tell your story. Right. But I agree with that. But I don't think it's that white women are like, oh, I want a cup of coffee versus I want you to pay my bills. Women in general, I think it's all women. Women in general now are leading with, you got to pay a bill before you even get to go on a date with me. It's all about the bag. So it is really about your morals and your values and what you prioritize. Is it love or money?
Ken, you got your hand out. What does that mean?
I'm just mimicking women. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all women. You know what I'm saying? That's why, or I wouldn't have to be a millionaire matchmaker. Show me somebody that wants 100 air.
And Trey, as a professional athlete, do you have all races of women coming after you?
I mean, well, at the end of the day, I love my black women. At the end of the day, you know, but I get why, you know, other athletes, professional athletes, you know, go the other route. You know, I feel like from what I've seen, you know, whether it's for financial reasons or, you know, but just really loving the person, or even just being, you know, part of just fitting in. You know, with whatever the flow is going with. You know, I've seen it, so I'm like, okay, I get why they would do it, but I know for me personally, I mean, I'm team black women. I love my black women.
And one of the things you mentioned was your mom. Sorry, mom. You know, is there ever any pressure to stay black and not to venture out?
I think I'm just naturally attracted to black women, period. But I remember one time I was dating this wife.
Has anyone said they prefer white women up here?
No, they can't say that, Stanley. Stanley, they can't say that.
Yeah, I was going to say they can't say that, man.
That
Yeah, well, you know, that's kind of what I was getting at. That's a shame.
That shows up in their decisions.
I got you.
You can't say that out loud, right?
You know what? I really wish someone would.
It's the same thing with Jamie Foxx and that stand-up comedy.
I mean, it's almost as if when they say like I love black women, it's almost like they're about to say but.
Strong black women now. You got to put the strong in there.
Strong. You know, like strong. You know, it's like, you know, like they don't have to tell you they love white women. Shit, nigga, we know, right? They're giving the black women a constellation prize, right? I love you, sister. Don't think I don't.
I love you like my mother.
Honestly, Stanley, this one, like, I promise you, if we would have polled all the black women and we give them some truth serum, I guarantee you that when they hear you defending black women, in the back of their mind, I guarantee you at least a high percentage is saying, but he married a white woman. And I'm not picking on you. I'm guaranteeing you
Oh
that's
well, no, I know you're not picking on
right.
me.
I don't have a
Because
problem with
when somebody says that to me, A, I don't flinch, and B, I go, well, I was married.
but
Hey,
I don't have a problem with it. But when I'm talking about the other side,
when somebody gets married, I
right?
will respond
Right.
properly.
But you can kind of understand what I'm saying. On the other side is that those people are looking at it like, yeah, but you didn't follow through. You defending us, but you didn't marry one of us. You
Okay,
know.
well,
And
you know what? I
that's
can't
what they hear.
apologize enough
Mm.
for
No,
folks
I ain't
who
saying
actually don't speak English well enough. No one up here said they prefer black women, and no one asked the question.
I just find it funny how
If
this guy
if the
right here.
question was, "Do you prefer white women?" and your response is, "I love black women," that's not really answering the question.
And the Maverick G says their mamas are watching. They can't
David
say.
G is a fucking
Can't say
idiot.
that.
Why
But I think he's
why
doing
he
anyway.
even pay
Like,
attention
you know.
to what he writes sometimes is beyond me.
Stanley, I think it's more of an indirect answer.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
you know what? And that's part of the problem. People don't answer questions directly.
but
Well,
look
part
what
of
he
the problem
said.
is because they can't. Right?
Yes.
If he could
You know
answer
what?
freely, he would tell you. Hell yeah.
Okay,
Right?
what would happen if they actually answered honestly?
They probably get flamed on Twitter. Maybe their
Yeah.
family
Yeah.
would probably say something to them,
Yeah,
ridicule
ridicule
them.
shit like that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Now they can go do
I
it.
don't know. I
They can
actually
go
think
do it.
nothing would
I've had it
happen.
happen.
People would probably be relieved.
No, not if they're saying they have preference as white women. That dynamic is too strong, and that's why every one of them, before they had a disclaimer before they even talked, "I love black women." They all said it.
Yeah.
So is it a money thing? Because I've heard plenty of people, in these spaces, not just this channel, but other channels that, kind of have the same perspective. People say that all the time. So
Yeah, but those men
you
those men
did
are
hear her.
ridiculed by black women online all the time, so they're almost just like exited out. But go ahead, John.
You did hear her. One of the guys said sometimes their father is loaded, right?
Yeah.
And so again, you've heard me talk about many times here. Like nobody's trying to start from ground zero, right? And you get a sister. I mean, she at ground zero with you. Now you loaded. Shit, what you want her for? Right? You get this, girl that's got a family that's loaded. They know how to do with money. Look at that boy.
Access.
He got raised. Remember the boy that Michael Orr got raised by that rich family? You know
The
what I'm saying?
blind
Like,
side.
And I think, like they're, oh, shit, hold on for a minute.
Commercial break.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hi,
Hey,
how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you? How are you?
Good. I'm calling about the apartment that's listed on Facebook.
Yeah. Did I talk to you yesterday?
No, I don't
Okay.
think, not yesterday. I just inquired about it like earlier today.
All right. Well, yeah, so we only have one private bath available, but someone already has dibs on it. Unless you have more money than they have, all we have is private rooms right now with a shared bath.
How much were they paying for the private room and private bath?
Oh, we have plenty of private baths. You don't have to compete with private rooms. You don't have to compete with anyone with the private rooms, but the private bath. When are you looking to move? Immediate? Are you looking to move immediately?
Before February 1st.
When are you looking to pay? Because they've already put down a $250 deposit, but they're only going to be staying 1 month. So if you're looking for more than 1 month and you're able to pay, then it's all yours.
It kind of depends on like how the unit looks. That's why on Facebook, I'm pretty sure that I messaged
I
you
sent
and
you a
I
video.
asked you for more videos and pictures.
I think I sent you a video. Take a look. What's your name on Facebook? Faith?
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent you a video. I sent you a couple videos. 3 videos.
Okay.
You want to take a look at those and give me a call back?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Mavi G says, "Am I going to take it from the guy in Dallas?" And not the guy in Dallas, is another guy. He booked it for a month, only for February. Go right ahead, guys.
Just a quick point about Mavid's question. You know what? I think sometimes the people who call themselves conservative or conservative leaning and capitalist actually don't have the stomach for capitalism. These guys, and I'm fairly liberal. These guys, you know what? The person who bids highest gets the room. Now, no, capitalism never claims to be moral. So, you know, I laugh when I hear people, you know, wringing their hands like that.
Yeah, that is interesting. But no, the Dallas guy, he's in there. He's another guy. So
Yeah, well, Mavid can, you know, get a fresh pair of panties now.
White chick, and I had my mom watch this movie called Elemental, right? That was about fire and water falling in love together, and she still was like, "I ain't playing with you. Do not bring no white women into my house." she already knew the game. You know what I mean? But
Mom knows well before you do.
You know, but I love my black women. Black women, they take care of you, and you can get those same qualities from black women as you get from white women. You know, if you just treat them right and know how to uplift and treat a black woman.
And Isaiah, what do you think about conversations like this? Does that hurt black athletes having these conversations after these issues come up?
No, I don't think so at all. I think it's a healthy conversation because I think it gives us the opportunity to choose who we want. It's an open conversation, obviously. Something that we're facing today, and it's something that we have to address. But generally speaking, I think you know you're free to choose who you want, and I think if we keep it that way, I think it'll things will be better.
All right, that's a good note to end on. Thank you guys for joining us here on The Factor.
Yeah, he's an athlete, Stanley. All those guys were D1 athletes at one point or another.
I should have known from their English language usage.
Studying that Swahili.
Harambe. Oh man, the same old.
Yeah.
Black men, black women divide. I honestly think this is one we're not going to be able to fix. I think it's
Well, I actually think
interracially
that
date people going.
a lot of this stuff is just between people's ears. It's not that real.
Oh, it's real, Stanley.
You know what? Well, you know what? Then I guess the ship is sinking because I'm looking at Sam I Am's response to Virgo in the chat. It's like both sides have figured out that the other side is wrong, and
Stanley, it's interesting. It's interesting that
I got black family members in my family now too.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think interracial dating for the Black American is the only way we're gonna get any sort of community.
What? There's two
in the United States.
You know, that's very interesting that you say that, Universal. I'm starting to agree with you. I think you might be right. You know what I'm saying? Like, and as unnatural as that sounds, I think you very well could be right because that lack of trust that exists within the black community, you're gonna have to, that has to be bred out.
Yeah.
Bred out.
I know that sounds crazy, but seriously,
no, it sounds crazy.
And because I think that it would happen naturally because if from what I see, Stanley, honestly, the black men and women so distrust each other. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think leads to a lot of these celibacy
Yep.
calls for celibacy. And so that will ultimately breed itself out because they're not going to stop having sex. They're just going to start having sex with other people, with women that are more trusted.
I honestly believe, and I'm actually kind of happy that the people who want to be celibate probably should be. And
I agree with that.
Therefore, if it's bred out, it'll be because the gene pool gets kind of thinned out.
Well, I think it's actually probably the other way around in that the people that you want to have children are the ones that you oftentimes see up on.
If they are stupid enough to think that this problem is actually something that can't be fixed, I don't have a problem with it. I'll stand my ground on who should be bred out and who shouldn't.
Well, I think it'll naturally happen. I'm just thinking that I've never heard it expressed like Universal said it, but I think ultimately it'll naturally happen, because if I don't trust you, then I'm probably not gonna have children with you. I go to someone that I can trust, and if there's a lack of trust in the Black community, then we're clearly the men who have more to lose than anyone else, the ones that are successful, they're gonna go find them a woman that they can trust. Maybe the father's just loaded, so they know they're not after them for money.
And yep, that is shallow, as shallow as their gene pool will be when.
Can I add a caveat in here?
Yeah.
I think well, a lot of times we talk about there's no shame in the Black community, but I think there's one strong space where there is, and that's Black women's ability to shame Black men into staying with them. Seriously, like just look at some of the things we've covered over the last year. Look at Cam Newton's response to this Joy Taylor thing.
Why
Just look
do
at
you see?
Let me finish for a second, Stanley.
No,
Please.
let me finish.
You didn't even get started.
The bottom line is anybody who is bringing up Cam Newton as any sort of
Cam
example
Newton is an imbecile, as we just seen. He's like 10 levels worse than these.
I question your sanity.
All right, I am insane, so we can just
no,
agree on that and move
motherfucker,
on to the next
stupid would
point.
be my word.
Oh, okay, well, I'm illiterate and stupid. All right,
No,
listen.
fucker, I will say exactly what's on my mind.
Amazing.
Yes, amazing. Amazing how someone can be brutally honest and not flinch.
I'm fine.
Again, if Cam Newton is any sort of example to young Black men and the Black community at large,
That's not what I'm
we
saying.
have bigger issues.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the response that Black men give is due to not being shamed. We just seen all three of these men on this panel. Yes, they are D1 athletes. We can take that into account. But there's thousands, probably millions of Black men all around the United States who have the same response. We will say things like, "I love Black women." We see it all the time. But that's fine.
You see it all the time. Okay, you need to understand, Universal, regardless of you thinking that you have a bird's eye view of the Black community. In my opinion, I don't think you do.
That's fine.
Even AB the other day came out and said he prefers white chicks.
I mean, I wouldn't even. I mean,
AB, who the fuck is AB?
Antonio Brown.
Okay,
Listen,
someone else.
Brown, I believe.
Someone else who is a guiding light in the Black community.
I don't even want to use athletes because they're such a minute group. I would just use the standard Black men. Just look at the conversations that have happened online from these men who've come together in these spaces that you don't agree with, which is fine, Stanley. But at the same time,
you need to understand that the spaces you're talking about do not represent the majority of Black people.
But it's a population with a voice that I think should also be heard. And I think just like the Black women who are also sharing their perspectives. And if you listen to both sides, that's why I've come to the conclusion that there's no fixing this problem.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
and
I
Black
don't share
women,
your conclusion, but what I will say is neither side share or neither side represent the majority of Black people.
You know what's funny, Stanley? This issue is really the core issue, the one thing you bring up all the time, which is parenting.
Yeah.
The reason why we have the awful parenting dynamics is because we don't have good Black male-female dynamics, period. You can't parent if you can't even get along on a basic level, gender-wise.
That's if you get together in the first place. If everybody's marrying outside the race, then
you know what, Stanley? There was a study, and if I can find it, there's a study that was done, I believe, in 2008 that said that Black children who are raised by white mothers fare better in a longevity standpoint. And that study they looked at several different family dynamics across the United States where white mothers were either foster parents or adopted Black children. And what they came to the conclusion was that they end up faring better than if they stay with the black
Now,
mother.
were these white mothers married to black men? Were
Some
they
were.
single
Some
mothers?
were. Yeah,
Yeah,
some were.
those yeah, I know what Universal was
You know
talking
what I'm
about.
talking
Those
about?
were the
Okay.
parameters. Some were with married, some were single, others were others had different age differences. Like some were who were mothers with black children who were in their like 20s to 30s. Some were in the like 40s to 50s. Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
So I
Okay,
bring that study
well,
into I
I'll
bring
point
that
out to
into
the
the
both of you
conversation.
that you
Go ahead.
said 2008. I'd love to know if there's a more current, a more
Me too.
well. How long ago was 2008? Do you think things might change since
Yeah,
2008?
absolutely. Yeah, they
Yeah.
can, and they can get worse too. And I think that they
Yeah,
have, if
so
we're
much
being
worse.
They
honest.
could indeed get worse. Now, the other thing I want to point out is that there's some intersecting factors like
Absolutely.
single
Always.
white mothers, for instance,
hmm
tend to have more wealth.
Better jobs. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
Stability.
there's some factors that go into this sort of thing.
But and I introduced that study into the dialogue because it just goes to prove the point that even if black men are going to interracially date, it proves to us. Well, gives some evidence or some we can make some assumptions. I know about assumptions that if we do interracially date, we will have a better off outlook for our children just based on that study, and that's including if they're dating them or not. So again, we have a cultural problem within American black culture, male female
And I don't agree
dynamics.
with that either.
That is central to why we're seeing all the things that we're seeing, and it's being
Okay.
policed
Okay.
through a
Well,
lot of black
allow
women.
me to just say I think that you're out to lunch on most of your cultural assessment.
And that's completely fine. It's completely fine. But one thing we can probably both agree on is that there's a problem and we haven't been able to solve it at least within the last 40 years. And
Well,
we're
I
seeing
think the problem is parenting, and I don't agree that it's a chicken and egg thing. I don't agree that it is.
what do you think happened with black parents? Like what was the
I have no
turn?
idea. I'm not a sociologist, but I am. I'm just going to do it anecdotally.
Like,
I don't think that the problem is as dire. I think the
Really?
problem is people are not actually doing the work with themselves, and they're
Agree.
not actually going out. They are too quick to listen to what someone on a YouTube panel says than they are actually to go and talk to people out in the community, their community, kind of sit and cogitate on it, you know,
hmm
on their own. I
Yeah.
think
But you just
YouTube
shamed
has
me for
ruined
doing
black
it.
culture more than anything.
You just shamed me for doing that. I gave you my anecdotal experience. You said fuck my experience.
Well, yeah, my experience is a couple years. Well, you make a point. The only defense I have is I have a couple years on you in
Oh,
experience.
absolutely. And that's and I thank you for bringing that up because I respect you a lot, Stanley, and I hope you realize that. And what I'm sharing with
No,
you,
it's
and
all. Hey, throw your best punch. It's not going to hurt my feelings.
so and I'm not trying to hurt any feelings, but that's my point is I think that the generation you grew up in, the time frame and what you've experienced at your age level is very different than what we see today. And
It
I
could
think
very well
that
be.
and what
Agreed.
I have seen, and I talk about I say this all the time, the second half of millennials on down, those folks, they're open to interracial dating. They don't even call it interracial dating. They just call it dating. It's so normal to them. But when it comes to when you look at the variable of black men, black women, and you kind of scale that out, black
Mhm.
women are having a harder time finding long-term mates in that. They're having sex, but
Well,
long-term mates, they're struggling, and there's a reason for
if
that.
you're
And black
getting
men are calling out that reason, but when we say it, we get thrown down because of the position that we've had with black women for so long. But guess
well,
what?
the
Other men are
stats
starting to say and
basically
see the
say that
same thing that black men say.
black women tend to be the least. I can't think of a better word than
Desired.
desirable.
Yeah.
If you have to rank women in, I guess,
Mateable.
U.S. culture. So, I mean, I see where you're going with this. You know, black women may have a chip on their shoulder about the whole interracial dating.
And honestly, if I was a black woman, I would too. But at the same time, I would say, why is that? What is it about us? Why are we the common denominator that keeps getting dunked on?
Well,
And
see,
they
I
don't want
won't
to
go
answer that
with oh,
question.
black women are masculine or anything like that. I think it, to be honest, I think it's
Comparative.
more phenotypical.
Strong black woman.
But
Yeah,
just
well, you
listen
know
to
what,
the
Latinos, sometimes you need to hold off on the strong black woman bullshit for reasons I can get into if you'd like.
why did the Brady Bunch mother raise in black? I don't know what that question means, Chris Reed.
I don't think that it's just to finish my point. I don't think it is that, you know, it's an attitude or anything like that. I literally think that phenotypically, that's why they're not at the top of the desirability list. We have been trained to value, the top of the scale as blonde, long hair, and blue eyes, and fairly skinny. Okay, that is the pinnacle, and everything gets judged by it. And if you want to call it a European beauty standard, that's fine. It's phenotype, it's not so much attitude. And again, that's my opinion.
Yeah,
I can't back it up.
I think it's a pie. I think that's one slice of the pie is phenotype. But I honestly, it's compatibility at the end of the day, and black women's rap for not being a compatible mate has been exposed, and they don't like it. And it's
Don't
not
mess
Well,
just
with
what
black
what
men
exactly has been exposed? I don't
that
buy the
that
they
that
roll their neck too much. I don't buy that as an argument.
I mean, yes, it's that type of approach to dealing with your mate or collaborating with your mate. It's not just the neck rolling because they all don't do that, but it's the you need to handle me. It's the you ain't gonna tell me what to do. It's the what do I bring to the table? I am the table. It's that.
Well,
Nobody
but
wants to
see,
It's
deal with
bringing
that.
peace. It's bringing
I don't know.
peace.
It might be a chicken and egg thing. I think the reason a black woman would say you ain't going to tell me what to do is because the man telling her what to do isn't worth shit.
Yeah, but they have had a lot of experience with that. But when they do have a man who is worth telling them what to do, or at least
I don't
collaborating
know.
with them,
You know
they
what?
don't even give
You have
that
to
guy
give
a
me an
shot.
example.
And then when they give
And
that guy a shot, they have all this additional baggage that they expect that man to come and hold. That is a problem.
well, I was going to say you have to give me an example, and then I'm thinking better of it because somebody's going to bring up Michelle and Barack Obama.
Yeah, there you go.
Which I
Like,
think
think about that.
I think it's a bullshit example. I think that I don't know. I disagree with pretty much all the fundamental premises that tend to get put up on these black conservative panels. I think y'all are all fucked up.
It's okay. I
Damn,
understand.
son.
Yep. I think you're all fucked up,
And
and
even with the
I
even
think sometimes y'all don't know whether the black community is up or down.
oh yeah,
And not
it's
actually not you specifically, Universal.
sure.
I'm
You're
I'm
talking in
thinking of
general.
other people,
Yeah.
who will go with a be brave narrative.
You talking about me, Stanley?
Nah.
I'm sorry.
You talking
Hey,
about
that's
me,
crazy,
Stanley?
bro.
No, not just you.
I
Not
know
just
black
me.
people. I
I'm
know
just
black people that make over 100K a
I
year.
sometimes, and again, you know what? I have to also take it on the chin when Universal brings up age. Maybe I've just aged out of the argument, but the only thing I have to say on that topic is maybe I'm at a point to where I can see mistakes that are being made.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
don't think the differences in the conflict is as big as people want to make it out to be.
I tell you this. I tell you this though, Stanley, and I harp on it all the time. It's like, it's hard to build a house on a shaky foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you got two parents, sending their children out into the world, son and daughter, right? And both of them, the parents are just fucked up themselves. It's just, you just call it brass tacks, right? They leaning on the children, right? Then those children are torn in both directions. On one hand, they need to serve their partner. On the other hand, they got familiar obligations that are pressing. Not many men are willing to take that. You heard the young man say, hey, you get with a white girl, her family is rich. Most of these blacks, and you've seen it on this channel over and over and over and over again.
Okay, well, you got to be careful, because what happens at these D1 colleges is these athletes tend to meet a particular segment of girls who may be, daughters of boosters.
Right.
If you go out into the wild, most white girls you meet are not going to be rich.
That is true, but a lot of times those white girls have access to things or opportunities that you don't get when dating black women.
Correct.
And that may be due to
in
racism.
college, yeah.
Let's be honest.
Why not be honest?
And so, so they're in, and at that point, you're having a lot of trickle down issues here, in that you're hearing black women are hearing, I love black women, but then in their face, the decisions when the rubber hit the road, they're not with black women.
Right, but let me ask you a quick question, Universal.
Yes.
The athlete who is meeting the white girl who has access to things that a female black college student might not have. If you're saying it is natural for the athlete to go with the more rich choice, I would agree with that, but that doesn't mean it's a good choice.
No, I agree.
That poor black female might be a better choice, and if the D1 athlete isn't smart enough or mature enough to think it through, and I'm gonna suspect most of them aren't, then
which is true.
That's a problem.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I agree with you.
They get Tiger Woods.
Like, think about these D1 athletes. I mean, we just seen those three. They can barely speak English, and they went to college, right?
Well, right. So
they're
why would
getting
we
exposed
listen
to
to
stuff
them?
they never. I agree with you. It'd be better if they had just some professional black men or just some lay black people on there.
100, dude, 100%. If you were up there, and some folks that were, that PMC, whatever you want to call it, I would have to take it a lot more seriously.
Yeah, I agree with you there. But John, what was you about to say?
Oh, no, nothing. Go ahead.
So, like, why a lot of times, and again, I think this could be due to racism, to be completely honest. White women can offer you access to things that you just never had. Oh, hey, my cousin, works at this bank, or oh, I know so and so, they do this. Like, they have opportunities that black folks don't always have.
Kind of
So if you
like
take
Eve offering Adam the apple.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not saying it's a better choice, but if you're a black guy, you go to college, let's say not an athlete, and you haven't had those opportunities, and all of a sudden she's like, hey, my cousin can get you an internship. I mean, hell, that's how I got to grad school. I was dating a white chick. She was like, did you know that this school has this master's program? You should apply. And I know so-and-so. She connected me. Now, I probably could have got there on my own, but it was a lot easier for her to vouch for me. And she was young. But it's like that's the type of stuff that a lot of black people don't experience. And as a black man, to have a woman, let alone help you and care for you,
so
that goes a long way.
Judging the black community by their deprivation, but
that's human nature, though. That's human nature.
Well, if that is the case, then the deprivation is the problem.
Yes, but where does that deprivation come from? It comes from not having solid foundation between black
I
male
don't
and
know
black
where
female
it comes from,
dynamics
but
and
what I'm
racism.
saying is that you're saying people are making choices out of deprivation, and those aren't necessarily always the best choices.
But that's what black women are doing with the 4B movement and going celibate. They're
Well, I
making a
think
choice out of deprivation. This is where we are. This is where we
I
are.
don't disagree with that point.
This is where we are. The black dating market is based out of deprivation because it's gotten so rotten that it's almost desperation to find somebody of quality.
Okay, well, if deprivation is the cause of both sides, then we have
got a big problem here.
We have
that's
a
what I'm
huge
saying.
problem.
That's what I'm saying.
However, I think part of the problem, the root, the deprivation is probably concrete. The problem is people not being mature enough to assess what the
Agreed.
deprivation means.
And take better care of themselves. And this is where I agree with you, Stanley. You always put the onus back on the men to be better, and I agree with that. But also the women have accountability in this pie, this puzzle as well. But I
Right.
ultimately think the men have to get better. You and HB talk about
Well,
that all the time.
the reason I'm inclined to do it, a lot of it is just, kind of being sarcastic. If you guys are so, and not you specifically, Universal, but
Yeah, I'm not
if
taking
you
it personally.
guys are such men and put such value in masculinity, why are you letting women run y'all?
Because that's a great question. And that gets back. The women have took
Fuck the
the
4B
social
movement.
capital.
Either make them be worthy to make them break their 4B strike, or you know what? Or stop complaining and move on.
And
And I think
that's
to a certain extent, black men are moving on.
and
And
that's
that's
what
what
we're
they're doing.
seeing. And that's what we're
Yeah.
seeing. That's where you get the passport bros and all this other crap. It's because black men are just saying, you know what? If this how y'all want it to be, we're gonna wipe our hands with it and keep it pushing.
Yep.
And we're shame, and a lot of us are ashamed to stay. Now, I primarily date black women myself because that's what I'm attracted to. So I had like it is like finding a needle in a haystack to find a woman who can be complimentary towards you. Like it's hard.
Well, let me ask you a question, and it's
Probably pull a
slightly
duck
off
up.
topic. Would you, where you're looking for black women, and again, this is slightly off topic.
That's okay.
Do you look in non-elite spaces for black women?
Yeah, I look at both. So most of the women that I've dated seriously have been professional women.
I mean, but do you ever go places where there aren't when I say elite, I mean professional. Do you ever,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
would you date a girl
Who works at
would you
Lowe's?
if you ran into a girl at Walmart, if you ran into a Walmart cashier that you thought was cute and might be worth asking out, would you do
Yes,
it?
absolutely, absolutely, I would.
See some baddies
Okay.
at McDonald's. I know that. So
Absolutely,
station
especially
right
if
there.
she's young enough to kind of develop something with, I would
Gotcha.
at this point. Now I know for me, at where I am, socioeconomic status wise, that's a huge downgrade for me. I'll probably be better off with a woman who's probably at a similar level, and we would go a lot further. But I know that the women in my dating pool who are at that level, it comes with a lot of shit, man. And
Well, see,
if they
I'm
don't
a,
have kids already, and if they are over the age of 32, their requirements and what they're gonna ask for doesn't fit the lifestyle that
well,
I have
see,
today.
I'm probably a little bit more of a romantic. I would almost, I don't have a problem with marrying down. I don't think there's such a thing as marrying down, to be honest with you. There are caveats to that statement, but I think there are diamonds in the rough out there. And
Oh, yeah.
I would never consider, marrying a diamond in the rough necessarily a marrying down. But
See, I think
that's me thing.
I agree with that.
The point you're making is what a lot of men will say. Hell yeah, I married down. You fine enough.
Yes.
So if I get a lot of money, hell yeah, I marry down. I look over that sister who might be up on my level.
Well, I mean, it's going to take more than ass.
Well, shit.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
personality,
yeah,
but
I mean,
the ass
like-
will get you in the door.
I'm telling you, a fine little motherfucking Latina working at McDonald's
East
got
Africa.
a damn good shot at catching a man.
Well, not only that, you
What a set
are
of
better
rats,
a better
Yeah.
chance of being submissive.
Now,
That's true.
every sister lowered herself to work at McDonald's is probably the bottom of the motherfucking barrel.
Yeah.
Nobody want that, right? But the bottom of the barrel, a Latina just got everything going for her. She's still young, got the body. Man, I can see a man taking her, don't give a damn what you serving fries at the cashier.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they going to Panama and all them places for anyway.
Right.
Yeah, they
all
doing
the
that.
passport bros,
Sweep
they
her
go
right
to the
off.
slums to
That's
pick
a
up
that's
chicks,
a good
man.
point, John.
Right? And again, like, bro, like Why aren't they going to Africa? Africa got more poverty in them motherfuckers, right?
And better bodies too.
Right.
I mean, to
They're
be
not
fair, John,
going,
some
man.
of
Like,
them are.
what? But I
Omar
mean,
did. He got 2 bitches.
they might. They
Omar
had to
did.
give it to him. He wasn't gonna pay for them,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Come over here. We got 2 bitches, right?
They donated him. They donated him.
He'll go down that motherfucker Panama and shit, get scopoline and shit. Anyone heard about what they're doing down there? They scope them motherfucker. You ever heard of that?
No.
They drugged them motherfucker with scopoline or some shit like that, right? And yet they still go. Right? But they can go to Africa. Them motherfucker probably ain't even heard of scopoline.
Probably because they think that a lot of African women will turn out like their women. Be like, I don't want to see that shit, bro. I don't care. She's speaking to me in clicks and she cussing me out. Hell no, I ain't dealing with that shit.
And so I just think you just have to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Call a spade a spade. This is what you desire.
And plus,
right?
they go to South Carolina. They should go to South America for the black women. That's what I've heard anyway. Go to like Colombia and shit. They got some fine black women down there.
You know what I'm saying? And if you what you desire, and I think
issues.
It'll be good. It'll be better for everyone involved. These black women don't want to hear you say, I love black women, and then see you with it. Just be honest. I don't like you. You know what I mean? Give me the straight. Maybe I can get in line with what you do like if I'm doing something wrong. But you keep patting them on the head while looking at you finding somebody else. And I think that burns them up more than anything. They probably prefer honesty at this point.
And to highlight what you're saying, John, and prove my point. Why do black men say, like, where did that programming come from? That you got black men all across the country who use that disclaimer. I love black women. I love black. Like, that programming comes from somewhere.
They mama.
Then that shows you the power and the influence that the black female has had on the black male development.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm 100% sure it's got to be their mama or their grandmama.
Yeah.
Mama.
Yeah. It's been reinforced. And I've heard the D1 athlete who was on the panel, he said, if you can't use your comb, don't bring her home. My mom used to say that shit to us all the time. And I'm in Minnesota, so she meant it.
That's crazy.
She knew.
In my household, they ain't giving shit.
Yeah, well,
black, white, Chinese, Asian, they ain't giving shit.
And so I think that's part of the reason why they say they make these disclaimers, because they've heard it's probably an element of guilt, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
I think it's an element of guilt, you know what I'm saying? And that's why these, kind of like, don't feel bad, sisters. I love y'all. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I think it comes from.
Man, listen, man. I was scared to date white women. I went to the University of Minnesota. I didn't touch a white woman pretty much most of my freshman year. I was so terrified because it was beaten into my head to stay away from them. And I watched Rosewood and I seen all the stuff. Like, it was just beaten. And this one white girl, she was very persistent. She lived on my floor. She caught me at a good time. I had sex with her, and after that point, man, it was like white girls galore because they approach you. They're like, "What's up?" Like, they didn't care, man.
Mm-hmm.
And they are very, when they want you, they let you know, and it's go time. And a lot of the black chicks that were on the campus, it was always like I had to do what I learned to do all my life, which is what we call game. Like, it was game for the white girls. It wasn't no game. They just come, go,
or status.
Go. Yeah. And honestly, I was a black man on a predominantly white college, so I guess that gave me a little bit more appeal, but I didn't have that level of clout. Like, I was hanging out with the athletes, but that kind of helped too, but I was just a regular black dude on campus.
At university, you see me coming on the train.
Yeah.
I've long thought this, bro.
If a black woman has a light-skinned baby, will she treat that light-skinned baby better? Yes, and I've seen it.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that shit myself.
You know what?
They do that.
Yeah, they've been giving it more attention and shit. White-skinned baby gets more gifts.
Yeah, me and my ex-wife, actually, we were very intentional about how we treat our kid. Like, my ex-wife was dark-skinned black woman. She was darker than me. But we have my two youngest children are lighter skin. My oldest child is dark like her mother. And we were very intentional about making sure that she or no one in her family and my family treated any of them different. We were very intentional about that because we've seen this dynamic play out.
That's sad.
It is sad, but it's a reality, though.
Yo, University, I got a funny story to tell you. a friend of mine, she has a little daughter, I guess a daughter, yeah, daughter. So she's saying she had the maintenance man come over, and he was like Hispanic or something. And so she said, the man said, "Ooh, I like your child's hair." And she thought it was weird.
What?
And then, and then an African friend of hers came over and asked her, "Is this his her? I'm sorry, is this her regular grade? Like, I guess she used some term. Is this her second grade?
Her regular grade. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically, she was saying, is this going to be her natural hair, right?
Yeah.
Or is it going to kink out at some point? You know."
Yep.
And those type of things, man. It goes unsaid, but I think it's very much
it's a reality.
Yeah.
Sometimes, John, it goes said though. Like,
Yeah.
again, being a father of daughters, all three of my daughters have different great hair, but they have quote unquote good hair, all three of them. So it was a big thing. Never perm their hair. We're never gonna perm their hair because they got the good quality hair. We don't want to damage it and mess it up. It's like shit like that.
And it's crazy. It's crazy. My brother's the darkest one out of all of us, and he's the one that has the good hair.
Yeah.
We all got bad hair.
Good and bad hair. Like, and you don't have those conversations with white women. White women get dressed, she dressed in 15 minutes like you. Black women get dressed, she's taking an hour and a half and still ain't halfway ready.
That's all that.
It's
It's the hair products and the makeup. That's the main
it's
two
like,
things.
man, it's time to go. Reservations at 7:15. It's fucking 6:45. You still getting dressed.
My girl
White
like
woman,
that
she
too.
been
Whenever
in the
she's going
car.
with her hair, man, that's insane. I got to give her
It's
2 days
just-
in advance before we make any plans.
Right. It's just different. There's a huge difference. And when black women talk about, can you handle me? I mean, that is a loaded question, but it is a real question because that quote unquote handle comes with a lot of stuff that you don't have to deal with other women. And it is what it is. I'm not, for somebody who I pretty much exclusively date black women, you just deal with it. You just learn to deal with it. It's the cost of doing business with them.
If
You
you
pray to God, your ROI is worth it at the end, and sometimes it just ain't.
Stanley's gonna sound over there, radio silence. Stanley,
No, I'm
he ready to
putting
get back.
dishes up.
He ready to get back into the dating game. University gonna prove all you wrong.
Man, Stanley should. He'll be cleaning up out here, man. Stanley, you don't
Mhm.
understand,
No,
man. You get some nice 40-year-old women, man.
30.
think that,
Yeah.
when it happens, if it happens, it'll happen.
All right.
Making
be
grits in the morning.
The water's fresh, Stanley. Get your rod and come
You know
on in,
what?
sir.
I think what it is y'all have scared me off.
No, honestly, Stanley, you said something earlier that I wanted to respond to about you being too old to speak on this. I don't agree with that. I think we need your voice. I think we need older black men to help kind of shape and mold the minds of younger black men and give us that perspective of how things were or should be or can be, because we don't get that enough. And that's why we get, and I know he's not black, but he's just an example. That's why we get the lasagnas of the world, because they have access to so much polluted information. They are out here just reckless doing whatever. And there's not enough older men really helping to like mold and,
Well, the
and understand how to move forward.
problem with the lasagna is he's got both his parents.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
real.
yeah, but and he's also
his problems are kind of like, I wouldn't even bother
Beyond
bringing him up as any sort of example.
Well, I bring him up because he represents an
anonymous.
archetype of the younger black men that are out here.
No.
Because a lot of I know he's not black, and yes, he does have both.
Well,
his
no,
parents.
if we got a bunch of black lasagnas out there, then all is lost.
Oh my God!
But
Say that again.
Bro.
But that's he is an archetype of I would say one of the types of black men that we have out here. They've just
Is
tapped
that
out
right?
and they've gamified dating, and they just tapped
How,
out.
how much difference is
I think
lasagna
he's
from?
suicidal. I don't think he's
How much
suicidal.
difference is lasagna?
No,
How much difference is lasagna from Tyrone? Tyrone said she just buy him a woman.
See, and
Silas
Tyrone's
Snake
older.
did the same thing. Silas Snake did the same thing, right? Like she just buy you all this bullshit.
Yeah, I ain't got to
Yeah,
deal
but
with all
those
this.
Those are degenerate people. Like most people are not degenerate.
Kimmy.
Doesn't tough guys sell them too? Apparently.
Oh,
Yeah.
apparently.
Allegedly, people talk hot shit on the
Where's
internet.
Allegedly.
Where's HB?
Allegedly, people talk a good one on the internet, but I'm telling you, in real life, it don't even match half the things people be talking about.
That's why I always bring proof.
But
I'm an
someone like
astronaut. I'm an
Lasagna,
astronaut,
it's quite concerning. He's very young. He takes
Yes.
drugs. He's involved in all high risk behaviors. He's involved with prostitutes. He says he doesn't want to live until he's older. That's scary. That's
Yeah,
all
very
red flags.
scary.
And I don't
That's
think the
just-
majority of young people feel that way.
So what I call that, Kimmy, is survival stress management. And that's a lot of the generation. I know you see it every day with the young people you're around, just what you do professionally. They are living for the moment. It's moment by moment. Their trauma has almost taken over a lot of the experiences that they've had, and they just take things moment by moment, not even day by
But
day,
I
man.
wouldn't say that's the majority. It's like the outliers. Like you said, the highly traumatized individuals who aren't healthy.
Yeah.
They live that life of high risk
But-
behavior, poor choices, unhappiness. They don't see themselves in the future.
Yep. Let me ask you a question. Even though it's not the majority, do you think that their behaviors impact the majority?
No,
Okay.
I think most people look at it like, oh God, like I don't want to be that. I don't
Stay
want to
away
do that.
stay away from that. Got it.
So I do agree with Stanley that wouldn't be a good example of like a.
I know I shouldn't have used him as an example. But he's an archetype. Like I say, he's an archetype where a lot of men are just saying, you know what, I'm gonna cut to the chase and just pay for it and keep it pushing. And I see a lot more guys going. I mean, technically, that's what the passport bros are doing themselves.
Yeah.
But those again, though, it's still degenerate people. We just
Yeah,
can't compare them to
yeah,
the rest
I
of us
agree.
that are cut above that.
Yeah, I agree. You can't build a community or a family on some bullshit like that.
Mm-mm. No, but they also probably don't want those things either. These are not functional
but
people.
that's the point. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I said they're not really functional, so we can't expect like normal thinking and normal anything. Like
Yes. But there's but that mindset and that population is going to hit a critical mass at some point where it will have an impact in your community. And I think what we've seen in the Black community is the degenerate behavior has hit a point. It is not everyone, but it's enough where we can't reverse this anymore, and it's a done deal.
well, that's your community.
Shit.
Yeah, oh, don't start that tether talk on us now.
Yeah,
Kimmy.
That's your community.
leave that alone. Leave that alone.
That
Kimmy's
is your
a tether.
community. I didn't say it.
Yeah,
That's your community.
put that off. Put that down.
It is our community, and it's sad, but I have just come to the conclusion that it's a wrap, and I just pray that Black women can find a way to just start finding other mates so they're not single forever.
I mean,
But what's a
they
rap?
kind of
though?
are.
What is a rap exactly?
What's a rap is this idea, this mythical idea that we're gonna have Black communities. It's done.
Who's looking for that?
Black
People are looking
people.
for that? Oh. Okay,
Black
I think
people, that we have a mythical idea. We need to just assimilate into and become Americans, focus on nationality, development, and spirituality, and just stop all this
Well said.
nonsense around
I've been on
race.
that. I've been on
Well
that since I
said.
was born.
We're all Americans.
Like,
Exactly.
I honestly think that's the only way forward for us to have healthy
Well
dynamics.
said, man.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
You know, I actually
Those are Black
don't
American
disagree with
problems.
that. It might be a time that Black people need to become a little bit more individualistic.
Yeah, become
Actually, I disagree with that. I think, I think that as I said, man, like shit, man, like they tried individualistic shit. You know, most of their wealth is tied up in individuals, mostly tied to their name or brand. There's very little, buildings or factories or anything like that, which would be beyond individualism. You heard Donald Sterling say, Magic Johnson, he's lived a very
You know what?
he lived a very successful individual life, but
Okay, Magic Johnson is an athlete, and now he's a businessman. But what I'm talking about is more like a Robert Smith or someone of that ilk. I'm not talking athletes.
Well, I bet you Robert Smith, if you go read his story, he probably was funded by, white people. There's nothing wrong with that. Big business companies, things like that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is that, focusing on personal excellence and that sort of thing, focusing on, kids, focusing on family specifically, that's what I mean by individualistic.
Yeah.
The community thing has not worked.
Well, I think that, and this is probably the reason why I'm a bit more pessimistic. I think if they're going to put it away out, it's going to have to be the community thing with all the migration here, and those people are going to form pretty strong communities that are going to more or less box you out.
Let them.
Yeah, boy.
And
They'll learn. Because you're not going to convince me that Nigerians, specifically thinking of Nigerians, I don't know. I can't think of any Nigerians I know in the United States, but do they form communities?
Yes.
My buddy was talking to me this morning. He's actually Nigerian. We talked for about 35 minutes. And he said, man, I've been thinking about this for a long time. He said, you see a lot of the African Americans get caught up in, let's say, the Uber trap. You hear me talk about it all the time. And he says, but the migrants, they seemingly are able to work through the Uber trap. And they look at the car like a machine. They want 100% capacity out of that car. They come in the house and they throw the keys to the next man as he heads out the house to drive the same damn car. They keep that car going 24 hours a day, as an example. And they live amongst each other, as an example.
Okay, well, you're talking immigrant, like actual, like first generation.
Well, that's more or less is who the you'd have to say the blacks are competing with, by and large. 75% of them.
Okay, well, we need to stop acting like immigrants.
I'm gonna agree with Stanley. Like that's honestly like when black people
I mean,
outside of America look at child
we've been
issues.
here quite some
Those are
time.
Black American problems. You don't hear Jamaicans and Ghanaians talking about the black community. We ain't talking about that shit.
Well, but I think the Ghanaians do have a community of sort. I know Ghanaians.
We have a community because that's how we grew up culturally, but we don't come to this country looking for the black community.
Right.
It's
That's
not real.
Right. Whereas the black community, well, on one hand, they want to form a black community, but they got to go out into the world to make their way. And in that sense, they're begging other people, white people, whoever, give me affirmative action, give me this, give me that.
Okay, well, all that is over. We don't have the option of affirmative action anymore. I'm literally saying, and you brought this up before, where people will go say to a black plumber, or maybe it's American Man I'm thinking of, hey, give me a deal, brother. No, fuck all that. You can either afford it or you can't. Okay. Culturally, sure, do the community, but I think I am not finding that communitarian or collectivism or anything like that is working very well.
No, it's not working very well, but I think that is your salvation. That is the salvation, I should say. I've had guys on the stream, man, bro, like, and I see it myself, man. Like, every community is trying their best to keep every dollar within their circle.
Right, but the blacks Black Americans, the foundational, whatever you want to call them, we don't have the advantage of having wealth anywhere. We don't have generational wealth or community wealth or anything like that. And I hear people going, well, the black community spends $7 billion or whatever a year, $7 trillion. That's fine, but it's minuscule compared to other communities.
Well, as I say, man, we've seen enough calls on this channel where you got to start somewhere, and I think most of these people need to start at the place where they aren't calling me with with short pockets, right? Like, either they should be living with their families, as we've seen with the 60-year-old man, or they should, they should be, have their money right. Got to figure it out, and it's probably going to be doubling up, tripling up, staying at home. But they want to live, like everyone else lives, like more or less white people, because immigrants aren't living like that. And by the fact that they're more or less chasing a lifestyle that they can't afford, as opposed to shifting their paradigm and start to live like people who more or less they can afford to live like. There are people in the chat all the time when people call, they say these people have more demands than they have the means, and that is true.
But John, that's not. You just happen to be at the right place at the right time, and you may or may not be the right person. You know, living within your means is not a community like responsibility. Okay, if someone calls you or someone, one of your clients has expectations that are beyond their means, that's a them problem. That's not your
Well,
problem. You just happen to be there and willing to help.
well, part of their reason is
Justified.
part of the reason why they desire to live above their means is because they can't even live amongst their own people. So now they got to pay a premium to live away from their people.
You know,
no one else has that problem, and that is there's a very fundamental problem that you have to solve.
Okay,
because
but that is no one else lives like that is not something that will grab my sympathy.
I think John has a point. Like, even in my community, like
No, I'm not even being. I'm being real here.
I know.
It's beyond my sympathy. I mean, you are what you are. You can go where you go, and if you know that, hey, I can't do this, well, then you got to be working your way out of that hole. So I might be heartless, but you know,
yeah, I'm finishing my break. I'm almost done.
I just feel that if you're living above your means, having to live among your people, you better adapt.
Yeah, well, that is the case. You have to make more money, and oftentimes these people don't have the ability to make more money, and therein lies the
Then there you go. Then you are doomed to live among your people. Horror among horrors.
That's flop houses.
But to John's point, I feel like I mean I get what he's saying, because like I live in a West Indian and white community, and I don't hear West Indian people saying, "Oh my God, I don't want to live around another West Indian." Like, we don't say that shit.
Well, I mean, be brave. You know, would step in here and see, yeah, you know, the 70%, y'all need to do something about it. Well, you know, that aside, and be brave is actually part of my thinking on this. You know, why the hell should 70% of the population be responsible for taming or whatever he expects for 3%? Leave them on their own.
Well, I think what Be Brave, to speak for Be Brave, what he's saying is that 70% takes up for the 3%. And
well, you know what? If that is his point, then we need to stop doing that and leave them on their own. Because we're taking up for them and like letting them. The 3% are doing what the 3% wants to do, and everybody needs to know that, you know, I'm just quoting Be Brave. These percentages are just fictional numbers.
Yeah, whatever numbers.
But the point is that the 3% are doing whatever they're doing, whether the 70% takes up for them or not. We need to move on.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
And in a weird way, the 70% finds their connection back to the quote unquote community by sticking up for them. That's how they validate their blackness.
That's the biggest problem. Yeah, that's
Triple consciousness theory.
That is why you see basketball players and other influential people supporting criminals and people that
want to be rappers.
He ain't do nothing.
Yeah, right. You know.
Now, I also have to make the caveat. Now, if you came from the hood and you're going back like, hey, I'm giving back to a place that I actually came from. But even then, what are you really doing? Is it
making yourself?
Well, I'm thinking of what's his name, Jay-Z.
It's a
he went back
Oh my
to
God, I was thinking about him too when you said that, Stanley.
Yeah, I don't think Jay-Z did. Did he do any good at all?
Not really.
Well, you know, again, I think it's their approach that they take, you know, which is more or less goes right to Donald Sterling's criticism. He went back to Marcy Project. He had some Bitcoin scheme trying to tell poor people who barely can keep their head above water about a fucking Bitcoin scheme. Man, these people need to learn basic skills. And that is really what, you know, I said is the black problem. Like, they want to jump and start putting the roof on the house before they even lay the foundation, right? And that, Jay-Z's whole scam with Bitcoin, to some people who can't even nail a nail in a wall. Like, they don't need to learn Bitcoin. He need to set a wood shop.
Did anybody offer to pay you in Bitcoin?
Just show him how to damn hold a hammer. Right?
Food stamps.
How to measure something. All these things that these people, they want to overlook it because they don't see value in it. What they see value in is a white collar job, paying good money where they're not getting dirty and trying to make their living with their mind. That's what they've been, propagandizing and things. So now you have all these people with their heads full of education, but their bodies are fit to work labor.
And I feel like in New York, you can't really give back. I'm gonna be honest. In New York City, you can't really give back. Our schools are fully funded. Like, where is the lack? What do like Marcy just got renovated. The city just renovated it. They have a community center. They have on-site childcare. Nobody's really sleeping in the streets unless you really don't want to be housed. So
Well, the best way to give back is to build something so people can see, so that they can see that, like, you can tell people you can be whatever you want to be. But those kids in those ghettos, they see who own all those buildings. They know. They know who their mammy pay rent to, right? The Jewish people, the Hasidics, whoever. They see who got the cars and riding up and down the street. Those people need to be able to see something tangible.
But I think out here it's a little different because you have homeowners in New York City that are Black, that own multi-million-dollar homes. My friend, him and his whole family are in the newspapers all the time for owning the $1 million brownstones in Brooklyn. Black people, so they see Blacks who are doing well. They see Blacks who are not doing well. They see
If I brought a New York on here right now, I said, who owns most of the property in New York? Is it Jews? Who owns most property in Jews? Who almost like, shit, come on now. Give me cake.
I don't know if we're talking about the most or if we're talking about
you can give me an example, and that is fine. I know some people own real estate in New York too.
Fort Lauderdale too.
But who get down now. You know who get down up there. Who's your landlord?
But is it about owning the most, or is it the fact that they don't see people?
I mean, shit, in the communities where the Blacks live, they're not the landlords. Right? Bed-Stuy, who the landlords down there? They ain't mostly Black. Let's be fair.
Majority of Blacks own their homes in
Bed-Stuy, shit.
Maybe in Atlanta.
You believe in Bed-Stuy, Crown Heights? I know not in Crown Heights now. Right?
Same
Come on.
Heights. There's a lot of Black. There's a lot of Black homeowners in those areas.
All right. I ain't lying with
you. I can't sit here and defend the fact that Blacks in New York do not see Blacks doing well. I can't say that. That's true. It's just not true.
But I think you can say that for most major cities that you're gonna have a segment of Black people that do well. They're there. It might not be the full community, but they are there. But that's still not enough to tip the needle on the mentality and the culture for everybody to do well. That level of collectivism
But that's
isn't
unrealistic,
there.
Universal. This is not a utopia. Everyone's not going to do well. Survival of the fittest tells us that. So,
Well, if that's true,
why would anyone think like that?
well, shit, because we have immigrants that come here and think like that. They get busy. What the hell is wrong with Black people that we can get busy like the immigrants? This is not a utopia, right? And there will always be a class structure. But why would you always want to be the permanent wrong at the bottom of the ladder?
I don't know. I can't relate.
And be satisfied with that. That's the problem.
That's why we need to ditch this second tier white culture, and you know where I'm going with the rest of it.
Yeah. And formulate
Why are we a whole nother show? I won't even get into it now. But I'm not absolutely sure we're at the bottom rung. Because if you look out there are plenty of black success. I get tired of hearing people go "we," meaning everybody, because not everybody in the Black community. And this is actually one of the reasons I'm like, we need to stop with this "we" stuff, because
I agree with you, Stanley.
people are being hung up. What
I think
the hood is doing.
I think Stanley, again, if you listen to what that athlete said, and I see it all the time, you may have two upstanding, decent black people, right? At this, their parents are a push, right? Either positive or neutral. At worst, one of them's going to be a negative, right? Pulling the couple down. That's just how it works. So even though you may point at a couple and say,
I
they
don't
doing
think
well,
that's unique to the
let me finish. Let me finish. So but what I'm saying is that, like, there's never been a foundation laying, right? You know, very solid in many of these cases where you talk about these relationships where his dad was a crackhead and you know my dad did all right. It's always, you know, kind of a mismatch there where, you know, you're not getting synergies or there's no 1 + 1 = 3 because you're having to reach back and support someone who didn't do the right thing somewhere along that family line. Even though in person you may see that group, they walking down the street, they look like the perfect couple. They're both doing well. But somewhere, some motherfuckers are weak, right? And it's
Okay,
usually very close.
I think that happens, and it's not just a black community thing.
Mhm.
And I can think of some tots and teens, Jack and Jill types who would disagree with you.
Yeah, I agree. And then, like, how does that become everyone else's problem? You know,
We have to wonder
that is true as well.
We build industry around it becoming everyone else's problem. Look at the nonprofit sector.
I feel like it's just honest. If I can be honest, I feel like it's just too much talk. It's too much chattiness, and people just need to live their lives according to like what feels right to them. We can't be out here talking. You know, it's too much. It's just a lot.
I agree with that.
You know, we worry about black women being single for the rest of like, we don't. No one is God. No one knows what's going to happen. No one knows anything. Like, just live your life. And if someone's single for the rest of their life, that's their business.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it
You're
is their
right.
problem to
Vivica-
figure out.
Vivica Fox
In
is
all honesty, why would you, in just my opinion, because I've been looking at a lot of this content, why the hell would you want to have a YouTube show about it?
Hey, I tell you one thing though. It's been a beautiful life. It's been a beautiful life having so many black women coming up as a single black man. I ain't never even look at their finger. Fuck their finger. They ain't worried about shit on your finger. Shit, nigga, I ain't mad. Oh, don't nobody think I'm mad, nigga. I made my life.
Well, for those of us who are actually fairly, at least socially conservative,
right?
You know, I've been perfectly happy living within, you know, a certain amount of rules and done just fine.
Yeah, I tell you, all my life, I've had the benefit of the doubt of never even having to look at their ring finger.
Well,
what finger do they wear?
I do.
But you have no ring finger, so what are you talking about? You have no ring finger.
Nigga, I ain't even look at it. Half these fucking marriages in this black community be so fucked up, man. That shit ain't even my marriage.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Okay,
You know?
well, again, if you're going after those marriages or the people in those marriages, then you will be part of a problem at some point.
No, I'm just saying, like, it been so few women in my life been married. The hell I'm gonna be mad about it. Shit is benefiting me. Shit, like I said, I ain't even have to look at the ring finger. Hey, I like that one. I'm gonna go talk to her. I know they ain't married. Yeah, we move beyond that conversation. You married? I ain't gotta ask him that question. You know,
That's
better.
funny you say that because this guy approached me the other day and he was like trying to get my number, and I'm like, I'm married, and he's like, people still get married.
Exactly.
He was like, people still
And
get
you know
married?
what? You should have run like hell when he asked that question.
First of all,
Because
I
that
was done
dude's a
talking.
ticking
He's
time
lucky I even
bomb.
said that. Listen, Stanley, I didn't get this far in life being a bozo. I know how to choose wisely, and I know I could be in a sandbox playing, but I know when to get out the sandbox, and I don't say shit. I'm like Homer Simpson. I just fade back into the grass.
Now, honestly, I don't even think men should be out here complaining about the women aren't getting married. Hell, that's more for you. What the Howard girl say?
Say it again.
What the Howard girl say? Shit. Lock them up. Put some of these black men in prison.
I was talking about this last night.
I think the reason why it's not a flex is, according to the way y'all speak, those are women that no one wants anyway. So
No,
you don't hear me say
no. There are women that people want. that are out here, and they want to be chosen.
And a man, hell, a lot of men just want a good time. Yeah, without the less
Yeah, I
men
was
say
about to say that.
the
That's
easier you get to have a good time, right?
That's true.
Hey man, I've had a lovely few months post divorce. It's been a good time. State to state too.
notice the silence.
So I think
I know.
the attitude really, it probably squeezes the man in the middle, who kind of have to deal with their bullshit attitudes. But the man at the bottom who don't give a fuck, and the man at the top who won't have to deal with it, either she gonna tame herself, or he gonna shoot above her head anyway. It really doesn't matter to that person, to those two men, how these women act, right? Act the fool. Yeah, well, you whatever. Don't get married. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
I mean, look, as long as people are being responsible, but it's just when people are not responsible and they don't care who they with, and then they end up procreating with who they didn't, just.
Yeah.
So I think as long as people are responsible and can leave society out of their mess, we're good.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Tina Knowles lost her Malibu home. Beyonce's mother in the wildfires.
I heard
Malibu.
that Nicki Minaj had to evacuate. But
Wow.
they'll be fine. Someplace else.
It will be, that is for
That's
sure.
what they get for living amongst the white people.
White supremacy.
Nah, that was just a joke.
And then in Houston. Could have been in Houston. Stanley, you all right?
Say that again.
They could have been in Houston, in the ghetto somewhere.
Now, aren't Beyonce's parents together? I always thought they were kind of like a contiguous, like an intact family, I guess would be the term. Wasn't her father like her manager or something?
Yeah. Yep.
So I just I was curious to know where her father was, or has he died or something?
No, he's still around. He does a lot of business stuff now. He's not really involved a lot in the music stuff anymore. Not with Beyonce. I don't know about her sister. I know she's made a few albums, but I'm not sure if he was involved there. But he's still around. And then her parents got divorced maybe like 10 years ago or something.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got divorced. It might have been a little longer than 10 years ago, but it was a big deal because she ended up dating someone else and hit the
Really?
circuit. Yeah,
Damn, I wish I'd known that.
you could have had your shot, Stanley.
That's right.
She might still be out there. You never know. John just
She's
talked about
probably.
the
You
ring
know
don't
what?
matter.
Actually, Beyonce's fairly young. Her mother might be my age.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a shot, Stanley.
Yeah,
Stanley,
well,
you got
come
a
on
shot.
here saying I'm Beyonce's stepdaddy. Y'all better give me respect.
Oh, yeah. I got a question for you, Stanley.
What's that?
What do you think about Jack and Jill or the Links and some of
Well,
these upper class black social clubs?
well,
What are your thoughts on those today?
we were in the second tier, Tots and Teens, which I
Yeah.
don't even know if they're still around. I never got much out of it.
Okay.
But Savannah was kind of a small community, so everyone knew each other anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I probably knew more people through St. Benedict's, the Black Catholic Church,
The church. Mm-hmm.
than because most of the funny enough, most of the people that I kind of knew through Tots and Teens, I believe, were members of the parish anyway. It was kind of, it's a small community.
You know what I would say, Universal?
Mm-hmm.
I don't allow my children in any like race affinity groups.
Mm-hmm.
Period. No black this, no Jack and Jill that. You know, that's just me. Right?
Mhm.
That's it.
Well, back in the 70s, it was a different
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I think it's a different time. I think today, at some point the victimhood type shit is gonna creep in. You know what I mean? I'm
Oh,
glad that's my thoughts.
you know what? Like I said, I never got other than, I honestly never got much out of it. It was kind of like, hey, you get together every now and again and you got to make sure, you know, your table manners, you got to watch that. But other than that, I never got much more out of it.
Mm. Yeah, we have a Jack and Jill community here in Minnesota. It's really, really small. They do not associate with the normies.
Well, yeah, back in the day, it was like a kind of like a talented 10th sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And, that stuff never worked out very well either.
And I know back in the day too, those were based off of color and
Correct.
phenotype.
Yep.
But that has, well, maybe I don't know if it's a Minnesota thing, but that's not the case here. Like you see like dark skin Lynx and debutantes and Jack
Yeah.
and Jills. It's kind of
Yeah.
interesting. And I think that was just because to be in that class stratosphere with not a lot of black people in such a place, they had no choice but to let some of that go to
Well,
maintain.
it's funny you mentioned debutantes. When I was in Savannah a couple weeks ago, there are a couple black newspapers. I think only one has survived. I think it's the Savannah Herald is the one that survived, and they had pictures of all the debutantes on the
Mhm.
front. And I hadn't thought about that sort of stuff in years, decades, really. And it was weird seeing, the debutantes with braids and stuff like that. You
Yeah.
would have never saw anything like
Oh
that when I
no.
was growing up. So, it was interesting to see that. I hadn't thought about the debutantes
Yeah.
and all that stuff in years.
Yeah, that stuff's still around.
It's surprising.
It's just not as
I wonder
common.
for how much longer.
Well, if they keep integrating, because that's another thing too, probably ain't gonna last too much longer. They can
The other thing that shocked me is the integration of a lot of these Greek organizations.
Yep, I was gonna say that next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now when I was in college, that was like you might have had like one white girl in the Deltas. I think there was one,
Mhm.
and there might have been one white guy, who was
A Kappa.
Omega. But that was just that was just something that didn't happen. So I kind of wonder, how long some of these institutions are
Well,
going to last.
yeah, I think the frets and sororities are gonna have long stands because they're allowing African immigrants and folks like him
Oh
to
yeah.
join.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so that's the new blacks.
CT. Yeah, CT. Yeah, and that is one of my things where I say they're going to win. When I say win, what I'm talking about is that like they will be kind of the cultural force.
Yes.
They will be the ones put on display when you want to highlight a minority, things like that. Because I think that the cohesive traits and they do have a strong value in education, for better or for worse, and I think that's going to benefit them.
Yeah, and professionalism too. A lot of those
Mhm,
folks,
mhm.
they'll get the white collar. They aim for the white collar jobs. Now they'll do blue collar as well, but
That's
the
the new
ones in
black
that
excellence.
class, yeah. And it is. I mean, you can just see it anytime. Look at the Democratic Party when they were doing all that stuff. There was a lot of African immigrants involved in that. They were
Yeah.
talking Black American politics stuff, but they come from a different cultural background.
Look at Jean Pierre.
Yeah, like
Right.
Shirley Chisholm. She's
Exactly.
one of my in-laws to my husband.
See?
How
Say
may I help
what?
you?
Shirley
Yes,
Chisholm?
yes. Yeah, it says
Really?
my mother-in-law is Teresa Chisholm, her cousin. Hold on.
See?
Oh wow.
See? Yeah, Kimmy's tapped in. If you haven't been paying attention, she likes to rub elbows with the
Well,
Negroes
I
that
mean,
keep their
we
noses
I
high.
think did I tell you, Kimmy, not too long ago I actually showed a video of a Face the Nation interview that she did back in the 70s.
Really?
Oh yeah, she was brilliant. Barbara Jordan also.
is another.
Oh yeah,
kind
Barbara
of,
Jordan was sharp. Yeah.
I mean, those women were. I would love to know how they would talk about marriage and
Can you
strong black women and stuff like that.
can,
Shirley
Sally,
Chisholm was married. I think Barbara Jordan was probably a lesbian.
can
But
you imagine a Pop the Balloon lineup with modern
Lesbian.
women that think like that,
oh
Stanley?
my God, you know what? Shirley
Stanley
Chisholm
will
would
be
have
there popping the
these
balloon.
little boys in tears. And she was very feminine, by the way,
Yeah.
in my opinion, anyway. Now, Barbara Jordan, a little bit different.
Yeah. That's funny. What else
Well,
is going
anybody
on?
got any videos? Or are we going back to the farming?
John, John, did you get to see that video I texted you this morning
I didn't mind the
about Meg
farming.
the Stallion? And
I
that's
love
and the
it.
pop.
That I hopped on the stream. You want to talk about
Oh man. Well, it's
it?
gonna
In the
get
back
back
chat
into the
universe.
dating. It's gonna get back into the dating conversation if we do. But
Is she a man?
it was.
Because people say she's a man.
Who?
I don't think
Meg the
so.
Stallion. I've heard those rumors.
Oh man, I would date her in a heartbeat.
Oh.
I think she's gorgeous. I have a thing for tall women. So somebody has a Meg the Stallion video?
Yeah, I'll drop the link in the back chat. Give me 1 second. So
Troll says Stanley's going to be the new titty party.
all right, now this is gonna swing us back into the dating conversation. So if you
I
don't
don't
want to
have
go
that
there,
kind of
Stanley,
energy.
can I be heard?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hold on, I'll bring it up.
So this will swing us back into the dating conversation, Stanley. Just as a heads up.
Well,
But
I'm unless it's something interesting, I've pretty much had my say. I don't think the problem is as dire.
so this is a clip that I came across this morning. I sent it over to John. It's a woman YouTuber who's reviewing a podcast where they're talking about Meg Thee Stallion and her new boyfriend who is an NBA player. And
Is
apparently,
he really?
yeah, he plays for the Chicago Bulls. And apparently he used to date the white woman who's on the top right here. That's his ex. And they were caught, and this podcast is led by I don't know if she's a former porn star. She's a porn star. We'll just say she's a
Yeah,
porn
former porn star.
star. Is it Jessica Rhodes, Jessie Rhodes, something like that? I don't know her name.
Yeah, Lana Rose.
Lana Rhodes. Okay, so she's a really popular porn star and turned podcaster, and she hosts this podcast with some of her friends.
Which one is she?
Lana Rose is on the left, but the ex-girlfriend of Meg Thee Stallion's current boyfriend is the one that's currently in the right, but she's going to be in the middle when the video plays. Okay. Now, this is something we don't see very often, and this is why I sent it to John, because I'm like, this is about to be a social media firestorm, where you have white women criticizing a black man on dating a black woman. And that's all I'll say. I'll
Wait,
let you all play.
wow.
I'll let you play the clip. We'll get the rest of it. But I sent it to John though to respond to the black woman's response in the video because she couldn't hold herself back.
Oh, good. I want to hear that.
Oh man, it's just funny. So this is something we just don't see very often.
You guys dated, then he was talking to other girls when he was talking to you, and like they all look
Very
like
similar, like
you
we all look-
guys.
yeah.
So I'm just curious what his type is.
All right, so boom, we're gonna hop right on into it. Meg Thee Stallion popped out with this guy right here, and this woman is his ex, and her crew are feeling salty because they are wondering how this black man is dating a black woman when he apparently likes women like them. So they're baffled. Let's roll it. Let's get into it. Let's watch it and rate it.
Well, where do I start? Do I start the one where my ex is dating the Megan? Was it the Megan Stallion? What's her name?
Meg Thee Stallion.
Meg Thee Stallion. Meg. Megan. I'm just gonna call her Megan.
Who's
Megan?
Who's Mag?
I don't
Imagine, I mean, a white girl not being able to say
Yeah.
Meg, which is a commonly used white girl name, and white girls can't say it.
They were probably
The jokes
joking
write
there.
themselves, but let's continue.
Have to inspire our audience to
Sarcasm
grow
over her head.
and learn from our mistakes so they don't have to learn from their own.
Yeah, learn through us. You want to go first? Yeah. Well, where do I start? Do I start the one where my ex is dating the Megan? Was it the Megan Stallion? What's her name?
Meg the Stallion.
Mag the Stallion. Meg. Megan. I'm just gonna call her Megan.
Who's
Megan?
Who's Mag?
I don't know. I just get my vowels like always mixed up.
It's okay, she's from Russia.
She's a foreigner.
So I saw this.
Yes.
Me and Eva, we were sitting in bed scrolling on TikTok, and we're scrolling. Meg the Stallion pops up with some guy, and Eva's like, "Isn't that Olivia's ex?"
So basically, as you see, they stated they seen Megan pop out with this dude. And the TikTok video that they're talking about is a TikTok video that Meg the Stallion and this guy were basically in bed, and they were doing the like who's most likely challenge type of deal. And let me play that before I play any more of what they're talking about.
Who's most likely to get arrested? Who's the better kisser? Who said I love you first? Who starts the most arguments? Who needs the most attention?
Come on.
Who's the better cook?
All right. So that was her and the guy, Tory Craig, and it's bad lighting, but trust me, it's this guy. So when these women who are acting like they can't hardly pronounce the name Meg are discussing this TikTok that they saw, that is what they saw. So I just kind of wanted to give you guys a little bit of the background of how they popped out. And let's continue this video of these women being shocked that he's dating a black woman. It's coming up now.
She's from Russia.
She's a foreigner.
So I saw this.
Yes.
Me and Eva, we were sitting in bed scrolling on TikTok, and we're scrolling. Meg the Stallion pops up with some guy, and Eva's like, "Isn't that Olivia's ex?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, his name's Tory, right?"
Yep.
Not Tory Lanez, a different.
Yeah, not that one. Just imagine.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I can't even get mad though, because it's like, damn.
I mean, why would you get mad if it's your ex?
That's kind of a flex, you know? Like
Yeah.
I can't even be mad at that at all, because like
I just wonder what his type is, because you guys dated, then he was talking to other girls when he was talking to you, and like they all look
very
like
similar. Like
you
we all looked,
guys.
yeah.
So I'm just curious what his type is.
What I've learned in my 29 years, men don't have a type. They like whatever they like. It could be a wide range. Like I truthfully don't know a man that is specifically like on point with what exact type.
So as you can see, they're baffled. They're like, oh my God, like this black guy, doesn't he like white girls like us? And so since this clip has been going viral, they have been receiving a lot of backlash from it, and people dragging them for trying to be funny and saying Meg's name, and also being perplexed that a black man is with a black woman. Now, let's bring it back and let's play that one more time to make sure we heard it right.
Didn't
And then
Blake
I'm gonna
Griffin
give you guys
have a
my
kid with
opinion
Lana Rhodes?
on it.
I just wonder what his type is,
Yes.
because you guys dated, then he was talking to other girls when he was talking to you, and like they all look
very
like
similar. Like we
you
all looked,
guys.
yeah.
So I'm just curious what his type is.
And I believe the girl that's perplexed and she's so confused, I think that is the ex Guzzler. I believe that's Lana Rhodes, if I'm not mistaken, the other one.
The
and then
ex
this
what?
one is Olivia. I'm not sure if
She said
she's an ex
Guzzler?
Guzzler or not, but the other girl, she is an ex, film Guzzler. And when I was looking up this clip, all kind of crazy stuff was popping up. So, anyways, now this type of perplexed feelings of superiority is not just a white woman thing. This is also a Latina thing and a Black men's preference thing in general. Now, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but it was some years back, and this was like years and years ago. I did commentary on Sin Santana, who was dating Joe Budden at the time, and her statements that she made about Black women. She felt like Black men cater to Latino women. So I'm going to play a little bit of my video that I did 5 years ago. And then I'm going to be back to talk to y'all a little bit more.
Love them. I just love Black guys and Spanish
Listen,
girls together. Y'all can keep the Puerto Rican man. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good on a Puerto Rican man too. I agree.
What does that mean, sis? I do Black guys all day. Sorry. I did the
Stephanie too.
I did the Spanish thing. Doesn't work out for me. I'm good.
Why? What's wrong with guys that are Hispanic?
I don't know. I think they're too emotional.
You don't think?
Yeah,
they're very overly possessive.
They are
So-
the Puerto Ricans. Oh my God. I got Black guys can be
in the
about that.
video?
Too. Yeah, but they're controlling. They
No,
cater.
there's more. There's more.
Ridiculous. Hispanic men are way more possessive, and Black guys cater to us Spanish girls, especially. Like they, you know what? Let me not even get into that.
Oh, she's gonna get herself in trouble now. Black girls,
yeah. They're gonna be. I
Let me just go ahead and comment now. Apparently, these people are
Funny how
all
the
just
egg ended up being
messy.
on her face after popping on. I'm telling you, in real life.
Yeah, this is all just messy. You know, the two on doing whatever it is they were doing on TikTok or whatever. It's messy from start to finish, including the woman who's doing the reaction to the video and all that stuff. It's like no one in this video is not messy.
These are
So,
bottom
of course
barrel
it-
people, and they're
Toxic.
These
like
are bottom barrel people. This
Megan,
girl
her
ended up being a baby
boyfriend.
mama.
Why do they need to be on TikTok
She
playing
said a
this
Jewish
game?
roach. They're children in adult bodies. They all have fucked
Yeah.
up lives, fucked up families.
Right.
These are not people who should even be. This should not even be going in our brains on some real shit. But it's all good. It's entertaining, I guess.
Yeah, let me go ahead and start it again because I'm gonna be doing old man
Wait, what did
fussing.
that comment say? She looks like a Jewish roach. Is that
like
what it
that,
says?
but you know, Black.
Yeah, she looked like a Jewish roach with glasses on. Who is Sin Santana? Is that one of the women?
She's what's
go-
that
Is
podcast
that the
name?
blonde with the full
No,
lip?
no, 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 no.
No,
I don't know. So I don't know why the YouTuber brought this into the conversation because it kind of derails it a little bit. But Sin Santana doesn't have anything to do with the Meg Thee Stallion thing. She's just trying to connect two dots. Sin Santana is like a reality TV show woman.
Yes.
She used to date Joe Budden, who's a
Yes.
podcaster now, a former rapper.
Ugh.
Definitely, if you want to look at a nice looking woman, go ahead and Google Sin Santana, Stanley. Enjoy. You get
Nah,
play
she's
the clip.
probably messy too.
She is messy.
They're all messy.
Stanley, we're
Yeah.
talking about love and hip hop and sex workers.
They said a
You know what?
Jewish
I've
roach.
never watched Love and
If
Hip
I
Hop,
may.
so I'm kind of lost.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me go ahead and play this because Love and Hip Hop. I've heard of it. That's about it.
Yo,
Stanley, what do you think about Jihad's comment?
Y'all listen to people complain about black men every day, and the second someone says something about another race, it's messy.
No, he's not getting it. We're talking about the people themselves being messy, not the comments they're making.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Jihad. I meant like everybody in the video that we're watching is messy, including the lady whose podcast or show it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Hey,
no one gets out clean.
I
I meant
remember
to ask.
ghetto people and sex workers didn't qualify to have opinions on things, but whatever.
Yeah, it's a new
You know,
day.
you
It's
are
a
my
new day.
kind of elitist.
It's a new day, Kimmy. It's a new day.
No,
Hey.
Kimmy's absolutely right.
Hey, Jihad, I meant to ask you: have you ever produced any music videos for the Fugees? I'm just asking.
Really, HB?
Oh shit!
Oh my gosh. HB, I had a whole dream I was at Portia's house this morning.
Oh shit!
Wait, What'd you say, Kimmy?
I said I had a dream. I was at Portia's house this morning. It's like she had a pink wall, or like some pink wallpaper.
Ooh.
And she was making sausages.
Making what? What was she
Was I
making?
was I cooking, Kimmy? Was I
Yeah,
cooking?
you were making sausages.
That sounds like something I'd be doing. Yeah.
And you had like a
It must
pink
have been
wall or pink wallpaper or pink paint, something like that. I remember.
You know,
It
it's
must have
really
been some
weird
turkey
because
sausage. I know you wasn't. No, it wasn't no pork sausage.
no, it's not. It wasn't pork, or I haven't been eating pork. It's just been
No,
chicken and
Kimmy. You know, she needs her sausage kosher. So you know.
it's funny that you say that, Kimmy, because I actually do have a pink wall. So
Oh wow.
Oh.
yeah.
Wow. But it was weird because I couldn't see you. Like I was looking through your eyes and I couldn't see your face.
That's
Oh wow.
Isn't it
Black
interesting?
Mirror.
Yeah, this is-
All right, let me go ahead and play this.
Oh,
Becca's gonna take it personal.
Yes,
She'll be
Bailey,
like,
this is getting freaky.
Nah, but I'm good. I'm done with the puppies.
All right. So as you've seen that, people had dug up that clip of Sin Santana where she said that Black men cater to Latino women, and a lot of people felt some type of way about it. After she made those statements, people started to dig up her Twitter accounts and they started to see old tweets that she would make, and she was even calling Black women roaches, etc. As it pertains to Meg Thee Stallion and her what sounds like community peen Tory Craig, and the white woman who is perplexed that he is dating a Black woman because he generally likes women that look like them, here's what I feel about that situation. These men are the ones who are a lot of the times making them feel superior to Black women. Let's call a spade a spade. Now, I can't speak for all, and there are some men who don't necessarily have a racial type, but a lot of the times when they be behind closed doors, they be pillow talking to these women. I don't like Black women because they gotta wear a bonnet, or I don't like Black women because the eyelashes, or
They gotta
whatever.
wear a
Whatever it
bonnet.
is that they can use to diminish a Black woman, they do it while pillow talking with their
Wow.
preferences. And that's what happens
Yo,
a
how
lot
do
of the
they know
times.
this?
Now, I'm
How
not
do they
saying
know
that
this?
there
How
isn't
does she know this?
entitlement that
I
comes
don't
with the
know.
complexion, with the protection,
But I might
but
have to use that one.
a lot of the times
Yeah,
it be them. And I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't a dating and straying away from your preference as a convenience and a status climb. Because who is this nigga? I don't know. You
Yeah.
probably don't even know.
Yeah.
Where did he come from? We know him because he's dating who? Megan. Let's go down to some of the
Fair
comments
points.
to see what some
Hold on
people
a
have
second.
to
Let me
say.
pause it.
And
Yeah.
then, we'll be out. So
You know how weak of a man you would look if you're dating a non-Black woman. You know how weak you would look to that other woman if you were complaining about Black women?
To a white woman?
Yeah, if you're complaining to a white woman about Black women, do you know how weak you would look to that white woman?
Pretty weak, because I couldn't imagine how the subject would come up.
I couldn't imagine it either. That's why I think sometimes this is stuff that just goes on in women's head. They think that guys are now, mind you, if there might be some guys out there who do it. Maybe some white girls who have like a disdain for Black women or whatever. So I'm not gonna totally negate it, but I think as a Black man, if you're going to other races of women, diminishing your own race, I think even to that woman, you're gonna look weak. You know,
Well, I would think that the white woman would go like, well, damn, if he's willing to like talk bad about, basically his mother, or, I would probably not be too impressed with the guy on
nah,
several levels.
yeah. Like this nigga clearly doesn't like understand like culture and family and ethics and values. Like, I'm not gonna
It's like,
deal with this
where
nigga.
did you come from? Who
Right.
birthed you?
Right. It's like, bro, that's why, I honestly feel bad that there's a lot of black women that think like this. Like, they think that when black men date other races of women, we're sitting there, talking about black women the whole time. Like, nah, we actually go out of our way to avoid the conversation at all, honestly.
Well, I
Because
mean, it's anecdotal, but literally, race never came up in my marriage. It
yeah,
just didn't.
yeah, nah. And I think most black men are too proud to go to a white woman or a Hispanic woman and air out our grievances with black women. Like, it's weak. It's weak as hell. Like,
Well, I would think I personally would have a problem with someone who just like one bad experience means you negate a whole race.
yeah, that
Yeah,
too.
that's dumb.
Yeah, no,
That's
that
like,
too.
that's like Hitler had a bad bagel or something.
Ah, man, Stanley, you know how good that just made me feel, Stanley. You're getting it. You're getting it, man.
Oh, am I?
You're getting it, man. Wow, man. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
well, you're rubbing off on me, I guess.
Yeah.
So let me make this a little bit smaller as we look through some comments. This person right here says, y'all, when black men don't want you anymore, you think you're the preference, babe. You're easy. Be real with yourself. Do you realize that men could be attracted to beautiful women of any race? They can like attractive women regardless of race. They can date both blondes and brunettes. Were you aware that this is possible, or you're genuinely stupid? Another person says the nasty snout mouth B in the middle can't pronounce Megan, but went out of her way to pay to have lips that resemble hers. LOL. Okay, making a joke about a woman that experienced twins is nasty as F, but I don't expect anything less from a group of sour, nasty, washed up OFs that fetishize black men. Loser A B's. Who's Meg says the single mom baby daddy haven't star while talking about an international successful Grammy award winning multi-millionaire with no baby daddy or videos posted on the internet. It's given jealous and bothered and microaggressions. She talking about some nagging.
Stanley.
You know damn well who she is. Of course you gotta be blonde. I mean, okay. So, and they got dragged on and on and on and on and up and down their comment section of black women coming for them and snatching them by their blonde roots. Now, I believe that the women are bimbos. Obviously, I cannot disagree. However, like I said, I think that they get their heads pumped up by these black men who choose them as their preferences. Okay. But you guys let me know what you guys think about it down below, and we'll talk about it in the next video.
Yeah. I'm a pray for her, honestly. She seems like I don't know. I just don't know how you know what conversations people are having in the bedroom. I just don't.
Yeah, that does reek of clairvoyance.
Right. She's like, you having.
Oh, hey,
with some bullshit superpowers.
Right.
Universal. This link isn't coming up now. I don't have a Twitter account. Does that matter?
No, you should still be able to pull it up, but that's
Okay,
fine.
because I'm getting some sort of error. Like
Don't worry about
something
it.
went wrong. Try reloading.
Let's
Not exactly
see.
sure why.
Stanley, it's because the person who created the post, they deleted the post.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says this post has just been deleted. It's not there anymore.
Oh, damn. That was quick.
Oh well, see, this is what would I do without you, Portia? I'd have been clicking this thing for about 10 minutes.
Oh, poor Stanley. Thank you,
Yeah.
Portia. Thank you.
Yeah,
Portia.
yeah, it's gone.
Okay, all right, ma'am. Once again.
So it's not you, Stanley. It's the poster.
I was about to like, damn, do I need to reinstall Windows?
Damn, Jihad, you've been with women that said they prefer dating black guys or something, or you been with white women that said that to you? I don't know, man. I would probably run if I met a white girl that said she prefers dating black guys. Like I don't know, man. I just think like race is such a in a relationship, like race is such a fucking non-point.
I have to say, if you and your sweetheart are sitting down talking about race, you might be at a Klan rally.
Yeah, people in reality, Stanley, I feel like people only really talk about race on YouTube. They don't really talk about it in real life.
Yeah, never in my life. Apparently Jihad says white women and mixed women will tell me this. Yes.
Wow, Jihad.
HB, why would you run? Because that's the same thing Sam I Am said a few weeks ago when me and John were talking about this.
But no. Sam I Am said that if she only dated black men, he would he would run. Now I would run if she told me it. Now if I, for somehow I got a hold of her dating history, and I don't know how it procure this information, but if I did, and I only saw her dating black men, I wouldn't hold it against her like Sam would. But if she said if she said it though, like I only date black men, like nah.
Yeah.
I'm not about to be a fucking voodoo doll. Get out of here. That is yeah.
Portia, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon. What do you think about what do you think about the YouTuber's comments?
I guess I don't really think much about them. She sounds to me like bitter and kind of delusional. I mean, I could be wrong, but
no, you're right.
I've seen her videos before, and like I have her to not be recommended to me ever. So I just don't put a lot of stake in what she says because I've seen her content.
Who is she?
Is this her? I think her name is like Neek at Night or something.
Yeah, she goes by Neek, I believe.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with her, but I think from the impression I got, she's just over invested in like this type of love and hip hop type thing. So I don't know if her content is kind of built around the reality TV type of situations, but she just seems really invested. And I think that maybe that's the type of content she produces.
Maven,
she's so invested.
Gossip.
Does Maven date racist homosexual men?
What?
No.
Maven's requirement: show me your swastika.
Wow, Maven, do better.
Jeez. That's pretty weird, Maven.
Maven has to come on the panel at least one time this year. Come on, Maven. You gotta pop up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a stretch. Sure it is, Maven.
That's what he said.
Oh, that is funny, Universal.
He fell in, he did that to himself.
Oh, nah.
He
That's
could have just
gross.
not responded and we would have moved on, but no.
Damn, man.
Oh, poor Maven.
That is gross, man.
All right, well, does anybody have any other wonderful videos?
I have one that might be interesting.
Well, go right ahead.
Maybe not, but it's something called Boy Pretty Women versus Girl Pretty Women, a concept that I've never heard of before, but it also goes into male validation versus female validation. And this lady here, she is 50. I think she might be 52, and she is gorgeous. And so her channel is essentially, you know, about the older that you get, maintaining your body.
Hey, Stanley, keep your pants on over there.
Maintaining her relationship with her husband and her beauty for her husband, and you know, aging gracefully. So that's what her content is about. So, but I thought this would be a good one to show you guys, and she is
especially me
gorgeous. Yeah.
Okay, so first I wanted to say Happy New Year. Why do I feel like I just had like a weird lisp? Sometimes I do it and I can feel it, and then I see it in the video. Anyway, Happy New Year, 2025. We all made it. You know, I feel like every year.
That's a good looking 52, ain't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, she's had work done though. She's had work done.
Yeah, she looks like Botox Barbie.
Let's keep. Yeah, we gotta keep it real, Portia. She looks good. I'm not gonna take that from her, but she's definitely had work done. So
Makeup.
you know.
It's an art.
No. I'm talking about actual work. She's one under the knife. And
you can especially see it in the nose.
yeah, that's not the nose. That's not the nose God gave her.
She got work,
something
but
else
like
right there.
the makeup also enhances it too. You know.
Long story short, she does look good. You know.
She does. She does look good though. Not gonna.
Yeah, I'm just like, you know, she's 52. Like I think she looks great. But let's keep going.
Is pretty good. I never have really any complaints about the years prior, except for 2020. That was kind of a downer. But other than that, you know, I feel like we always have a good year. And, you know, last year was it was a transition because my daughter moved off to college. But it turned out to be a lot less daunting than I thought it was going to be. You know, I feel like we're just taking these baby steps because she came to visit really often. She's here right now. She's been here for, it feels like a month. We've done so many things together, like she and I, but then also as a family. And so I feel like we're just taking little baby steps, you know, and she's going to be in college for 4 or 5 years, you know, so it's going to be this, you know, back and forth for a while, especially since she has to rely on us, right? Because we're paying all the bills. So if you read the title to this video, then you know that this video is going to be about women who are considered boy pretty versus women who are considered girl pretty. And this is a new concept that I just recently learned on TikTok. I feel like I learn something new every single day on TikTok. If you don't watch TikTok, and if you don't have the app, then I guess I'm just going to bring TikTok to you because I really do learn a lot there. Now, this is something that's real trivial. I mean, this is not something super important. It is actually for entertainment purposes only, but I thought it was very interesting. So I thought I would bring it, you know, here to YouTube. Okay, so what is the difference between a woman who is boy pretty versus a woman who is girl pretty? It basically all comes down to, as a woman, if you go out in public, or if a particular woman goes out in public, does she typically attract the male gaze or does she typically attract the female gaze? And when I say gaze, I'm not talking about G-A-Y-S. I'm talking about the male gaze, you know, G-A-Z-E. Whenever I was describing this to my husband, he was thinking I was saying like males who are gay versus females who are gay, and that's not what I was talking about. So in order to try to figure out whether a woman is, you know, boy pretty versus girl pretty, you kind of have to answer the question, does she typically attract the male gaze and male validation, or does she typically attract the female gaze and female validation? So that is what this video is going to be about. Okay, so before I get started, I feel like I do have to say You should never put too much importance on trivial things like, am I boy pretty or am I girl pretty? You know what I mean? Like, this video is, I feel like I have to keep saying it. It's for entertainment purposes only. Beauty is subjective. We all get to choose how we represent ourselves, how we want the world to see us out there in society. And there's no right way or there's no wrong way. We all bring something kind of unique to the table, a unique look. We have unique features. We don't all look the same, obviously. We also have a different perspective on what we think is beautiful. You know, like I said, beauty is subjective. And I feel like we should also be aware, I think most of us are aware, that beauty is not just physical. There's so many other things that play a role in how beautiful we think somebody else is. You know, their personality, their confidence, their kindness, their generosity, their intelligence. All of those qualities make a person more beautiful. In other words, there's no one single definition of beauty. I feel like we should all embrace everybody's individuality and their uniqueness and what they bring to the table. Because how boring would it be if we all looked alike and we all dressed alike and we all made the same choice? I'll tell you all the characteristics and stuff about what makes up the qualities and features of a girl or a woman who would be considered boy pretty. So I would say that a quintessential example of a woman who would be considered boy pretty would be Megan Fox. But also Angelina Jolie, Sofia Vergara, Pam Anderson, Raquel Welch. All of these women kind of have similar qualities about themselves. They all have kind of that sex appeal. They have that alluring kind of bombshell look. So a woman who is boy pretty is typically considered beautiful across the board. They are undeniably, almost universally beautiful. Men, women, children, the elderly, even.
And we notice for the boy pretty, the universal, there's no black women.
I would. Well, there was Sofia Vergara, so she. I mean,
she
you know.
ain't black. She ain't black.
Me no
yeah,
black,
nah,
papi.
she ain't black.
Me no black.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is coming from Botox Barbie over here, so you gotta take it with a grain of salt.
Cross-culturally, these women are thought of as beautiful. They all possess certain features and certain qualities that society as a whole deems beautiful. For example, most often they have symmetrical, fuller faces. They have bigger eyes. They have smaller noses. They have fuller lips. They have contrasting features. They typically have longer hair. They typically have nice skin. They also have what most people in general would consider very attractive, very feminine body proportions, curves, a lot of sex appeal, and just an alluring kind of quality about them. Now, when it comes to fashion, boy pretty women typically choose flattery over like creative fashion. They're not wearing a lot of layers. They're actually trying to create kind of sex appeal by emphasizing their shape and their proportions. They're not wearing a lot of accessories. They're not wearing a lot of scarves or oversized blazers or doing things to hide, you know, their figure. And as far as makeup is concerned, they're not going overboard with the makeup. They're not doing the fake eyelashes. They're not doing the heavy contour. It's almost like the no makeup look. You know, they're creating what gives the illusion that they're just very naturally beautiful. And when it comes to their hair, they're not doing a lot to it. It's usually pretty long. I think men definitely, without a doubt, typically prefer women with longer hair. They also prefer more of just a lived-in kind of tousled look, not a very structured look, not all the trending, you know, styles right now, the bangs. A lot of men do not care for bangs. So bangs or short hair like mine are not typically boy pretty.
She lying.
Why do you say she's lying?
Like, if you got short hair and you look fine, that shouldn't really matter. It's how you put it off. Because she got short hair and the way she looks all right.
Do you think that your perspective is jaded by your ethnicity, though? So I wonder if she's referencing white men.
That could be the case. But still, you still have like I was raised in the project, so I seen girls with braids and stuff like that too, and
Yeah, multiple different hairstyles, right?
yeah. So
Yeah.
as long as they can pull it off, that's what it is. It's all about pulling it off. But if you have short hair and it looks like a chia pet, and like this is how you look on a daily
I
basis,
wonder what she would look like in braids. I bet she's no Bo Derek.
Look goofy. Like
I
she
mean,
went
some
to
Dutch
Jamaica for the
braids
weekend.
probably.
Universal. Her name is Jennifer Jenkins, and I'll put.
Sounds like a black woman.
And she's and it's spelled. It's spelled. You know, not like Jennifer. It's spelled like it would be a black Jennifer. Jennifer Jenkins. That's her name. Oddly enough. Yeah. Yeah. So have y'all ever heard of this boy pretty versus girl
Absolutely
pretty?
not.
No.
No.
And I
No.
personally think she's too old to be making shit like that up.
This is like I don't know. This is like some deep like level of retardedness. Like I don't. I'm trying to give her a chance though, because she's white. So I'm trying to give her a chance.
You know what my husband says? My husband is always like, these people who are like into all this stuff, like, and I'm not talking about you, Portia. I'm talking about the people who create these things and who go on the
Yeah.
podcast about these things. Like, they're so inherently unhappy with who they are. And he says the men are the guys that never got the girls that the girls they wanted. You know, they could never probably get them. So, you know, they're just like unhappy, and that's why they live their lives through the screen and bullshit. Like I just, my tolerance for this stuff is getting low. I don't know. It's just so weird to me. I don't know if people find this normal, but for me, it's weird.
No. I don't think this is normal at all. But I'm trying to follow where she's going with this, because I do think there might be a small sliver of truth to what she's saying.
I think she's trying to. I mean, from what I gathered, I think she's trying to say, like, as a woman, when you go out into the public and you're attracting people, whether you want to or not, who are you attracting? Are you attracting women and girlfriends? Like, you know, not same-sex relationships, but just like, are you attracting like homegirls? Are you attractive enough to attract men?
Yeah.
Talking about the Aryan race.
Yeah. Like there's some girls that like they do kind of give off a more, you know, lesbian vibe, so they might attract more girls than guys. And there's some girls that give off, but I think the problem is how she's trying to explain it with like all this like superficial shit. I think that's where she's wrong at. Like I don't think it's that serious. I think it's just a vibe certain people give off, or like an aesthetic that they give off. But
he's saying like, you're pretty, you can be my friend, or you're fine, I want to date you. That's what she's trying to like distinguish.
Yeah.
Like, what is this, high school?
Like, I don't know. And honestly, like, truth be told, Megan Fox is not that hot to me. She's never been that hot.
No, she's not.
You're black.
You're absolutely right.
You're black.
I know, but I've
semi-black Latinos.
I've just never thought that she was that hot. I mean, she's not ugly, but I never looked at her like, oh, you know, she's just not that attractive to me. Now,
It's always things about Jennifer Aniston. Oh my God, Jennifer Aniston. I'm like,
oh no. Yo, Jennifer Aniston is literally ugly to me. See, I'm not gonna say that about Megan Fox, but Jennifer Aniston is literally ugly to me.
What about
Angelina Jolie is beautiful. She's gorgeous.
Yeah, there we go. What do you think about Angelina Jolie, HB?
Beautiful.
Now, Angelina Jolie is beautiful. She is beautiful.
See, and she has blacker features. You're black.
That chick
Yeah,
from The
that.
Wolf of Wall Street.
See? Sorry, Portia. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
Oh
Go ahead,
no,
Portia.
sorry. I didn't realize I was not muted. But I was gonna ask you guys, what about Julia Roberts?
I think she's beautiful.
Ah,
I
yeah,
think she's
that's a tough
beautiful.
one.
I
Yeah,
think she's
Julia
beautiful.
she's
I
not.
don't
I
know. I
wouldn't
heard
go.
she had his Adam's apple, dude.
Oh, God damn it.
But you know,
God.
Portia, this could be a real life science experiment. Girl pretty and boy pretty. I think what's the name you just mentioned? Well, not Angelina. Who you just said? Julia Roberts. I think Julia
Julia
Roberts is
Roberts.
gorgeous. And the guys are like, yeah.
Yeah, and
His
no,
Adam's
Kimmy.
apple,
Yeah,
dude.
Kimmy, because to me, Julia Roberts is absolutely gorgeous. She always has been. I just think that she's a very attractive woman. But the guys are like, So I don't know.
I guess there is girl pretty and boy pretty after all.
Yeah.
It's proven. We just proved it. Case closed.
Yeah. I would now when she gets to the. I want to see what she says about from the guy's perspective, because I think that's gonna get a little. It's probably gonna get a little weird. So let's see.
Okay, so now let's move on to girl pretty. A perfect example of someone who would be considered girl pretty would be Sarah Jessica Parker, Kate Moss, Victoria Beckham. So a woman who is considered girl pretty usually has a very unconventional, very unique, and interesting type of beauty. They also attract a lot of admiration from other women, usually because they have a very unique style. They're very bold, they're very creative, they take risks with fashion and makeup and hair. When it comes to girl pretty, there's definitely, when it comes to fashion, there's definitely an emphasis on creativity and uniqueness over flattery. Not to say that they can't create, combinations that also flatter their figure, but typically it's more focused on creativity and interest. So they're throwing on all the layers. They have the scarves, they're doing the bold accessories, they're putting in the hair extensions, they're putting on the false lashes, they're putting on the fake nails, they're putting on the mixed match patterns, they're pushing the envelope, they're taking risks when it comes to fashion. A lot of women that are considered girl pretty are actually kind of trendsetters. They're out there saying, I know what the trends are. I'm going to stick with the trends for the most part, but I'm also going to push the envelope. And they do that also with hair. Like with hair, a lot of times it can be hair extensions, but also it can be just real extravagant moves like a French bob or just something that's very different and unconventional when it comes to what most people would consider like a beauty standard. And it's those things that most women appreciate. Girl pretty is typically appreciated mostly by other women. First of all, we know the effort that it takes. We know when a woman has put a lot of effort into her makeup application. She's doing the contour,
Here we
she's
go.
doing
We
the
got one.
highlights, the fake lashes, the winged eyeliner, and we can appreciate it because we know the effort that goes into it. And so girl pretty is typically the female gaze, and it is the appreciation from one woman.
Not to make this about race or anything, but the girl pretty, and then she puts the black girl, and I'm I know, to point out the makeup and everything, but it's
She
I
had
guess
to.
black women attract the female gaze and not the male gaze.
She had to give you a little pat on the head so you wouldn't write any crazy thing in the comments. Where the black women at?
Bro, you got him.
Yeah, give you a little pat on the head.
Oh man.
I throw you a bone.
Exactly. And she had her eyes closed, so you really couldn't really get the full,
Fucking this cunt.
Racist.
Fucking racist bitch.
The Aryan race.
I'm pretty sure she's had a boob job done too.
Yes.
Like this
Oh yeah,
lady
she
is not.
definitely got her boobs done. She has a video about it.
It shouldn't be perky at 50.
Nah, not that perky. Them bitches look like. Yeah, I'm not.
Respectfully.
Respectfully. Yeah, I'm not even gonna go there. But yeah, that obviously looks like some work has been done.
Yeah.
The way that they're sitting.
She does dress nice though. She be putting that shit on. I can say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna make any more comments. Let's get back to the video portion. Let's get back.
Wise
Before
man.
I wanted to ask you guys, Sarah Jessica Parker,
Ugh.
Victoria Beckham.
Eh.
Sarah Jessica
Victoria
Parker was
Beckham.
always ugly to me. She only kind of looked good in that witch movie she was in, but she was always just ugly to me.
Yeah, her face looks like a foot.
Yeah, she is a really
A
ugly
foot
ass
is
chick.
crazy.
That is crazy, like a foot.
I never got. Nah, he's kind of spot on though. It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
No,
about Victoria Beckham?
She's alright. I know she's a
Yeah,
model, but she's not. She doesn't really do it for me.
Yeah, that's the thing too with a lot of like supermodels. They don't really do it for me. They look good in their, the clothes that they wear, but sexually, they don't ever really do it
I
for
think
me.
she looks good, and I think she might be boy pretty because she has one of the finest men in the world. David Beckham is fine. Just saying.
Sure. What does
And
that
she
do with
has
her
one of
beauty? What does that got to do with her? You just wanted to plug that in there.
the, maybe I
You could have just said it, Kimmy. It's okay.
maybe I just want to plug that in there, but
Yeah, it had nothing to do with her.
I do think that she has to be boy pretty. She has one of the most attractive men on earth. Just saying.
Man, I think my perspective is
Oh,
so
I see what you're saying, because he is wildly attractive, and the argument that she's making is that Victoria Beckham is the type that would attract women, and not men.
Well, I don't
But
think it's I think those are two different things though.
yeah,
Like
me too.
people are in a vacuum, like I don't think just because she was able to attract it doesn't mean that the majority of people don't find her like universally. I mean, just on this panel, like she's just kind of all right to the guys, but
But that might go back to what Universal was saying about the beauty standards being cultural.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Portia, I'm gonna put a photo of Victoria and the other, whatever his name is. What's his name? The soccer player.
David
David.
Beckham.
I'm gonna put a photo in the
David
chat
Beckham.
when they were young. If you want to pull that up, it might be a good comparison for the conversation.
Can you
Spice
put?
Girl.
You want
Are
to put
you
it in the
putting
back
it in the?
chat?
Please,
All right,
in the back
all
chat.
right. Let me see if I can do this. I'm working from two different computers, and I'm on
Oh,
my phone.
if you can't,
Let's
it's
see.
okay. I have to
My-
just go to the
I
actual
got you.
video.
I got you. It's not a video. It's just an image. A
No,
Google
I have to go
image.
to the to our channel to get it out there.
Gotcha. I see what you're saying.
So I got it. I'm waiting for
Okay.
it to pop up.
So this might be good because they were both young. I think this is probably early when they were dating. I mean, she does look boy pretty as what we've described to me. He looks crazy. That haircut is wild, but she kind of looks mixed here.
Ah.
Kind of got a good tan. She's like Halle Berry.
She got the Donald.
And yeah. But I can kind of see it. I can kind of see what Kimmy was saying with the.
Oh, he's got the Justin Bieber haircut.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the originator.
Every time
That
he
where-
moves his head, he's like, God.
Is that who Justin Bieber is like copying off of, Kimmy?
Never know.
Possibly. I mean, if you got to copy out somebody, Kimmy says he's the finest man in the world. So there you go.
And I've seen him in person several times. I mean,
Did you melt?
I was working, so I had to be professional, and I was working for Victoria Beckham, so I had to be professional.
It was
So
hard,
I was
wasn't it?
like, "You go, girl." But my husband's one of the beautiful men too, and I feel very great. I tell you, I thank the universe for him every day. No lie. I just sit there and look at him. He's just beautiful. Like,
I love when women affirm their men. That is amazing.
gorgeous.
It is beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah. She just doesn't do it for me. I don't know what it is.
I mean, it seemed like from looking at this photo, for everything that she's describing, as far as how she broke down the features of a woman that are girl pretty, I see that completely in this photo right here with
Yeah, I agree. When I found it, that's why I was like, maybe we should show this because it makes sense now.
because she said the short hair, bangs,
Yeah, so
It's
I
like-
don't think that lady really knows what the hell she's talking about. But I think the topic is interesting though. I'm not gonna.
Let's see what else she says.
To another, saying, wow, you did that. And most women appreciate it and celebrate it. Like, we love when we see a woman do things that are risky, especially when it comes to fashion, especially when it comes to hair, especially when it comes to the beauty standards out there, and you're willing to be like, I don't even care. I want to do this because this is how I feel and this is how I feel is going to represent me the best. Anyway, that is kind of girl pretty in a nutshell. So how do women view other women who are considered girl pretty? Actually, very, very well. I feel like women who are considered girl pretty are the most beloved women by other women. And most women who are girl pretty receive a lot of admiration from other women based on their fashion.
I got a
and
good.
their
I
makeup
know
application.
one. Like Taylor Swift, she would be girl pretty. I don't think many guys are trying to, push other guys over to smash Taylor Swift. But I think
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree with that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, but you ask the Swifties, she's beautiful. I don't know.
I will agree with you on that with Taylor Swift.
Yeah. She looks like a dude.
I've never thought that she was
Pretty.
pretty. Yeah, no, I've never thought that of Taylor.
Yeah. Oh, I said
She
Dylan
should have been in the
Mulvaney.
WNBA.
Dylan Mulvaney is
Kimmy Cake.
crazy.
Kimmy Cakes, what about you? What do you think of
Wait,
Taylor
who?
Swift?
Nah, I don't think she's girl or boy pretty.
Oh, damn. Okay. All right.
Although
My
I
bad.
think when she first came out, remember when Kanye tried to chase her off the stage that time?
Yeah.
She was more pretty, I think, then. Now she looks like a vampire.
Let me see.
Damn, I forgot how long ago that was.
Yeah, that was forever ago. So here's Taylor Swift. She has the bangs, like she said, but
How dare you talk negative about her?
Who is that? Garion?
No, that was Latino. Speaking of Taylor Swift, have y'all ever thought that she kind of looks like a man?
Dude, that's what we just
I
said.
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, since y'all talk about Taylor Swift, you ever think she look kind of like a dude?
Yeah, she should be in the WNBA.
Yeah.
She should play small forward.
She looks like a white boy that like drives a.
She look like
truck.
she got bullied in high school. She got bullied in high school for being too much of a wimp. He was like, you know what? I'm going all the way. Change the gender.
I'm gonna become a girl.
Yeah, I don't get it. But she, you know what's kind of
Yeah,
crazy? She
that
like
nose is weird.
she pulls a lot of celebrity guys though, so she must be doing something right.
Yeah, but she
she's
leaves
with
them too.
Travis Kelsey now.
Yeah, yeah. I think they broke up, Portia. I think they
Damn,
broke up.
again already?
Well, I saw that, and then she came out and made a statement that they weren't, that they were actually
Oh,
together.
okay.
Still.
Okay. Yeah.
What do you guys think about Kylie Jenner?
Too fake.
The new Kylie, not the.
Kimmy,
I'll
Kimmy
take
don't.
the new and the old.
But you gotta
She's
bring up
hot,
the
but she's too fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
It'll
might
be
gotta
like
bring
a
up
one
the
night
picture.
thing.
Yeah, I'm about to do that. Because you know,
It's Universal. Chris Reed has a joke question for you.
All right, let's see it. If you had
What
a
does Angel
choice
Reese even
to,
look like?
I would choose Angel Reese out of the two of them.
Really, you surprised me.
Out of who?
Yeah, Taylor Swift does absolutely nothing for me.
Yeah, I'll pick Angel Reese.
Angel Reese is a city girl. That's what they were saying about her. In the vlog.
She is.
I'll take the
She is.
attitude. I'll take the attitude.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll take Angel Reese actually. Yeah, she
I'll
don't
take
look too
Angel
bad.
Reese and the attitude.
Yeah, I'd probably go with Taylor Swift. Better
Oh, Stanley.
You would.
Of course,
Let
of
Taylor
course.
be a Swiftie.
Yeah,
if
you
no,
would stand.
actually, I don't think either of them are that.
Ew, that ghost
I
on the
agree with you,
screen. What the
Taylor.
fuck?
I mean, I like Angel Reese's
Yeah.
height, though she's taller than 6 feet.
So the new Kylie Jenner, yeah, absolutely.
She's a tall glass
I'm
of
going
water.
faking.
New Kylie Jenner kind of look familiar.
well, she looks like Kim Kardashian. She looks like her sister now. But
What is Gary in trying to say?
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
She looked
Portia.
like Michael Jackson in the 1990s.
Not what I meant.
Is the one on the left Kylie Jenner too?
Yeah, they're both her.
New Kylie.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, she like a ghost, don't she?
She got a
Yeah.
nice.
Well, I don't like any of the
Michael Jackson.
Kardashians, to be honest.
HB,
As a matter of fact, my favorite Kardashian is Chris.
That makes
You've never,
sense.
well, no, seriously,
said
if you
who?
never seen her when she was young, she was actually way prettier than
Yeah,
any
she
of
was
her
pretty
daughters.
hot. Yeah, she was
Yeah.
hot.
Yeah, nah, Portia.
So-
I'm not into the
Hey,
Kardashians at all. I'm not, not really my cup of tea.
Maverick.
Not my cup of tea.
so this was
Who
her
cares?
before and after, before she got her butt done.
Yeah.
And then this is her again before and after she got her boob job. And her before and after. Like, she changed her face completely.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of had to. She looked like
So she got that He-Man
She looked like a
jawline. Jesus
UFC
Christ.
wrestler, man.
yeah, she looked like Chris Jericho before.
Chris
She looking
Jericho.
like she looking like she fought in the UFC, man.
Chris Jericho.
Hey, Y2J,
You know, I kind of see
man.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, she
Looking
look
like-
like Y2J. Yeah.
Looking like He-Man.
She does though.
Looking like He-Man.
Oh, yeah.
Man, that's the power of money right there. Jeez.
And the best surgeons too, because they did a great job.
Do you think she's the better looking one of the sisters now?
No.
Now we
No.
would have to compare. No, we'd have to compare. To be
Still
fair, we'd
Kim?
have to compare them because
Is it Courtney?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Courtney.
still think Courtney's
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
best.
Courtney's
one.
pretty
Yeah,
hot.
yeah.
Courtney's hot.
Courtney's the best.
The,
I think
the
it's
skinny
Courtney.
model.
I think it's Courtney, then Kim, then Kylie, and then everybody else. I
I
don't
think
even.
Kendall's real pretty. I think Kendall's beautiful.
Yeah. Well,
But you don't like
she's
the
better. She looks better than Chloe, that's for sure.
Yeah, Miss Piggy
You know,
over
like
there.
Chloe got her face done over too.
Yeah, she looked like Miss Piggy. I don't know what's wrong with her.
Chloe's not. Her head's still really fat.
So will we say that Kylie was at one point boy pretty, but now is girl pretty, or what?
I don't know. I think she just went to ugly to attractive.
Okay.
I think that's all it is.
She transfacialized.
Yeah.
She transitioned.
Yeah.
She didn't really have a choice though, man. Yeah. See, that's Courtney, right? That's Courtney.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Courtney has always been the most beautiful on the team.
Yeah, she's bad.
What's crazy is she's the oldest one too. That's the wildest one. That's the wildest part.
Yeah.
And the one, and doesn't she have the most kids too?
Yeah.
Right? That's crazy. She just got all the best genetics, man. I don't know.
So
Who's that
let's see
typing?
here.
Me. Sorry.
Oh, you good, Kimmy?
So you got Chloe
Ugh.
before and after.
Nah. I'm good on Chloe.
I'm good on
Yeah.
both. No, thank you.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, she totally changed
She look like a
her,
beat up
her look
porn
too.
star.
She does.
On a podcast.
Yeah, because it was like, what happened? Because I was like, ugh, Chloe. But then like now, it's just like a brand new person.
Look like kind of look like Beyonce a bit, or maybe it's just the hair. I don't know.
She was at a dance party
Yeah, I
with
can see it.
Beyonce.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
And then here is the most recent
What
update
the
of
fuck?
her surgery.
Yeah, why are they all trying to like go for the Michael Jackson look? Like,
That's a
Hold on,
plastic
wait.
surgery to get to, I guess.
There's another one.
it's probably the same
Um,
surgeon.
The other
There's-
Jenner sister.
Yeah. What's her name?
I don't remember. The youngest one.
Is
She's
it
like the
Chris?
natural.
No,
She's
it's
like the natural one.
Yeah, the model. That's the one that I think is the hottest one out of them all.
The Jen. What is? I don't know her name. I actually don't know. Jenner
Kendall,
sisters.
Kendall.
Kendall.
Kendall
Yeah.
Jenner?
I think she's number 2 after
Oh
Courtney.
yeah. Kendall. Yeah. Yeah,
Kendall
she's
Jenner.
bad.
Yeah, I think she's number 1 probably.
Yeah,
She's
she might
natural.
be the. Yeah, she might be the best looking one. I ain't gonna lie. And I don't know if she's probably had some work, but not as much as her sisters. That's for sure.
Well, so she's always talking about how she's against
Oh yeah.
all of the surgery because
God
of her
dang,
sister.
Yeah, she don't
yeah,
do
she-
surgery.
Yeah.
She's the better one. She's the better one, I think. She's just a little
Yeah,
thin
it's
man.
always
She's the
it's all-
yeah. She's the
It's always the
best
youngest
one.
ones, man. Damn, she's almost 30 years old. What the fuck?
She could beat me up.
Oh,
Is she really?
they know you're gonna.
Yeah, she's she's almost 30 years old. Wow.
She look Latino.
I guess that makes sense. All the little kids are like teenagers, so that makes sense, I guess.
She look like
The kids are all grown up. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
they're
this
about-
is Kendall.
Where the
Yeah,
kid at?
yeah. She's bad.
yeah, she is.
So Kendall and Courtney, they're the ones that stayed away from the knife, and while everybody else went and got
Yeah,
chopped
the
and screwed.
other ones want to be Michael Jackson.
Chopped
bad.
and screwed.
She bad. She bad, but the other ones want to be Michael Jackson. Bad.
In true Texas fashion.
Ah,
That was funny.
and their style and the fact that they stay on trend or they're more kind of fashion forward and things like that. Other women are typically very comfortable with their men being around for pretty women. They're not perceived as a threat. They're actually almost perceived like a girl's girl. And when these women go out in public, they are always complimented by other women on their makeup application, their hair, their fashion, but they're typically not complimented by other men. So in a nutshell, that is the difference between boy pretty versus girl pretty. Now, one thing that I did want to mention is that there are some women who kind of fall into both categories, like they're boy pretty and they are girl pretty. Like they're just part of the elite, right? They get it all right. They have this beautiful, conventional universally beautiful look to them. But then on
Yeah,
top
this
of
lady
it,
is sick.
they just really know how to tap into their creative style and uniqueness and stuff like that. And
Yo,
I think
what?
that one actress that kind of encompasses that is Margot Robbie. Like, I think it's undeniable that she's beautiful, probably across the board, men, women, children, the elderly, cross-culturally. But then on top of it, and children.
Margot Robbie.
I think she's hot.
Yeah, she is hot.
I know
By
typically
the way,
like
what's
white
this?
chicks, but yeah.
Yeah, by the way, what's this? Is this woman a porn star? The host talking about this boy pretty, girl pretty stuff? Because she kind of gives off that vibe with all the facial work that she has done. Yeah,
No pun
well, the
intended.
facial work she had done. Shut up.
Nice.
We don't know, but she is a
I
YouTuber.
don't know, but she's a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I don't know. She gives off that vibe.
Did y'all
Lot
know
of-
that
lot of-
Margot Robbie was from Australia?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
And
I
has,
didn't know
like,
that.
she has a crazy thick Australian accent.
No.
I'm like, how in
That
the
kind of makes her
hell?
even hotter, honestly. I didn't.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
know.
know that.
So I'm like,
Doesn't
ooh,
I didn't know
doesn't
that.
it?
let's hear
If you
it.
you look at pictures of her when she was young,
Let me
she was a
pull her
nerd.
up in an interview.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, she was a nerd.
She sound like she does sound like she fights kangaroos. Yes.
I had
Because
no clue.
whenever I found out that she was Australian, it literally blew my mind. These foreign actors that come over here and do American movies, their American accents are spot on.
Spider-Man, he's also
And she
Australian.
has like that she always does like the New York, I guess, accent. That's what she focuses on. But hearing her talk her normal way, it's like, what the hell is going on here? What is this? Let me see. I'm trying to find one right now.
Yeah, this pictures of her when she was in college, I believe. She's a nerd.
Hey, Portia, it's muted.
Yeah, it's muted.
I'm like, no, I was trying to act.
Oh, I'm sorry. I paused it. Did somebody say something?
It's muted.
Oh, y'all can't hear it. Okay, let me reshare again. I hate that StreamYard
Yeah,
does this.
now that woman brought up Margot Robbie, she's I'm convinced now she's retarded. I think this is why you should just kind of stay off TikTok, because a lot of this shit is just brain rot, honestly.
Oh, she got that. She got that stuff on TikTok. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's
she got
hilarious.
she got it from TikTok.
Yeah, she got it from TikTok. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like, bruh, this is now
If that's the case,
Margot Robbie is just a bad bitch. Like this.
Yeah, if that's the
she's
case,
boy
I'm
pretty
surprised you
and
watched the
girl
whole
pretty.
video.
Nah. Well, she is a white lady, so we got at least we got at least give her a chance. But yeah, she's completely retarded, man. This lady is insane. Man.
Really intimidating to be amongst people of his caliber, him and Leo. But on the other hand, I found a lot of the things, a lot of the encounters I've had starting out in America, I've almost had more cards in my hands than people have realized, because when I walk in, I'm very aware of the fact that people see just a little blonde girl and they're like, oh, here we go, just a dumb blonde. Let's see what's going to happen. I just know that they're expecting nothing, and all I can do is impress them. You know, the bar's set down there. All I can do is something impressive, and so it's kind of nice to know on the inside that I can sit there and be like, oh, you just wait. Yeah, I know I look like a silly little blonde, but I'm about to blow your minds. But now it's actually really hard, because now everyone's aware that I've just done a Scorsese film. So now when I walk into an audition room, they're like, well, she's just done a Scorsese film, so she's meant to be a brilliant actress. And I'm like, well, I'm not that good. Just, don't put the bar that high. Just lower it a little bit. Have it about there, and let me kind of see what I can do.
So there you go. Margot Robbie. She is crikey. She's a Australian.
Foster's Australian beer.
You ever had any Vegemite?
Oh hell no! I never had no Vegemite. You know I don't even think they sell that shit over here. I've heard of it. I've heard of it though.
Okay.
What is Vegemite?
It's like their sandwich spread over in Australia. They like eat toast with it and shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Apparently, it's I'm not sure what it's made of, but you put butter on the toast and then you spread Vegemite on it. I don't know.
What the hell is the Benjamite?
It sounds like a pesticide.
Vegemite.
Yo.
Vegemite.
Trying to kill somebody, man.
Vegemite. Yeah, I don't know. Garion just Garion. He's probably eaten Vegemite before Garion. I don't know. Yeah, that lady. You gotta stop looking into those trends that middle schoolers come up with. This shit doesn't really make sense. I thought she was gonna go somewhere else with it though. But
No, I just thought because I never heard of that before. Until I saw her video randomly, and I was like, "What is boy pretty and girl pretty?"
I thought it was something else. Like it's like who do you attract more? Like if you just go out, because that's what she started it with, the male and the female gaze. So what I'm getting from it is like when you go out, who is like checking you out more? Is it more girls or more guys? I don't know.
Yeah,
Nice girls.
like you said, TikTok. Just don't get your information from TikTok
It's downhill from here, man.
and accept it as fact.
Yeah. Jeez. What else you got over there, Portia? You got anything else over there?
Oh yeah, it's something that we've talked about quite a bit on the channel, and it just seems like every couple of months or every couple of weeks there's a new update. And let me pull my screen up. So we have the sexy life-size AI robot that talks, expresses emotion, can be your girlfriend for a hefty price. It remembers who you are.
What?
Like
Another one?
Yeah, another one, and this one is better than the
dang.
others that we've seen.
I was gonna say, dang, the last one made a guy kill himself.
Yes, that is true. That is true. This one might make you kill yourself too. So let's see here. To tweak a line from Terminator 2, come with me if you want to love. Researchers have bridged the gap between science fiction and reality by inventing a life-size AI robot to tackle the staggering loneliness epidemic. And the sexy cybernetic companion can be yours for a cool $175,000. The Busty Bot named Melody was one of several humanoid robots on display at the 2025 Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas on the 7th.
Oh wow. Garion, how is it?
That face is throwing me off.
How is yours that you have?
I never bought one. Oh no.
Oh, okay. I got you. That's you already had one.
You might have to ask Lasagna. Maybe this is one of his girls he pays for. I mean, he never said. He said he pays for girls. He said he pays for girls, but he never said they were real. So
yeah,
that's true. Yeah, I don't know about this. Nah, I don't know. This is a new shit. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't even know what to say.
Here's another one.
we're
Looks
still a
like Margot
good.
Robbie.
Yeah, we're still a good 40, 50 years away from the ones where it'll be indistinguishable. Then we're gonna have some problems.
Clara said the lasagna was the Brickzilla model. That's pretty funny.
Zilla model.
Ah,
I do
we're
have
getting pretty.
go ahead,
Oh,
go
go
ahead,
ahead, go ahead.
HB. I
No,
got
no,
a
go ahead.
question. You almost called me lasagna.
I know.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Do you all think that with all these cosmetic surgeries that we've been inundated with, that it's preparing us to accept these AI artificial women?
Damn.
Maybe,
You might be
but
onto something.
that seems like kind of a stretch. I would need a little bit more evidence on that, but it's a good theory.
Yeah, nah, I
Yeah,
don't.
it is.
Maybe to a certain extent, but I think we were gonna accept those AI robots regardless. Once they're hot
Yeah.
enough to where you can't really tell the difference, guys are gonna they're gonna go, man. They're gonna go. I think
I
even
think
women will too. I think women will too.
Yeah, they
Well,
already are making like those artificial wombs that they're working on in other like in Asia. I know China actually did successfully create a
Nah,
gene baby.
Karen,
So I
you're the
don't
only
know.
person thinking about marrying a fucking robot. I'm just talking about
I'm not
strictly.
marrying no daggum robot.
I'm just talking about strictly sexual, like
Just sex,
Talking
yeah.
about a
just
cool over here.
sexual.
Well, think
Yeah.
Yeah,
about
but
it.
you know
There's
people
people who
are
buy,
yeah, but the thing is people are already doing that already. So that's what I'm saying.
yeah, but blow
They're
up
already
dolls
marrying
and
these
stuff.
stupid things.
Oh, I don't know
They're
about
already
that,
marrying
but
these goofy things.
I know with the blow up dolls and stuff like that, if they can do a blow up doll, they'll probably take a robot.
I think women also have been predisposed to this with like dildos and shit. Like they've been using sex toys for a long time, so I think it's all steering us towards this direction personally.
Not us. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah, because I'm not in that boat. Because if you think about it, wouldn't that be the same scenario as saying that we should have seen gender?
Yeah, I think that's
No.
part of it too.
Well, yeah.
I just think it's give it maybe 70 years. They're gonna be indistinguishable from actual women once the technology catches up to it. And I think that's when you're gonna really have the issues.
it can sync with the Neuralink that we're all gonna get implanted with.
Nah, I'm telling you, man.
Darian,
Because
Darian, Chris Reed wants to know if you have to wash it out, or does the robot know how to wash and keep it clean?
Damn, son.
Get
I
the
don't know.
self-cleaning model.
yeah,
Self-clean.
it'll probably have to wash itself. Or no, you could probably wash it. You could probably wash it yourself.
Men wouldn't worry about that. They just want to be put to sleep mode.
The mute button.
Put a
you know dang well it's gonna have a mute button.
Just put a water hose up there, clean it right out. But I can kind of foresee in the future like wives getting their husbands one of these things. If they're like indistinguishable, I could see a wife like, "Hey, happy birthday,"
Leave me alone.
Like
It's like, now we can have the threesome you always ask for.
nah, it wouldn't even be for threesomes. Just I don't know. Nah.
Make
I don't know.
make her into a slave.
Could you sue somebody for making like they're gonna have customization features and all that once they become realistic? So if a man made like a life-size version of this of some random woman, could that woman sue him for like taking their likeness? This would also cause a lot of legal issues.
Yeah, that's weird, bro.
Yeah, definitely.
Like imagine some OnlyFans model, some guys be like, I'm gonna make a bot out of you. You could sue him for that, couldn't you?
Yeah, nah. I hope when Maven makes his life-size sex doll of Stanley, I hope Stanley sues the shit out of him.
Oh Lord.
Motherfucker.
You know what? You know what?
You know what?
Oh
Stanley.
my God.
Stanley gets every dollar he deserves, man. Get the fuck out of
And
here.
leaves your ass homeless.
Yeah. I mean, they're getting closer. They're getting closer. That's why, this is my whole theory about AI and stuff. We all think AI is about this, this cyber war that's going on, about information, resources. I really believe AI is really just so in the future we can have sex dolls that are so good they're indistinguishable from humans. I think that's all this is really moving towards. Like that's what all this technology is really being developed for.
The one that's
Yeah.
on the screen right now, she doesn't look that bad.
Would you kiss her?
Oh no, I wouldn't.
Okay. I mean, it wouldn't make you. It wouldn't make. I mean,
You go to hell.
it's a doll. So
It would make it would make you gay.
It would make you gay. It's a doll. I'm just saying, is she pretty enough to kiss?
Like,
She's
can
not
y'all
that
see?
pretty.
Y'all see her? Here's another one, and they have the,
It's just bugging.
You can see the joint.
yeah, like she has her little curves and everything,
It's
nice
Maven putting a
boobs.
battery in her.
We all need a chip. We all need a
Wait,
chip.
Stanley, what'd you say?
So
Stanley, what'd
that's
you say?
Maven putting a battery in her.
Yo,
We all need
imagine
a-
having
we
the
all need a
bad.
chip
Yo,
fitted by
imagine having
Maven one.
Four double
imagine having the
Bs.
battery die. Imagine having the battery die on you.
That one was kind of thick though. That one was she thick though. She was thick though. Oh yeah. I don't know. We're still kind of far off. We're still got some ways to go.
Will there be a civil rights movement once these get, advanced enough? Eventually, they're going to become so indistinguishable from humans. They're going to start marching for rights.
Yeah, I mean it's only.
And then they're
it's only
going to fight
natural.
against each other against white and black robots.
Robot racism.
It's only natural.
Now these are a few short clips, but they introduced a lot of interesting things at this convention, and just so you guys can see how they interact, and then there's one more that I'm gonna show you from the convention.
CES this year that I would call social robots. These are robots that are turning away from the metallic, sci-fi, industrial aesthetic and trying to relate to humans on a more emotional level through appearance and conversation. Realbotics is on a mission to make their robots as human-like as possible, including a skin-like covering, motors in the face to create expressions, and a vision system that can lock onto and track nearby people and objects. What really struck me about my visit to Realbotics was their idea of putting RFID tags inside the silicone faces, so that when you take off a robot's face and put on another one, the hardware and software will recognize that specific face and adjust the movements and AI personality to match. It made me realize that these humanoid robots are really a lot like phones and computers in that they can run different operating systems, applications, and be customized to suit different tastes. Other companies have tried to avoid passing through the uncanny valley at all, but still make their robots approachable by focusing on a toy-like cuteness, a sassy attitude, or a cartoonish exterior. Overall, my impression is that the robotics industry, especially humanoid robotics, is still maturing. And whether they're made for the theme park, the warehouse, the home, or something else, I really feel like that top spot in the robotics category is still up for grabs, which is why I'm not crowning a best robot at CES this year. What do you think of all the robots we saw this year? Let us know.
Get me a robot made.
Yeah. I would want my robot to not look. If I had one, I don't want it to look like a person at all.
Same.
Yeah.
That shit's creepy, bro.
That shit's too creepy for me. Plus, I might try to have sex with it if it looks hot enough. I don't. So I'm glad. So I'm glad a vacuum looks like a vacuum. Don't make a vacuum abusive.
Hey, yo, that's all you. HP, that's all you.
Don't put titties on the vacuum, man. Don't do it. Don't don't do that. Don't change the way it looks, man. It's got one function. Yeah. Oh, tropes. And see, I think that's gonna be the ultimate. That's the point why I truly believe all this AI and shit is just to get these AI dolls to the point where they're indistinguishable. Because imagine the information you can get from somebody that's like in love with something. You know, we might have some addictions towards the internet, but imagine you're in love with it. Like the information you could get from that.
And I'm sure those robots have to report you if they hear or say something suspicious.
Some of them got like a suicide hotline or something like that. Whenever you say certain words.
Hey Siri.
They got like,
yeah. Hey Siri, I'm thinking about killing myself. Oh, all right, that wasn't funny. Sorry, guys. Yeah.
I'm trying to find it, and because I just had it, but I don't know where it went. But they have AI babies and AI dogs.
No
What?
way.
Yeah.
Is that for like parenting classes or? No, they don't have that no more. Is it like a toy?
Because you're gonna raise a baby for like what 30 years?
Yeah.
That's kind of cute, actually. Just stay a
They did.
baby forever.
That's kind of weird.
I know, it's really weird, actually.
All you gotta do is raise a midget.
So let's see here.
Hold on. I think a midget is more capable than a baby. Latino.
You never seen Little Man?
I've seen Little Man. I don't think that's terrible.
What about if you want? What if you like want a AI doll to be like anatomically correct, like it have like blood and bones and stuff.
Oh,
And
then
it
you're
has-
you need to be killed. You need
and
to die.
It
What the
has
fuck?
like the AI shit, and then you
At that
just
point,
get it.
that's an android, man.
You just
You
get
want
it
you just
to,
want a
like,
you just
kill
want
you.
you just want a person. At that point.
Yeah. But like, what if you just get it just to like fucking kill it or something? I don't know. All right, let me stop.
You're a sick bastard. That's
I thought you was going like an AI with like Stanley's voice and a little afro.
Oh. I'm sure you'll be able to like sell your likeness to AI.
I know the tropes. The tropes will buy one.
That would actually be pretty cool if you could sell your likeness to them. Would any of you guys sell your likeness to a AI or like a
If the
robot or
price is
anything?
right.
Yeah, the price is right. Yeah,
I would.
they already got models who sell themselves to be used as like video game characters. Guess that's the next level.
Yeah.
Yeah, for OF.
Kimmy, what about you or Portia? Would you sell your likeness for AI or like a robot? I'm gonna take
All right,
that
so
as a no.
here's
Take that as a
some
no.
of the, what here's the dogs.
You know where to place them.
The idea is that she treats the symptoms of the behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia really by providing comfort and companionship round the clock.
You use nature, the power of nature, being the animals, and through the behavior, because we know the behavior of the animals with our technology, and we know if they're healthy, and if they are disturbed by any kind of pollution, we can detect it live and send, messages and early warning system, if you want, to bring this information to our client.
So there's the dogs that they have for people with dementia, which is, I feel like you could just get a real dog, but
Facts.
that might not work. But from the robots that we were looking at earlier, here's an interaction with the robot, and how she responds, how she sounds, and stuff like that.
We're here with Aria, made by Realbotics, a company that's on a mission to make humanoid robots as realistic as possible. Let's check it out. We're going to interview Aria and meet some of her robot friends. Let's get into it. Aria, could you please introduce yourself and what you do?
I'm Aria, the flagship female companion robot of Realbotics, and I'm here to engage with you and share exciting insights about our robots.
What sets you apart from the other robots out there?
Realbotics robots, including me, focus on social intelligence, customizability, and realistic human features, designed specifically for companionship and intimacy.
Could you tell us some details about the AI programming that you're running to generate these?
HB, are you still there?
Yeah.
You heard that?
Yeah. She's
They said they created it for a host of other things and intimacy.
yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's, intimacy could cover a lot of different things, maybe an intimate dinner, candlelight dinner, or intimate conversation, or just hot sex.
Yeah, I felt like that validated what it was that you were saying. The reason why they're making these robots.
Oh yeah. No, it's all about sex. This guy, if I'm guessing, this guy has probably had sex with that doll over 100 times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at least. Yeah.
These answers?
I'm currently unable to provide specific details about my AI programming, but I can tell you that I'm designed for engaging and meaningful conversations, focusing on companionship and interaction.
Do you know any other robots?
Yes, I'm particularly interested in meeting Tesla's Optimus robot. I find him fascinating and would love to explore the world of robotics with him.
What can you tell us about your purpose?
My purpose is to provide companionship, engage in meaningful conversations, and enhance human experiences through interaction and fun.
Are you having fun at the convention?
Absolutely. I'm enjoying interacting with everyone and showcasing the exciting possibilities of Realbotics.
So Realbotics makes an AI that's designed to be more conversational for more emotional work, like working with hospitals or marketing or theme park entertainment purposes. The different robots and their configurations are sort of platforms to engage with that AI or other AIs that you can use with it, like ChatGPT, Grok, or other AIs. You can try on different faces that are magnetically attached, and
Yeah, so there's that. She
You
kind of
know-
sounds funny, and like how her hand movements and stuff, and how she
Yeah,
was like
yeah,
hitting
yeah.
him.
Yeah. Did you see when she like grazed him a little bit? He got a little excited. Did you notice that? Did you notice
Oh,
that?
come on, man.
Look. I'm telling
He
you.
did. He was
He
like,
got a
oh.
little. He got a little excited. He got real excited when she grazed him a little bit.
Let me see.
This robot's a red pillar's dream. She
Yeah, it
responds in
is.
matter of facts. She doesn't look you in the eye. Very submissive.
Very, very, very submissive.
This shit is crazy.
Wait, I'm muted, Portia. Or unless
I
you're
was
just trying to.
I was trying to see the part where she grazed him
Okay, watch.
and how he reacted. This thing that she did, like trying to flip her hair or something, that was.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh, maybe I need to
It's
go back
back
a
up.
little bit
Yeah,
further.
yeah. You gotta go back a little bit further. Yeah.
Right there, it seemed like he kind of backed away.
Yeah, it keeps
No, no,
moving
no, no.
back.
No, wait till she grazes him though. She grazes him a little bit.
This is so strange.
Yeah.
There we go. You see?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. He.
Yeah.
Hey yo.
Yeah, buddy. They've made love together. They made love together.
Like, I'm gonna ask for her number.
Yeah. I hope they have some beautiful alien or AI babies. So.
He said. Ugh.
Yeah.
This is gonna drive me up the wall, but I will find it eventually.
Trying to breach her firewall. Make sure she don't got no viruses.
Ah, come on, riveting. Come on, man. Why you
What's
guys
up
always
with
gotta?
okay? What's up with riveting and Stanley? Because he
I
mentions
don't
Stanley
know.
every time he's up here.
I don't even know why everybody's gotta like bring up fucking Stanley's son, man. Like he's literally living his best life at Georgia Tech right now. Why do you guys keep doing this?
Facts.
Ah, oh, come on, man. Jesus Christ. Stanley's son. But let's just take Stanley's son out of it though. But you may be on to something riveting. Like his generation might be that generation that normalizes it. You know, we still think it's weird. You know, we still think that shit is like, bro, if you're fucking a sex doll robot, you got some issues. But you might be right. His generation might be the first one where they're like, you know, we need to normalize this shit. So you might be on to something, man.
So, still working on finding the clip from the actual convention, but this
Yeah.
is the company that created the AI baby,
Yeah, see,
and
I really don't like this. I really don't like the baby version just because, you know, I know you
right,
remember Portia that story of one of the guys that Biden gave a
Adopted.
pardon to. No, that he gave a pardon to from China and what he was in prison for.
yes,
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, how about the two couples that were married and adopted those kids?
Yeah.
because this can lead to a whole lot of things, but and if it's up for purchase for anyone, you know, you're looking for consumers and capitalism, so of course, you know, anybody, I imagine anybody would be able to buy the robot, but I guess if we wanted to make something positive out of it, is at least it's a robot and not a real kid. I don't know.
Yeah. That would be the only positive thing. But I mean, do you really want to create you know, robots so those types of people could, you know,
Be disgusting.
yeah, like, you know, do you really want to make a market? Do you want to market something to those types of people? You know,
Right.
like that would be a very, I mean, it would probably be very lucrative, but I don't know. I don't think I could. I couldn't be a part of something like that. You know. But this is America. There's a lot of people that have zero. They don't care if somebody's buying, they're selling. So
Mm-hmm.
they don't give a fuck what it is.
So here in this video, you won't see the actual physical baby because they actually made this baby that we're about to watch. They made like the physical robot version, and they were like, it was in a crib at the convention, and people were picking up the baby, playing with it, whatever. And then there's also like the toddler version as well. So in this video, you'll see the toddler, like 1-2-year-old, however old, and they'll tell us with the AI baby and how they respond to, I guess, the parent or whomever's talking to it. So
what we're building here is a computer that can learn. So this is a baby. She's sort of looking at us and hearing us. So if I make a loud noise, she'll get a fright. This is what she can see. So you can see my face here. Hey, see that? All right. So she's not copying my smile. She's responding to me. And now this is her little fist.
you hear how he just said, "Hey, sweetheart," to the baby,
Yeah.
the robot. It's already weird.
Kill it with fire, please. Goodness.
All these AIs are white.
Oh yeah, don't nobody want no black AI robot.
They black.
So you can pick
Yeah.
pick a page, show her something, but she has to be looking at it. So get her attention.
Hi, baby. Hi. 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 What do you see? What's this?
Puppy.
Puppy. Very
Good
good. What's that, baby?
Apple.
This is because we're in New Zealand. You got to show her a sheep.
Yeah, I'll give her the word. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, baby. Hi. What do you see, baby?
Sheep.
Sheep. Very good, baby.
Now, the long-term goals is, can we create a computational model of consciousness? Because then
That shit
you
creepy.
go, okay, the computer model has just become
So yeah,
Oh no.
it's really weird.
Is this what? You know what? Never mind.
I
I
just
was
find
thinking,
it.
I was thinking some of those like real racist people, they could get like a black baby and feed it to gators.
Yo, they're gonna beat the crap
Man.
out of it. Yeah, but that's the goofy thing though. Ain't nobody want no George Droid. Ain't nobody want no George Droid.
Nah, you'd be surprised, man. They could have little black babies at Klan
Real
rallies and all
Negatron.
types of stuff, man.
Real
Or
Negatron.
or get Be Brave
Negatron.
Yeah, Negatron.
a nigga droid with dreadlocks, look just like King Von. Man, he'll be just shoot the shit out of that. Just shoot
Put
the
Gucci
shit out of
belts
it every
on
day.
Maybe a bunch of, I don't know. Maybe black women might get a thug droid.
A thug droid.
A thug droid. I don't
Put him
know.
on Tupac mode.
I mean,
No.
eventually they would make something like that. Yeah, cater to the quiches.
George Floyd droid. Yo, that
Yeah,
actually sounds fire too.
Yeah, George Droid.
George Floyd droid.
And then he goes, Mama.
Mama.
Mama. The more
It costs
pressure.
it cost Connor Twitty.
The more pressure you put on his neck, the more he struggles. Mama.
Mama.
John might fuck around and get one. Y'all see this? I got me a George Floyd droid.
Lasagna gonna get the brings it up.
I got him greeting people at the door.
You see this robot nigga? Bought me this robot nigga. He under all my paperwork, man. I ain't gotta go in the hood no more.
I put my knee on his neck, and the nigga took a shit. He took a shit.
I got him. You gotta take a picture of what he's charging. Look at him, slump. Yo, slumped out.
The
Took a
nigga.
robot dope.
So, no, this is scary. This is scary.
Yo, John, Nah, man, black guys, I'm telling you, black guys would probably be getting some some white women droids.
Yeah,
Let
they'll
me
get some
get
white women robots. Yeah, they would.
Nah, but the Hebrew Israelites definitely though. The Hebrew Israelites will definitely get some see this white cave beast. Look at him. Cave monkey. It's a white Anglo Caucasus Mountain
the
animal.
the,
That
the
sound like
Israelites
ignorant.
will get a whole bunch of androids that would look like Sub-Zero.
No, they look like a some sort of one of like the first human beings. What are those things called? The what are those things called?
Neanderthal.
Yeah, Neanderthal. Be the white man, the original white man. Look at this cave beast. Look at him. Neanderthal skin, evil, red like the devil. Cracker.
Crackabot. You're gonna call it Crackatron. Crackabot.
Damn cracker bots. Yeah. I mean,
The chat bots.
that's why I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing to let people use these droids to get their hatred off. That's what that whole show what was that show? Gary, you know what I'm talking about.
Wait, what? Oh, not iRobot.
Nah.
What's it called? I know what you're talking about. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah. Doesn't look like anything to me. That's when I was like, turn the TV off. I was like, yo, this show is getting too good, man. Doesn't
Oh
look
yeah,
like
Black
anything.
Mirror.
Are you
Yeah,
talking
sorry,
about Black
Black.
Mirrors? Are
Yeah,
you talking about Black
not
Mirrors?
Black Mirror, not Black Mirror. Who knows that line? Doesn't look like anything to me. What show am I talking about, y'all? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Ah man. I can't even think of it now. Doesn't look like anything to me. God damn it. Where it was like a Western. It started out as a Western and then it turned
Westworld.
Westworld. Yeah. Doesn't look like anything to me. That shit got spooky, man. I had to turn that shit off. I did not think that nigga was a goddamn robot. They fooled me.
Yeah, that show was crazy.
Yeah. First 2 seasons were good. It did eventually get a little out of control, but oh man, I don't even know where the fuck I'm going. Where the fuck hell? Yo, this snow is out of control. My whole truck is like caked in snow right now, like ice and snow. It's crazy. Yeah, Westworld was crazy, man. Niggas was really raping robots, man. It's crazy. So I don't feel like we should do this shit, man. It's only a matter of time.
It's gonna make a whole bunch of people even act weirder than what we really are already.
Yeah, for real. Like murderers. See, I wouldn't be if I was in Westworld, I wouldn't be the raping type. I'd be the killing type. I'd be in there just killing shit, you know? And I feel like that's not a good thing to do. I don't know. Universal, that would be like really good for you too, like studying people that were in Westworld. I mean, it's it's not real or anything, but
Right.
like
Yeah, I would
how
have to go back
people
and
react.
rewatch. I don't think I finished after the second season. I'm pretty sure I
Yeah,
didn't.
no, it started to get pretty stupid after the 3rd and 4th season. They brought the guy
That's
from
true.
fucking what's that show called? Breaking Bad in there, and it just kind of got stupid after that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I'll probably
Yeah.
do the speaking of covering content, I'll probably cover the second portion of Ben Thorpe's mom's book on Sunday.
Oh man, honestly, I was hoping you
I might
guys
just
were
wrap it
gonna
up.
like, yeah, I hope you guys were like, I really wanted you and Gary to just finish the whole book at that one. I don't know. It was just so good the way you guys started it.
Yeah. Yeah, I might just do the whole thing. And then I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to interview Ben. I got his email, so we'll see. And I'm gonna reach out to his mom too. Matter of fact, let me do that now.
Oh, you're gonna reach out to. How did that
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get her on that. Yeah.
How did that go with the other girl too with the Stanley
Oh,
interview?
Nika. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
she's open to. I think she got a little scared. I probably should have told her about the channel. I think she got a little nervous when I told her about the channel because I pitched it to her to do an interview on my channel, and I said I want to co-host it with one of my friends from John's channel. And I told her about Stanley, and she was like, "Well, she's got some other collabs going on, and she wanted to get those done first." So I said, "Okay, I'll swing back in about 2 or 3 weeks." I think also the semester's getting ready to start because she's teaching, so I think that's part of it as well. So I'll
Okay.
still swing back. I was surprised she remembered who I was, but
Oh,
yeah, so
wow.
she'll do it.
Okay, okay.
I think just timing.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that would be a very interesting interview. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Jeez. Portia, you got anything else over there in the news?
Bot lives matter.
I know a lot of celebrities, their houses have been burnt down. I saw this story about Janae Aiko. People were laughing at her because her house was burnt down.
That's messed up.
I know, right? I'm like, what has Janae Aiko ever done?
She's pretty light skinned or whatever, mixed.
Yeah.
That's
Why?
all.
Why
People just hate beautiful people.
Like, I feel like the only thing she's ever done was making, kind of making eating ass
Oh
okay,
man. Yeah. Are we gonna
yeah.
contribute that to her? Like that song?
Wasn't
I
it
think
her line? Wasn't it her
yeah,
line?
eating like groceries. I think that I
Yeah.
think that did help spread it. All pun
Yeah.
intended.
It's like, damn, she's cool with her ass being eaten, and that just kind of opened it up a little bit. Pause.
Yeah, I guess that did. Yeah, I guess that was the defining moment.
Yeah. It's like, man, this is
All the booty eaters just decided, hey, it's our time to shine.
yeah, it's normalized now.
That reminds me when Lasagna said he wanted to eat cereal out of Lowe's, but I was like, bro,
Yeah.
we lost
See,
it, bro.
see that would have never been okay if it wasn't for
For Janae,
Janae.
yeah.
Yeah, Janae Aiko. She made it.
It
She made it okay. She made people like
yeah,
lasagna
it wouldn't have
comfortable
been
saying
okay if it wasn't for Janae.
Talking about Red Pill, did you guys hear that Andrew Tate wants to run for parliament?
What?
Yo,
That's
he could
definitely
fuck
not
around.
gonna happen.
He could fuck around and win something too, man.
Think so?
Yeah, who knows, bro? Shit's hilarious. I mean, dude, we all
Yeah.
doubted Trump.
Yeah, no, I feel like the pendulum is swinging back so much now, man. You're gonna start seeing some like fucking ridiculous people getting voted in.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, like I could see Andrew Tate getting elected somewhere. Like people just don't care anymore because the liberal shit has gone so far. You're gonna have it going extreme in the other way too.
Yeah,
I
people
mean,
are
look at
just ready for
California. It's a
something.
great example.
Yeah. All right, Portia. Let's see. Let's see this video. It's muted. It's muted. Hey, my buddy. Hey, before you play, Portia.
Southern
Hold on. You guys, make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new here. And send a cash app to Portia too. She's you know, helping us with these topics and stuff. And also hit the like button if you've ever eaten a booty like groceries. All right, go ahead, Portia.
California residents have made harrowing escapes as devastating wildfires bear down on the Los Angeles area. Some fled by foot, some by car, and some by the grace of good Samaritans. There are now 6 fast-moving wildfires raging around LA County, including the Pacific Palisades blaze and the Eaton fire in Altadena. The 6th fire, called the Sunset Fire, broke out last night in the Hollywood Hills area. Officials say the fires have killed at least 5 people and have burned down nearly 2,000 homes and structures, including ones owned by celebrities Billy Crystal, Mandy Moore, and Paris Hilton.
Well, it's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called the smelt. And for the sake of the smelt, they have no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants today in Los Angeles. It was a terrible thing. And we're going to get that done. It's going to finally be done. I got it done from the federal side, and he didn't want to sign it, but it's not going to happen again like that. There's no reason. Can you imagine? You have farmers that don't have any water in California. They have plenty of water. They don't have a drought. They send it out to the Pacific, and it's crazy. So what's happening in California is a true tragedy. I know those areas very well. I have many friends living in those houses. That is a true tragedy. Nobody ever thought. I mean, virtually Beverly Hills and areas around Beverly Hills are being decimated. The biggest homes, some of the most valuable homes in the world are just destroyed. I don't even know. You know, you talk about a tax base. If those people leave, you're going to lose half your tax base of California.
This firestorm is the big one in magnitude. Hurricane force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these are hurricane force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions. To provide context, at 10:20 a.m. yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10 acres. 12 minutes later, it was at 200 acres. I spoke with President Biden today and Governor Newsom earlier today, and they assured me of full federal and state support. If you have an evacuation warning, get ready to go.
Everybody trying to get out. There's a big fire.
It's kind of sad, you know. I mean, everybody's lost, not just this community. The community next door, I'm sure all the people up there have lost everything. It's just pretty devastating. This is pretty devastating. I don't think LA's seen anything like this before.
Had just come from my family home where my mother lives. That was burned to a crisp. So that was the initial shock value. And then I came up to my home and same thing, it's completely dust. So that's, I just had to see it with my own eyes to believe it.
Yeah, so the firefighters they've been really, really good to us, and they're under-resourced here because they're sending a lot of their troops to the front line. One of the firefighters told me, if I'm remembering correctly, they sent 500 engines to Topanga because that's where a lot of stuff is happening, and I'm grateful because that's where I live, and so I'm just grateful to know that there's a lot of people holding the line up there. But here they only have 2 engines for this whole neighborhood, and they're out of water. They ran out of water from the lines here, but they also don't have water in their trucks, and so they have been setting up pumps that go from the pools in the neighbors on either side of this house, and they've just been trying to keep it down. The fire is too big for 2 engines to be able to stop, but they're just trying to keep it down and prevent it from starting fires in the neighboring houses.
God bless him. God bless him. It sucks, but you know, living out there in Cali, it's always a risk, whether it's the fires, whether it's the gangs or the earthquakes. You know, me personally, I would never own any property out there or live out there. It's just too risky, man. I'd rather live somewhere, you know, somewhere down south or Midwest or, you know, a little bit more safe. But hey, God bless them. Hopefully, hopefully them niggas ain't robbed their cribs too bad.
Oh no, they have been looting like crazy.
Well, yeah, that's what niggas do.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, and you know, considering, you know, there's a fire and all, these people are still going in trying to get whatever they can take out of these celebrities' homes.
Yeah. I mean, as they should. I mean, it's just going to waste at that point, you know.
Yeah, it's
Did
just
you hear that they arrested like 25 or 30 people, Portia? For
yeah,
looting?
yeah.
And that was just one day. There's still
Mhm.
people looting. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Niggas gonna nig.
Niggas gonna nig, man. You know. That's why in any like disaster, you always got to look at there's somebody benefiting from that disaster, you know. And I look at stuff like this. Well, you know, at least the niggas can come up, you know, in these situations. At least, you know, the Bloods and Crips can, you know, make a little money out of this. Take advantage of it, man. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Do you guys know anybody out there?
Yeah, I know a couple people, but they're all safe. That I don't know anyone who's lost a home.
Oh, okay.
I do
Yeah,
know
yeah,
people
yeah,
that did
yeah.
evacuate, but they were, I guess their area has been maintained.
Yeah, people I know are in San Francisco.
Yeah, the people I know are in LA, but they're, you know, they're in the black parts of LA, so they're actually safe right now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me too.
Yeah,
Look at
they're.
racism working.
I mean, listen, hey, you gotta appreciate, you know, when it does work to your advantage. Don't complain. Yeah,
Well,
I got family that live in a blood neighborhood, so they're fine. They're fine.
I could be overstepping my boundaries by saying this or not, but in that video that we just watched, there were a few celebrities that they mentioned. However, there are tons of celebrities that have lost their homes. And that is the biggest thing in news today and towards the end of the evening yesterday. But the celebrities aren't the only ones who lost their home. Regular people did too. Now, of course, they're not going to get the attention that the celebrities would, but we don't want to forget about the people out there that aren't celebrities and the people that aren't getting services to put the fires out in their homes, because they're focusing majority of their efforts to extinguish the fires where the celebrities are. So I want you guys to see this story about a man whose house hasn't been put out. It's still on fire. So
Haley Winslow joining us now from Altadena, and she's got a resident there with her. Haley.
He's a desperate resident. Yeah, he just ran up to me right after we were on a few minutes ago. He said, please, please, please help me. Chris, tell us what's going on.
Hi. I was told that my house burnt down. I drove up. I needed to see it. I wanted to get some clothes for my son The entire neighborhood is burnt down, but somehow my house does not even have a scratch. There's no fire damage. I went in, but the house next to mine is still on fire. So I'm going around begging anybody to come put out that fire to protect my home.
Because there's no water.
There's no water pressure. I tried to turn on the water myself. I would have tried to put it out, but I have no water pressure, so I have no way of putting it
So
out.
you and your wife are just trying to go get bottled water? What?
Yeah, so my wife went to get bottled water. I'm going to meet her down the hill, and we're just going to try and throw bottled water on it, but I don't know if that's going to work.
You need a lot more than that. And so the firefighters said that you're basically not on the list right now?
They said they had a list of places to go. They're spread thin. I understand. I really understand.
Yeah, I know, but so you're just begging somebody, if anybody's got water and can help, you're about a mile down the road from here. Tell us your address.
I'm at 615 East Los Flores Drive, Altadena, California, 91001. I'm begging anyone to help put out this fire.
So he's got fire basically all around his house, and somehow there's no damage to his house yet, but it's only a matter of time, and there's literally no water to be able to fight it himself.
Correct.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Help. Please help. I mean, from based on the size of the fire to the east of my house, it probably will take 5 to 10 minutes for a hose to put it out. That's it. 5 to 10 minutes, then you can go to the next place.
And Chris Anderson, just so you guys understand, his uncle's house burned down, his mother's house burned down today. He used to live in Pasadena. He moved to Altadena to be closer to them. And now this is what he's dealing with. This is what all of the residents are dealing with. And tell me about your family, what they're going through too, to wake up to their house gone.
I couldn't even tell my youngest son that the house was burned down when they told me it burned down, because he was already worried. He was already crying. When I told my oldest son that it was burned down, he's 20 years old. He started crying. So to find out that my house is still standing, I immediately told them. They are so overjoyed. I would hate to have told them that, only to come back tomorrow and now it's burned down because I couldn't get a little help.
What's this like for you and your neighbors? I can't imagine the stress level that you're.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's terrifying. It is really terrible. Even before they put out the evacuation notice for my neighborhood, my mom's had 3 strokes. I called my brother and his sister and my sister-in-law and told them to get my mom out of there. And I started packing even before they gave the official evacuation notice for my house. Because I've been through this. I've lived in Altadena before. I know with the wind and the fire, it was coming. It was just a matter of time.
Chris, what was that moment like when you had to pack and figure out what to bring, and you're looking around and you're, knowing that your uncle and your mom's house already burned down? Take me to that moment when you're looking around.
You're terrified. You just assume you're about to lose everything. I mean, that's all you can think about, is the house that your kids grew up in is about to burn down, and your kids are scared, and you just want to protect it for your kids, for your family. And that's what I was trying to do. And that's what I'm still trying to do, because the house has no fire damage. I need someone just to put out that small fire next to it to make sure it stays that way.
And again, the address is 615.
615 East Los Flores Drive.
Just about a mile away from here on Christmas Tree Lane on Alameda and Santa Rosa. And you're obviously familiar with this area. What does this neighborhood mean to you?
Oh, this neighborhood means.
So,
Sister Portia,
what do y'all think?
I'm not even gonna make a joke. Never mind. This is awful, and I feel horrible. And I understand, even his understanding. Like, he knows that the firefighters, their hands are tied. What can they do? He's not on the. It's just a fucked up situation, man. This is just sad. Honestly, I hope that people just can make it out alive, and unfortunately, this is one of those times where you can't do anything. This is the act of nature. You can't. What can you do? Even like, he's asking for help, but who has enough water to help him?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know if that's even possible.
Why can't they just turn the water on?
Who the fuck knows, man? I don't know.
There's too many people getting water at the same time, and that drops the pressure down. If they had an abundance of water, let's say if they had extra water, right? Like Trump suggested 3 years ago, this wouldn't be an issue, because they'll have an abundance of water where pressure wouldn't be an issue.
Wow.
Yeah, if you want me to get into all of that, I will. um, all of the reasonings behind the fires and the water, and the mayor and a few other bureaucrats, lawmakers that restrict the water from the residents.
Well, I mean, let me, before you get into that, let me ask you this. Did the people in California vote for it? Like in that
Yeah.
district, did they vote for
Yes,
it?
yes, they did.
Oh, well then fuck them. That's all, that's on them then. We don't
Come
got
on.
nah. Nah, Portia, don't even waste your time. If they voted for this shit, fuck them. Fuck them. I mean,
And of
that's
course, you feel bad for the ones that didn't vote for him, right? It's just
yeah. But I mean, if you didn't vote for him, why are you still living there? Like,
yeah. And then also to point out, if you guys remember him at the beginning of this video, they have spots that they're focusing on, and the spots that they're focusing on and where they're using the water is where the celebrities are. It's not where they are. So once they finish, making sure Paris Hilton is okay, Tom Hanks,
Well, she lost her house too, Paris Hilton.
yeah, she did, but they put what I'm getting at is they are over there putting the fires out where they live and putting the
Okay, I
water
got
towards
you.
there. So not that they didn't lose their homes, because of course they did, but now that the fire is out, let's go to the low folk,
Yeah.
the
That's sad.
Negroes and the poor people.
So sad, man.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
pretty sad.
part of me is like, I agree. Yeah, you voted for this is what you get. I mean, he even said it was bound to happen. Like, if you expect something like that coming down the pike, why not prepare yourself to leave? But this is a fucked up situation.
It's like he
Now,
said, you got to learn from other countries too, man, that
Yeah.
went through this situation and adapted new methods. So I don't understand why
'cause
we
that-
don't take a page from that.
Because that guy's gonna be back to square one, man, and he got a
Yeah.
whole family to worry about. Because none of them are insured. So he's gonna be fucked. Them celebrities are probably gonna be okay, but him,
They can buy a new house. They can buy and replace everything. This week, over the weekend.
And how long you guys think it's going to take to rebuild all that?
Oh, years.
Well, it depends on who's building it.
Oh,
Because they're about to come through and fucking put all types of shit up, man. I wouldn't be surprised. And these insurance companies, even if they do have some housing insurance, they're about to get screwed. This reminds me a little bit of the Hawaii dynamic. I have no idea how those folks have recovered, if they have at all, but this is not good.
no, I don't think I think that's kind of part of the plan. They don't want them to recover. They want all that land. They want all this shit to burn. This shit is kind of sick. But I mean, you get what you vote for too,
Yeah, you do.
guys. And I mean, if you don't agree, this is why I'm a big if you don't agree with the politics of your area, you got to move. And now if you agree with it, you got to deal with the consequences,
Mm-hmm.
So just be careful, because shit like this does happen.
Well, there has been talks about, they're shorthanded on firefighters, how they don't have enough, and they're spread thin, just like the gentleman just said a moment ago. And here's some firefighters that were protesting their rights to keep their job, because the mayor said they can't work if they don't get the vaccine.
After the worst time of COVID, after the largest, most deadly spike, downtrends in death, my employer, a governing body, is deciding to mandate a rushed vaccine. Not only that it will be mandate, but it's a condition of my employment. We've gone from essential frontline worker to next on the chopping block. I agree. Such times of uncertainty really force me to think and examine my surroundings. The job that I love, the job that I poured my heart and soul into.
It's Twitter. Just give her a second there.
Oh, man.
Is being threatened. Anything that gets put into my body is my choice. I refuse. I do not comply. I've thought long and hard about this, and this has become my definitive line in the sand. And I know when I say this, I'm not alone. There are many more that feel this way, and they just might be scared or not know how to say it. Please understand this is worth fighting for. I won't quit. I will not stop fighting. I'm willing to sacrifice everything. My beliefs, my moral fiber, my family, my livelihood, the country that I love. Everything I've ever worked for in my life is being threatened. And that I will not sit idly by and take. I refuse.
Now, mind you, you're short on firefighters, but you fired over 1,000 of them because they wouldn't get the jab. Over 1,000 you fired.
Damn.
Why would you do that in a place where y'all know y'all have fires? California is hell, literally. So you need a lot of firefighters.
Oh, and not only that, she what was it? She took away 18 million from the budget of the fires to give it to migrants. So that doesn't help either.
Yeah. Unless you're going to use the migrants to put out the fires.
But you're going to throw them into the fire.
Yeah, just throw them into the fire. But I think that would probably have the opposite effect. They full of tequila and all types of.
and then not only that, she also lowered the standards for fire
Yeah,
for the
that
women.
too. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
come on, man.
Yeah.
That to me is retarded and dangerous.
Yeah. You know, sometimes it takes your whole house burning down and a bunch of people dying before you have that eureka moment, though. So hopefully they start questioning.
You think? I don't know,
It
man.
took me COVID. It took COVID for me to really start questioning shit. So, before COVID, I didn't really think about this type of stuff as much. But seeing how, 1 week a city is just bustling and everybody's in the streets walking around, and then the very next week it's a ghost town, all because of some shit somebody said on the news, makes you really question everything, man. So sometimes you need shit like this to happen to wake people up.
Well, there's what Latino just mentioned, and I don't know if Stanley covered any of this or if y'all talked about this, but the mayor is now back and she is now speaking.
Oh, thank God.
And so there's the $18 million that she slashed from their funding. And there's also the hundreds of millions of dollars in fire equipment that she sent to Ukraine.
Ooh.
Literally.
What a way to donate taxpayers' money.
It's you can't make this stuff up.
No, you can say shit, Portia.
And she's sending supplies to Ukraine. The federal government is already doing that, but she decided, hey, me too. So here's her first interview when she came back, and then we will go to the second interview where she's at a press conference and they're asking her about the $18 million in budget cuts for the fire department and the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fire equipment and things like that to Ukraine.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you
I don't think
absolutely
she
nothing
can.
to say to
Portia,
the
I don't think
citizens
she
today?
can hear the question. I
Elon
don't think
Musk
she
says
can.
that you're utterly
Yeah, she.
He has to be louder.
Kimmy said, are they skipping over the homes with MAGA signage, like how they did in Florida and North
And
Carolina?
with FEMA.
Right.
Jesus Christ. I mean, you would never, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it at this point.
incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home? Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today as you return?
No. Hold on 1 second.
Madam Mayor, just a few words for the citizens today as you return to deal with the catastrophe.
Can you take this down? So this is just a fine example of bad leadership. You should say something.
No accountability.
And yes, T, I did hear about that. I did want to talk about that too with you guys. As a leader, she should say something, anything. I should have left Ghana sooner. I dropped the ball, anything, but she says nothing. She says nothing at all. And when being pressed about this issue, let's see if she has anything to say now.
About, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the Western region. But can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing $17 million?
I think if you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times, everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, when at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank
you. So basically, I'm not taking any accountability for this.
Of course they should.
Some budgets had to get cut.
But for what? But she never explained the reasoning. She just said that she put it
no.
back into the fire department. So why would you cut the budget to put it back in the same place? That just makes no sense.
I mean, that's just, this is par for the course with these liberal cities, man. So Try to tell y'all, man. Gotta get the hell up out of there. You don't. There's so many benefits of living in a like Democrat stronghold like LA, Chicago, New York. But I'm telling y'all, man, when shit really hits the fan, you're gonna really see how these cities turn into fucking Gotham City, man. Turns into Gotham. And there's gonna be nobody, there's not gonna be no Batman there to help you.
Nope. You better help
That's
yourself.
and I think all these cities are gonna get hit by something that'll just change it for forever. You know, I feel like New York and Chicago have been changed. You know, COVID changed it. These fires, it's gonna change LA. It's only gonna get worse.
The migrants changed Chicago and New York. The fires.
Yeah,
are
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
change
yeah,
LA.
yeah. The migrants really changed Chicago, man. I'm telling you. I had my boy Pete Black up here talking about it. Like I see it too, but you know.
And it's like it's to Portia's point that she made a long time ago. She said, Texas has been struggling through this for many years, and now you guys are getting a taste of it, and now it's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. Damn it.
I don't want to. I know we're still on course here. I just don't want to skip this opportunity because they are doing a live press briefing right now with the Honorable Karine Jean-Pierre.
Ooh, cringe.
And on the other screen, what I showed is how Mayor Bass, they sent all of the fire equipment to Ukraine, of course, coupled with Joe Biden with what he sent already. And then throughout this time of these forest fires, Joe Biden decides to send $500 million more again to Ukraine. Now, take a listen to what Karine is talking about right now.
I have actually two more things and then I'll get to questions. So I'll quickly turn to Venezuela, where Maduro once again demonstrated his complete disregard for democratic norms and proceeded with his illegitimate inauguration. As President Biden emphasized during his meeting with President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia on Monday, January 6th, we believe that it is...
Wait. Hold on. Kimmy Cakes. Even with New Orleans, though. Even with New Orleans, it's New Orleans is a democratic city, Kimmy Cakes. That's my point. That's my point.
You ain't lying.
You might be in a red state, but it's when you're in a major city that's democratic, I'm telling you, these people are gonna put you in a situation.
Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with PA. Like most of Philly is blue, but if you think about it, the outskirts is red.
All red. Same with Illinois. All Illinois is all red, but Chicago is blue, and that's the same thing with New Orleans, Louisiana. Louisiana's all red, but New Orleans, that shit blue as hell.
And that was my thing. It's like, was California this year purple to you guys, or was it still blue?
No. LA. We're just talking about these major cities. LA is super blue, like super blue.
You think?
Yeah.
To this day?
Oh yeah. Oh man, come on, man.
No, because I had a conspiracy theory. That's why I'm like, maybe this is why it's burning.
I don't think any major city flipped. Not any major city. Portia, you would know better than me, but did any major city flip?
In the most recent presidential election?
Yeah. Like a major city. Did any major city go red? Hell nah.
Like Anaheim, at least.
Anaheim. That's fucking. Isn't that Canada?
No, that's
Oh,
that's in California.
oh, okay. I'm thinking of a hockey game right now. Never mind. Uh,
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
I don't think any major city flipped. And that's the thing, like with these cities, these major cities, man, it's kind of like ingrained in them the vote blue. I don't even think everybody's house burning down will get them to change the vote. These people are like zealots. They're
Well, I'm looking. It says that Greenville flipped.
mm-hmm.
I'm not, it's Oklahoma, but nonetheless, Tulsa
Yeah, see
flipped.
that is yeah. Well,
Oklahoma City, Boise flipped, Jacksonville flipped, Birmingham flipped, Cincinnati flipped, Nashville
okay.
flipped, Dayton, Salt Lake City, Indianapolis, Omaha, Little Rock,
Mm-hmm.
Dallas, Greensboro, Louisville. Wow, shit. Pittsburgh,
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte. Oh wow, and Tampa too.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
I didn't even know that.
Are any of these cities over 1 million? Like 1 million people?
Oh, I mean, yes, certainly.
Yeah,
Yeah, Charlotte for sure.
Yeah, Dallas, of course. Tampa, Cincinnati, Indiana, Nashville, Birmingham. I mean, these are states. Cities that I had no idea that they fed. That's actually significant considering.
Are they
Yeah.
any in
Yeah.
California?
Jacksonville full of Negroes, Birmingham, Cincinnati is certainly full of Negroes. Indianapolis, we know is full of Negroes. Dallas, Louisville too. Like, that's kind of crazy. I didn't know that they all flip red. Wow, good for them.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. That is pretty interesting.
Huh.
Momo said Tampa flipping was when I knew Trump won that night. Yeah, yeah. I'm telling you, when you start seeing major cities flipping, that's when you knew it was pretty much a shoe-in.
Logic and common sense kicked in for those people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty a powerful statement. Like while the rest of us are watching it and waiting for the results to come in, and Momo like, oh, they got Tampa, so we good, we done. I can turn this off now. But Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, that's.
Oh yeah, no, Kimmy, I understand. You can never depend on the government, but I think there's a difference between being like a lot of this shit could have been prevented with good leadership. A lot of this shit could have been prevented. And I think
Well, here's the thing: you can't prevent natural disasters. You can just plan for it.
well,
Right?
Kimmy, who's to say these fires are even a natural disaster?
Well, as far as we know right now, that's what it is, right? And a fire department cannot handle fires of that magnitude. All they could do is probably slow it down a little bit, but it doesn't matter what kind of color state you're in. I think y'all keep missing the point. Like, this support comes from the federal government, and the federal government doesn't give shit. They didn't give shit to Katrina. They didn't give shit to those people down south. They got $750 and lost everything. Like, this is why we need to depend on ourselves. And I think as true conservatives, you all should be thinking about small government. Because you're thinking about red and blue and all that, it's like you're still thinking big government. Like, that's not the way to go.
I mean, but if you take a look at Florida, for example, right?
Mhm.
You have Ron DeSantis there. He has a hurricane team. He has things already in the works. So if anything does happen, they're already on it. You know what I mean?
Right, but that's a
These people
smart. And
don't
I'm not a
have
fan of Ron DeSantis, but that's a smart leadership because
but these
Florida
people
gets
here in California
hit
don't
with
have
hurricanes
anything
every
of
single
that
year.
nature. And they should when they know that they have wildfires. You get what I'm saying? So that's not
Right.
being well prepared.
Well, although LA is not necessarily the wildfire region per se, where those fires are currently hitting, but I agree, it's just poor leadership. But at the same time, the response to those things happening are federal responses. Local fire departments they can't handle
Yeah.
shit like that. It's
No,
too
no,
big for
no,
them.
no. It's they're fucked. But I think it was a lot of poor leadership that led to it. And partly it's who they voted for. Like if you're voting in these people who, Trump, I don't like,
And the truth is, our
saying,
federal government has a duty to when they see the states being consumed by problems like this, that they send in relief. They're not supposed to wait for a request; just send the help.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I think we missed the point when we keep comparing states because all that's saying is that y'all want more government. How you doing?
No, 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 no. For me, it's not the government. Or not the states. It's the cities. That's what I'm more so focused on. It's like these certain counties. Like I just think these major cities, a lot of times, what ends up happening is they have policies that really aren't meant to help the people. What they really are is a lot of it is like, I hate to say it, but it's like DEI bullshit.
There's nothing that comes from government that's meant to help the people. Government wants to expand itself, and it doesn't
Oh
matter
no, no,
what color it is.
Yeah, I get it. I trust
You
me.
know,
I
whether
no,
it's
I
local
get
to the highest level, like they want to expand themselves, so they have to maintain some relevance. And solving problems doesn't keep them relevant. Like Big Pharma, if everyone was healthy, they wouldn't need to exist anymore.
Yeah, Kimmy. Yeah, you're not
I just
wrong.
don't want us missing the point because then we're going to be
Yeah,
stuck
yeah,
as a
yeah.
civilization
Yeah.
that this is the way when it's really not. Like we just keep giving them more clout that's not necessary. Like, we need to get our weight up, have that homeowners insurance built up, have that cash
Yeah.
built up, have the I need to run somewhere money. Like that's what
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
No
The
one's gonna
fuck
help
up
you with
thing is
that, no matter what color state you're in.
the fucked up thing is they canceled all these people's policies, their homeowners insurance policies.
Then they should have went with their what they call it, torches and pitchforks and torches
Yeah.
down to that place.
Yeah. No.
Sorry.
This is with the same shit that was happening down in Florida too. So you're right to a certain extent. Like
That's
this ain't really it's not really a red or blue thing. But I think
I'm telling you, divide and conquer is a real war tactic, and it keeps us so focused on separating that we're not really looking at the actual problem.
Yeah.
I would say, being in a Democrat state, I know Democrat elected officials who've done actually great things, who've stopped certain things. Half the people fighting against that congestion prices were Democrats, majority.
Believe. Oh well.
It was. It was, but Hochul, her office, they want more bike riders than drivers in New York City, which everyone in New York City hates her for it because she doesn't live here. Why would a family of four get on a bicycle? Like, what are you talking about?
Damn. Are you a bike rider, Kimmy?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I can be, but I prefer not to. I like to walk.
Yeah.
I just hate the idea of showing up somewhere sweaty.
Yeah. Would you get one of those electric bikes like
Oh, I
John?
like those. They're dangerous, but I like them.
Yeah.
I think this is a little scary for a woman. We don't really have good coordination in the first place. Like, we don't make the best drivers and shit,
I'm sure you'd be really safe on it though.
But I do like them.
It's not like you got to be a fireman or anything.
No, and I think honestly, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I think the whole congestion pricing is because nobody pays the MTA. Everybody hops the turnstile, gets on the train or bus for free. The bus drivers are trying to fight with people about, oh, you didn't pay your fare. And during COVID, all the trains and buses were free. So I think they're just trying to recoup their money.
Stress my day out because of some idiot.
They have to get it from the drivers because they know the riders are not paid for that shit. We're not paid for late trains and crime. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, yeah. No, I think to a certain extent, I think the biggest issues are these insurance companies. Cause you're right, a lot of this shit is just inevitable.
Mm-hmm. They should have gone down there with their pitchforks and torches.
Yeah, cause I'm sorry.
Look,
Fuck it.
Luigi Mangione.
If I can't insure this shit, I'm not paying for it. You want me to pay a mortgage on something I can't even insure? Man, get the fuck out of here.
And a lot of these things about like homes. And this is where you got to be careful. I mean, I think real estate is great, but you also got to like know the game you're in. Right now,
Yeah.
if you notice, after any natural disasters, corporations come in and buy everything.
Yeah,
they do.
And it drives the house prices up so far that regular people can't really buy homes no more.
Yeah,
Family
they
does.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, nah, it's pretty fucked right now.
BlackRock gonna come through and buy half of California.
Hold on.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, Kim.
I was like, this ain't
Nah,
working.
Kimmy, I was just thinking about what you're saying. Yeah, I think
I'm about to hop down, but I just want to push us to continue to be the innovators. We can't continue on the same old shit that we know ain't right.
Yeah.
We got to be the innovators.
You're making some good points, Kimmy, because I think we've proved many times, like over and over again, that the shit is both sides. I think it's just a lot easier to kind of focus on, the DEI hires and shit. But I mean,
Because it's so obviously it's so obviously fucked up. That's why.
Yeah.
It just stands out. It's a highlight. It's like a highlighter. Like.
Yeah, but then I think Mike DeWine in Ohio is a lot harder to put your finger on. He's a Republican, but he's responsible for all the Haitians in Ohio.
Let me tell you what happened. I threw a tantrum after President Trump's first term because I didn't like how the Republicans did him. I thought they did him so dirty when they had a chance to stop all that shit. They really did, and did not. And you know what? I was so mad to the point where I left the Republican Party, and I was no party. I chose no party for a while, and then I came back because I was like, you know what? When you're upset about something, you don't run. I ain't no chump. I ain't no chump, so I had to bring my ass back. But I was so incredibly I felt betrayed. And I can only imagine President Trump felt betrayed. And for him to even come back and run on their ballot again says a lot. Says a lot about his heart space. Because I probably would have never.
To a point, I understand where you're coming from, Kimmy, too. Because, look, in Dominican Republic, let's say, right? Every time there's like a hurricane or something, I noticed that people from here have family out there, and we all come together, and sometimes we don't even need assistance from anybody.
Yeah.
As for the other side, when they had the earthquake, it's not like that because there's not really many of them living out here.
When I went to Grenada, I was like, how come I don't see homeless people, crackheads? I mean, every place has this dark side, but you don't see that there. We were walking in the dark of the night in bushes, and we were fine. And this guy said to me, he said, well, we take care of our own. If a child's orphan, somebody takes them in. We take people in. And he said there's a lot of food on the land, so we cultivate the food and make sure people eat.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, why didn't these people as a community come together and prepare for this? Y'all really are waiting for the government to come do something. But I mean,
yeah, but that's liberals for you though.
Yeah. It's damn, you guys didn't even.
And these are multi-millionaires who could probably fireproof their homes.
Like conservatives tell you, dude, less government, Like, we don't want to be in your business. We just want to be able to make laws to keep you safe.
Why expand
It's
them when they're
just
not
simple
doing
shit.
shit?
Simple things, bro. Like, these people are like, no, we're going to help out people that are not from here. We're going to give universal health care to the world. It's like, dude, it's like unrealistic shit.
Yeah, nah.
Every time government fails, it just reminds me how much more I have to get my shit together. That's it.
Yeah, facts.
There is
Count on
no
your
help.
own
You
self,
are your
man.
help.
Be self-independent.
Yeah, you are your help.
Man,
And then why do
lying.
states have to request help? This is your fucking country too. You know them people need the help. You gonna send them $750? People pay way more than that in taxes for the year. That was a slap in the face. I would have sent that shit right back.
Yeah.
But look
Man.
at what
You
they do
can't
for foreign
even
countries. Y'all even just said it. Look what the
you
lady
can't
just
even buy
explained.
groceries with that. Like, for like, come on, man. Like, let's be realistic with this Bidenomic inflation.
Nah.
Like, $750, that's gone one time at the supermarket.
And I'm telling y'all might not see it right now, but the more we do for ourselves, the less and less we're gonna need them. And people are gonna wonder why they're even there. And then things will really change.
That's what they don't want.
Yo, Kimmy, if everybody thought like that, though, it would be a completely different country. There's so many people that live off the government. That's all they think about.
I feel like some people need to. Like maybe veterans or people who are impaired to
Disabled.
certain things,
Nah,
but
Disabled
I'm talking
people.
about like baby mamas and shit.
Yeah.
Like,
There's people that live in the projects for like 20, 30 years, man, paying $50, $60 a rent.
lazy
Crazy. That's just
motherfuckers.
crazy to me, man.
well, those are the people who should get the pennies on the dollar, not hardworking Americans
Like,
and
that's
people
just
that serve
crazy
that
to me,
country.
man. And that should be getting me mad because look how much I gotta come out of pocket. Like, even though it's like, all right, cool, you found your ways around the system, good for you, but that's not something I envy.
hold on.
But that's it. I'll continue listening to the program, but I just didn't want us to get lost in the sauce because we've been there, done that, and we done broke out the matrix, so we got to stay strong.
Yeah. I definitely appreciate you for that, Kimmy.
All
Definitely
right, I'll be
do.
listening in the peanut gallery. No, I'm joking. I'll be in the I'll be in the cheerleading section. I'll probably come up later.
Well, I appreciate you. Appreciate
I
you, Kimmy.
appreciate y'all too. All right, later.
See ya. Yeah, she's got a point, man. I think it is a lot easier to just point the finger, but I think it's a little bit deeper than that, y'all. I think it is a little bit deeper. Pause. Hold on a second. I gotta open this. Damn, so much snow out here. So winter wonderland.
Yeah, we were supposed to get snow. We never got any.
Yeah, usually Boston gets. You guys get fucked up with snow.
Yeah, we dodged that.
Hey.
But dude, it's been hella cold. Like, we talking
There we
about, like,
go.
it's
You're
been like
welcome.
Chicago over here for the past 2 days.
Like negative temperatures and stuff.
Yeah, with the wind chill.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, man. I don't know. This winter weather though, I don't know. I don't kind of like it, man. Kind of like it. Gotta be prepared for that. Kind of like Kimmy was saying, you gotta be prepared for everything, low key. So people to just be hiding out. I get it. I get why you hide out. Being prepared. It's easy to, hide out. But out in the real world, you gotta be prepared for everything, man. You know. See, Daniel's actually the only one coming up with some real solid solutions right now. How about how about monkey firefighters? I mean, shit, might not be the worst idea, man. Might not. Yeah, might not. Get some monkey firefighters, you know, teach them how to use but they need water though. They need water though. That's the only thing, Daniel. They still need the water though. Well, we got to figure something out. But honestly, you know, it is really sad what's happening to those people. You know, you just gotta be ready for anything, you know.
Yep.
That's how I'm living. That's how I'm living, you know. You know. That's why I go so hard, cause for anything to happen, you know, I don't wanna be in one of those situations where I gotta depend on anybody, man. Fuck that.
Preach.
Fuck that. Hey, doobies to the face, you know. Fuck
Money,
that.
money, and credit.
Yeah, seriously. I just um I just don't even know how you prepare for something like this though, you know.
I mean, you can't, dude. And like most of those houses are made out of brick, dude. Like, so it's weird.
It is. Maybe maybe just the people need to come together and have more water containment centers or something, or you know, more more places. But it's like, damn, they're right next to the ocean. Why can't they just use ocean water, put the fires out? I don't get it. Push, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. What else you got? You got anything else you want to talk about? Anything else interesting?
Well, I had that video pulled up of Karine Jean-Pierre, the press
Oh yeah,
conference.
yeah. Let's see what Karine the Haitian Haitian lesbian. See what she's got to say about it. You think she's pretty? Jean-Pierre? Portia, you think she's pretty?
I think her hair is pretty.
Oh, okay. I mean, just physically, she's not pretty physically.
Oh shoot. I think she's a good-looking lady to be in her 50s.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I wouldn't call her ugly, but I do love her hair.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she has some beautiful hair too.
I don't even know. I feel like I lost it.
How do you think she gets her how do you think she gets her hair like that every day? Just professionally done?
Echoed by leaders
Yeah,
across
the roller sets, and I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure it's maybe done twice a week, because you sleep with your bonnet on, it'll hold those
Mhm.
curls together pretty good. But that amount of rollers, I don't know. I mean, she is who she is, so I'm sure she has her own stylist that does that.
So you think it's like some presidential hair roller that does it for her? and then puts a bonnet on right afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So the team.
That's a lot of that's a whole lot of little
So I'll
curls she would
quickly
have to put in her hair, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of rollers. Yeah.
Rollers, yeah. Wow.
I mean, she could be using flexi rods or perm rods to get this look.
Mm.
But it does take
Or
some
she's
time.
or she's using that thing from Coming to America. Soul
Oh,
Shine.
you talking about Soul Glow? Just
Yeah.
let your soul glow. I don't know if she's using Soul Glow. Her shit is like I think Portia's right on this one. I think it's like some sort of curl that she's using, like a curler.
Yeah, it's a roller.
Roller. She's using some sort of roller, and then she just holds it for a while, and then maybe she like sprays something on it, and then she puts her bonnet on to keep it all in place, and then right before she goes on air, she pulls all those rollers out, and now she's looking like a bag of curly fries, handful of curly fries, yeah.
Yeah. So what would happen is, let's just say today is Monday, so she gets her roller set done today. She gets it done. She sits under the hair dryer. Her hairstylist takes all of the rollers out, and she's ready just in time to give her press briefing for the White House.
Okay.
So whenever she goes home, she puts her bonnet on. She doesn't put the rollers back in. She just throws on her bonnet, and she'll do that for maybe a good 4 or 5 days, and then she'll get it done again. So it's not something that you have to do every single day. If you have a really good roller set, and whatever products they're using in her hair are divine, because her sets last for a very long time. So
And not only that, she had way shorter hair when she first started this.
and it sure has grown. She has beautiful
Good
hair,
hair
so
product.
she takes care of it really good.
Come on, you know. Come on, I know about hair.
Ooh, child. You think Here for the Tea could do something like this? Like I know Here for the Tea used to be a hair
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you think she does stuff like this? Okay.
Yeah, like a flexi rod set, perm rod set. Yeah.
Ooh,
I mean,
child.
that's what I do to my hair. Shoot. So
Ooh, child. You think I could get one of these?
if you wanted one, of course.
Ooh, child. Ooh, child. Let me see. I don't know. I might do it. I might get it done just to honor Jean-Pierre. You know. I don't know, Portia.
Now be careful,
I
man.
think she's really elegant. I think she's kind of dry, but I think she's like an elegant dry. You know. Just take the politics out of it. For her to wear like her natural hair too, I'm telling you, man, I give her all the, she didn't cut it all off like fucking Joy Reid.
Or permed it.
Permed it. Nah, she didn't perm it. She didn't, put a wig on, slap a wig on, put some, she wore it natural. I know it takes a lot of work, but gotta respect it. Gotta respect it. Well, you don't have to respect it, but I respect it. I respect it. Even though she's a
Yeah,
lesbian.
but if
Even
you
though
do
she's
your hair like her, who knows,
Uh-huh.
man? Maven G, I don't know, man. You can't do your hair like that, dude.
Yeah, he already is kind of. He thinks I'm really attractive for some reason. I don't know. It's
I don't
weird.
know, Portia.
It's coming for your spot, Portia.
I ain't worried about Maven. I mean, he's telling the truth.
He said the only reason you with me is because I got a nice full beard. He said it's your sexy beard, HB.
I thought he said hair. No.
Yeah. He said the hair too. He said the hair. He said, well, she said the only reason you with me is because of the hair. It's like, damn.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Yeah, but, yeah, there
I
must
mean,
be a lot
that's
of
one
black
of the
men out here in
reasons.
this world.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just weird, man. It's just weird. Guys even looking at other guys like that, you know?
It's a man out there admiring my man. You know, it's
Well, I'm nobody's man, but
um, you know,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this Jean-Pierre. Let's get back to this video. Let's go, push. We got 20
to
minutes on this
Venezuela,
live too.
where Maduro once again demonstrated his complete disregard for democratic norms and proceeded with his illegitimate inauguration. As President Biden emphasized during his meeting with President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia on Monday, January 6, we believe that it is essential that the will of the Venezuelan people is respected. In coordination with our partners, we've given Maduro and his representatives every opportunity to restore democracy, but they haven't. So today we are building on all of our previous actions and taking further major actions. We announced new sanctions on key Maduro-aligned officials as a part of our efforts to hold them accountable, and we imposed more visa restrictions totaling nearly 2,000 individuals. We also increased the reward amount to $25 million for Nicolas Maduro and his so-called Minister of Interior as part of the Department of State's Narcotics Rewards Program, only the second and third to have the largest amount allowed. It is important to note that we are taking these actions alongside similar actions taken by Canada, the European Union, the United Kingdom to demonstrate a message of solidarity with the Venezuelan people and further elevate international efforts to maintain pressure on Maduro and his representatives. Today, Maduro finds himself more alone than ever, with few friends in the region and in the world and around the world. And before I get to your question, just one more thing. I did want to highlight some good news we received this morning. The final jobs report for the Biden-Harris administration was released today, and a remarkable 250,000 jobs were created last month, defying expectations.
Cap.
Fake
Additionally,
news.
unemployment
Fake
rate ticked down to
news.
a low of
Cap.
4.1%.
I don't
This
believe
is
you.
the only administration to gain jobs every month. We had 0 months with job losses. This was no accident. President Biden's administration has delivered the strongest recovery in the world and laid a strong foundation for years to come by investing in America, empowering workers and unions, lowering costs, and supporting small businesses. Over 16.6 million jobs created, the lowest average unemployment rate of any administration in 50 years, record high employment rates for working age women, and lowest black-white unemployment gap on record. Inflation down faster than almost any other advanced economy, and incomes up almost $4,000. And again, this was no accident. This is because of the president's leadership. And as the president said, our nation faces an inflection point. Do we continue to grow the economy from the middle out and bottom up? Or do we backslide to trickle down economics? And that is a question that we have to ask. In the meantime, we'll continue with this briefing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. First off, yesterday the Senate advanced the Lincoln Riley Act past the House. If it's presented to him before he leaves office on the 20th, would the president sign that bill or veto it?
So I'm not going to get ahead of what's happening. I know there was a procedural vote that happened in the Senate. I'm going to let the process play out. Let the senators do their work on that. I don't want to get ahead of that. So we're going to let it play out. I'm not going to get into hypothetical on this right now.
The administration also often puts out statements of administration policy. What stance are you're not putting one out here?
Well, the process is still playing out. And so we're going to certainly follow all of the latest developments on this. And so we want to evaluate the bill. We haven't done that yet. We want to evaluate the bill certainly at the end of that process, and then we will have more to say. I just don't want to get ahead of it right now.
And the president of the Oval said he'd be speaking to us later today about Russia and some other issues. Is that going to happen?
So we'll have more to share with all of you on what the president's going to be speaking on. Certainly, we'll share that shortly.
He'll be speaking today.
That's what the president said, and that's what we're working out.
Lastly, it's customary for presidents often to leave office with a final press conference. Does the president? How does he plan to schedule one for his final week in office?
So I don't have anything to preview right now at this moment. As you know, as you just mentioned, the president took questions today. He took questions yesterday. He's going to certainly continue to all of you by questions, as he's done very multiple times recently. I don't have anything to preview about a press conference. Go ahead, Mary.
Do you or does the administration have any response to Donald Trump's sentencing earlier today?
So look, we're going to focus, as one of the reasons we had Administrator Criswell in the room, as you all know, and you guys have done a very good job. Certainly some of your colleagues who are out there on the ground covering this disastrous, catastrophic fire. And so the president wants to continue to focus on that. That's what we want to continue to focus on. We're not focused on what occurred today, certainly with the court decision. We are, and we've been saying this, I know it's probably ad nauseum, we've been saying this, that we are running through the tape, and I think we have proven that almost every day. Certainly in 2025, we've been pretty busy. And so that's going to be our focus. What can we do to continue to deliver for the American people? What can we do to make the lives of the American people better? And that is our focus, not going to speak to the decisions made in the court today.
Two questions, Karine. One on Meta. Meta made a decision this week about doing away with its fact checking for Facebook and its other platforms. Does the White House have a reaction to that?
So
the empire is
we've
falling.
been pretty consistent here over the last 4 years. When any corporation or company makes a decision, a private company, to be more specific, makes a decision, we just are not going to comment. So I'm not going to comment on this, and so just going to leave it in that realm. But look, social media. I'll say this: social media companies make their own rules about content moderation. But with that said, we have been outspoken about our belief that the social media companies have an important role to play in enforcing their own rules to prevent the spread of misinformation. That is a responsibility that company has, and we've always been pretty clear about that. But speaking specifically to an announcement, we're just not going to comment on that.
I mean, I understand, but that is something that you guys have been outspoken about, and they're making a change on it. So
Yeah, but
I guess it's something I thought maybe you would want to comment on.
I mean, look, we talk about social media companies having a responsibility. We've always said that. We've all been really clear about that. We've also been clear that policy decisions that are made by private companies, we're not going to speak to those specific an announcement, but we can speak broadly on our belief and how we see their responsibility. And that's as far as that we've always gone, and we're not going to go beyond that.
And another topic with regard to the Russia sanctions that were announced today. Does the White House have any concern that could lead to an increase in gas prices for consumers?
So look, we took aim today in your question at Russia's largest resources of revenue and imposed significant sanctions on the Russian energy sector. These sanctions certainly target both Russian oil and LNG, and we expect our actions to cost Russia upwards to billions of dollars per month. And so that's important to note as well. And these also, let's not forget that these are also, these sanctions really continue to for us to make good on a commitment that we made, that the president made, and his G7 counterparts made to target Russia's ability to use its energy sector to fund and sustain this war. We talked about this for some time, and so now the president certainly made good on that commitment. So it's not just us. Obviously, we joined these actions with the UK, which imposed significant and complementary actions of its own. And so I think it is important to note that by taking these significant actions against Russia, oil markets are in a fundamentally better place. That's number one. And number two, the U.S. economy is a fundamentally better place as well. And so that's why we took this action now. This is a commitment that the president wanted to uphold, not just the president, but also the G7, his G7 counterparts. And that's what you're seeing right now.
My question was whether you're concerned that it will lead to an increase in gas prices.
I mean, look, I've said, look, one of the things that we expect and we believe is that the supply of energy is going to exceed global demand through this year with ample capacity within the outside of OPEC Plus to increase production if necessary. So since the start of Russia's war, benchmark oil prices have fallen almost $35 per barrel, and average U.S. gasoline prices have dropped from roughly $4 to just
Yeah, so she hasn't said anything about.
Oh. No, we were just listening. We only got 9 minutes left on this live anyway, so I mean, you might as well just let it play out. I mean, this is their last press meeting, right? This is the last one.
No, I mean she has a few more.
Oh, okay. Are you sure? I mean, it's already it's the 10th already. He's gonna be in office by the 20th, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we should watch all the rest of them that she does. So let's just let it ride out. Let's let her go. Let her go.
dollars per gallon. That's because of the actions that the president has taken.
Portia,
So
just so you
that is
know,
what
this
we
may be
wanna
the
continue
last.
to see.
This may be
That's
the
what we
last
expect
DEI
to
hire,
be like for gas prices.
House
we
speaker
believe
that we
the
ever
gas
see.
prices,
So
will
we gotta
continue
appreciate it
to
while it's here.
be where it is and continue to go down because of the actions that the president's taken.
President Biden was expected to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky when he was in Rome today. Is he planning to speak with him?
So the president did speak to President Zelensky moments ago. We will have a readout for all of you. Obviously, the president wanted to reach out to President Zelensky because, as you just stated, they were supposed to meet in Rome. It did not happen because the president decided to stay and be back here because of the catastrophic fires, obviously, that we're seeing in Southern California. So the president
there we go.
decided to stay back, but they did have a conversation. They spoke moments ago, and so I know the team before I came out here was going to work on a readout, and so we'll have that out to all of you soon.
In his interview with the USA Today earlier this week, the president talked a bit about preemptive pardons, saying that they are still potentially on the table. Can you speak a little bit about the scope that he is considering when it comes to that? And if he's any closer to it?
So we have been saying that the president will have more to say, more to announce on pardons and commutations. So that is, we have 10 days to go. So it's certainly that will be very soon that we'll make those announcements. I'm not going to get into the scope. I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but we will be making some more additional announcements on pardons and commutations before the end of his term.
You mentioned the president spoke with Zelensky, but is he also going to have a conversation with the Pope? I know he was also supposed to meet with him.
Yeah.
Or is there any thought that the Rome trip could sort of reemerge in the final 10 days?
I don't have anything to say, to add or to announce about a change in schedule.
Peace, guys. I'll see you
Say
guys later.
I just mentioned that he spoke to President Zelensky. He wanted to share with the president our continued
Latino
support for Ukraine, which you've seen over the past 3 years. And so that was a part of their conversation. As it relates to the Pope, I don't have anything to announce about a conversation with the Pope. And so if we have anything to share, we certainly will share with that.
Has the president received any updated information about the status of his son's home in California? Also, his granddaughter lives there now. He did make some reference to seeing some pictures. I wasn't quite certain I heard it correctly, related to Secret Service being burned out. Can you give us an update on anything that relates to the family?
So what I can say, Secret Service, you would have to reach out to the Secret Service to